Chapter 1. Teacher Jiang. Figure drawing is an art. How can you deem it vulgar? Moreover, with such a fine figure, it would be a pity not to capture it. In the sweltering summer, the sycamore trees on campus cast a dense shade. Lin Xiao stood by the flower bed, earnestly persuading the beautiful dance instructor. Jiang Wanqing, clad in a beige dress, wore a charming yet flustered expression. Having been pestered for a while, she finally could no longer contain her anger. Lin Xiao, be quiet. Who gave you the audacity to flirt with your teacher? Teacher Jiang, am not flirting. Please let me draw just one sketch. I am an artist. There's no need for you to feel shy. You little rogue, how dare you mention it? I've long heard that you enjoy enticing women outside of school, and now you've even dared to flirt with your teacher. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Consumed by fury, Jiang Wanqing swiftly snapped off a twig from the flower bed. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Lin Xiao took a step back. Teacher Jiang, I truly am not. Before he could finish, the raised twig lashed at him, causing a sharp pain in his arm. You little rogue, thinking that after graduation, you can harass your teacher? Today, you'll learn what it means to respect your elders. Understanding that staying any longer would only lead to further punishment, Lin Xiao reluctantly fled towards the school gate. Jiang Wanqing, in her high heels, chased after him, nearly twisting her ankle within a mere 20 meters, resorting to shouting angrily from behind. You little rogue, if you have the guts, don't attend the Summoner Awakening Ceremony Mobilization meeting today, or I will make you pay. Who said I was going to attend? A delicate little female teacher. I never expected her to be so violent. Lin Xiao scoffed and exited the school, feeling dejected. Why did he ask Teacher Jiang for a figure drawing today? It certainly wasn't to flirt with her, rather. It was to unlock his special ability. Lin Xiao was a transmigrator, having arrived in this world known as Blue Star just 6 months prior. His unique ability was a magical tome called the Illustrated Guide to Goddesses of all realms. However, this guide was currently only partially unlocked and required the completion of a task for full access. The task involved collecting figure drawings of beautiful women to increase the guide's collection value. Each drawing collected would provide 321 points, with the exact amount, depending on the woman's appearance. The more stunning she was, the higher the collection value. Once he amassed 100 points, the guide would be unlocked. Nonetheless, the guide had exceedingly high standards and typically overlooked ordinary beauties. Even the most modestly valued beauties, offering a minimum of 3 points, were rare finds. After 6 months of diligent effort, Lin Xiao had just managed to gather 80 points, leaving a significant gap until unlocking. At that moment, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon checking, a text message appeared on the screen. First beauty of Blue Star. I've arrived in Tianhai City. Are you free today? Shall we meet? I really don't have time to meet online friends right now, Lin Xiao replied, typing back. Figure drawing master. Let's meet after the Summoner Awakening ceremony. I'm quite busy these days. My sincerest apologies. First beauty of Blue Star. Aren't you a high school student? Your school invited me to participate in the Awakening Ceremony Mobilization meeting this afternoon. How about we meet at school? Figure drawing master. No, I won't be attending the mobilization meeting. I'm truly busy. First beauty of Blue Star. Lin Xiao glanced at the little fox avatar of the online friend, smirking. If you were really the first beauty of Blue Star, perhaps I could sketch you for my collection, but alas, you're just an average-looking woman. Muttering to himself, he locked his screen. At this moment, Lin Xiao genuinely had no time to meet this online acquaintance he had known for half a year. Unlocking the Illustrated Guide to Goddesses was his top priority. After unlocking, a function called the Goddess Contract would activate, which was crucial for Lin Xiao, ensuring he would undoubtedly become a summoner at the Awakening Ceremony in 2 days. 2 days later marked the Global Holy Sun Day, when the annual Summoner Awakening Ceremony would take place simultaneously worldwide. Anyone who had just come of age could participate. If one could contract a Holy Spirit during the ceremony, they would become a summoner. What is a Holy Spirit? It refers to the souls of beings from the myriad realms that have transformed after death. This includes heroic spirits, beast spirits, elemental spirits, demon spirits, and so forth, all resting in a place known as the Holy Spirit Star, available for humans to contract and tame as spirit companions. However, contracting a Holy Spirit is no easy feat, heavily reliant on one's innate summoner talent. Talent is categorized into 9 ranks from highest to lowest. SSS, S, B, C, D, E, F. Under normal circumstances, those with SSS or SS rank can certainly contract a Holy Spirit, while those with CF rank face a risk of failure. Especially for those with F rank, historical statistics reveal a success rate of less than 1. Should one fail to contract, they would remain an ordinary person for life. Lin Xiao's summoner talent happened to be F. The original owner of this body discovered his talent and was abandoned by his girlfriend the next day, succumbing to despair and taking sleeping pills to end his life. Upon taking over the body, Lin Xiao immediately realized that without some form of assistance, he would likely miss the opportunity to become a summoner. Thus, for the past 6 months, he had been solely focused on unlocking the guide. After all, the guide clearly stated that the goddess contract could forcibly contract a goddess-level Holy Spirit during the ceremony. This meant he would undoubtedly become a summoner. Moreover, upon unlocking the guide, he would be rewarded with a skill called dual cultivation of yin and yang. This skill was particularly advantageous, allowing him to engage with various spirit companions in a manner both intimate and supportive in his cultivation. It was truly the ultimate fantasy for a seasoned pervert. However, that bright future was now drifting further away. With just 2 days until the Summoner Awakening ceremony and only 80 points in collection value, the prospect of gathering 20 more points in such a short time seemed nearly impossible. Lin Xiao stood at the school gate, contemplating where to go next. To simply give up was out of the question. Nearby the Tianhai City Airport, in a room of a 5-star hotel, Su Nanya gazed at her phone screen, pouting at the avatar of figure drawing master. "You're the first man in this world to reject my invitation." Setting down her phone, Su Nanya emerged from her bed, stretching lazily, her fair and voluptuous figure playfully bouncing, entirely nude as she approached the window, drawing back the curtains. The morning sunlight rushed into the room, illuminating her flawless body. A breathtakingly beautiful 9-tailed fox woman stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, adorned with 2 snow-white fox ears atop her head and 5 fluffy tails cascading behind her. Bathed in the morning light, her exquisite form sparkled, her skin as smooth as the finest jade, with alluring curves that captivated the heart and soul. Su Nanya admired her reflection in the glass, momentarily entranced by her own perfect physique, before sighing with a hint of sorrow, "What a pity that such a beautiful body has no man to enjoy it." Su Nanya, you truly are a little vixen. Speaking of which, the figure drawing master's photo reveals he is quite the handsome young lad. I wonder how he looks in person. Figure drawing master was an online acquaintance Su Nanya had met 6 months ago by chance. Initially, she thought he was just a lecher attempting to woo women under the guise of figure drawing after discovering his online promotion of his remarkable skills in recruitment of beautiful models. However, upon visiting his profile, she found several exemplary figure drawings that were nothing short of extraordinary. No, saying they were merely excellent would be an understatement. His artistic technique could only be described as nothing short of divine. Intrigued, she wasn't particularly interested in having him draw her, but rather, she recognized his exceptional talent as a potential painter of spirit armor. What is a painter of spirit armor? It refers to a supportive profession in this world that crafts a special type of equipment known as spirit armor for summoners. Spirit armor is not a tangible entity, but rather a conceptual essence that integrates with the body, activated during battle to form weapons or armor, proving to be immensely powerful. When a painter of spirit armor creates this armor, they need special materials to paint the weapon or armor, infusing it with a unique essence. Thus, the term spirit armor painter is coined. Upon seeing the works of the figure drawing master, Su Nanya initially mistook him for a master-level painter of spirit armor, for his works radiated a palpable essence, making the figures appear almost alive. Eager to befriend him, especially since she was a senior painter of spirit armor and a professor in the spirit armor department at Longyin Summoner University. However, upon chatting with him, she learned he was just a high school student who had yet to awaken as a summoner. Su Nanya had come to Tianhai City on behalf of Longyin University to participate in the Summoner Awakening ceremony and recruit students on site. In addition, she wanted to meet the figure drawing master in person. If he were to awaken, she would find a way to recruit him into the university. After all, given his artistic skills, he was undoubtedly a genius painter of spirit armor. All right then, We'll meet after the ceremony. This fairy only needs to reveal her true form, and I don't believe I can't win you over. Su Nanya was quite confident in her appearance, believing there was no woman more beautiful in this world than herself. Even her own master, possessing enchanting beauty, paled in comparison. At that moment, a woman's voice came from outside the room. Professor Su, I'd like to go to the bank to conduct some business. Could you accompany me? Sure, just a moment. Su Nanya transformed into a strikingly beautiful woman. Although she remained lovely, her appearance was vastly different from her true self. This remarkable ability of transformation was a natural gift of the nine-tailed fox clan. At the school gate, Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and found a direction for his next steps. Mounting his electric scooter, he intended to venture into the city, hoping to encounter a beautiful woman. The guidebook possessed a feature for searching for attractive women. When a desirable beauty appeared within 1,000 meters, an automatic alert would be triggered. Over the past 6 months, Lin Xiao had explored Tianhai City and its neighboring areas, discovering fewer than 50 women worthy of being added to his guidebook. Theoretically, all eligible beauties in this city had already been uncovered. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao still decided to tempt fate. The awakening ceremony for summoners was merely 2 days away, attracting a multitude of tourists to Tianhai City. Each year, the awakening ceremony draws a significant crowd, and among them could be a stunning beauty. If he could meet someone new, there was still hope to unlock the guidebook. Lin Xiao recalled a day when he had successfully persuaded a beautiful woman to disrobe for him. With his extraordinary looks and unparalleled talent in human anatomy sketching, he believed he could convince a beauty to dedicate herself to art in a short span of time. In summary, Lin Xiao felt he still had room to strive, even if the chances seemed exceedingly slim. As for the beauties he had previously met, he had no intention of wasting more time on them. Those he could win over had already been won, leaving only those that were beyond reach or required prolonged efforts to cultivate. With that resolve, he rode his electric scooter towards the airport. Typically, tourists arrived by plane, and the likelihood of encountering a beauty in that direction was quite high. As Lin Xiao rode, he remained attentive to any activity from the guidebook. Before long, 20 minutes had passed. Suddenly, he heard the familiar sound of the guidebook flipping through its pages in his mind. Instinctively, he glanced inward and beheld a black and gold magical guidebook slowly opening, revealing a passage on pale golden pages. An SSR goddess has appeared within 1,000 meters. Name: Su Nanya Nine-Tailed Fox. Appearance: SSR. Physique: SSR. Aura: SSR. Overall rating: SSR. Appearance rating has reached S, fulfilling contract conditions. The Universal Goddess contract function is not yet activated. Contract cannot be established. Target is in a state of survival. Contract cannot be established. Human anatomy sketches can be collected, expected to increase collection value by 21 points. Lin Xiao stared in astonishment at the text in the guidebook, utterly unprepared for such fortune. Just as he felt cornered, he encountered an SSS-level goddess. The grading system in the Universal Goddess guidebook categorized beauties into 7 levels. From lowest to highest, they were S, SS, and finally SSS. Achieving an S rating qualified one as a goddess. In the past 6 months, Lin Xiao had only encountered 2 serrated beauties, both of whom had left him in awe. The renowned campus beauties of Tianhai's top universities hovered around a level. Even teacher Jiang from his school rated A. His heart raced wildly as he fixated on the number 21, trembling with excitement. 21 points. I can directly unlock the guidebook, he thought. But this is an SSR level. She certainly cannot be an ordinary woman. How could she allow me to sketch her? In that instant, Lin Xiao glimpsed a flicker of hope, yet it seemed so distant and unattainable. Regardless, I must give it a try. Even if it means facing a beating, it is a risk worth taking. The overwhelming desire propelled Lin Xiao to make a swift decision. This was his only hope, and he would not rest easy without at least attempting it. Additionally, he was immensely curious about what an SSR beauty looked like, and the mention of a nine-tailed fox intrigued him. In this world, beast clans existed, but they were not native. Rather, they had invaded from another realm. Lin Xiao pushed aside his thoughts and resolved to locate this SSR goddess first. Finding her wouldn't be difficult. The guidebook's capabilities were formidable, having already sketched a map on its pages, marking her location with a red dot. This red dot lay precisely at the limit of 1,000 meters. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao twisted the throttle of his electric scooter and sped towards the red dot. However, within 100 meters, the sound of the guidebook flipping echoed in his mind once more. Lin Xiao glanced again, witnessing the guidebook turn to a new page, revealing more text. Illustrated Goddess has appeared within 1,000 meters. Name: Suruer Nine-Tailed Fox. Appearance: SS. Physique: SS. Aura: SS. Overall rating: SS. Overall rating has reached S, fulfilling contract conditions. Universal Goddess contract function is activated. Expected to increase collection value by 15 points. Lin Xiao nearly toppled from his scooter in disbelief. What was happening today that he encountered yet another SS-level goddess? Could it be that fate was truly lending him a hand? Casting a glance at the map on the paper, Lin Xiao was astonished to find that the newly emerged red, representing the SS beauty, was remarkably close to Su Nanya. Yet another nine-tailed fox, and both bore the surname Su. Could they possibly be sisters? His heart raced uncontrollably, and as he rode his electric scooter, he felt as if his hands were being twisted off. All the while lamenting that the speed was insufficient, that a few minutes later, Lin Xiao arrived at a desolate commercial street. The map indicated that the two super beauties were located within a blue glass building directly across from him. He discarded his scooter and hurried to the front of the building, lifting his gaze to discover that it housed a commercial bank. If the target was indoors, locating her would prove challenging. However, the pictorial guide possessed an extraordinary feature, an ability to disregard obstacles and display a panoramic view centered on Lin Xiao, encompassing everything within a radius of 50 meters. He could observe everything within that range from a divine perspective, scrutinizing all people and events from any angle. Furthermore, all occurrences within that 50-meter radius could be recorded, forming videos or images that could be exported and seamlessly imported into mobile devices, such as phones and computers. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao approached the corner of the building, his eyes slightly lowered as he entered the observer's perspective. Like playing a sandbox game, the scenery within the 50-meter radius unfolded before him as a 3D map. He beheld the spacious bank lobby, where a female clerk was counting cash at the counter, and behind her, a small vault lay beneath the floor. In the adjacent printing room, a printer buzzed, churning out paper, while a stunning woman waited, subtly tugging at a toy beneath her skirt when no one was watching. S's gaze swept across the varied individuals and events. Lin Xiao identified his first target. Su Rower, seated on a row of chairs in the bank's waiting area. She was highlighted in red by the guide, her name emblazoned above her head in bold crimson letters. Upon seeing Su Rower, Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned, his expression rife with confusion. Clad in a floral white dress and pink sandals, she appeared to be around 25 or 26 years old, with long black hair cascading over her shoulders. A beauty rare to behold. However, this visage fell short of Lin Xiao's expectations. Based on previous encounters, she was at best an A beauty. How could she possibly warrant an SS rating? Lin Xiao found himself utterly perplexed. His mind racing with information about nine-tailed foxes, his eyes narrowing slightly. In his martial arts curriculum, there was a dedicated course on beast tribes, and the nine-tailed fox clan was rumored to possess a talent for disguise, capable of transforming into various forms. Was this not Su Rower's true appearance? After observing her for a few more seconds, he noted that she was conversing with a plain-looking woman wearing black-framed glasses. Their exchange concluded just as the bespectacled woman hurried away, ascending the stairs to the second floor from the back of the waiting area. Almost immediately, a middle-aged man in the waiting area stood up, approaching Su Rower, clearly intending to strike up a conversation with the rare beauty. Lin Xiao chose not to linger and shifted his focus to his next target, the SSR goddess Su Nanya. Su Nanya was located upstairs, seated on a black sofa in a VIP waiting room. The moment he laid eyes on her, Lin Xiao was once again taken aback, as Su Nanya bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Rower from the first floor. Even their attire, hair, and accessories were identical. It was as though the woman sitting on the sofa was Su Rower herself. If Su Nanya was not her true form, how could the two women disguise themselves to appear exactly alike? While Lin Xiao was astonished, his curiosity about their true appearances intensified. Just then, an unexpected commotion erupted in the first-floor waiting area. Su Rower abruptly stood up from her seat, leaning toward the man who had approached her, and without warning, drew a dagger, swiftly stabbing him 3 times in the chest. Lin Xiao was aghast as he witnessed the man collapsing, clutching his chest in agony, blood beginning to spew forth moments later. The few patrons in the waiting area stood frozen in shock. The security guard at the entrance noticed the disturbance, but, equally stunned, took a moment to react. Su Rower flashed a ghostly smile at the onlookers before turning and heading upstairs. A few guards finally regained their composure, hastily dialing emergency services while brandishing their electric batons in pursuit of her. Lin Xiao's perspective followed Su Rower as she ascended to the 2nd floor. This ruthless vixen, upon reaching the corridor, casually swept her hand across her face, transforming into the guise of an ordinary woman in the blink of an eye. With a quick turn, her white dress morphed into a tailored suit, and her long black hair was cropped into a neat bob. Indeed, she could disguise herself. At that moment, the guards stormed up to the 2nd floor, colliding with the newly transformed Su Rower. "Have you seen a woman in a white dress?" One of the guards asked anxiously, entirely oblivious to the fact that the woman before them was the perpetrator. Su Rower feigned terror, pointing toward a door down the corridor. I saw her run into that room." Lin Xiao was left speechless. Was that not the waiting room where Su Nanya was located? He realized that this was a setup. Su Rower had orchestrated a murder and intended to frame Su Nanya on the 2nd floor. These two were not sisters. They were clearly rivals. Just then, Lin Xiao was struck by a sudden revelation, his eyes widening in realization. In the VIP waiting room, the door was unexpectedly flung open as several burly security guards burst in. "What are you doing?" Su Nanya, seated on the sofa, lowered her petite feet in astonishment. "Hands up! Get down!" The guards advanced cautiously, electric batons brandished. Su Nanya, bewildered, was caught off guard as one guard lunged forward, preparing to subdue her. Regaining her senses, Su Nanya's expression darkened. She swiftly sidestepped and delivered a kick that sent the approaching guard flying. The unexpected turn of events momentarily stunned the guards, and one of them shouted, "It's an extraordinary being!" Instantly, the guards were on high alert. They were mere mortals and stood no chance against an extraordinary individual. "Don't come any closer. We've already called the police. The officers are on their way." "Surrender! You can't escape!" Su Nanya was utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what the guard was saying. "What is happening? What do you want from me?" You've committed murder, and you still ask what we want." Su Nanya froze, suddenly realizing that something was amiss. Outside the building, Lin Xiao had an epiphany that wasn't this a serendipitous opportunity to be a hero and rescue the damsel in distress. Su Nanya was being framed, and it seemed unlikely she could clear her name, that if he helped her exonerate herself, perhaps she would owe him a debt of gratitude. His heart raced uncontrollably. The guide's panoramic recording feature could capture a video of Su Rower's transformation, providing evidence to exonerate Su Nanya. That glimmer of hope surged within him, as if he could finally grasp it. But would that alone convince Su Nanya to undress? Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment. It seemed quite precarious. No matter. He had to give it a try. Preparing himself to enter, he knew this was his only chance. Just then, a cacophony of blaring sirens echoed down the street that a police vehicle sped toward the bank. Screeching to a halt at the entrance, the doors swung open, and several fully armed officers swiftly disembarked, rushing toward the bank. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback. How could they arrive so quickly? It had barely been a minute since the guards called for help. The police response seemed alarmingly swift. He recalled that there were no police stations nearby. Lin Xiao's mind was racing with questions as he observed the officers approaching the bank entrance. The lead officer signaled, and the remaining officers scattered, surrounding the entire building. At that moment, Lin Xiao keenly noticed that each officer wore a badge unique to summoners on their chests. Suddenly, it dawned on him that something was amiss. The guard's earlier call to the police had not mentioned anything about extraordinary beings, only that a woman had committed murder. Why had the police dispatched so many summoners, and why had they arrived so quickly? Lin Xiao's footsteps came to an abrupt halt, his brow furrowing in concern as he hesitated momentarily, opting to observe the situation before making any decisions. He crossed to the opposite side of the street, stopping precisely at the 50-meter limit of the illustration, scrutinizing the conditions within the VIP room. Inside the VIP room, After a series of inquiries, Su Nanya finally grasped the unfolding events in an instant. She realized that she had been framed. Moreover, she swiftly deduced the identity of her assailant, Su Ruer. That relentless vixen had attempted to seize her spiritual essence multiple times. With thoughts racing, Su Nanya quickly comprehended Su Ruer's intentions. She aimed to have the police arrest her. Once incarcerated, she would undoubtedly face further schemes awaiting her. It was possible that the police had already been bribed, and upon her imprisonment, an assassin would be sent after her. She could not allow herself to be captured. Su Nanya instantly understood the gravity of the situation. However, despite her insights into Su Ruer's motives, she found herself ensnared in a predicament that was not easily unraveled. The home must have surveillance footage capturing her committing murder. If she claimed that someone had impersonated her to commit the crime, it would be futile, as she had no evidence to support her claim. Yet, if she attempted to flee now, the consequences would be dire. Should she fail to exonerate herself later, everything she had painstakingly achieved in the human world would vanish in a thin air. That wretched woman! Su Nanya seethed, her teeth clenched in anger. That moment. The door to the VIP room was flung open, and a middle-aged officer entered, surveying Su Nanya with a piercing gaze, immediately demanding, "Did you commit murder?" Su Nanya took a deep breath and retrieved an identification card from her handbag. Presenting "I am a professor from the Painting Armor Department at Longing University. You may verify this at once that I did not commit the murder. Someone impersonated me to frame me." The middle-aged officer, his expression impassive, took the identification and glanced at it before stating flatly, "Whether or not you killed someone will be investigated. For now, come with me to the police station." He then instructed the officers behind him. "Cuff her!" Su Nanya's brows knitted tightly, sensing something amiss with this man. Without the luxury of contemplation, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside, striding towards the middle-aged officer and questioning, "We are professors from Longing University. On what grounds do you arrest her?" The newcomer, a bespectacled woman named Lu, was a colleague of Su Nanya's from the university. Having come to the bank today to accompany her, Lu felt a flicker of relief upon recognizing a familiar face. However, the next moment, her pupils dilated in horror. As Lu approached, a flash of red light erupted from the officer's sleeve, and a small red serpent lunged toward her arm with lightning speed. Caught completely off guard, she was bitten. "Teacher Lu, you!" Su Nanya's complexion paled dramatically as she stumbled backward, glancing at her arm, where two bloodied puncture wounds appeared, darkening visibly. Highly toxic, the bespectacled woman's face twisted into a triumphant smirk. "Professor Su, did you expect this? Why would you do this?" Su Nanya felt an overwhelming sense of crisis wash over her as she glanced at the indifferent middle-aged officer, finally realizing that the plot against her was far more sinister than she had imagined. The police chief was evidently complicit in this scheme. Before Lu could respond, a melodious laughter echoed from the doorway. "Sister Su, we meet again." Su Nanya turned, her expression turning icy-wide at Su Ruer. The woman with changing short hair smiled seductively. "Oh, it appears you have deduced it as so. Will you resist stubbornly, or will you surrender? If you willingly relinquish your inner spiritual essence, I can grant you a swift demise. Dream on if you think you can take my spiritual essence." Without hesitation, Su Nanya hurled herself towards the window, realizing that the police had been compromised and understood that fleeing was her only option. She was poisoned and could not afford a delay. With a crash, the glass shattered. Su Nanya leaped from the window, her form transformed into a colossal white fox, and as soon as she landed, she bolted down the street. Her decisive escape caught Su Ruer off guard for a moment before she sneered, "Flee? I've already laid out a net that spans the heavens. Let us see where you can run." On the street, as Su Nanya sprinted a short distance, she spotted an officer ahead preparing to summon a spirit. Instantly, a wave of danger washed over her. She quickly looked up to see a purple summoning portal opening high above, from which emerged a gargantuan magical ape, its massive arms raised to strike her down. Reacting instinctively, Su Nanya darted forward, her foxtail erupting behind her .1 tail, transformed into 5, lengthening in an instant to whip the magical ape fiercely. The creature was sent flying like a projectile, crashing onto the street. With no time to spare, Su Nanya continued her frantic flight, But just a few steps later, a chilling howl pierced the air from behind her. Turning her head, her pupils constricted in terror that on top of a car, an officer drew back a bow, and from the summoning portal behind him, a massive wind elemental spirit emerged in arrow, enveloped in a swirling white cyclone. Was shot towards her like a meteor. The arrow sliced through the trees along the sidewalk, severing trunks as thick as barrels. Sunanya had no time to evade and could only brace herself. A brilliant golden light enveloped her as a layer of armor materialized to shield her. With a resounding clang, the arrow struck her armor, unleashing a violent gale that propelled her through the air. As she soared, she caught sight of several summoning portals opening at various points in the street, with spirits clamoring to emerge. Panic gripped Sunanya as she landed and sprinted away desperately, unwilling to engage in combat. The odds were overwhelmingly against her. She possesses legendary painting armor. It cannot be broken, shouted the archer. Su Ruer scoffed in response. She is a painting armor master, so her legendary armor is no surprise. Pursue her. Wear her down from a distance. She has been poisoned by the five-step serpent and one T last longed out on the street. Lin Xiao was taken aback by the sudden outbreak of chaos. Acting on instinct, he fled to a safe distance, narrowly escaping the path of the terrifying arrow. The gale lifted a car and sent it crashing down where he had just stood. Is this the power of a summoner? Lin Xiao felt a mix of trepidation and longing. Observing the officers swiftly pursuing the massive white fox that had vanished down the street, his brow furrowed in concern. The police chief was complicit in framing Sunanya. What should he do? He had intended to assist her, but now that the chief was involved in the hunt, intervening could lead to his own downfall. Yet, how could he abandon her? Sunanya was his only hope for unlocking the illustration. In a state of frantic contemplation, Lin Xiao clenched his teeth. I'll follow them for now. Perhaps an opportunity will arise amid the chaos. The panoramic perspective function of the illustration might reveal a chance to save her. Sunanya was now in grave peril. If he could rescue her, convincing her to comply would undoubtedly be much easier. Resolute, Lin Xiao decided to take the risk. He dashed to the roadside, mounted his electric scooter, and set off in pursuit of the crowd, maintaining a distance of around 500 meters as indicated on the illustration map. This pursuit continued for over 10 minutes, as Sunanya was relentlessly fleeing through the city, darting into various neighborhoods and malls in a chaotic frenzy. Approximately 20 minutes later, Lin Xiao noticed that her speed began to wane. The red dot representing her on the illustration map was moving increasingly slowly, nearing convergence with Su Ruer's red dot. She was evidently close to being caught. Lin Xiao felt a surge of anxiety for her. The fox sister, having endured the serpent's venom for nearly 20 minutes, was likely nearing her limit. If she were to be captured by Su Ruer now, all would be lost. In front of an abandoned half-finished building, Sunanya, in her white fox form, leaped over the wall and crashed into the building. Seeking refuge in a room, gasping for breath, she felt herself on the verge of collapse. The poison had seeped deep into her lungs, and she was moments from succumbing. Despair engulfed her heart. She collapsed to the ground, transforming back into a breathtaking woman, her exquisite features now pallid. She retrieved her phone and dialed a number. Within seconds, the call connected, and a gentle voice resonated on the other end. Xiaoya. What is the matter? Upon hearing that voice, Sunanya's eyes brimmed with tears as she choked out. Teacher, I'm being hunted. I'm going to die. A moment of silence enveloped the line before the woman's voice turned frantic. Xiaoya, what happened? Where are you? Who is chasing you? Sunanya whimpered. It's Su Ruer. I've been framed by her. The police are colluding with her and are currently pursuing me in Tianhai City. I've been poisoned with a deadly toxin and I can barely hold on. The voice on the other end of the phone instantly filled with panic. Xiaoya, listen to me. You must hang in there that I'll find someone to rescue you. I'm heading to Tianhai City right away. Teacher, I'm so scared. I don't want to die. Sunanya wept profusely. The trembling yet gentle voice on the line reassured her. Xiaoya, don't be afraid, be brave. I will definitely save you. You must hold on to him. Teacher, I'm waiting for you. Sunanya ended the call, wiped her tears, and resolutely steeled herself. Her teacher was right. She had to persist. She had to survive. She began to think rapidly, and after a few seconds, A look of determination crossed her face as she murmured, "I have no choice but to sacrifice my tail to survive." Immediately, she stood up and transformed into a gigantic white fox. With a gentle flick of her tail, one tail morphed into 5. Pain flashed in Su Nanya's eyes as she whispered to herself, "Qian Huan Lingfen." Suddenly, one tail detached and, in an instant, transformed into an identical fox. The little fox let out a soft cry, lightly touched the ground with its toes, and swiftly dashed out of the room. Outside the dilapidated building, Su Ruer, accompanied by a group of police officers, had already scaled the wall and was standing in the open space outside the building. The officers quickly spread out to surround the building. Standing atop the wall, Su Ruer shouted towards the building, "Sister Su, you can't escape. You might as well surrender, for the sake of our familial bond. I will make your death painless." As soon as she finished speaking, a white fox leaped out of a window on the side of the building, landing and vaulting over the wall, rushing toward a row of factories across the street. Su Ruer sneered, "Stubborn as ever. Let's see how long you can last." Lin Xiao, riding his small electric scooter, suddenly slammed on the brakes and stopped at the roadside. He noticed that the red representing Su Nanya on the map had ceased to move, while Su Ruer's that was rapidly heading southwest. "What's going on?" Lin Xiao wondered, and then he saw Su Nanya's move again, heading in the opposite direction of Su Ruer. Lin Xiao was taken aback, his eyes brightening with realization. Su Nanya had likely used some method to shake off Su Ruer. Overjoyed, he immediately sped off to chase after Su Nanya. After about 5 minutes, Su Nanya's red dot again became stationary. Checking Su Ruer's, he saw it had vanished from the map, indicating she was now over 1,000 meters away. Lin Xiao felt a surge of joy, but then his heart sank. Su Nanya had not fled far. She had stopped, likely unable to continue. Deeply concerned for her well-being, Lin Xiao cranked up the speed of his scooter and rushed ahead. Ahead lay a residential area, and the map indicated that Su Nanya was within it. Lin Xiao didn't rush in. He scanned the surroundings cautiously for any sign of police presence. After observing for a moment and finding no one in pursuit, he chose the shortest route and climbed over the wall into the community. Meanwhile, Su Ruer, having chased a few kilometers with her team, felt an inexplicable unease. She squinted at the white fox fleeing ahead, and upon closer inspection, her expression changed drastically to, "Oh no, this is Qianhuan Lingfen," inside the residential community. Lin Xiao moved swiftly, gradually closing in on Su Nanya. When he reached within 50 meters, he activated the full-view perspective function of his map. His gaze scanned quickly and soon located Su Nanya's position. At that moment, she had transformed into a small white fox the size of a kitten, lying in an unoccupied room on the 3rd floor of a residential building. Her tiny body trembled violently on an old, worn sofa, and she appeared to be in dire condition. Lin Xiao was faced with a dilemma. How could he rescue her? After a brief observation, his eyes lit up upon noticing a downspout hanging along the wall beside the balcony. An idea struck him. Climb up. Fortunately, the area beneath the building was currently deserted, so he quickly crossed the green belt and approached the downspout, rolling up his sleeves as he began to ascend. Climbing was not particularly difficult for him, as he had taken specialized rock climbing courses in school. About a century ago, 2 suns appeared in the sky of Blue Star, one golden, known as the Holy Spirit Star, which brought forth the profession of summoners, and the other red, named the Calamity Star, causing mutations in flora and fauna, leading to rampant magical beasts. Since then, education in schools had incorporated extensive extreme survival courses. With rock climbing being a compulsory subject, Lin Xiao skillfully climbed the downspout, though the aging pipe creaked ominously and the nails securing it loosened, making it sway precariously. "Come on, hold on, don't break." Lin Xiao prayed fervently as he scrambled upward. Ultimately, he reached the 3rd floor without incident. This apartment had clearly been uninhabited for quite some time, as the balcony was not enclosed. Lin Xiao grasped the railing and climbed inside, immediately encountering a dusty living room that had long been neglected. On the dilapidated sofa, the little fox continued to convulse. Lin Xiao's heart raced with worry. Without a moment to lose, he needed to get Su Nanya out of there. After all, Su Ruer might come looking for her. He rushed over, ready to pick up the little fox. I could see that moment. Su Nanya had completely lost her strength. The toxin had seeped deep into her veins, and she felt her life slipping away. This toxin should have been manageable, as long as it was expelled promptly. However, being pursued by enemies had left her no time to detoxify, and now, attempting to rid herself of it was far too late. Was she truly going to die like this? Su Nanya felt an overwhelming sense of despair, compounded by the sudden realization that someone had entered the living room. Instinctively, she feared it was Su Ruer catching up to her. Struggling to open her eyes, she saw hands reaching for her. Despair enveloped her. She had no strength left to resist and could only emit a desperate cry, akin to a dying fox that don't be afraid. "Dear, don't be scared. I'm here to save you." Su Nanya froze. That voice was incredibly gentle, as if her teacher was speaking to her, stirring an unparalleled sense of grievance within her. "Teacher, is that you? Why did it take you so long to come?" She murmured in her heart, feeling herself embraced in a warm hug. She struggled to open her eyes wider, catching sight of an extraordinarily handsome boy's face. Who was he? Why did he seem familiar? Was this a hallucination? Unable to hold on any longer, Su Nanya succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Xiao watched as the little fox grew limp against his chest, his heart leaping in alarm. He quickly checked for her heartbeat and, relieved to find it still beating, exhaled deeply. There was no time for further examination. He immediately scooped Su Nanya up and headed downstairs. Fortunately, there was no need to descend via the downspout. He simply exited through the door. Lin Xiao took the elevator down to the first floor, then dashed out of the community, locating his electric scooter and racing home. During his ride, he instinctively glanced at the map, only to be jolted by a sudden realization. Su Ruer had returned and was now approximately 500 meters away. Oh no, she's caught up? Lin Xiao's heart sank as he rapidly accelerated the scooter, fleeing down the non-motorized vehicle lane. As he sped along, he kept an eye on the map, but to his dismay, he found he could not shake off Su Ruer. She remained within the range of the map, sometimes close, sometimes far, as if she had some means of tracking him. Meanwhile, Su Ruer had transformed into a red fox. Perched on the shoulder of a police officer, her sharp nose twitching in the air as she sniffed the scent around her. Remarkably, she was tracking him by scent. Lin Xiao turned several corners on his electric scooter, but still could not lose Su Ruer. The sense of dread washed over him. Based on Su Ruer's tracking trajectory, it seemed as though she was following the path he had taken, rather than having locked onto him specifically. Had he left some clue behind? It didn't seem likely that the problem lay with him. Could it be that something was amiss with the little fox? Lin Xiao suddenly cradled the little fox and took a whiff. It smelled so fragrant. How could it be so delightful? A look of intoxication spread across his face as he gazed at the little fox's delicate features, realizing that even a fox could be so charming. Ugh, what am I thinking? How could I have such thoughts about a fox? Lin Xiao cursed himself, feeling a surge of anxiety in his heart. However, he finally comprehended how Su Ruer was tracking him. It was most likely through scent. What should I do? Lin Xiao's mind raced as he contemplated how to mask his scent. An idea soon struck him. He rode his electric scooter for a distance, scanning the road until he chanced upon a taxi displaying an empty sign that he waved vigorously. The taxi came to a halt, and Lin Xiao promptly opened the door and hopped inside. "Where to, student?" the driver inquired, noticing his school uniform. Rongnan Street. "Please hurry, my pet is ill," Lin Xiao replied urgently. "All right," the driver responded. Rongnan Street was not far, just 2 or 3 kilometers away. With a press of the accelerator, the taxi sped off. Lin Xiao glanced back, calculating that the enclosed space of the vehicle would make it difficult for Su Ruer to track him by scent any longer. Yet, he did not relax. His expression grew increasingly grim. Su Ruer would soon locate the electric scooter and realize that someone was aiding Su Nanya. That moment, the police could easily retrieve traffic surveillance and pinpoint his identity. Lin Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. Yet there was no turning back now. Abandoning the little fox was not an option. His conscience would not allow it, nor was he willing to forfeit this last opportunity. If he could rescue Su Nanya, convincing her to undress for him would certainly be more feasible than merely presenting evidence to clear her name. Just 5 minutes after Lin Xiao departed from the roadside, Su Ruer and the police arrived beside the electric scooter. She jumped off the police vehicle, leapt onto the scooter and sniffed around, her face darkening. Someone is assisting that wretched girl. They must have realized we were tracking them and fled the scene. Can you still pick up the scent? An officer inquired immediately. No. They must have left in a vehicle, Sue Rower replied, her expression turning increasingly sour as she glanced around, fixating on the roadside surveillance cameras. She commanded, check the footage. We will identify who helped that wretched girl. All right, I will contact traffic control immediately, the middle-aged officer said, but just as he was about to dial, his phone rang that he glanced at the caller ID, his expression shifting subtly before he swiftly answered. Approximately a minute later, he hung up, his face pale as he looked at Sue Rower. The chief has ordered us to cease our efforts. Longing University has leveraged connections within the city, and a significant figure has personally pressured the chief. Experts are already en route. The chief was initially turning a blind eye to this matter. It cannot escalate further, and we cannot assist you any longer. Sue Rower's face turned ashen, and in a fit of rage, she unleashed a torrent of curses, her voice dripping with venom. Help me one last time and check the surveillance. The middle-aged officer chuckled bitterly. Miss Sue, I believe it is futile. Even if we retrieve the footage, we would still require the cooperation of the Traffic Control Department to identify the target. By then, their reinforcements would have arrived. You should abandon this pursuit. The wave of resentment flickered in Sue Rower's eyes. But the officer's words rang true. After a series of furious screams, she had no choice but to concede defeat. Lin Xiao disembarked at Rongnan Street and swiftly made his way to a pharmacy, having temporarily shaken off Sue Rower that he needed to devise a plan to save Su Nanya. The solution was simple. Su Nanya had been poisoned, and he needed to administer an antidote. However, time was of the essence that he was aware of the disaster five-step snake's venom. Thanks to his education, in this era, creatures tainted by the disaster star, from insects to wolves and leopards, underwent mutations. After mutation, they were prefixed with disaster. Over the past century of humanity's struggle against these calamity-ridden beings, the characteristics of most mutated species have been cataloged and compiled into textbooks, forming a mandatory course for all students. Pharmacies in the city stocked various emergency medications to counteract injuries inflicted by magical creatures, including anti-venoms specifically targeting the venoms of disaster snakes. Naturally, these serums were generally only effective against lower-level disaster snake venoms. Higher-level venoms posed a significant challenge. Lin Xiao was uncertain of the level of the snake that had bitten Su Nanya, but felt he had no choice but to try. He hurried into the pharmacy, purchasing the most expensive and effective anti-venom for the disaster five-step snake, along with a syringe. After exiting, he ducked into a secluded alley and quickly administered the injection to the little fox. Following the injection, Lin Xiao felt a slight relief, glancing at the map and noting that Sue Rower had not appeared within the vicinity. Still, he dared not let his guard down and hailed another taxi to relocate. While seated in the vehicle, he began to ponder his next move. Returning home was out of the question. The police could easily identify him through surveillance, making it a straightforward task to find his residence. Where could he go? An idea soon surfaced. He had a secret safe house. Lin Xiao was an orphan, though that term did not entirely encapsulate his situation. The original owner had parents who had mysteriously disappeared several years prior, leaving behind a substantial fortune and properties, including a secret safe house that, in this era of rampant magical creatures, many individuals had taken to creating safe houses. Property developers had responded to this demand by constructing numerous fortified complexes resembling fortresses. Resolute, Lin Xiao exited the taxi, consciously avoiding surveillance, and summoned a tricycle to reach an upscale neighborhood. This area appeared distinct, surrounded by high walls topped with electric fencing. Within, there were 7-story villas, each encased in reinforced steel mesh. Carrying the little fox, Lin Xiao navigated to a building based on his memory, took the elevator to the 4th floor, and input the code to unlock the door. A slightly stale odor greeted him as he entered. He surveyed the clean and tidy interior, recalling that the original owner would periodically come to tidy up, maintaining the space well. This location had never been disclosed to anyone and was not listed among the properties, so it was unlikely the police would locate it in the short term. Lin Xiao pushed open a bedroom door, retrieving stored blankets and sheets from the wardrobe and placing them on the bed. He then gently extracted the little fox from his collar and laid her carefully on the bed. After checking her heartbeat, he found it faint but still present. He sighed, wrapping her in a blanket and leaning against the headboard. Murmuring softly, "Little fox sister, now it's up to you. Hang in there and fight for your life. That if you survive, remember to repay me." Those romance novels always depict little foxes repaying kindness. "I don't even need you to be my wife. Just let me sketch your portrait." Thus, Lin Xiao remained vigilantly by the bedside. As time wore on into the evening, after consuming a meager meal, he checked on the little fox once more, only to feel a heavy dread settle in his heart. The antivenom appeared to have no effect, possibly due to the late administration. The little fox's heartbeat was slowing, nearly imperceptible. Lin Xiao's heart grew exceedingly heavy. This state persisted until approximately 8 or 9 o'clock, and the little fox's body grew increasingly cold, her breath fading away. In a state of utter despair, he ultimately resorted to climbing onto the bed, shedding his clothing, and cradling the little fox in his arms. Hoping to impart warmth through his own body heat, he continuously whispered in her ear, yearning for her to hear the voices of the living, seeking to guide her through the encroaching darkness of death. And so, Lin Xiao held the little fox throughout the night. At some point, exhaustion overtook him, and he unknowingly drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, in his embrace, Su Nanya found herself battling against death. She could vaguely perceive some changes in her surroundings. Sensing a warm embrace and feeling the jolts of movement, she could also hear a voice calling to her, urging her to survive. Who was he? Why did he care for her so deeply? Su Nanya vaguely recalls the visage of a young in the deep of night. The room is enveloped in silence. Lin Xiao has already succumbed to a profound slumber. At a certain moment, the little fox in his embrace suddenly trembles gently, and after a few breaths, a soft white light begins to flow from its snow-white fur. This white light is not blinding. Rather, it is as pure and gentle as moonlight. Infused with a potent vitality, the white light envelopes the little fox, and her small form begins to transform, gradually elongating, ultimately morphing into a breathtakingly beautiful woman, completely bare. As Su Nanya slowly opens her eyes, feeling the rich vitality surrounding her body, and a sense of gratitude for surviving the brink of death blossoms within her heart. Fortunately, in her final moments of near demise, the innate spiritual essence hidden within her was activated, enabling her to resist the corrosive poison and reclaim her life. However, having first lost her tail in a desperate bid for survival and then depleted her spiritual essence for healing, her spiritual essence has been severely compromised, making it unlikely for her to evolve into a 9-tailed celestial fox in this lifetime. That a sense of melancholy envelopes Su Nanya's heart. Reluctant to dwell on such thoughts, she gazes at the boy holding her, recognizing that familiar face imprinted in her memory during her most despairing moments. That face is incredibly handsome, instantly captivating Su Nanya. Moreover, she increasingly feels as though she has seen this countenance before, yet cannot recall from where. Throughout her escape, Su Nanya was in a semi-conscious state, with only a vague awareness of her surroundings. She vaguely understands that the young man before her has been fleeing with her, administering serum, warming her with his body, and calling out to her. Without this boy, she would have likely fallen into the clutches of Su Ruer. To her astonishment, the one who saved her is such a remarkably handsome young lad. Who could he possibly be? As Su Nanya regains her senses, her cheeks flush slightly, and as she feels their bodies pressed closely together, the heat on her face becomes increasingly overwhelming, although her heart is filled with shyness. The warmth he provided during her utmost despair is intoxicating, causing her body to act against her will, yearning to draw even closer. As Su Nanya even leans her face toward him, burying it in the crook of his neck. A profound sense of security envelopes her, and she lets out a gentle sigh, her eyes closing as she continues to heal with her spiritual essence. The white light enveloping her continues to flow, gradually cocooning both of them. When Lin Xiao regains consciousness, he perceives that dawn has arrived. The world is bright, with the distant sound of car horns and the chirping of birds outside the window. He blinks in confusion, feeling warm all over, as if lying under the spring sun. For several seconds, he is dazed before gradually awakening, only to have his expression shift dramatically. What has become of the fox sister? His heart races with anxiety, flooded with guilt. How could he have fallen asleep? Moreover, he has slept until dawn. He anxiously looks down at his arms, only to be stunned into silence. Lying there is a silver-haired woman, with a pair of snow-white fox ears atop her head, her unseeable face nestled against his neck, her warm breath tickling him that a soft, delicate body presses tightly against him, instantly creating an irresistible allure. Lin Xiao's heart races wildly as he cautiously turns her face toward him. Upon seeing her features, his mind goes blank with a thunderous roar. His heart pounds uncontrollably, his mouth dry, and his breath quickens. Before him is a face of breathtaking beauty, stunning enough to enthrall all. This face is both beguiling and ethereal, like the enchanting bloom of a peach blossom and the allure of a rose. Yet it also possesses an air of purity, akin to a noble snow lotus or a serene lily. The juxtaposition of allure and sanctity, seduction and grace creates a mesmerizing magnetism that compels one to devour her while simultaneously yearning to worship her. Lin Xiao feels his heartbeat quickening, the sounds around him fading away into silence, leaving only that exquisite face in his world. Should he defile her, or should he revere her? Without hesitation, Lin Xiao chooses the former, leaning in to kiss her invitingly soft lips. As Nanya's eyelashes flutter and her almost open eyes snap shut again, her delicate hands quietly clutching the bed sheets. In truth, she had awakened long ago, the moment Lin Xiao turned her face. However, unsure how to confront their bare bodies pressed together, she feigned sleep. Little did she expect that her lips would suddenly be captured. As Nanya's heart races violently, leaving her utterly bewildered. Had it been someone else, she would have already slapped them away. However, the one kissing her is her savior, an exceedingly handsome young boy. What could she do? She could only choose to remain in her active slumber, allowing him to indulge. Yet after several minutes of kissing, Nanya could no longer maintain her pretense. The body before her grew increasingly heated, and a hand began to wander restlessly. Her own thoughts became increasingly muddled, and she realized that if this continued, it would lead to trouble. Suddenly, Nanya opens her eyes wide, breaking free from the searing embrace, hastily curling herself into the blankets, leaving only her misty eyes exposed. "Little rascal, we cannot continue like this," as she abruptly escapes. Lin Xiao feels an emptiness where she once lay, bewildered for a few seconds before suddenly jolting awake. Their gazes lock, Nanya's eyes brim with shyness, while Lin Xiao is filled with shame. What has he done? Taking advantage of the sleeping fox sister to engage in such impropriety is utterly disgraceful. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Lin Xiao genuinely did not intend to. With her SSR-level beauty, it was impossible for any man to resist in such a situation. Bowing his head, unable to meet Nanya's gaze, he is overwhelmed with regret, fearing that she will think less of him. Henceforth, any request for a portrait may become exceedingly difficult. As Nanya observes the boy's face, painted with guilt, and the shyness in her eyes gradually dissipates, her own gaze softening into crescent moons as she suddenly bursts into laughter. What a silly little brother. Lin Xiao feels even more embarrassed by her words, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing his silence, Nanya's eyes grow warmer, seizing the opportunity to scrutinize her savior earnestly. During her previous awakening, she had not taken the time to truly observe him. Now, as she carefully examines him, she finds him to be extraordinarily handsome, his cheeks flushed with a certain unnameable cuteness. Grateful for his rescue, her affection deepens, and she blinks her eyes playfully, softly speaking. "Naughty little brother, you saved me." "Thank you, but I still don't know your name. I'm Nanya. What about you?" Lin Xiao, hearing her gentle voice, senses that she bears no resentment, and his heart relaxes slightly as he hastily replies. "My name is Lin Xiao." Lin Xiao. Nanya's eyes sparkle as she softly repeats his name, then inquires, "Lin Xiao, have we met before? You seem so familiar. We haven't tea." Lin Xiao replies truthfully, "They haven't tea met." Yet why does she seem so familiar? Nanya is quite surprised, pondering for a moment before asking. "By the way, even though I was mostly unconscious yesterday, I could still sense that you were fleeing with me from the enemies." You seem like an ordinary person. How did you manage to escape from them? And where is this place? Seeing that Su Nanya is no longer pursuing her grievances about his impropriety, Lin Xiao feels an immense sense of relief. Moreover, the fox sister has covered herself with the blankets, revealing only half of her face, her allure far less intense than moments ago. Lin Xiao finally regains his composure and softly recounts the events of yesterday. After listening, Su Nanya begins to grasp the situation, but her heart is filled with even more questions. Lin Xiao, according to what you said, you intended to seek my help but happened to encounter me being attacked, which led you to rescue me. Since we didn't know each other before, how did you suddenly come to seek my assistance? And what do you wish for me to help you with? Gazing into her slightly puzzled, peach blossom-like eyes, Lin Xiao, for some inexplicable reason, finds himself unable to harbor deceit. Yet he cannot disclose the matter regarding the illustration. He can only nervously say, Sister Su, the specific reason I seek your assistance involves some of my secrets. You can choose not to ask, can't you? Su Nanya is taken aback upon hearing this, and then notices the hint of concern in his eyes, fearing she might be displeased, which brings a smile to her face. Silly little brother, since it's your secret, I want to pry, but surely you must explain what kind of help you need. Otherwise, how can I assist you, right? Lin Xiao nodded repeatedly, preparing to voice his request. But as he gazed into her expressive eyes, the words stuck in his throat. Unable to escape, an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over him, rendering him unable to utter the phrase figure drawing. Fearing that she might perceive him as lewd, Su Nanya, attuned to his hesitation, gently encouraged him. Lin Xiao, you saved me. I will repay you whatever you desire. Just speak up. If it is within my power, I shall fulfill it. Lin Xiao inwardly chastised himself for his lack of courage. He could not fathom why he felt so pathetic today. In the past, he had drawn countless figure sketches for beautiful women without a hint of timidity. Yet today, he felt like a coward. After a considerable struggle, he finally mustered the courage, his voice barely above a whisper. Sister Su, could I possibly draw a figure sketch of you? Su Nanya's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Her tone playfully chiding, you naughty brother, still thinking about my body. That's not permissible. Suddenly, Su Nanya froze. Figure sketch? You are a master figure sketch artist? It dawned on her why Lin Xiao appeared so familiar. He bore a striking resemblance to the renowned figure sketch master in the photographs. Lin Xiao blinked in astonishment. Sister knows me? Su Nanya nodded repeatedly. I'm the most beautiful in the blue star. Lin Xiao was left dumbfounded, his heart soaring with joy. It turned out his sister was indeed a stunning beauty. Su Nanya shot him a teasing glance, full of pride. I invited you yesterday, but you refused to meet. Lin Xiao scratched his head in embarrassment. I had no idea sister was this beautiful. Sister Su, may I please draw a figure sketch of you? Su Nanya's cheeks flushed slightly, but the thought was too embarrassing. Why do you want to draw a figure sketch? She inquired curiously, recalling her previous inquiries online. Lin Xiao knew he could not reveal the truth to an online acquaintance, so he merely stated it was a personal hobby. Sister, I cannot disclose the reason, but it is crucial to me, as it pertains to whether I can awaken as a summoner tomorrow. Oh please, I need your help. Su Nanya was taken aback. Sister does not quite understand. What does drawing a sketch have to do with awakening? Lin Xiao meekly replied, Sister, you just promised not to pee or why. Su Nanya paused, feeling somewhat helpless. Looking into Lin Xiao's pitiful eyes, she found it hard to refuse. However, this request was undeniably embarrassing. Fox women are often perceived as flirtatious and seductive, their every gesture and smile imbued with allure. Yet, that was merely a natural charm, not indicative of their true nature. The mere thought of exposing herself to this young man filled her with profound shame. After a lengthy internal struggle, she sighed, well, this little rascal saved my life, and he's already claimed my first kiss. I suppose I can allow this. Resolute, Su Nanya's face took on a charming allure as she playfully stated, well, since I owe you, I shall grant your request. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a surge of elation, nearly leaping with joy. Seeing his sheer delight, Su Nanya felt increasingly bashful, her voice soft and sultry. So, shall we begin now? Lin Xiao nodded eagerly. Yes, let us start now. He feared that Su Nanya might change her mind at any moment. Sister, please wait. I will prepare my drawing tools. With that, he quickly jumped out of bed and dashed into another room. Once inside, he closed the door, took a deep breath, and clenched his fists excitedly. Liquid S. Then, with a snap of his fingers, a massive tome of magic appeared abruptly, floating before him. The book, adorned in black and gold, had a hard cover inscribed with gilded characters, Compendium of Divine Goddesses. The cover illustration depicted a green-haired elf embracing a horned succubus, their poses suggestively intimate, their expressions enticing. Lin Xiao lightly tapped the cover of the compendium, and it transformed into an 8K sketchbook with a pure black cover. A pencil tucked within its pages, he took the sketchbook in hand and returned to the bedroom. Upon reaching the doorway, he overheard a phone conversation. Teacher, I'm perfectly fine now. The last healing with spiritual resonance worked wonders. I'm really okay. You needn't be worried. As Lin Xiao entered, Su Nanya looked up, her expressive eyes signaling him to wait as she spoke softly into the phone. Teacher, I understand that I'll come find you shortly. A voice on the other end, indistinct, murmured something, and moments later, Su Nanya hung up, turning her gaze back to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, the person on the phone, was my teacher. She has arrived in Tianhai City and has already leveraged her connections to pressure the police chief. No one is pursuing us anymore, and Su Rower should have given up. Lin Xiao was overjoyed. That's wonderful. Now we need not worry about anyone coming after us. Curiously, he then asked, by the way, Sister Su, given how dire your situation was last night, how did you recover? What is spiritual resonance? Su Nanya explained softly. Spiritual resonance is a primal power within our Fox clan, possessed only by a select few. It harbors formidable healing abilities, and it was this that saved my life last night. Lin Xiao's eyes widened in realization as he recalled the conversation from the previous day. I heard Su Rower mention wanting to seize your spiritual resonance. Can it really be stolen? Su Nanya's expression dimmed, and she sighed. Yes, spiritual resonance is the key for our nine-tailed fox clan to evolve into the nine-tailed celestial fox, and it can indeed be plundered. Su Rower's innate talent pales in comparison to mine. By human standards, hers is probably an S rating, while mine is SSS. She has repeatedly targeted me, aiming to steal my spiritual resonance to achieve her final evolution. Lin Xiao was incensed. That is utterly despicable. Spiritual resonance is a divine gift. It exists or does not. How could one destroy another S foundation for their own gain? Su Nanya sighed. Such occurrences are common among our nine-tailed fox clan. But let us not dwell on that, little rascal. Weren't you going to draw a sketch? Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's focus shifted immediately, eagerly nodding like a chick pecking at grains. Sister Su, let us begin. Su Nanya's cheeks turned a rosy hue. Wait a moment. Let me prepare myself. With that, she nestled back under the covers. Lin Xiao gazed at the delicate, translucent foot that peeked out from the bedding, his heart racing once more. After a moment, Su Nanya reemerged, her enchanting eyes glistening as she spoke in an irresistibly soft voice. Little rascal, let us begin. You must hold steady and not leap forward. As she spoke, she gradually pulled the covers away. In the spacious, well-lit bedroom, morning light streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, filtering through the sheer curtains, casting a warm glow on the maplewood floor and illuminating the beauty of her flawless skin. Her skin, kissed by sunlight, glistened like jade, her exquisite form devoid of any clothing, radiating an alluring sheen. Su Nanya reclined against the headboard, her porcelain body laid bare, her curves flowing like the picturesque landscapes of Jiangnan. Her skin was as white as snow, her figure alluring, with long white hair cascading over her shoulders, two pointed fox ears twitching, and a plume of snowy tails swaying behind her. Opposite her, Lin Xiao held the sketchbook, his gaze entranced as he began to draw fervently. The pencil danced across the paper, capturing her graceful waist, delineating her voluptuous figure, and tracing the contours of her curves. The seductive charm reflected in Su Nanya's eyes. The sensuousness of her form and the ethereal purity of her demeanor were flawlessly immortalized on the page. Lin Xiao found himself in a peculiar state, 9 parts entranced and 1 part lucid. The moment Su Nanya unveiled herself, the breathtaking beauty of this top-tier Fox clan enchantress sent him into a frenzy. Truly, she was a goddess with a triple SSR rating, a S. She fully revealed her stunning beauty. Lin Xiao felt utterly overwhelmed. Despite being on the verge of losing himself, he clung to the last vestiges of clarity, driven by the dedication of a master figure sketch artist. That moment. As the cover slipped away, he beheld the very subject he had longed to sketch. Lin Xiao resembled a sculptor gazing upon an exquisite piece of jade, eager to begin his work. The fervent desire to create kept him tethered to reality. Meanwhile, Su Nanya lay on the bed, experiencing an extraordinary sensation. Initially shy and reserved, her nervousness gradually melted away, replaced by an unexpected enjoyment of Lin Xiao's fervent and gentle gaze. It was a wondrous experience, allowing her to unabashedly display her beauty, much like a peony blooming in full splendor for all to admire. Su Nanya had never encountered such an experience. She was simply too beautiful. Since the moment she realized that such beauty could bring her peril, she seldom revealed her true self to the world. Over the years, she had hardly ever showcased her genuine visage before outsiders. During sleepless nights, she would stand before the mirror, admiring her exquisite form, sighing at the thought of a pearl gathering dust, unseen by anyone. Yet at this moment, she finally experienced the satisfaction of being admired, akin to a renowned flower having an owner, as if her heart had found its counterpart. The sketch concluded after half an hour. Lin Xiao paused his pencil, standing dazedly in place, his gaze fixated on Su Nanya. As Su Nanya returned his stare, their eyes locking, the atmosphere gradually heating. Without continuing his creation, Lin Xiao found his rationality slipping away, his eyes growing increasingly fervent. Su Nanya, startled, abruptly withdrew into her blanket, her heart racing. "You little rascal, you! Get out quickly!" Lin Xiao's body jolted, his mind struggling fiercely for a few seconds before he finally broke free from the deadlock of reason and dashed out of the room. If he lingered any longer, he would undoubtedly succumb to primal urges. With a heart pounding wildly, Lin Xiao swiftly entered another empty room, shut the door, and vigorously shook his head. He then closed the sketchbook. And the Divine Goddess Compendium reverted to its original form. The black and gold compendium emanated a hazy golden light, gently quivering, inexplicably giving the impression that it too was expressing excitement. Lin Xiao's attention was immediately diverted as he eagerly opened the compendium cover. He beheld a segment of text appearing on the faint golden pages, collected in SSR goddess artwork. Collection value increased by 21 points. Current collection value, 101100. Congratulations, host. You have filled the collection value. The compendium is now upgrading. The compendium snapped shut, trembling in midair, erupting in a burst of dazzling multicolored light that subsided after several seconds. Upon inspecting the cover once more, it retained its black and gold exterior. But the accompanying illustration had changed. It now depicted an enchanting nine-tailed fox, resembling Su Nanya perfectly. Lin Xiao could hardly contain his anticipation as he opened the compendium again. The upgrade was successful. Advancing to version 2.0, the contract function for the Divine Goddess had been activated, the map search radius enhanced to 2,000 meters, and the panoramic map range expanded to a 100-meter radius. New function 1. Yin-Yang dual cultivation. Allowing the host to engage in dual cultivation with a contracted spirit, enhancing training speed. New function 2. Contract spirit palace renovation, effective once the host becomes a summoner. Current collection value of the compendium. Note, further collection of beautiful human figure sketches will increase the collection value. Unlocking more functions once filled. Reading through the lines, Lin Xiao felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, nearly dancing with glee, wishing to shout aloud. After half a year of effort, he had finally unlocked this golden finger, and the exhilaration within him was beyond words. Were it not for Su Nanya's presence next door, he would have been unable to suppress his urge to yell. Upon seeing the yin-yang dual cultivation function, his heart ignited with fervor. Subconsciously glancing towards the adjacent room, Su Nanya's flawless form flashed in his mind that he must not think of that. He vigorously shook his head, expelling those impure thoughts. He was uncertain how much the yin-yang dual cultivation could enhance his training speed. He longed for a spirit sister to test it out immediately. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Xiao turned his gaze to the final 2 lines of the compendium, curiosity welling up within him. It could upgrade further. He wondered what other functions awaited, feeling a sense of anticipation. However, another 100 collection points were needed, and Lin Xiao couldn't help but grimace, temporarily losing interest in sketching, after witnessing Su Nanya's breathtaking figure. Other women suddenly appeared devoid of allure. Knock, knock. The door was gently rapped upon. "You little rascal, are you secretly up to no good in there?" came Su Nanya's sultry voice from outside. Lin Xiao was startled, quickly closing the compendium and transforming it back into a sketchbook. And no, he opened the door as Su Nanya stood at the threshold, fully dressed. Upon seeing her, Lin Xiao was once again entranced, his gaze dreamy. Clad in attire, Su Nanya exuded a different charm, yet retained her exquisite beauty. The allure of a beauty lies in the fact that no matter how many times one gazes upon them, or what garments they don, they can instantly captivate one's heart, that if one fails to do so, it simply signifies unworthiness of the SSR rating. At this moment, Su Nanya donned a pink dress. A jade-carved peach blossom slanted at her waist. Standing gracefully with a playful smile, Lin Xiao felt an involuntary surge of admiration, perceiving her as a peach blossom fairy, radiating enchanting allure, her smile melting his very bones as Su Nanya giggled, akin to 100 flowers blooming. Her expression one of playful reproach. "Little rascal, don't be foolish, Dad. If you keep staring at your sister like that, how will we interact in the future?" Lin Xiao suddenly awoke from his reverie, feeling a pang of regret. Indeed, if he continued to appear so lackluster, Su Nanya would surely look down upon him, and in the future she might not wish to engage with him. He must remain composed, must maintain his poise. Taking a deep breath, he shyly replied, "Sister, you are just too beautiful. I couldn't help myself." As he spoke, his gaze cleared. Noticing his rapid return to composure, Su Nanya felt a flicker of appreciation in her heart. She was well aware of her own allure. Few men could walk away unscathed upon witnessing her true form. "Little rascal, let me see the sketch you drew. You mustn't make me look ugly." Lin Xiao was quite confident in his artistic skills. In his previous life, he had been an art student with full attributes in SP, and was most adept at drawing figure sketches of beautiful women. Those he had drawn had all praised his work. He promptly handed over the sketchbook as Su Nanya's gaze swept across the sketch paper, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. The depiction of her on the paper seemed to come alive, as if it were about to spring forth. Though merely outlined in pencil, it exuded an ethereal quality, perfectly capturing her essence. The artist's technique was nothing short of divine, a masterstroke. "Sister Su, how does it look?" Lin Xiao asked, thoroughly pleased with her expression. Believing himself to be of master-level caliber in figure sketching, it was evident that the compendium had chosen him as its host for this very reason. Su Nanya, stunned, instinctively nodded, her tone filled with excitement. "Little rascal, you're not mistaken. You truly possess the natural talent to be a figure artist." They had previously discussed the notion of being a figure artist, and Lin Xiao had not been particularly elated at the time. Yet, seeing Su Nanya's sparkling eyes fixed upon him now filled him with immense joy. He thought to himself that he had finally found a quality that Su Nanya could appreciate. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, Su Nanya inquired, "Little genius, what is your summoner talent level?" Lin Xiao immediately deflated, replying meekly, "F." "Ah, so low." Lin Xiao bashfully rubbed his nose as Su Nanya realized her words had inadvertently diminished him, hastily adding, "Sister didn't mean to belittle you. The regret on Su Nanya's face was unmistakable. Sister is just a bit disappointed to become a figure artist. One must first be a summoner. And to become a high-level figure artist, a high summoner level is necessary. Such a pity Su Nanya had never anticipated Lin Xiao's summoner talent to be so low, with an F talent rating. The probability of becoming a summoner was exceedingly slim, and even if he were to become one by chance, his training speed would be painfully slow. The specifics could be discussed later. If the level couldn't be raised, then no matter how high his talent as a figure artist, it would be of little use. Yet Lin Xiao was confident that he would undoubtedly become a summoner, and with the yin-yang dual cultivation, his level might not rise too slowly. "Sister Su, believe me, I will become a summoner. Nanya was momentarily taken aback, seeing the inexplicable confidence on his face, and smiled warmly. All right, sister believes in you. Though she said this, a faint sigh escaped her heart, and she decided not to pursue the topic further. Little rascal, it's getting late. I must take my leave. The teacher is still waiting for me, and I have a significant problem to handle, so I cannot stay here any longer. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao felt a profound sense of reluctance. Sister Su, is the trouble you mentioned about the incident from yesterday? Su Nanya's expression darkened imperceptibly, and she nodded gently. Sururu framed me for murder, and even the police are involved. Although my teacher has already made connections, it's likely that I won't be able to clear my name from this murder charge. Lin Xiao hurriedly said, Sister Su, wait a moment. I have evidence that can prove you were framed. As she spoke, she dashed into the bedroom to retrieve her phone. Nanya was taken aback, pondering how this little rascal could possibly possess any evidence to prove her innocence. Amidst her confusion, she noticed Lin Xiao returning with the phone in hand, unlocking it and pointing to 2 videos in the album. Sister Su, here are 2 videos that can demonstrate your innocence. Su Nanya was stunned, instinctively taking the phone. The 2 videos contained clips that Lin Xiao had captured the previous day. Point 1 showcased Su Ruer transforming on the 2nd floor, taken from a hidden angle behind a vase. The other video depicted Su Ruer's appearance in the VIP room, also from a covert perspective. As Su Nanya clicked on the videos, her beautiful eyes widened in shock, instinctively covering her mouth with one hand. Filled with immense curiosity, Little rascal, how did you manage to capture this? Lin Xiao scratched his head, replying, Sister Su, that's my secret. Nanya was momentarily taken aback, then her eyes twinkled with playful annoyance. You little rascal, why do you have so many secrets? Don't you know that women are inherently curious? Especially as Fox Clan women, I can hardly resist the urge to delve into your heart to uncover how much you're hiding. Lin Xiao chuckled. Then come on in, sister. I'll keep you in my heart for now on. Nanya's ears flushed crimson in an instant, her face radiating charm. Naughty little brother, have you developed a fondness for your sister? Lin Xiao instinctively nodded, only to realize it moments later. His face turning beet or eepty, Nanya felt a flutter in her heart. Unable to resist, leaning closer, her breath warm near his lips, almost brushing against them. Little rascal, it seems your sister has also taken a liking to you. Lin Xiao stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, as Nanya shyly retreated, transforming into an ordinary woman. Thank you for the evidence, little rascal. You've been a tremendous help to your sister. I must take my leave now. We shall meet at tomorrow's awakening ceremony. Lin Xiao, still in a daze, murmured, I'll see sister out. Even after escorting Su Nanya out of the community, he remained somewhat entranced. Did Sister Su truly mean what she said? The mere thought sent dozens of little deer leaping in his heart. The remainder of the day passed in a haze of joyful excitement. On August 8th, also known as the Holy Sun Day, marks the day a century ago when the spirit star appeared in the world. In the early morning, the sun's rays were gentle. Tianhai City awakened particularly early today. The eastern sky was just beginning to brighten, and the streets and alleys of the city were already bustling with people. In the warm morning light, Lin Xiao donned his school uniform, riding his bicycle with a fried dough stick in his mouth. Hurrying towards the awakening ceremony venue. The ceremony was held at the summoning square in the city center, approximately 7 to 8 kilometers from his home, which would take about 20 minutes to reach. Lin Xiao breezed along, his youthful vigor evident as his open school uniform fluttered in the wind. 20 minutes later, the venue came into view. A massive square was situated at the heart of the city. The square was already teeming with a dense crowd, appearing at first glance like a swarm of ants in motion. Yet, the most striking feature of the square was the row of towering stone gates standing majestically to the north. There were 10 in total, each exceeding 20 meters in height, arranged in an arc like enormous picture frames. Utterly spectacular. Saint Sun Gate. Lin Xiao's eyes widened involuntarily. Today's awakening ceremony would take place within those magnificent stone gates. If first-time awakeners could summon a spirit from among them, they would become summoners. Illustrated tome. Do not let me down. Grant me a formidable spirit. Gazing at the imposing Saint Sun gates, Lin Xiao's face brimmed with anticipation. After 6 months of effort, it was time to reap the rewards. He wondered what type and grade of spirit he would contract. It is noteworthy that spirits are graded, categorized similarly to summoner talents, ranging from SS to F, with 9 levels in total. The higher the grade, the greater the abilities, and the more benefits they bestow upon the summoner. Naturally, the difficulty of contracting them increases as well. The illustrated tome can forcibly contract goddess-grade spirits, referring to female humanoid spirits with an appearance rating of S and a grade also at S. Even those capable of transformation fall under this category. SSS spirits are exceedingly rare, with a significantly high contracting difficulty. The illustrated tome's ability to forcibly contract them is nothing short of miraculous. Lin Xiao was confident that he would astonish the entire venue today. After securing his bicycle at the roadside, he eagerly approached the square. As he lifted his foot, a sudden sound echoed in his mind. The sound of the illustrated tome flipping. Startled, he glanced inward, witnessing the tome open. Golden pages revealing a segment of text. Name, Shiyu, human, appearance. Overall rating S? What S happening? When did Tianhai City gain another super goddess? Lin Xiao stood in a stupor. Moreover, this individual possessed an SSR in a single category, only slightly weaker than Sister Su. Lin Xiao instinctively scanned the square, soon realizing what was occurring to it seemed as he had anticipated. Many tourists from other regions had come to sightsee today. The stand on either side of the square were already filled with spectators, undoubtedly including numerous beauties from afar. This thought crossed his mind. The tome chimed again. Name, Luhai Ro, human, appearance. A figure, a temperament. A overall rating. A name, Zhang Ran, human, appearance. A figure, a temperament. An overall rating, a name. Yao Shu, human, appearance. A figure, a temperament. A overall rating. A. Lin Xiao's mouth dropped into an O shape. Within seconds, the tome had alerted him to the discovery of 7 super beauties. Despite their ratings not reaching S, the illustrated tome deemed these beauties as exceptional. Each one, when singled out, could be regarded as a goddess to countless admirers. Exceedingly rare, Lin Xiao, having traversed the entire city over the past 6 months, understood this well. The number of beauties that the illustrated tome could recognize was extraordinarily scarce. In a city of over 1 million, it was challenging to find even a few. Moreover, those rated S and above could be considered as rare as phoenix feathers. Only summoners were likely to possess such ratings that it seemed that only extraordinary power could maintain super beauties. This was easily understood. Summoners, protected by extraordinary powers, enjoyed long lives, eternal youth, and maintained their skin in impeccable condition, even enhancing their temperament. In contrast, ordinary individuals aged more rapidly, prone to oily skin, acne, and other imperfections, making it difficult to achieve flawless beauty. Goodness, today was indeed overwhelming. Lin Xiao gasped. Had this been before the illustrated tome was unlocked, he would have surely gone mad, contemplating how to approach each one to exchange contact numbers. Suddenly struck by a thought, he opened the search map of the illustrated tome. Upon glancing at it, he was left utterly speechless. Within a circular range of 2,000 meters, 3 to 4 dozen red dots had emerged. They couldn't all have arrived. Could they? These 3 to 4 dozen red dots, aside from the newly discovered 7 beauties, were all individuals he had previously encountered. The illustrated tome would not repeat alerts for the same type, but as long as they appeared within the search range, they would be marked with a red. Lin Xiao recognized nearly everyone on the list, and most had attempted to sketch portraits of him. Among the red dots, a portion was bordered with gold, indicating they had been collected through sketches, numbering a dozen or so. It was no surprise that the most significant annual event for humanity had gathered beauties from all corners. Lin Xiao marveled. Even having met the goddess among goddesses, Su Nanya, his heart fluttered with excitement. Suppressing his exhilaration, Lin Xiao contemplated a concern. These super beauties nearly all knew him. Some had undressed in front of him. Others he had flirted with, and some he had even offended. During the awakening ceremony, he would queue up before the St. Sun gates, and cameras would project his image onto the audience's big screen. At that moment, all those women would see him. I wonder what expressions the sisters will have upon seeing me. Lin Xiao's lips curled into a faint smile, imbued with a sense of anticipation. Shaking his head, he began to search for the location of the SS goddess, the divine master Yu, on the map. Such an extraordinary goddess was exceedingly rare, sparking his curiosity if he were fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of her. It would indeed be a privilege. After a swift scan of the map, he quickly located her position. To Lin Xiao's astonishment, he noticed that Sister Su's red was remarkably close to the goddesses. Almost overlapping, a thought struck him as he realized that both of their locations were in the heart of the square. At this moment, only 3 types of people could be found within the square: students participating in the awakening, staff members, and recruiters from various prestigious universities. Visitors were relegated to the stands on either side of the square. Given the proximity of the goddess and Sister Su, it was likely that they were university recruiters. Lin Xiao was eager to approach and seize the opportunity to see Sister Su again. Ever since yesterday, thoughts of her had lingered in his mind. Absence, even for a day, felt like an eternity. Without further hesitation, Lin Xiao hastened toward the square. The perimeter of the square was currently enclosed by iron railings. With armed special police stationed at intervals, he swiftly made his way to an entrance, produced his qualification certificate for the ceremony, and after verification by the staff, he entered the square without incident. Inside the square, a multitude of students had already gathered, organized by their respective schools into designated assembly areas. Lin Xiao's school, Tianhai No. 1 Middle School, was assigned to a region in the northeast corner of the square, conveniently close to a row of Shengyao gates. Coincidentally, Su Nanya and the SS goddess Yu were also nearby. Lin Xiao locked onto their direction and rushed over to that moment. In front of the Shengyao gates, 2 exceptionally beautiful women were seated at a long table adorned with red silk, designated for university recruiters. They were positioned closely together behind a table filled with paper, pens, enrollment brochures, and a nameplate displaying the printed name Dragon's Roar Summoner University. One of the women was Su Nanya, who appeared in a completely new light today. Dressed in an office OL-style suit, radiating both grace and beauty. Beside her sat a woman clad in a white qipao, her hair elegantly styled in a high bun, exuding an air of poise and refinement. The 2 women emanated a powerful aura of charm, drawing the attention of those around them. At that moment, the composed woman whispered to Su Nanya, feigning annoyance, "Xiaoya, what are you up to? Why did you move to this secluded corner? Our school has already been struggling with recruitment for the past 2 years, and by doing this, most of the students awakening over there will likely overlook us." Su Nanya wrapped her arm around the graceful woman and playfully replied, "Teacher, your worries are unfounded. With our combined allure, who would dare ignore us?" She glanced at the line of students in the distance and chuckled. "Just look at those youthful boys. They seem eager to rush over and devour us. Once they become summoners, they'll undoubtedly flock to apply to our school." The composed woman widened her eyes and playfully tapped her disciple's smooth forehead. "How old are you now? Behave yourself and answer my question." "Teacher, that hurts." Su Nanya recoiled, her gaze scanning the square in search of the mischievous boy who had occupied her thoughts throughout the night. "Teacher, my brother Lin Xiao is a student from Tianhai No. 1 Middle School, right across from here. Was that the reason she wished to see him?" Su Nanya nodded vigorously that my brother Lin Xiao possesses exceptional talent as a painter of armor. "If you don't believe me, you must come and see for yourself. When he arrives, you can evaluate him on the spot." The composed woman, upon hearing this, found herself both amused and exasperated. Just yesterday, her disciple had exalted the boy who had saved her life, claiming he was extraordinarily handsome and a natural-born talent as a painter of armor. When asked how she discerned this, she stammered and struggled to articulate her reasoning, leaving Master Yu unconvinced. "A natural-born talent as a painter of armor. Do you think I can't see through this? You simply feel indebted to him for saving your life and think he is perfect. That's not it. How about a bet? If my brother Lin Xiao truly possesses great talent, will you accept him as your personal disciple? Why don't you take him on yourself? Your level as a painter of armor is sufficient to accept disciples." Su Nanya's face flushed with embarrassment as she thought, "I've already been pressed against the bed by him, and I'm exposed before him. How could I still be his teacher?" Outwardly, however, she declared, "Teacher, will you take the bet?" "I refuse to bet." Master Yu replied with a hint of irritation. a master-level painter of armor, she could not casually accept anyone as her personal disciple. Although she felt a sense of gratitude for the boy who had saved Xiaoya, there were many ways to repay a debt, and it wasn't limited to this. Please, the best teacher in the world, Su Nanya pleaded, employing a charming tone. Unable to resist, Master Yu Ru relented, saying, fine, I will evaluate him later. Will that suffice? Instantly, Su Nanya's face lit up with J-O-Y.A-S. The teacher and disciple engaged in their whispered conversation. The students from Tianhai No. 1 Middle School waiting in line were also murmuring among themselves. Wow, those two recruiters over there are stunning, especially the one in the Chi Pao. Her elegance reminds me of my aunt that I think the OL-suited teacher is even more attractive. She embodies the perfect image of a career woman. I really want to get to know them. I must apply to their school later. By the way, how do you think Wang Chuyi compares to these two teachers? The school beauty? I feel like she falls short in comparison. Those two teachers exude such grace that I agree. When compared, Wang Chuyi seems a bit too youthful. The group of boys and girls chattered animatedly, their gazes instinctively drawn to a girl in the queue. She wore a red and black plaid (JK) skirt and had wavy chestnut-colored hair that framed her exquisite features. Hearing the surrounding comments, she furrowed her brows, casting a fleeting glance at the two recruiters across from her. Wang Chuyi was the school beauty of No. 1 Middle School and widely regarded as the most stunning girl among the 20 or so schools in Tianhai City. She had always been confident in her allure, taking great pride in it. Yet at this moment, faced with the two recruiters, she felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority for the first time. The undeniable charm radiating from the two women made her feel self-conscious, and a wave of jealousy washed over her. Women are often acutely aware of their appearance, and encountering someone more beautiful than themselves can naturally incite feelings of envy. Wang Chuyi's discomfort deepened upon hearing the surrounding discussions, causing her expression to darken considerably. Noticing her distress, her friend Jiang Qian offered consolation. Chuyi, don't pay attention to those fools. I still think you're the prettiest. She shot a disapproving glare at the surrounding crowd, admonishing them loudly. What are you all blabbering about? Do you even realize how rude it is to discuss someone else's appearance behind their back? Her words effectively silenced the chatter, diminishing the noise significantly. Lin Xiao quickly traversed the square, making his way toward the assembly point for Tianhai No. 1 Middle School. The sheer expanse of the square was impressive. It took him 7 or 8 minutes to finally reach the designated area. He paused, scanning the crowd in search of his classmates. Before he could locate them, a voice called out, "Lin, the school heartthrob. Over here." Lin Xiao's expression stiffened as he turned toward the sound, spotting his classmate Jiang Qian waving at him. While her shout helped him find his group, it also drew the attention of everyone around. Wow, it's Lin, the school heartthrob. So handsome. Is he really the Lin Xiao from No. 1 Middle School? He looks just as striking as the rumors say. Lin Xiao's face flushed with embarrassment as her gaze inadvertently met that of a girl beside Jiang Qian. The latter was momentarily taken aback, then tightened her expression, turning her head away in disdain. A frown creased Lin Xiao's brow as a wave of memory surged forth unbidden. Wang Qi, the original owner's former girlfriend, who had callously abandoned her the day after the results of the aptitude test were revealed. The original owner's suicide was a direct consequence of this woman, but a sense of inexplicable gloom enveloped Lin Xiao on that fateful day. Wang Chuyi had mercilessly discarded the original owner in front of the entire school. Despite the original owner's desperate pleas, she was ruthlessly belittled. Even as merely an inheritor of memories, the recollection of that moment sent chills down Lin Xiao's spine. That morning, Wang Chuyi had summoned the original owner to the playground, where she unleashed a barrage of heart-wrenching words. Lin Xiao, my aptitude is A. I am destined to become an exceptional summoner. And you, your aptitude is F, meaning you are doomed to languish at the bottom. We belong to two different worlds. Let us part ways. Your pleas are futile. Staying with you would only be a burden. D. Oh, you expect me to marry a good-for-nothing. 2 years of feelings. I'm sorry. But I have never liked you. I have known Liang Hao since childhood. He is the one I have always loved. Your tears are useless. Do not cling to me any longer. Your pathetic appearance disgusts me. I was truly blind to have ever chosen you. Am I cruel? Lin Xiao, you are too naive. Water flows downward and people strive upward. I am merely pursuing happiness. If you cannot accept this, then go die." Those final words became the catalyst for the original owner's tragic end. Having lost her parents at a young age, she was akin to an orphan, deeply infatuated with Wang Chui, viewing her as a pillar of emotional support. To be so ruthlessly cast aside left her in utter despair. Losing her parents at such a tender age often instilled a sense of abandonment, and that phrase "go die" plunged her thoughts into a dark abyss. Upon returning home that day, she took sleeping pills and ended her life. The act of killing did not require a knife. It was as simple as that. However, it must be said that Wang Chui, with her venomous heart, was indeed beautiful. She received an overall A rating from the appraisal, enhancing her collection value by 3 points. Yet in Lin Xiao's eyes, she was utterly repugnant, despite feeling cornered in recent days. He had never sought to win her back. Lin Xiao stood lost in thought. Jiang Xian called out, "Hey, handsome schoolboy, come here. Why are you just standing there?" Lin Xiao snapped back to reality, casting aside his negative emotions, and smiled. "I'll be there shortly. I need to find a friend first." He surveyed his surroundings, quickly pinpointing the admissions officer's seat using the map in the appraisement, and made his way over. After walking a short distance, he noticed an office lady waving at him from afar. Lin Xiao paused and tentatively called out, "Sister Su?" The office lady nodded with a smile. Lin Xiao's eyes brightened. Sister Su's outfit today was quite striking. From the bottom up, she sported a pair of gracefully long legs clad in 15D black stockings, complemented by a black L-line fitted skirt on her upper body. She wore a white shirt, adorned at her ample chest with a blue satin ribbon bearing the nameplate of the recruitment officer from Longyan University. Her entire figure was elongated and perfect, akin to a character drawn from a comic, and her face bore the allure of a mature, captivating woman. She epitomized the ideal image of a professional office lady, if he could win Sister Su's affection. It would open doors to various romantic possibilities. "Lin Xiao, come over here." His thoughts were interrupted by Su Nanya, that a smile instinctively spread across Lin Xiao's face as he hurried to her side. "Teacher, this is my savior, Lin Xiao. What do you think? Is he handsome?" As he approached, he noticed Su Nanya gushing to a poised woman beside her. Lin Xiao's gaze instinctively shifted, and he was momentarily entranced. Before him stood an exquisitely dignified lady whose presence was utterly captivating, drawing one's eyes in an instant. She resembled an elegant orchid in a secluded valley, exuding a rarefied grace, yet also carried the regal poise of a noble peony. The elegant woman smiled back, her eyes momentarily entranced, as a thought flickered in her mind. "What a handsome young As Su Nanya cooed, "Lin Xiao, let me introduce you. This is my teacher, Monsieur Yu, the dean of the painting armor department at Longyan University. Are you mesmerized, silly brother?" As Lin Xiao stood there, captivated, Su Nanya leaned in closer, whispering with a playful laugh, "What do you think? Isn't my teacher beautiful? Just between us, she is an absolute stunner. What you see now is not her true beauty." Lin Xiao had already realized that the dignified woman before him was not presenting her true visage, for she bore an exceedingly ordinary face. That he also understood that she was the super goddess rated SSS by the appraisement, her aura so extraordinarily alluring that it rendered one unable to look away. Ensnared in its allure, Su Nanya's transformation today could easily garner an A rating. But standing beside this lady, she was entirely eclipsed. The appraisement's evaluation was indeed devoid of exaggeration. Her aura was of SSR caliber. Even with an ordinary face, her elegance shone through. Regaining his composure, Lin Xiao realized that Monsieur Yu was Su Nanya's teacher. It would be discourteous to stare too long. He reined in his thoughts and respectfully addressed her. "I am Lin Xiao, a student at IT. Is an honor to meet the dean." Monsieur Yu was equally astonished by Lin Xiao's appearance. Finally, believing her student was not exaggerating, it was no wonder Su Nanya was so fond of him. After a brief moment of surprise, she nodded with a smile. "There is no need for such formality. Lin Xiao, you saved Xiaoyao's life, and for that, I am profoundly grateful." Lin Xiao dared not be presumptuous. "Dean, you flatter me. I merely happened to be there and helped. I cannot take credit for it." Seeing his modesty, Monsieur Yu felt an increased fondness for him. Seizing the opportunity, Su Nanya chimed in. "Lin Xiao, My teacher has heard about your exceptional talent in painting armor and is eager to see it. Miss Shiryu Ru shot her student a disapproving glance. She was not particularly keen to see it. However, having encountered Lin Xiao in person, she was indeed curious to witness his painting armor talent. She smiled and said, Xiao mentioned your remarkable talent in painting armor and strongly recommended that I invite you to join our department. However, the admissions process must remain fair and transparent, so I find it difficult to show favoritism. Are you willing to demonstrate your talent for me? Lin Xiao looked in astonishment at Su Nanya. Surprised that Sister Su had done so much for him, Su Nanya winked. Just do your best. My teacher is a master-level painting armor artist. If you can impress her, she might take you under her wing. And we would be like siblings. Lin Xiao's heart swelled with excitement. If he could become Su Nanya's brother, he would have a chance to see her every day, a dream come true. Moreover, Longyan University was one of the most prestigious summoner universities in Long Nation. Dean, what should I do? Lin Xiao quickly inquired. Ms. Shiryu Ru smiled slightly, pulling out a pencil and a sheet of paper, pushing them across the table. You have 5 minutes to create a sketch. Was this a test of his drawing skills? Lin Xiao was taken aback. Teacher, 5 minutes is too short. Aren't you putting Lin Xiao under undue pressure? Su Nanya complained. Not at all. Just do your best. Miss Shiryu Ru replied with a smile, thinking to herself, since you say this little fellow is a genius, let us raise the stakes a bit. Lin Xiao, however, did not find it overly challenging and nodded decisively. All right. He took the paper and pencil, beginning to study Ms. Shiryu Ru. Now he could openly admire the beauty of this exceptionally elegant lady. Yet a minute later, ahem, little rascal, a minute has already passed. Lin Xiao suddenly realized that he was utterly captivated. His face flushed with embarrassment. Shiryu Ru smiled gently, aware of her significant impact and not feeling angry at all. Lin Xiao felt incredibly awkward and quickly closed his eyes, racing to recall Shiryu Ru's image in his mind. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and began to sketch on the paper. His drawing speed was astonishing. The tip of his pen glided seamlessly across the blank page, producing fluid lines. In just a few strokes, he rendered the image of a dignified woman. The instant Lin Xiao laid down the first line, Shiryu Ru's eyes widened slightly. The art of drawing is such that the mere act of putting pen to paper can reveal one's foundational skills. The smoothness of the strokes, the trajectory of the pen, and the strength in the wrist all test one's inner mastery. Quick sketches like this are notoriously challenging. Capturing the essence of the subject accurately within 5 minutes is a feat few can achieve. However, the more Shiryu Ru observed, the more astounded she became as Lin Xiao continued to draw without hesitation, as if it were second nature. Within a mere minute, the figure of a graceful woman emerged from the simplicity of a few lines. The portrayal was uncomplicated. Her brows, eyes, nose, and mouth were sketched with the most basic strokes, and the outlines of her body were minimal. Yet, the figure seemed almost lifelike, exquisite in its simplicity. Su Nanya unconsciously compared the figure on the paper with her teacher and found the resemblance strikingly perfect. Having witnessed Lin Xiao's artistic talent before, she was still immensely surprised. Wow! Let me check the time. Goodness, it's only been 2 minutes, Su Nanya exclaimed. Shiryu Ru was equally astonished, staring blankly at the paper. Even if she were to attempt it, she doubted she could achieve such results in just 2 minutes. Moreover, Lin Xiao had spent a minute simply observing her. Shiryu Ru murmured softly, he truly possesses an innate talent for being a painter. Coming back to herself, Shiryu Ru's expression shifted to one of excitement as her gaze fixed intently on Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, your talent as a painter is indeed rare. It seems that Xiaoya's words hold true. Lin Xiao scratched his head modestly. Thank you, Dean Sure, but I don't quite understand. Does being a painter really require such strong foundational skills? Shiryu Ru nodded. It is indeed crucial, but what's more important is the ability to capture the essence of subject. When creating a painting, the capacity to infuse it with that essence is vital. As for what essence precisely means, it's difficult to explain succinctly. You will come to understand in due time that in any case, one's painting skills significantly reflect whether one has the talent to be a painter. Then, a look of uncontainable regret crossed her face. Xiaoya mentioned that your talent is rated at only F. Lin Xiao nodded sheepishly. Shi Ru was momentarily taken aback, and after a long pause, she sighed, "Well, Lin Xiao, when the time comes for awakening, do make an effort. If you can become a summoner, I would be willing to take you as my apprentice." Lin Xiao was overjoyed and immediately replied, "Master, I will strive to do my best." Shi Ru smiled, finding the little one endearingly ambitious, and she felt a genuine fondness for him. "Hesu," Nanya giggled. "You really know how to flatter." Rising, she took Lin Xiao's hand. "Come on, little rascal, let us have a private chat." Lin Xiao promptly bowed respectfully to Shi Ru. "Goodbye, master." Shi Ru reluctantly accepted this title. Once Su Nanya had pulled him to a corner, Lin Xiao curiously asked, "Sister Su, what do you want to discuss with me?" But he noticed that Su Nanya's gaze was teasingly mischievous, tinged with danger. "Lin Xiao, you truly have surprised me." Lin Xiao was taken aback. Previously, Su Nanya had affectionately called him names like little brother or little rascal, but now her tone seemed somewhat irate, feeling a surge of anxiety. He stammered, "Sister Su, what's wrong?" Su Nanya retorted, "I never imagined you to be such a playboy, quite the charming rogue." Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned as a realization dawned upon him. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Su Nanya continue, "Lin Xiao, 18 years old, parents missing since childhood, a student from High School, excelling academically, ranking among the top of the class. However, half a year ago, your summoner aptitude was rated an F, leading to your girlfriend's abandonment, after which you fell into despair, skipping classes daily, indulging in hedonism, and frequenting the company of beautiful women. Some have seen you often entering hotels with various lovely ladies. And you even missed a nationwide examination due to an appointment with a beauty, causing you to be late." Lin Xiao's face turned beet red. How had these details been unearthed? This is all just the truth. Su Nanya's smile was icy, her eyes flashing with irritation. Lin Xiao's heart raced. "Sister Su, how do you know all this?" Su Nanya sneered, "I'm an admissions officer. Accessing a student's records is a trivial task. Besides, it seems you've become quite a celebrity that a simple inquiry would reveal everything." Regarding her savior, Su Nanya had made an effort to learn more about him the previous day. The more she found out, the more shocking it became. While she was somewhat annoyed, anyone would feel disappointed upon discovering such a self-indulgent playboy's profile. However, Su Nanya genuinely valued Lin Xiao. Despite her irritation, she did not wish to distance herself from him. Instead, she aimed to keep him close for guidance in the future. It wasn't that she disapproved of Lin Xiao's romantic escapades. Fox tribe women were generally quite liberal in such matters. She merely felt that Lin Xiao's self-destructive behavior over one woman was unwarranted. Moreover, to skip a nationwide examination so frivolously showed a reckless disregard for his future, which was truly infuriating. Realizing that Su Nanya was genuinely upset, Lin Xiao felt a tightness in his chest. Inexplicably concerned about her opinion, he hastily said, "Sister Su, let me explain. It's not as you think that I only sought those women for sketching." Su Nanya blinked in surprise. "Sketching?" Lin Xiao nodded. "Yes, whether I skipped classes or missed the exam, it was all for sketching. Since I arrived in this world, my heart has been wholly devoted to this task." He had been searching for subjects to provide him with artistic inspiration every day. This behavior naturally led others to misconstrue his actions as a response to his abandonment by Wang Chu-yi, driving him into despair. In fact, he hadn't had time to clarify, even finding some amusement in the misunderstanding. This allowed him to evade classes seamlessly. Every time the homeroom teacher spoke with him, he would feign heartbreak and desolation, leaving the teacher at a loss for words without parental involvement, allowing him to skip class. The day of the nationwide examination was simply unavoidable. A beauty had agreed to pose for him. And only during that exam period did she have the time. She had claimed that her fiancé was arriving soon to take her abroad for a wedding photo shoot, and she might not have the opportunity later. In his determination to unlock his artistic potential, Lin Xiao had resolutely skipped that examination. Really? Su Nanya was somewhat convinced, having previously seen Lin Xiao recruiting models for figure drawing online. However, the rumor she had heard painted him as a notorious playboy, leading her to doubt. Lin Xiao nodded earnestly. "Indeed, I sought you out for the same reason, to draw to my interactions with those women were solely for that purpose." Su Nanya pondered for a moment. So you aren't self-destructive? Of course not. I'm not so fragile as to wallow in despair over someone who abandoned me. Lin Xiao asserted with sincerity. Nanya sighed in relief. But then her expression turned teasingly inquisitive. Then confess honestly. After sketching those women, did you sleep with any of them? Nanya was not averse to a man's flirtations. After all, fox tribe men were known for their charm, and having multiple partners was common. However, the thought of Lin Xiao having been with so many women made her feel a pang of jealousy. Lin Xiao shook his head vigorously. Sister Su, I assure you, I've remained virtuous. I haven't touched a single one. Liar. Nanya's expression was one of disbelief. How could he resist such temptation, surrounded by so many beautiful women? Yet, Lin Xiao spoke the truth. He truly had not been involved with any of them. Why? It wasn't due to exceptional willpower, nor was he a eunuch. It was all about unlocking his artistic potential. After all, the women chosen for his artistic endeavors were anything but ordinary, often possessing high social standing. Engaging with these women could lead to unpredictable consequences. If one were to become possessive, how could he pursue others afterward? At times, certain more liberated women are not entirely beyond reach. Yet Lin Xiao harbored deep concerns about succumbing to temptation and losing control. He was even more apprehensive about tarnishing his reputation. Many of these high-status women were acquainted with one another, and should he act indiscriminately, his standing could swiftly deteriorate. Such a scenario would undoubtedly affect his future interactions with other beautiful women. Thus, Lin Xiao endured considerable hardship. However, for the sake of his aspirations, he deemed it all worthwhile. After all, from this point forward, he would no longer need to restrain himself. Sister Su, I swear to the heavens, I have not laid a finger on anyone. How could I dare to engage with them when my focus is on perfecting my sketches? Nanya scrutinized him with keen eyes. As a Fox Clan woman, she possessed a heart as intricate as a delicate jade, capable of discerning truth from falsehood. She sensed that Lin Xiao was indeed sincere. Strangely enough, this realization brought her a sense of joy that I will reluctantly believe you this once, dear brother. It's not that I would forbid you from indulging in some romantic escapades. However, you must prioritize quality. Do not be so reckless as to engage with just any woman. Lin Xiao found her words somewhat peculiar and shyly touched his nose. Not wishing to dwell on the matter, he swiftly changed the subject. By the way, sister, have your troubles been resolved? Did the evidence I provided yield any results? Upon hearing this, Nanya could hardly conceal her delight. It has been completely resolved, thanks to your evidence. I was able to clear my name that Su Rower is now a wanted criminal, and it will be difficult for her to operate openly in the Dragon Kingdom from now on. Lin Xiao, too, felt a surge of happiness at this news. Nanya's eyes glimmered. You little rascal, you've helped me immensely. What reward do you desire? Reward. Lin Xiao tilted his head in contemplation, realizing he wanted for nothing. An idea sparked, and with a mischievous grin, he replied, How about a kiss from you, sister? Nanya's expression turned playful, her gaze softening. You little scoundrel, how audacious of you to make such a request. Very well, since I owe you so much. Close your eyes. His astonishment. Nanya agreed. Lin Xiao's heart raced as he obediently shut his eyes, and he soon felt her soft lips peck his forehead. He quickly opened his eyes. Sister Su. That's not where I meant. Nanya laughed mischievously. Little rascal, you didn't specify where to kiss. Well, I've kissed you now. Moments earlier, Lin Xiao had finished speaking with Jiang Qian and was leaving. Jiang Qian gazed at the handsome figure of the school's heartthrob, her eyes sparkling. Lin Xiao truly was captivating. She couldn't help but glance at her best friend, Wang Chui, lamenting, Chui, I really think it's such a pity that you let Lin Xiao go. He is too handsome. How could you bring yourself to do that? Wang Chui was also watching Lin Xiao's departing figure, momentarily lost in thought that, he must be said, he was undeniably handsome. Even a glance could evoke feelings of nostalgia. Yet that fleeting sentiment was quickly extinguished, replaced by disdain. Can good looks fill one's stomach? With such poor talent, he is completely from a different world than mine. Continuing a relationship with him would only hinder my progress. Jiang Qian sighed. But you were a bit harsh, weren't you? You dumped him the very next day after the test results came out. He fell into despair for half a year, because of you. Skipping classes daily, wallowing in self-pity. Wang Chui fell silent. Why did she choose to end things with Lin Xiao the very next day? Why did she make such a decisive move in front of the entire school? The reason was not complicated. On the day of the awakening, Lin Xiao was revealed to have an F-level talent, causing him to plummet from grace as a heartthrob of the school. He had garnered considerable attention. When he fell, there were those who expressed sympathy, but even more who reveled in his misfortune. Lin Xiao was not only handsome, but also performed well academically, having won her affection as the recognized school beauty. He had long been an object of envy, and his downfall made Wang Chui particularly irritable. The gazes of those around her seemed to incessantly remind her of her poor choice, as she had chosen a man with such a low talent level. She was an A-level talent, yet she had chosen an F-level failure. Moreover, without comparisons, there would be no pain. Meanwhile, at the neighboring 13 middle school, Lin Xiao awakened to an S-level talent. Previously an unremarkable rich heir who had pursued her, he had now transformed overnight into a desirable figure, garnering countless admirers. That very night, he confessed his feelings to her again, promising to buy her summoner equipment if she agreed to be his girlfriend. How could she choose? Faced with such a stark contrast, Wang Chui realized that if she continued with Lin Xiao, she would undoubtedly be dragged down. Conversely, if she chose Lin Xiao, her status would remain unblemished. Thus, Wang Chui decisively rejected Lin Xiao in front of the entire school the very next day. She felt compelled to pledge her loyalty to Lin Xiao. Wang Chui saw nothing shameful in her actions. Rather, she believed she had matured. Growing up overnight, that it was as if the world had decreed that the talent test marked the threshold of adulthood. Since she now considered herself an adult, she believed she should think and act like one. Prioritizing her own interests, Lin Xiao's self-destructive behavior was merely his own consequence, further confirming that her choice was correct. A man who did not love himself was unworthy of love from others. Wang Chui's face was filled with disdain. He just trying to prove to me that he can find someone better after losing me. He is nothing but a pitiful, self-deprecating fellow. Lin Xiao skipped classes daily, and many witnessed him mingling with various beautiful women. Rumors began to swirl. Some claimed he was wallowing in self-pity and indulging in hedonism, while others suggested he had accepted his poor talent and was now seeking wealthy women to support him. Yet Wang Chui believed that Lin Xiao merely sought to prove something to her. He must want to find an outstanding girlfriend to demonstrate that he was still desired. Jiang Qian sighed. This could be considered infatuation. After all, it's all because of you that he wants to prove himself. Wang Chui scoffed coldly. But what's the reality? He hasn't won over anyone. No one wants him. Jiang Qian was uncertain, but she had heard many people say that he had gone to hotels with several beautiful women. Surely something had transpired. Wang Chui expressed her contempt. That is simple enough. I admit he is handsome and can charm others. That is precisely why I was with him initially. But the reality is, everyone thinks as I do. Once they discovered he was merely a fool, they all chose to leave. Those women who were lured to hotels must have realized his talent was so lacking, which is why there were no follow-ups. Otherwise, after all the women he interacted with in the past 6 months, why has no one committed to him? Jiang Qian found herself a loss for words, as she shared similar thoughts. Wang Chui coldly remarked, "Thus my choice was not wrong. Those I disdain are likewise dismissed by others. What I refuse, others also refuse." As Wang Chui spoke these words, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Initially, after breaking up with Lin Xiao, she sometimes battled self-doubt about whether she had been too heartless. However, upon realizing that all women felt the same way, her confidence grew, affirming that she had done nothing wrong. Indeed, she had made a wise decision, just like all the exceptional women around her. Yet at that moment, Wang Chui's expression suddenly changed. She noticed Lin Xiao approaching the admissions representatives. Conversing with the two women she felt an intense jealousy towards. They appeared to be quite amicable with him, their faces adorned with smiles. This scene starkly contrasted with her earlier sentiments, leaving her feeling inexplicably irked. Jiang Qian also took notice. Her expression won a surprise. How does Lin Xiao know those two admissions officers from Longyin University? Longyin University isn't even in the province. Those officers must have only just arrived in Tianhai. How does it appear that he knows them? Wang Chui instinctively retorted. What more could be said? It's obviously flirting that moment. Others around them also observed Lin Xiao conversing with the two attractive teachers, their expressions filled with astonishment. The thoughts of those nearby mirrored Wang Chuyi's. And suddenly a boy exclaimed, "Wow, Lin Xiao is impressive. He just flirted with them. What boldness. Damn it, I was planning to approach them after the awakening, but this guy beat me to it. Should we head over now?" Several boys were stirred to action. Some girls, feeling displeased, noted how these boys were oblivious to the beauty around them, yet were keen on pursuing the allure of outside distractions. They felt a pang of jealousy. You all should take a good look in the mirror. A bunch of misfits, with Lin Xiao's brilliance in the forefront. If you all approach now, it would merely be a humiliation that a group of boys suddenly stiffened, feeling as though there was some truth in what had just been said. However, their hearts were filled with displeasure, and they immediately harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Lin Xiao. 6 months ago, when Lin Xiao had fallen. Many of them had taken pleasure in his misfortune. Ordinarily, after such a passage of time, jealousy would have dissipated. In fact, some had even begun to feel pity for him. Yet now, as they watched Lin Xiao animatedly conversing with two beautiful female teachers, their jealousy reignited with a vengeance. What incensed them further was the sight of the stunningly attractive OL teacher, who, quite intimately, took Lin Xiao's hand and led him to a secluded corner. Moments later, they were astounded to witness the OL teacher kiss Lin Xiao. Instantly, the boys felt as though they might shatter their back teeth from sheer frustration that a wave of indignation swept through the group. But none were more furious than Wang Chuyi. She seethed inwardly, thinking, "The people I look down upon should also be looked down upon by others. All exceptional women must be like me, making the right choices that I am not at fault. It is Lin Xiao who deserves this." Wang Chuyi felt as if her earlier words had slapped her across the face. The justification she had found for her shameful actions seemed to be torn apart in an instant, leaving her psyche in disarray. That teacher must have been deceived by Lin Xiao. She surely did not know that his talent was merely an F. She must be unaware that he is, in fact, a loathsome individual. No, I cannot allow this scoundrel to continue deceiving others. I must go and expose him. Jiang Qian stood frozen, desperately attempting to dissuade her. "Chu, don't go over there. You will only embarrass Lin Xiao if he has indeed deceived that teacher. The truth will reveal itself when he awakens." But Wang Chuyi dashed out without looking back. "I can't wait any longer. I must expose him now and prevent him from deceiving anyone further." Behind her, the other boys exchanged glances, excitement bubbling among them. With Wang, the school S-Belle, leading the charge, they felt compelled to follow and lend their support. After all, the awakening ceremony would not commence for a while. Indulging in some drama would be delightful as well. Wang Chuyi stormed forward with her entourage and tea that moment. Lin Xiao had just been kissed by Su Nanya and was hoping to flirt further with her when he sensed a malevolent intent approaching from behind. He turned around, his expression one of astonishment. "What are you all doing?" Wang Chuyi stepped forward, launching a tirade. "Lin Xiao, you scoundrel, are you trying to deceive again?" Caught off guard by her sudden accusation, Lin Xiao's expression darkened, his brows knitting together. "Wang Chuyi, speak with some respect. I haven't provoked you, so why are you acting like this? What do you mean by saying I'm trying to deceive again?" Su Nanya scrutinized the approaching girl, her demeanor unpleased by the hostility in Wang Chuyi's tone. With a face full of disdain, Wang Chuyi retorted, "You claim you haven't deceived anyone? Did you not deceive this teacher?" Lin Xiao felt utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation, as Su Nanya frowned. Addressing Wang Chuyi, "What exactly do you wish to convey, student?" At this, Wang Chuyi promptly declared, "Teacher, you might not be aware, but Lin Xiao is a fraud. Did he not tell you that his talent is exceptional? I must inform you that his true talent is merely F. He is nothing but a loser." Su Nanya was taken aback, not expecting this girl to come over with such an accusation. She assessed Wang Chuyi from head to toe, sensing something amiss about her. Being astute, she quickly deduced that this girl harbored animosity or jealousy towards Lin Xiao, and upon seeing him close to her, sought to cause disruption. Su Nanya glanced at Lin Xiao, pondering who this girl was and why she despised him so. Noticing that she remained silent while looking at Lin Xiao, Wang Chu-yi felt a surge of confidence, believing she had hit the nail on the head. The group trailing behind her eagerly anticipated Su Nanya's reaction. Lin Xiao, I am correct, am I not? Did you not deceive this teacher? Wang Chu-yi questioned vehemently, as if interrogating a criminal. Lin Xiao remained perplexed, unable to fathom Wang Chu-yi's sudden outburst. Unlike Su Nanya, who was perceptive and astute, he still could not grasp why Wang Chu-yi was acting so irrationally. As both remained silent. Wang Chu-yi and her entourage grew increasingly convinced of their correctness, looking at Su Nanya with a tone of feigned sympathy. Wang Chu-yi said, Teacher, you need not be upset. He has deceived many. I, too, am a victim. Su Nanya, snapping back to reality, regarded her with an odd expression and retorted, Student, may I inquire what your relationship with Lin Xiao is? Wang Chu-yi hesitated briefly before responding truthfully. I am his ex-girlfriend. Ex-girlfriend? Su Nanya instantly grasped the situation. It became clear that there was no hope for someone who had once been with him. Seeing her ex happy only fueled a desire to cause destruction, even wishing for his demise. Oh, you are the one who abandoned Lin Xiao. Su Nanya narrowed her eyes, her gaze turning icy. Lin Xiao, my dear brother, your taste is rather poor. How could you end up with such an ex-girlfriend? Lin Xiao awkwardly rubbed his nose, realizing that it was not his fault. It was merely a reflection of the original owner's poor judgment. Those waiting for the spectacle were momentarily stunned by Su Nanya's words. Wang Chu-yi's expression shifted slightly. Teacher, are you not shocked that Lin Xiao's talent is so abysmal? He deceived you. Are you not angry? Su Nanya responded with exasperation. Why would I be surprised? I know his talent is F. Who gave you the impression that he deceived me? Wang Chu-yi was momentarily stunned, disbelief washing over her. You know? Then why would you still be interested in him? Why would you kiss him? Wang Chu-yi found it difficult to comprehend how such a beautiful teacher could be attracted to someone deemed a failure with an F-level talent. Lin Xiao is handsome. Is it wrong for me to like him? Su Nanya countered, immediately sensing Wang Chu-yi's superficiality. Coldly, she replied, Do you believe that all women share your narrow-mindedness, measuring worth with a scale? Do you assume that everyone is as ungrateful as you, ready to discard a partner the moment they fall behind? Wang Chu-yi was rendered speechless. Su Nanya turned her gaze to the group behind her. Do you all share this belief? While it was true that the boys harbored jealousy towards Lin Xiao, as was human nature, most still adhered to a more reasonable perspective. Upon hearing Su Nanya's inquiry, they instinctively shook their heads. Even those who did not entirely agree with her found it difficult to counter the questions posed by such an exquisite beauty. Wang Chu-yi's face paled, a sense of isolation washing over her. You are all shameless. When Lin Xiao fell, you all reveled in his misfortune. Now you pretend to be morally superior. We merely came to witness the spectacle. The group behind her weakly chimed in. Disregarding the true sentiments of the others, Su Nanya coldly regarded Wang Chu-yi. While teachers do not encourage high school relationships, if one chooses to engage, shouldn't it be handled amicably? Even if it seems unsuitable, you publicly abandon Lin Xiao and then mock him. I have truly never encountered such a shallow and disgraceful girl. Oh, you know what you are? You are a wolf that cannot be nurtured. Wang Chu-yi's face turned ashen. Yet, facing this woman who eclipsed her in beauty, demeanor, and status, she found herself unable to retort. Suddenly, recalling something, she exclaimed, Fine, even if you do not disdain him and are unconcerned about his talent. Lin Xiao is still a morally corrupt individual. Lin Xiao was utterly speechless, gradually piecing together the absurdity of the situation. Wang Chu-yi seemed to be acting irrationally, perhaps out of jealousy upon seeing him close to Su Nanya. For reasons beyond his understanding, she sought to create discord. Wang Chu-yi, it was you who abandoned me, not the other way around. Why do you wish for me to suffer? How have I become a morally corrupt one? Wang Chu-yi believed she had found an opportunity to regain her dignity. Instead of responding to the accusations, she turned her attention to Su Nanya. You may overlook his lack of talent, but do you know, he is a libertine, a man who revels in womanizing. After we broke up, he was constantly out flirting with various women. I am not wronging him. Just ask anyone else. Immediately, several around them nodded. perhaps feeling guilty for previously siding with Wang Chu-yi, and they could not help but chime in. What Wang Chu-yi says is true. Lin Xiao takes advantage of his good looks to flirt with women, changing partners every few days. It's utterly disgusting. Teacher, do not be deceived by his appearance. He is, in fact, a scoundrel. Having faced Su Nanya's earlier inquiries, some had found it difficult to refute her. But now that they had seized on Lin Xiao's alleged faults, their confidence surged. Wang Chu-yi, sensing support, regained her composure. Lin Xiao, everyone has seen your womanizing antics. Surely that cannot be a falsehood? Lin Xiao found himself at a loss for words. However, the matter at hand was indeed difficult to elucidate, and explaining it would prove quite laborious. Of course, it seemed unnecessary to clarify anything to these individuals. As long as Sister Su was aware of the situation, his reasons for associating with those women were personal, and he had no time to offer explanations to a madwoman. Wang Chui immediately scoffed. When your faade is pierced, you resort to claiming you don't wish to explain, do you? She then turned to Su Nanya, saying, Teacher, now you understand what kind of person he is, don't you? A shameless scoundrel. Do you still harbor feelings for him? Su Nanya's gaze was icy. It was her first encounter with such a revolting woman. Clearly, it was she who had cast aside Lin Xiao. Yet she could not bear to see him happy, fearing he might find joy elsewhere. Of course, I still like him. Lin Xiao is the most exceptional young man I have ever met, and he is by no means a scoundrel. His reasons for seeking out those women are indeed valid. However, we have no desire to explain ourselves to you, as you are unworthy of such a privilege. The crowd was taken aback. The boys struggled to comprehend why this beautiful teacher could still hold affection for him despite his current state. They could not believe that Lin Xiao had any special motives for his associations with those women. With a rational mind, one could only conclude that being in a hotel with so many women could only imply one thing. Wang Chui was momentarily stunned, but soon convinced herself she had uncovered the truth. Tauntingly remarking, I see. You simply don't want to admit your poor judgment and the mistake you made in choosing him. You fear the embarrassment that comes with acknowledgement. Others around her nodded in agreement. This explanation seemed quite reasonable, as Su Nanya nearly laughed in disbelief. Are you projecting your own character onto others? Wang Chui, caught off guard by the observation, fell silent, as Su Nanya, feeling disgusted, had no desire to waste her breath on such a person. She was tempted to deliver a scathing rebuke, even a slap. But as a teacher, she refrained. She resolved that after the day's events, she would privately settle the score with this wretched individual. How dare she bully Lin Xiao? She would ensure he received the justice he deserved. Su Nanya grasped Lin Xiao's hand firmly, saying, Little troublemaker, let us depart. I have never encountered such a loathsome person. Her mere presence is a source of misfortune. Seeing them prepare to leave, Wang Chui felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. See, I was right. You simply refuse to acknowledge the truth. Your charade is futile. Once Lin Xiao's awakening results are revealed, you won't be able to maintain your faade. Lin Xiao is a waste with an F talent. Sooner or later, you will abandon him just as I did. Su Nanya halted, and the term waste ignited a flame of fury in her eyes as she turned to confront Wang Chui, enunciating each word with precision. Who do you call a waste? Wang Chui instinctively replied. Lin Xiao, of course, with an F talent. ISNT he a waste. Slap. The sound echoed as her words hung in the air. Wretched girl, did your teacher not instruct you in the importance of politeness? Who taught you to insult your classmates so casually? Wang Chui was momentarily stunned, unable to process the slap, as she found herself lifted by her collar. Wretched girl, listen closely if you dare utter the word waste in reference to Lin Xiao again. I will tear you apart. Moreover, not everyone in this world is as superficial and ungrateful as you. Lastly, I can assure you that Lin Xiao is exceptional, and I hold great affection for him. You may despise him, but I cherish him. As she released her grip, Wang Chui tumbled to the ground, her expression one of utter astonishment. The onlookers were equally stunned, gazing at Su Nanya in disbelief. Lin Xiao was profoundly impacted, his mind spinning. He had never experienced such a powerful defense from anyone. Particularly, Sister Su's final words enveloped him in a warmth akin to a honeyed embrace. Sister Su, You are too kind to me, he thought, feeling a surge of sweetness in his heart. Nanya's gaze softened as she said, "Little troublemaker, I know you must have endured much pain over the past 6 months. But please believe me, I'm not a heartless person that I haven't been hurt, but I am deeply moved." Lin Xiao responded, his heart swelling with emotion. Nanya cast a cold glance at the still-dazed Wang Chui. Snorting softly before taking Lin Xiao's hand and turning to leave, it was only then that Wang Chui regained her senses, her face twisted with resentment as she shrieked, "What does it matter that you hit me? You are simply unwilling to admit the truth, and you will regret this. Lin Xiao is nothing but—" Before she could finish, Nanya abruptly turned, her fierce intent palpable. Wang Chui felt as if she had plunged into an icy abyss. The word waste lodged in her throat. Stifled by fear, in that moment, she acutely sensed that Nanya was indeed prepared to unleash her wrath upon her. Wang Chui's complexion drained of color, and she found herself too terrified to utter another word. After pulling Lin Xiao a safe distance away, Nanya sighed softly. "Little troublemaker, you must persevere and not allow others to look down upon you. You must become a summoner. Being a summoner is not solely reliant on talent. A powerful inner strength and unwavering belief will earn you the favor of some divine spirits." Nanya hoped that this incident would instill in Lin Xiao a more resolute belief in himself. Lin Xiao understood that he would surely become a summoner today. He nodded emphatically, declaring, "Sister Su, I will not disappoint you, that I will surprise you," with the extraordinary function of the pictorial guide at his disposal. He was determined to summon a spirit of S rank or higher today. He would undoubtedly present Sister Su with a delightful surprise. Wang Chui rose from the ground, clutching her face, and slinked away. Her eyes filled with venom. The onlookers regarded her with expressions that were, for some reason, rather complex. If having an F talent made one a waste, then most of them would also fall into that category. After all, those with F talent comprise the vast majority. So, this is how the illustrious Wang Chui perceives us? Ha! One boy self-deprecatingly remarked, feeling as though the veil of admiration for Wang Chui had been torn away. The summoning ceremony was finally set to commence. Lin Xiao returned to the school's lineup amid the crowd's mixed gazes, before 10 grand holy sun gates, on a stage built of marble. The host ascended to the platform and delivered an impassioned address. To Lin Xiao's astonishment, the host was none other than Jiang Wanqing. The stunning teacher donned a blue evening gown that day, passionately articulating words that stirred the blood. After 5 or 6 minutes, she concluded her speech, proclaiming, "Students, the awakening ceremony begins now. I wish for each of you to become a summoner." Amidst the thunderous applause, 10 students emerged from the ranks below, ascending the steps to approach the 10 sanctum gates. The order of ascent had been determined by a lottery conducted during the distribution of awakening permits. Lin Xiao, hailing from the first high school, was among the initial group to awaken, having drawn the number 26, which placed him notably ahead in line to this moment. The waiting photographers focused their lenses on the students' position before the sanctum gates. Their images were instantly projected onto the large screens flanking the stands, simultaneously broadcast live to countless households across the globe. Humanity collectively tuned in to this momentous occasion. Naturally, numerous cities worldwide were concurrently holding awakening ceremonies. Yet the primary audience for the Tianhai City broadcast consisted of its own residents. The national broadcast from Longhua would shift its focus to any city that showcased a top-tier spirit, thereby allowing most viewers to simultaneously observe local and national awakenings. Lin Xiao's gaze was fixated on the nearest sanctum gate, where a pedestal resembling a chalice stood, cradling a golden crystal orb the size of a basketball. A male student stepped forward, standing before the orb. The staff member present smiled and uttered a few words, prompting him to place his hand on the crystal. His expression shifted to one of intense anxiety, and he even closed his eyes. Such scenes were replicated at every sanctum gate. The square fell silent, with everyone holding their breath in anticipation, their gazes directed not at the gates, but at the vast sky. Above, a golden sun hung high, growing ever brighter as if responding to the collective gaze of the crowd. This was the spirit star, the resting place of countless spirits, in the midst of the crowd's eager anticipation. Radiant beams of light descended from the heavens, creating a breathtaking spectacle in the Tianhai city summoning square. 10 colossal beams of light cascaded from the sky, directly illuminating the 10 grand sanctum gates. As the beams descended, divine radiance radiated outward, enveloping the square in an atmosphere of profound sanctity. The 10 beams varied in color, predominantly blue, followed by purple, with one golden beam. The appearance of any beam indicated a successful summoning. While the colors signified the grade of the summoned spirit, an EF grade spirit's beam was blue, CD was purple, a B was gold, and SSS was red. Generally, the talent level of the summoner predicted the grade of the spirit they would summon, with exceptions being rare and not significantly deviant. However, SSS spirits were particularly unique. Novice summoners found it exceedingly difficult to form contracts with them. Thus, summoners with S-grade talent typically only managed to contract A-grade spirits. It's gold! It's gold! A thunderous cheer erupted from the square. Lin Xiao instinctively glanced towards the source, where a distant sanctum gate was aglow with golden light, but the distance rendered the details unclear. He quickly redirected his gaze to the nearest sanctum gate. A purple beam of light descended here, causing the entrance of the colossal gate to shimmer with a purple veil. Disturbances in the veil heralded the emergence of a gigantic creature, resembling a mantis, standing 2 to 3 meters tall. The staff member of the sanctum gate glanced at the nearby detection device and announced loudly, "Void Mantis, B-Spirit, Grade C." Cheers erupted from Lin Xiao's first high school. Wow, Lu Jiang has a D-grade talent and summoned a C-grade spirit. What an impressive feat. Haha, a great start. Let's all soak in that good fortune. The staff member smiled. "Congratulations, student. Please secure your spirit and step down." Lu Jiang nodded excitedly as the void mantis transformed into a streak of light and vanished into his brow. Next, another male student hurried forward, placing his hand on the crystal orb. After a brief wait, a blue beam descended from above. Moments later, a small creature, enveloped in green flames and resembling a goblin, bounced out of the sanctum gate. "Imp, demon spirit, grade E," the staff member announced again. Wow. The first high school erupted in chatter. "Oh no, Zhonglin seems a bit unlucky. I recall his talent is D-grade, yet he summoned a lower-grade spirit. Come on, that's not bad luck. A D-grade talent has a 40 failure rate. Just being able to awaken is already a cause for celebration. True, I forgot my talent is B. I'll definitely succeed. Haha, what a poser." Zhonglin, filled with mixed emotions of regret and joy, stepped down from the stage. Next, a female student approached. However, this time, no beam descended from above. "I'm very sorry, but you were unsuccessful in your summoning," the announcer declared. The girl burst into tears. "Sigh, Lu Qin has an F-grade talent. It's indeed tough to become a summoner. Without a spirit, she can only return to being an ordinary person." Amidst the sympathetic murmurs, students with F and even E-grade talents turned pale. Next, Fiery Seed, Elemental Spirit, Grade C. Well done, Chun Sheng, steady performance. Next, the next student, Wang Chui, who had been at the front of the line, stepped up. Her expression remained shadowed as she placed her hand on the crystal orb. Seconds later, a robust golden beam cascaded down from the sky. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. She seemed fortunate. He soon relaxed, recognizing that Wang Chui's talent was indeed A-grade, making a golden beam unsurprising. Emerald Lotus Serpent, B-Spirit, grade, got immediate gasps of astonishment erupted from the first high school, as expected of Wang, the campus beauty. "Incredible! We are the first to achieve a gold summon today." A smile finally graced Wang Chui's face, the gloom from her earlier encounter with Su Nanya dissipating, replaced by a sense of pride. As she descended the stage, she passed Lin Xiao, taunting him with an air of superiority. "Lin Xiao, did you see? I'm double A. While you're bound to fail. Prepare to cry later." Lin Xiao, disinterested in engaging in banter, turned his head away, unwilling to utter a word. Wang Chui scoffed, moving to the back of the line. Although she could leave after awakening, she lingered to observe Lin Xiao's outcome and, more importantly, Su Nanya's reaction upon his failure. In a lounge adjacent to the summoning square, Jiang Wanqing, having concluded the opening ceremony, prepared to change her attire as the host. Her role would conclude until the afternoon's closing remarks. listening to the resounding cheers from outside. She couldn't help but smile and shake her head, noting the unwavering enthusiasm of the crowd. Year after year, session after session, it remained ever so familiar. Jiang Wanqing had witnessed countless such scenes and found it increasingly difficult to feel excitement. She pondered how many red-tier spirits would emerge this year in Tianhai. As she changed, thoughts of the rare SSS-tier spirits crossed her mind, which had not graced Tianhai in decades. In truth, SSS spirits rarely appeared nationwide, with the annual count seldom exceeding 4, and globally, the total not surpassing 10 at each appearance stirred considerable excitement, igniting fierce competition among major universities, organizations, and influential families for recruitment. Contemplating this, Jiang Wanqing finished changing and stepped out, heading toward the VIP box near the stands where several close friends awaited her to watch the ceremony together. They were all daughters of prominent families, there to scout talent, and she too aimed to represent the Jiang family in attracting promising individuals. Entering the lavishly decorated box, she found 3 girls gathered on a crimson sofa by the viewing window. The moment she saw them, the room seemed to brighten. Upon hearing her entrance, the trio turned in unison. Each possessed angelic features and devilish figures, not one less striking than her own, perhaps even surpassing her. Any one of them could garner the admiration of countless suitors. Sister Jiang, come quickly. A stunning mixed-race beauty with flowing golden waves beckoned. Jiang Wanqing approached and settled onto the sofa beside 3 others. With an air of cool elegance, Lu Yiwei, with her cascading black hair, immediately embraced her. Sister Jiang, you truly embody the beauty of Tianhai's finest teachers. Your hosting just now was absolutely captivating. Jiang Wanqing, upon hearing this, playfully admonished, what do you mean the most beautiful? I can't possibly compare to you, the goddess known as the White Moonlight, to countless men with 500,000 fans. If you were to host, that would truly be irresistible. Lu Yiwei smiled lightly and turned to a captivating woman in a red dress beside her. If we're talking about allure, who could rival Sister Nana? Just look at that stunning figure. I could drool. The woman named Zhao Anna, clad in a deep V-slit bodycon dress, chuckled. When it comes to figures, I believe we can't compete with Alice. She is undoubtedly the goddess of light. Alice, the golden-haired girl who had greeted Jiang Wanqing, possessed an exquisite mixed-race visage and a body that was strikingly voluptuous. After a flurry of mutual flattery among the 4 women, Jiang Wanqing shifted the topic. I haven't seen it yet. Has the red contract spirit appeared? Lu Yiwei shook her head. Red contract spirits are not so easily found. What is it, Sister Jiang? Are you hoping to snatch someone? Jiang Wanqing laughed. Are you allowed to snatch? But I am not. Though, compared to you all, our Jiang family can only pick up the scraps. Alice teased. If Teacher Jiang were willing to employ her charms, what genius could resist? Just as Jiang Wanqing was about to respond, Zhao Anna let out a wistful sigh from beside them. There are indeed those who cannot be swayed by beauty. The group fell silent for a moment, then exchanged curious glances, their expressions resembling that of spectators awaiting gossip. Nana, why do you sound so melancholic? Is there a man you cannot win over? Jiang Wanqing asked, intrigued that Lu Yiwei chimed in. By the way, aren't you the little flirt who changes boyfriends every 3 days? I've heard you've taken a vow of celibacy these past few months, completely avoiding men. Zhao Anna wore a bitter expression. I encountered a younger man, the kind of love at first sight, but I can't seem to win him over. The others were taken aback, and Alice quipped, you're kidding, right? Zhao Anna, you've encountered countless men. What kind of man could make you fall for him yet remain unattainable? Zhao Anna sighed. He's incredibly handsome, but even when I stripped for him, he showed no interest, leaving me feeling utterly self-conscious. I can't help but wonder if my behavior was too promiscuous, scaring him off. Why else would he sketch me and then ghost me, even blocking me? The 3 women were momentarily stunned by Zhao Anna's revelation, almost in unison. A figure sketch? Zhao Anna blushed coyly. That young man is quite the charmer. He insisted my figure was exceptional and wanted to draw me. How could I refuse? At that moment, the live streaming screen in the booth erupted with the host's exclamations. Wow, the male student from St. Yao Gate. Number 10 is an incredibly handsome young man. Female viewers, consider yourselves fortunate. Cameraman, zoom in a bit closer. Zhao Anna instinctively gazed at the large screen. only to be struck dumb, exclaiming, "It's him! That little troublemaker! He's a student. No wonder I couldn't find him." As the voices of her companions echoed in the room, Lin Xiao, little rascal, handsome boy, the women all wore wide-eyed expressions. "You know him?" Zhao Anna gasped. The others exchanged glances, in disbelief. "You know him too?" They stared at one another. Nodding in a daze, Jiang Wanqing asked, astonished, "How did you all come to know him?" "And you?" Lu Yuer instinctively retorted, "Oh, him? He's a student at our school. Just the other day, he flirted with me, asking me to draw a figure sketch." Lu Yuer's mouth dropped in shock. "No way, he approached me too." Zhao Anna grew frantic. "He approached you all? That little scoundrel is quite the player. No wonder he looks down on me." The three turned to Alice, who awkwardly nodded. "He approached me as well." Jiang Wanqing laughed nervously. "And you all agreed to draw for him?" Alice appeared bashful. "I thought it was quite amusing. So I consented." Lu Yuer shook her head. "I have so many fans. How could I casually agree to such a thing?" The four women exchanged knowing glances, then turned their attention back to the large screen. Meanwhile, similar scenes unfolded throughout the stands as numerous beautiful women discovered they knew the handsome young man appearing on the screen, each with their own share of history. A.S. Lin Xiao edged closer to the front of the line. His heart raced with anticipation. When the staff member called for the next contestant, it was finally his turn to that moment. All eyes converged upon him. Lin Xiao instinctively glanced at the seating for the recruitment teachers. Locking eyes with Su Nanya, who offered a gentle, encouraging smile, her fist clenched in a gesture of support. Wang Chui watched the exchange with a darkened expression, silently thinking, "Lin Xiao won't become a summoner. With so many F ranks failing, once he stumbles, I wonder if you'll still want him." As Lin Xiao approached the stage of St. Yao Gate, the cameraman immediately focused his lens on him. The staff member was momentarily stunned, captivated by the young man's looks, taking a few seconds to regain her composure before blushingly saying, "This student, please begin. You have a maximum of 1 minute." Lin Xiao nodded with a smile, extending his palm to rest upon the crystal ball, feeling the icy sensation seep through his skin. "Illustration, it's up to you. After half a year of effort, don't let me down." Yes, he thought this. He concentrated, but to his dismay, he felt nothing. His expression faltered. The first step of the awakening process was to communicate with the sacred spirit star. Teachers had taught that if one could feel the sacred spirit star upon touching the crystal ball, it indicated successful communication. The clearer the sensation, the higher the talent, and the greater the awakening probability. Lin Xiao's complete lack of sensation indicated an unlikely awakening. Most individuals with F or E talents experience the same. Thankfully, he had the illustration. Lin Xiao's heart sank. Previously, he had thought unlocking the illustration was too challenging and considered gambling on his own talent. If he had taken that risk, it would be game over now. Detecting the myriad world's sacred spirits, searching for potential contract candidates, as Lin Xiao pondered, the illustration finally stirred. Following that, text appeared, detected S-grade ice dragon, beast form, cannot transform into a beast girl, does not meet contract conditions. Continuing detection. Indeed, we shall not entertain those who cannot transform. Lin Xiao agreed wholeheartedly. Detected SS-grade war god by Qi. Male character does not meet contract conditions. Skipping, continuing detection. Detected SS-grade abyss flame demon elemental creature. Cannot transform. Does not meet contract conditions. Skipping, continuing detection. The golden paper displayed a continuous stream of text, swiftly scrolling past dozens of names in mere seconds. Lin Xiao was astounded. Each name that appeared was a potential contract spirit that could astonish the entire audience. Yet the illustration hurried past them all. After approximately 10 seconds, Lin Xiao finally saw the first candidate who met the contract criteria, causing his heart to leap with joy. Just as he was about to agree, he hesitated. NS grade was already exceptional, but with the illustration as a miraculous advantage, an S grade seemed slightly lacking. Unconsciously, he found himself becoming choosy. Well, it's only been 10 seconds. There are still 50 seconds left. So let's keep searching. Resolute, he decided to maximize the use of this minute. If he couldn't find something better later, he could always return a contract with this e-nymph. After all, it was a forced contract, and the other party had no choice. Not contracting for now. Continue searching. Understood. Continuing search. Detected S-grade black and white Tai Lao can transform into a beast girl, meets contract conditions. Inquiring if host wishes to contract. Not yet. Continue. Upon discovering the S-level shadow nun, the system confirmed the fulfillment of contract conditions and inquired whether the host wished to proceed with the contract. Not at this time. Continue. Next, an SS-level nether white tiger was located, capable of transforming into a beast maiden and meeting the contract criteria. This time, Lin Xiao hesitated, casting a glance at the timer beside the crystal ball, which had already elapsed 40 seconds, gritting his teeth. He declared, "Not yet." Continued. As Lin Xiao awakened, the northeastern corner of the summoning square fell silent, with the students from Class 1 awaiting his outcome. Simultaneously, the audience on the grandstand and the television station in Tianhai City shifted their focus to the main screen depicting Lin Xiao's awakening. There was no particular reason. The awakening of a strikingly handsome young man naturally drew heightened anticipation, much like how photographers at various events are drawn to capture beautiful women. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiao's awakening had garnered the attention of countless spectators as Nanya involuntarily stood, anxiously watching the figure before the Holy Dawn Gate, murmuring to herself, "Little rascal, you must become a summoner, Shuriweru." Recalling the young man's innate talent for armor crafting was filled with anticipation as well. Within the VIP box, Jiang Wanqing and the three stunning women gazed intently at the screen, their focus unwavering. Even Wang Qi clenched her fists in expectation. Although she anticipated an unfavorable outcome, she remained hopeful. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Yet the sky remained still as 40 seconds passed without any sign of a descending light column. The atmosphere became palpable with tension. Class 1 was the first to voice their concerns. "It feels like Lin Xiao is going to fail. It has taken so long. The longer the wait, the lower the chances of awakening," indicating that the Holy Spirit had deemed him unworthy. What a pity. Listening to the murmurs around her, Wang Qi felt a surge of satisfaction and couldn't help but exclaim, "A waste is a waste. He could never awaken NF talent. What's there to lament?" A profound silence enveloped the crowd, leaving them speechless. Human nature is indeed complex. Those who had just been envious of Lin Xiao found their jealousy dissipating. Witnessing the anguish of many who had failed their awakenings stirred a sense of compassion within them. They were still students, after all, and their hearts were not so callous. The majority possessed talents rated below B, leaving them susceptible to failure at that moment. The derision aimed at Lin Xiao made many feel an inexplicable aversion towards Wang Qi. How could she be so cruel, reveling in someone else's misfortune, especially after having once dated him? Previously, they had admired her beauty and assumed her kindness, standing by her when she ended things with Lin Xiao, believing he was unworthy of her. Yet now, she appeared utterly repugnant. Wang Qi's expression darkened, quickly replaced by a cold smirk, showing no signs of concern. Having already awakened, she felt distance from the crowd, deeming their thoughts unworthy of her attention. She glanced towards Nanya in the distance, observing the tension and worry etched on her face, and felt a rush of satisfaction. Just wait and see. This is the person you admired. He will disappoint you and leave you disheartened. You can pretend for now, but once he fails, you will no longer be able to maintain that facade. The individual most anxious about Lin Xiao's awakening was undoubtedly Nanya, with an F talent. The probability of awakening stood at a mere 1, though she had never shown her worries during their previous conversations. She alone understood the depth of her anxiety. She simply wished to conceal her concerns to spare Lin Xiao from additional stress. As the seconds ticked by without any response from the Holy Dawn Gate, Nanya's complexion paled. She closed her eyes, fervently praying within her heart. After a moment of tense anticipation, the television host finally spoke. 40 seconds have elapsed, and it appears that our handsome young man possesses a talent below D, making awakening unlikely. What a disappointment. Will there be a miracle in the final 20 seconds? Let us wait and see. Within the VIP box, the four women gradually regained their composure. Upon realizing they all recognized Lin Xiao and had been asked by him to pose for life drawings, they felt a strange camaraderie. Ah, so he is a scoundrel. No one else in Tianhai City has charmed all four of us. Jiang Wanqing chuckled. I have reason to suspect that he may not have stopped at just us four. Louis were nodded in agreement. Moreover, he is undeniably handsome, yet his talent seems rather lackluster, Alice remarked with a smile. Zhao Anna bit her lip, glaring at the figure on the screen. A scoundrel like him deserves to fail. That is what you get for ignoring me. Yet despite her words, the three women could see her palpable anxiety, indicating that she genuinely wished for Lin Xiao to succeed. Clearly, her infatuation was real, that Luer teased. If he were to fail, would you still have feelings for him? Zhao Anna smirked. Finally, I found this scoundrel. How could I allow him to roam free, charming others? Alice burst into laughter. Oh, it seems you truly care for him. A scoundrel like him is quite a match for you, Queen of the Sea. Jiang Wanqing chimed in. Nana, it seems like a wayward son has found his true love. Lin Xiao was acutely aware that he had become the focal point of countless observers. However, he had no time to dwell on that. The countdown was nearing its end, and he had yet to locate an SSS. Disappointment gnawed at him. He planned to seize the final second to contract the nether white tiger. Outside, the staff member sighed, glancing at the timer, which had now reached 58 seconds. At this juncture, awakening seemed nearly impossible. The thought of such a dashing young man becoming an ordinary person saddened her. Suddenly, the detection system identified an SSS-level female sword saint, confirming the fulfillment of contract conditions. That IT inquired if the host wished to proceed. Elated, Lin Xiao thought without hesitation, contract. A flurry of text appeared and then vanished, revealing a stunning illustration on the paper. A breathtaking figure clad in white, an ethereal goddess, graced the page. Below, a passage read. Name, Gu Xuyan, human, qualification, SSS appearance, SSR attributes, a celestial figure whose melodies traverse the cosmos, a sword that defies the heavens, sword immortal, Gu Xuyan, the foremost sword wielder of the 52nd universe's cultivation civilization, perished during the invasion of calamity, in the final battle. A solitary warrior wielding a sword valiantly faced countless calamities, enduring until the realm succumbed, ultimately sacrificing his kin. Intimacy level, 0 wisdom level, 100 suggestions for increasing intimacy. Gu Xuyan, possessing a gentle and serene demeanor. Her nature is tranquil and unassuming, exhibiting a need for companionship. Expressing affection may yield unexpected effects. Hobbies, playing musical instruments, chess, calligraphy, painting, gardening, and nurturing adorable pets, with a particular fondness for white foxes. Dislikes, sweet foods, complexity, and hypocrisy. A.S. Lin Xiao perused the text on the paper. His body suddenly trembled, sensing a grand aura flooding into him. In an instant, he felt a transformation occurring, every cell evolving, every bone being fortified. His life essence gradually transcended the realm of mortals. In a fleeting moment, he experienced an overwhelming vitality, brimming with boundless strength, feeling terrifyingly powerful. Simultaneously, a golden luminescence appeared before him. A series of characters materialized. Name, Lin Xiao, human, F, primary contract spirit, Gu Xuyan, secondary contract spirit. None level. 1, holy radiance value. 0, soul jade. None equipment. None spirit contract integration. Not yet comprehended contract spirit feedback skills. Sword mastery. Unmatched sword spirit. Heart of the Zither. Broken strings. Sword mastery. Command flying swords to assault enemies. Simultaneously able to control multiple swords, requiring the summoner to practice independently. Unmatched sword spirit. A passive effect that enhances the summoner's physique, granting additional benefits during physical training and bestowing the talent of a swordsmanship master, resulting in rapid progress in sword practice. Heart of the Zither. Possessing a Zither's heart, one may perceive the thoughts of others when attuned. Accompanied by the passive effect of Zither Heart's Dispel, significantly bolstering resistance against mental attacks. Broken strings, emitting a piercing Zither sound, causing the target to suffer from headaches and dizziness. A mental attack whose efficacy depends on the target's level. This golden luminescence is a capability bestowed by the Holy Spirit Star upon awakening as a summoner, displaying personal information of the summoner. Lin Xiao, upon slight reflection, instinctively grasped all the content presented. Those skills felt innate, with a clear understanding of their effects and usage. Yet Lin Xiao was profoundly shocked and perplexed, murmuring to himself, was it not said that a contract spirit typically provides the summoner with feedback on only one skill? Occasionally, there might be two. Why do I possess 4 skills? Lin Xiao distinctly recalled that during his schooling, teachers had mentioned that upon awakening as a summoner, the first contract spirit would grant feedback on skills. Usually, only one skill appears, with the occurrence of 2 being exceedingly rare, yet he had directly obtained 4. What could this mean? Could it be that I have been granted 4 skills? With a mix of astonishment and confusion, Lin Xiao shifted his gaze to the left side of the luminescence displaying the contract spirit information panel. Name, Gushuian, Human, SSS Holy Spirit ranking, 7 level. 1. Holy Radiance value. 0. Character information. The zither resounds throughout the universe. A sword that pierces the heavens. Equipment. None soul jade. None star rank. 1 star skills. Surging swallow, sword and person as 1. Zither silence of the world, zither melody. 10-fold ambush. Surging swallow. First tier, Gushuian unleashes a colossal sword that can be charged for 1 to 5 seconds. Striking forward and inflicting immense damage. Sword and person as 1. Gushuian releases 3 flying swords to form a defense, capable of withstanding 3 attacks. This defense is invincible at the same tier and can be unleashed upon others. Zither Melody of Annihilation. First tier Gushuian plays the zither to attack, generating a vast range of air blades to strike down enemies, imbued with sword intent. Zither Melody. 10-fold ambush. First tier is Zither Melody that instills dread in enemies, diminishing their fighting spirit and reducing all attributes by 10. Note. Certain skills can be upgraded, evolving their effects upon ascension. Gazing at Gushuian's information panel, Lin Xiao was once again taken aback. How could there be 4 skills once more? It is known that a contract spirit at level 1 typically possesses only 1 to 2 skills, with new skills awakening only upon subsequent ascensions in rank. Why have all norms been shattered in his case? Not only does the summoner possess 4 skills, but so too does the contract spirit, while others at level 1 have merely 2 skills. He boasts a total of 8. Lin Xiao's heart raced wildly. He was unsure of the reason, yet he recognized the extraordinary nature of his situation. The Holy Spirit ranking. What sort of list is this? It sounds remarkable, and being ranked 7th seems impressive. Could my numerous skills be attributed to this? Lin Xiao could only attribute the cause to Gushuian's exceptional prowess in the outside world. Time had reached its final second. Su Nanya's face turned pale, her enchanting eyes brimming with tears as she softly murmured, I refuse to believe it. Lin Xiao cannot possibly fail. Shi Ru, witnessing her disciple's tears, was taken aback. Xiaoya, why must you endure this? Wang Qi, filled with joy, exclaimed, Ha ha ha. I was not mistaken. The worthless are indeed worthless. Within the private room, the 4 women fell silent. Even Jiang Wanqing, who held a less favorable view of Lin Xiao, sighed softly, lamenting the loss. Zhao Anna bit her lip, her fingers unconsciously sinking into the sofa, leaving deep impressions in the stands. Before the television screens, countless spectators sighed softly. While some rejoiced, many others were engulfed in sorrow, which became the prevailing theme of the day. Before the Holy Spirit Gate, a staff member, her expression filled with regret, reached out to gently pat Lin Xiao's shoulder. Time had elapsed, yet the youth remained in a daze, seemingly unable to accept the failure of his awakening, necessitating a wake-up call. Classmate. Suddenly, a gust of wind swirled, rustling her skirt. She turned sharply, only to behold a deep red beam of light descending from the heavens. The young lady's eyes widened in disbelief as she murmured, SSS. Although SSS descents are typically red, there are distinctions. S is light red, SS is medium red, while SSS is a deep crimson. This beam, reminiscent of blood and tinged with darkness, exuded a soul-stirring aura. In a mere moment, the attention of everyone present at the summoning square was captivated. Heavens, it is SSS. A collective gasp resonated as thousands of eyes widened, mouths agape in astonishment. The national official broadcast quickly received an AI prompt, instantly switching to this monumental scene. Before countless television screens, Billions of viewers widened their eyes in astonishment. Nanya covered her mouth, her beautiful eyes aglow, tears still adorning her cheeks. Shiryu Ru stood frozen, her eyes reflecting deep surprise. Wang Chuyi was left speechless, her face a mask of disbelief. Impossible. How could this be? In the private room, the four women simultaneously rose, their faces filled with incredulity. That moment, everyone displayed expressions of utter shock, their gazes fixated on the Holy Spirit gate without a blink. Amidst the anticipation of the crowd, a woman clad in white gracefully emerged from the luminescence in the square. Before the screens, all who beheld the woman in white were momentarily entranced. The earlier excitement ignited by the red beam had transformed into a profound silence. All eyes were drawn to the face of the woman in white, captivated by her ethereal beauty. Ji Yuxian, adorned in white, moved with elegant grace, her hands as fair as snow, exuding an unparalleled presence. Her visage was enchanting, her brow serene, her aura transcendent and ethereal, reminiscent of snow, plum blossoms, and mist. Everyone who laid eyes upon her was instantly enveloped in a serene tranquility, their restless hearts soothed, their souls at peace. To see her was akin to witnessing a tranquil mountain after a fresh rain, or gazing upon a river cloaked in snow, causing one to forget the world's disturbances. Fame and fortune seemed trivial compared to a lifetime spent with her in the realm of Jianghu. How beautiful! A celestial sister, the ethereal murmurs echoed in waves, as the four women in the private room fell into a trance, captivated by the stunning figure displayed on the screen, which inexplicably ignited within them a sense of inadequacy. Any one of them, if chosen to step out, would undoubtedly be a striking beauty in their own right. Yet at this moment, they felt like mere ordinary women amidst such brilliance that Nanya was equally entranced. The woman in white was the first to impose such immense pressure upon her appearance. This sensation was unprecedented. Even when faced with a teacher's unveiled beauty, she had never felt such an overwhelming weight. In that instant, Nanya found herself contemplating the idea of revealing her own visage to compete with the enchanting figure. Wang Chuyi felt as though she had been struck down a notch. For the first time, she perceived her own beauty as insignificant. Having already felt utterly defeated in front of the two recruitment teachers, she now regarded the woman in white as a radiant moon. While she felt herself no more than a flickering firefly, Lin Xiao gazed at the woman in white, dazed, her face reflecting the shock she had experienced upon first seeing Nanya's true form. Gu Xian emerged from the Xingyao sect, drawn by an inexplicable connection, her eyes immediately seeking Lin Xiao, revealing a hint of bewilderment. Then, her gaze drifted toward the crowd, momentarily lost in thought, as if she were observing the countless souls that had once stood behind her. A voice had just echoed in her ears. Gu Xuan, would you once again wield your sword for the sake of all beings? Instinctively, she had replied, I would, and thus she was summoned to this realm. In a flash, she merged with Lin Xiao's brow, and before the Xingyao sect, that solitary shadow vanished. It was only after Gu Xuan had disappeared for several seconds that the crowd began to regain their composure. The square erupted once more with fervent discussions, and social media platforms were set ablaze. This year, the first SSS sacred spirit had appeared, and she was undeniably a woman of unparalleled beauty. Nearly everyone in the nation was spreading the news. Gu Xuan's name surged to the top of trending topics. How could it be her? Unlike the excited and thrilled ordinary viewers, many high-ranking summoners recognized Gu Xuan's identity. Shi Yuanzhu, one of the few exceptionally high-level summoners present, murmured in disbelief. How could it be Gu Xuan? Isn't she the final tester from the 52nd series of the Lin Xiao realm? She actually chose to descend. Many others, equally astonished as Shi Yuanzhu, were scattered across the country. Each of them was a figure of significance, high-level summoners who had previously encountered Gu Xuan. The crowd's attention lingered on Gu Xuan for a considerable time before gradually shifting back to Lin Xiao. Wang Qi stared blankly at the figure on stage, her disbelief manifesting in whispers. How is this possible? How could a useless person contract an SSS spirit? It must be i.e. that IT has to be a lie. She muttered incessantly, as if caught in a frenzy. Jiang Qian, hearing her best friend's ramblings, wore a complex expression and couldn't help but say, Chuyi, Why must you always oppose Lin Xiao? Wang Chuyi grasped her hand as if it were a lifeline. Pleading, please tell me this is false, that it can't be true, right? Jiang Qian felt helpless. She couldn't just lie to her face. Chuyi, don't be like this. At that moment, everyone except Wang Chuyi gazed at Lin Xiao with fervent admiration. The staff member regained her composure, her eyes ablaze with excitement. Student, you can come down now. Lin Xiao gradually emerged from his astonishment, overwhelmed with exhilaration. It seemed he had contracted an extraordinary spirit. Beyond the breathtaking beauty akin to that of Sister Su, the description in the guide left him utterly dazed. 7th on the sacred spirit rankings. Lin Xiao was unfamiliar with this list, as it had not been covered in high school. But the very name suggested its remarkable prestige. Most importantly, the background description of Gu Xuan indicated that she had once been the strongest in a civilization of immortal cultivators. Guide uncle? No, guide grandpa. You are truly magnificent. Lin Xiao had anticipated substantial gains today, but he could never have imagined such an immense reward. Stay composed, don't get carried away. After 6 months of hard work, this result is warranted. He silently reminded himself, taking a deep breath to regain his composure as he walked toward the stage. His swift calmness earned him nods of approval from numerous dignitaries watching from their screens. In previous years, those who achieved SSS were often likened to candidates passing the imperial examination. This young man maintained his poise, demonstrating a commendable mindset. As Lin Xiao walked down the stage, he glanced toward Su Nanya. The person he most wished to share his joy with, that he spotted Sister Su with tears streaming down her face. Alarmed, Lin Xiao hurried over. Sister Su, why are you crying? Su Nanya wiped her tear-streaked face and rushed to embrace him, planting a fervent kiss on his cheek. Little rascal, you have stirred such excitement in me. These are tears of joy. Lin Xiao was left dazed by the kiss, simply grinning foolishly. This scene did not escape Wang Chuyi's gaze, igniting a flicker of regret within her for the first time, that if only she hadn't abandoned Lin Xiao, she could have been the one celebrating with him. Yet, this regret was quickly extinguished. She refused to admit any wrongdoing. That I am right. So what if he has contracted an SSS spirit? He remains an F-grade waste. That I am not wrong. I am absolutely not wrong. Su Nanya clasped Lin Xiao's hand, pulling him before Shi Yuanzhu, brimming with excitement. Teacher, what do you think? I told you, Lin Xiao is the best. Shi Yuanzhu regarded Lin Xiao with a complex gaze, surprised by the inexplicable acceptance of this unexpected disciple. Among those present, she was the calmest. As the dean of the painting department at Longyin University, she had encountered many geniuses. Longyin was one of the best universities in the nation, gathering countless prodigies each year. After witnessing so many talents, it became increasingly difficult to be impressed. Thus, her surprise at Lin Xiao's SSS spirit was more of a curiosity than sheer astonishment. Shi Yuanzhu could not fathom how an F-grade summoner could contract an SSS-grade spirit. Lin Xiao, why do you think Gu Xuyin chose you? Shi Yuanzhu could not help but inquire. This question left Lin Xiao at a loss. He had never considered how to respond. Contracting an S-grade spirit as an F-grade talent would likely spark insatiable curiosity among many. How should I answer? Noticing Lin Xiao's hesitation, Su Nanya suddenly recalled something. Lin Xiao had been fixated on sketching, once mentioning that it was tied to his potential as a summoner, and he harbored a secret all along. Could it be related to that secret? Su Nanya was startled by her own conjecture. She quickly recognized a critical issue. If Lin Xiao's secret was indeed connected to today's contract with the SSS spirit, it must remain undisclosed, lest he face significant trouble. Teacher, your question lacks reason. Spirits choose summoners based on their own preferences. How could Lin Xiao possibly know? Su Nanya winked at Lin Xiao, who understood her meaning instantly. Scratching his head, Teacher, I truly don't know. It was all rather inexplicable. I was hoping to ask you about the reason. You don't know? Shi Yuanzhu was momentarily taken aback, then expressed her confusion. Historically, the spirit with the widest selection range was an SS spirit that chose a D-grade summoner. You have jumped directly from the lowest to the highest grade. It is truly incredible. Su Nanya smiled and remarked. Perhaps it was because our little brother is handsome. Isn't she a woman? Maybe she was moved by worldly affections. Shi Yuanzhu shot a glance at her disciple, but was responding, Lin Xiao. You might as well ask Gu Shuiyan why she chose you that SSS spirits possess complete intelligence. She will tell you the reason. Su Nanya immediately interjected. Hey, teacher, why do you keep fixating on this question? The most important thing now is to recruit Lin Xiao into the academy. Look, the representatives from other schools are coming over. Shi Yuanju paused, sensing that her disciple's words were somewhat peculiar, and she faintly sensed a hint of intimacy. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed the other recruitment teachers indeed approaching. She cast a deep glance at Lin Xiao, deciding not to pursue the matter further, instead smiling and asking, So, Lin Xiao, do you still wish to enter Longyin University? Are you still willing to be my disciple? In the presence of a stunning senior sister and an equally captivating master, how could I possibly resist? Just as Lin Xiao was about to acquiesce, an urgent voice called from behind. Wait a moment, Lin Xiao, our Fengming University warmly welcomes you to join us. Following this, a chorus of voices erupted. We at Qingxiao also hope you will consider us. And we at Bailu, we of Songfeng. Amidst the clamorous shouts, a throng of teachers surrounded Lin Xiao, their gazes akin to that of a wolf spotting a delicate rabbit. Su Nanya, with a playful smile, remarked, Little rascal. You might want to listen to what they have to say. Fengming, Qingxiao, Bailu, and Songfeng are currently the four prestigious institutions. To be frank, they surpass our longing. Master Yu shot a sidelong glance at her disciple, as if to indicate that she was not sufficiently proactive in expressing enthusiasm towards Lin Xiao, deliberately pushing him away. With a sigh, she spoke, Lin Xiao, we at Longyin formally invite you to join us. Moreover, in my capacity as the head of the Huajia department, I extend a special invitation for you to join Huajia. You will henceforth be one of my two direct disciples, just like Xiaoya. With Master Yuru's statement, Lin Xiao, who is already inclined to join Longyin, prepared to respond again, only to be interrupted once more by the admission officer from Fengming. Lin Xiao, wait a moment. The officer glanced at Master Yuru. So it turns out you are the esteemed headmaster. And oh wonder your aura seems so familiar. IT has been years, and your grace surpasses that of the past. Everyone present began to scrutinize Master Yuru. The male teacher's eyes ablaze with admiration. Being men, it was only natural to feel excitement upon encountering such an exquisite beauty. Master Yuru merely smiled and nodded. The Fengming admission officer continued. It appears that Lin Xiao and Headmaster are already acquainted. Master Yuru replied with a smile. Lin Xiao is familiar with my disciple. Before awakening, he had expressed his intention to enroll in Longyin and has already become my student. That not so. Lin Xiao promptly nodded. Thank you, esteemed teachers, for your kind offers, but I have decided to go to Longyin. The expressions of the teachers shifted dramatically. The Fengming admission officer furrowed his brow and stated, Actually, Lin Xiao, you need not rush into a decision. You may not be aware, but while Longyin was once one of the four top institutions, even the foremost, it has likely fallen out of the top 10 nationwide now. 3 years ago, Longyin suffered a catastrophic earthquake, followed by a devastating wave of calamity, resulting in a loss of over half its faculty and students, nearly obliterating the institution. Its foundation severely damaged. The current Longyin is a mere shadow of its former self. Lin Xiao was taken aback. He had heard of this incident in the news before, but the subsequent developments were not well known to him. He had not anticipated that the once-renowned Longyin University had fallen to such disarray. Instinctively, he glanced at Master Yuru, who smiled silently in response. The Fengming teacher added, You must have followed last year's Global Summoner Championship. Our Fengming secured the second place, while Longyin did not even make it to the finals. The admission officer from Qingxiao quickly chimed in. Indeed, we ranked fourth. The representative from Bailu followed suit. We placed seventh. Sensing a lack of competitiveness, the Bailu teacher added, Of course, league rankings do not entirely reflect a school's strength. What truly matters is the quality of education and the resources available. Faced with this undermining, the Fengming teacher immediately interjected, Mr. Zhou, that assertion is flawed. The fact that our students attained second place globally indicates that Fengming's educational standards are indeed the highest. With the most substantial investment in student resources that Mr. Zhou from Bailu swiftly countered, that cannot be said so easily. Luck plays a role in competitions. Our Bailu faced several top seed teams last time, and many of our students were injured before reaching the quarterfinals. which hindered our performance. That I refuse to accept that Feng Ming is superior to us. Lin Xiao, feeling their fourth place was difficult to defend against Feng Ming, quickly supported Bai Lu's argument. Mr. Zhou is correct. League results are not the whole picture. There is an element of luck involved. As the debate escalated, various prestigious institutions began to engage in verbal sparring, with even those ranked just below the top schools joining the fray. The atmosphere became intensely charged. Lin Xiao sought help from Su Nanya, who leaned in with a smile and whispered, "Do not rush. Observe what conditions they offer. The better their conditions, the more resources I and the teachers at Longyin can secure for you. Remember, your innate talent is merely F, although your spirit contract is SSS. The summoner's innate talent is far more significant. Once the school learns of your talent, the board may be reluctant to allocate substantial resources. For now, let us keep this under wraps." Lin Xiao's eyes brightened. These were considerations he had not thought of, and it was indeed Su Jie who was more astute. The leading institutions engaged in their fierce competition. A staff member hurried over. "Esteemed teachers, the prominent families of Tianhai City request to meet with this student in conjunction with the universities." The room fell silent, and a teacher scoffed. "These families wish to poach him? Inform them that Lin Xiao is already committed to our institution and that they should not interfere." The staff member, looking helpless, replied, "However, according to regulations, when an SSS spirit contract appears, families and organizations indeed have the right to compete alongside universities. Since the world was affected by the Calamity Star's pollution, numerous nations have undergone significant upheaval. Many official governments collapsed, giving rise to various organizations and prominent families. Though the situation in the Dragon Kingdom has stabilized, the influential families and organizations continue to exist. In the face of these formidable forces, the official entities had to compromise, granting them the right to recruit during the Summoner Awakening ceremony. Su Nanya's eyes sparkled as she smiled. "Excellent. Let us negotiate together and see who offers the better terms. Everyone shall rely on their own merits." The admission teachers exchanged glances, resigned to agree that on their way to meet with the prominent families. Lin Xiao's mind was half preoccupied, and he couldn't help but browse through Gu Shuiyan's information once more, that he noticed a section in the guide that he did not fully comprehend. Affinity. Euro. Guide. What does affinity mean? Instantly, a line of information appeared. Affinity indicates the degree of fondness and compatibility between the spirit contract and the host. The higher the affinity, the lower the consumption when executing fusion techniques. And the greater the skill's power. Lin Xiao understood. Fusion techniques were the summoner's most critical skills, allowing them to merge with their spirit contract, harnessing all its abilities and enabling skill evolution. Put it simply, this skill serves as the summoner's ultimate trump card. However, fusion techniques require a high level of tacit understanding between the summoner and the spirit contract, and summoners can only fuse with their primary spirit contract, which is the first one they form. Subsequent contracts do not qualify. Lin Xiao had not anticipated that the guide also possessed the ability to enhance his combat prowess. Impressive. After pondering, he inquired, "How can I specifically increase affinity?" The guide replied, "The host may cater to the spirit contract's preferences to please it. When the spirit contract is in a good mood, a small amount of affinity can be gained. Additionally, dual cultivation can also increase affinity. The guide will periodically issue affinity tasks based on the spirit contract's psychological state. Completing these will yield a considerable increase in affinity." Lin Xiao nodded, contemplating how to improve his affinity with Gu Shuiyan. However, there was no rush at the moment, as he had yet to comprehend fusion techniques. Simply being able to dual cultivate would suffice. In the square, as Lin Xiao was surrounded by a multitude of admission teachers. Wang Chuyi's expression darkened to an extreme. She soon began to pursue him. Her best friend, Jiang Qian, seeing this, urgently asked, "Chuyi, what are you doing?" Wang Chuyi did not respond. Her intention was straightforward. She wanted to witness the outcome. Deep down, she clung to a final glimmer of hope, believing that Lin Xiao's talent was merely F, and the admission teachers might still be unaware that if they knew, perhaps the situation would change, at least in Wang Chuyi's view. Lin Xiao still had little future ahead of him. That a F talent implies a slow cultivation speed. Even with an SSS Spirit contract, his future achievements could never surpass someone with her dual A talent. Upon reaching a waiting room behind the square, Lin Xiao cast a glance inside, and his scalp tingled. He beheld a conference-like room filled with over 20 individuals, nearly half of whom were breathtakingly beautiful. They regarded him with a mix of teasing, longing, and eager gazes. Did we enter the wrong place? Lin Xiao thought of escaping. No, this is indeed the right place, the staff member replied, perplexed. You little rascal, I've been searching for you so desperately. Lin Xiao, my little brother, it has been ages. Lin Xiao, do you still remember your sister? Upon catching sight of Lin Xiao, the group of beautiful women began to speak in unison. Particularly, a woman clad in red rushed forward, embracing Lin Xiao and weeping profusely. The newly arrived admissions teachers were taken aback. What on earth was happening? It seemed as though everyone knew Lin Xiao. Nanya, upon witnessing a woman clinging to Lin Xiao, felt a surge of jealousy. But then, as if coming to a realization, she found solace within herself and refrained from intervening. This little rascal was so exceptional. Surely, there would be numerous women vying for his attention in the future, and there was no end to her envy. Besides, she was confident enough to believe that no one could snatch him away from her. Meanwhile, Wang Chui, who had followed behind, clenched her fists at the sight. Each of these stunning women could easily overshadow her in terms of beauty. Yet, their enthusiasm for Lin Xiao only intensified her agitation. Then, a cold smile crept onto her lips. These women were merely here to recruit for their families. Once they learned that Lin Xiao's talent was rated F, their fervor would surely dissipate. Moreover, they were likely unaware that Lin Xiao was a scoundrel. She couldn't believe that these women were indifferent to such matters. As Su Nanya was, however, having learned a lesson from Su Nanya, she decided to bide her time. These individuals would undoubtedly inquire about Lin Xiao's abilities, and she was content to watch the ensuing spectacle. "Anna, please let go of me," Lin Xiao exclaimed, panic-stricken as he attempted to push Zhao Anna away, his gaze darting anxiously towards Su Nanya. To his surprise, Su Nanya responded with an approving thumbs up. Lin Xiao's cheeks burned as if set aflame. Zhao Anna stubbornly refused to release her hold, sobbing, "You wicked boy, you can't escape this time. Come back to my family with me." The admissions teachers could no longer contain themselves. From her words, it seemed that Lin Xiao shared a deep bond with this woman. "Miss, what is your relationship with Lin Xiao?" Zhao Anna turned to the crowd, her face brimming with pride as she declared, "Lin Xiao is my fiancé. Don't try to steal him. He belongs with my family." "What?" Lin Xiao was left dumbfounded. "No, sister, don't say such nonsense. A fiancé. Lin Xiao has such a beautiful fiancé. Wang Chui was astounded, pondering whether her previous assumptions were incorrect, that Lin Xiao had already secured a girlfriend without announcing it. The others were equally shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief. Su Nanya's previously subdued jealousy began to resurface, unable to be contained. Before she could react, someone was already unable to hold back. Alice, who had been a close friend in the waiting room, sneered, "Zhao Anna, that's not how you claim someone. Lin Xiao only drew you a sketch, and now you're calling him your fiancé. Then by your logic, since Lin Xiao has drawn a sketch of me as well, I must also be his fiancé. The admissions teachers found themselves completely bewildered. Su Nanya, however, quickly understood the situation. Wang Chui, on the other hand, was left confused, wondering what the sketching meant, suddenly recalling Lin Xiao's earlier mention of having ulterior motives with women. She speculated if that was the case. Perhaps he had not lied, and simply found it beneath him to explain himself to her. The room full of beauties exchanged glances, each processing Alice's words with surprise. Each one thought, could it be that Lin Xiao had made similar requests to more than just themselves? Just moments ago, many were secretly pleased, thinking Lin Xiao had asked to draw their figures, believing themselves to be unique, and thus holding an advantage in competition. Now, it appeared that this fellow was a scoundrel, potentially having flirted with every woman present. The beautiful women looked at one another, their mutual understanding confirming their suspicions. So that's how it is. We are all fiancés of Lin Xiao, a short-haired beauty said with a grin. Lin Xiao felt an overwhelming urge to find a place to hide, unable to even glance at Su Nanya. Yet, curiously, Su Nanya's mood inexplicably brightened, filling her with an odd sense of pride. This little rascal was quite popular. He truly deserved to be the man she had chosen. Does anyone understand what's going on? One of the admissions teachers could no longer contain their curiosity and turned to their colleague. The question teacher looked equally perplexed, responding, "I have no idea either." Clearing his throat, another teacher asked, "Could anyone explain what is happening here?" The admissions teacher from Fengming could not help but inquire, "Teacher Jiang, do you know what this situation is about?" Jiang Wanqing, having connections with various universities, found it hard to evade the question. She had no choice but to quietly explain the situation to the group of admissions teachers. Upon hearing her explanation, everyone wore expressions of bewilderment. Cough, cough, Lin Xiao. The charming youth, one admissions teacher remarked, eager to curry favor with Lin Xiao. A young man must be charming. It's nothing to be concerned about. Lin Xiao could only force a stiff smile in response. However, one of the beauties couldn't help but ask, "But Lin Xiao, your hobby is quite unique. How did you charm all the beauties from the Tianhai socialite circle?" Lin Xiao found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Wang Qi perked up, unwilling to believe that Lin Xiao was merely sketching. She surmised it was just a pretense to woo women. With so many eyes upon him, she was eager to see how he would answer. As Lin Xiao struggled to find words, Su Nanya chimed in, "You may not know, but Lin Xiao possesses an extraordinary talent for being a painting armorer. He invites all the lovely ladies to practice his skills." Practice? Many were left baffled. Su Nanya smiled and explained, "Each of you ladies is a rare beauty. If he can accurately capture the essence of your forms, it will greatly benefit his prowess as a painting armorer." The audience fell silent, deep in thought, as they contemplated the merit of her words. They were all well versed in the realm of painting armorers, aware that a fundamental skill was to capture essence. Once one became a painting armorer, it required continuous practice. However, seeking out beautiful women for figure drawing was something they had never heard of before. Yet upon further reflection, it did seem to make sense. When a painting armorer customizes armor for a summoner or spirit, they must consider the essence of the individual. If the armor resonates with the individual's spirit, its power would indeed be enhanced. This logic was akin to selecting a worthy master for a divine weapon. As everyone pondered, they quickly concluded that this was indeed a brilliant approach. Among those present were several painting armorers. And one admissions teacher's eyes lit up as they praised, "That method sounds truly reasonable. I shall certainly try it myself." Lin Xiao felt his lips twitch in response, as Nanya had concocted a fine reason for him. A purple-haired beauty could not help but exclaim, "So, Lin Xiao has exceptional talent as a painting armorer. Indeed, I recall the sketch he made for me. It perfectly captured both form and spirit, truly exquisite." Lin Xiao glanced over, and the purple-haired beauty was not exaggerating. She was indeed someone he had drawn a figure sketch of, and he vaguely recalled her especially fair complexion. Su Nanya felt a swell of pride for being the first to recognize Lin Xiao's talent as a painting armorer, proclaiming, "Indeed, Lin Xiao is the most talented painting armorer I have ever encountered, bar none." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Many recognized Su Nanya, aware that she was a senior painting armorer. The appearance she had adopted today was her usual guise at Longyin University. After all, in a stable environment, she required a consistent facade. She could not simply change her appearance day after day, but a number of people were familiar with her. Receiving such high praise from a senior painting armorer left no room for doubt in anyone's minds. And their gazes towards Lin Xiao grew increasingly fervent. That a summoner with an SSS spirit and an undeniable talent as a painting armorer was certainly worthy of pursuit at any cost. Behind them, Wang Qi was utterly stunned, never having anticipated such an outcome. How could Lin Xiao possess talent as a painting armorer without her knowledge? Moreover, she suddenly recalled a question. When had Lin Xiao learned to draw figure sketches? He had never drawn one for her, despite her often undressing in front of him. With the confirmation of a high-ranking painting armorer, the atmosphere in the room grew ever more electrifying. Indeed, I remember now. That sketch Lin Xiao made for me was particularly impressive. One by one, the beautiful women began to speak up, as if to corroborate a point. "Lin Xiao, my dear brother, when I asked you back then, you didn't give me anything. How about you draw me a nice picture someday?" A lady with violet hair leaned closer. The crowd of charming women, unwilling to be left behind, pressed in closer. This left Xiao Anna in a state of panic as she pulled Lin Xiao behind her, anxiously declaring, "Lin Xiao is mine. Don't try to take him from me. I intend to marry him." That a hush fell over the room, only to be followed by a renewed uproar, with one beauty shouting, "You want to marry him too, Xiao Anna? Using that as leverage isn't enough. You are but a faded flower, unworthy of Lin Xiao." Those who had been persuaded by Lin Xiao to pose for figure drawings inherently harbored feelings for him. And to utter such declarations of marriage was no mere jest. As this lady spoke, several others who had sat for Lin Xiao's sketches chimed in. "If Lin Xiao wishes to join our family, I too would gladly marry him." That a genius blessed with an SSS contract spirit, a young man validated by a senior drawing master as possessing extraordinary artistic talent, and so handsome besides. Could any unmarried woman remain unmoved? They had already felt a spark for Lin Xiao, or else they would not have agreed to be drawn, expressing their intentions with ease. The sight of these women using themselves as bargaining chips left the remaining onlookers dumbfounded. The admission officers from various universities instantly felt as though they had no chance. They had all resorted to the art of seduction. Wang Chui, unable to contain herself any longer, exclaimed, "Aren't you all going to ask about his talent?" Her words brought immediate silence to the room, all eyes turning to Wang Chui. Why is she here again? Lin Xiao thought. Exasperated, Su Nanya's eyes glinted with a dangerous light. "Who are you?" someone inquired. "I am Lin Xiao's ex-girlfriend," Wang Qi declared loudly. This revelation left the group of beauties momentarily stunned as they sized her up. Xiao Anna instinctively became wary, sneering, "Ex-girlfriend? That changes nothing. You needn't vie with us. Your looks cannot win Lin Xiao back." Wang Qi nearly choked on her words, retorting, "I have no desire to compete with you. I merely want to inform you of Lin Xiao's talent." The crowd quieted, realizing that no one had thought to inquire about Lin Xiao's abilities. It was not mere oversight. A person with an SSS contract spirit was inherently talented, a widely accepted notion. They subconsciously believed Lin Xiao's talent must be at least SS, hence their lack of urgency in asking. However, upon Wang Chui's reminder, someone instinctively asked, "Right, what is Lin Xiao's talent?" "Do you know, young lady?" Wang Chui, her face filled with urgency, replied, "His talent is F. Hear me clearly. It is F." The crowd gasped in disbelief. Casting incredulous glances at Lin Xiao, he felt a mix of exasperation and confusion. Wang Chui's animosity seemed to know no bounds as she disrupted the proceedings. Yet, in a strange twist of fate, he found himself grateful for her intervention. With so many beauties crowding around, he felt an overwhelming urge to escape. She is not mistaken. My talent is indeed F. Ladies, I am truly lacking. Please, you should leave. The beautiful women paused, only for one to chide. "You jest, dear brother. We do not believe you." Observing the desperate expression on Lin Xiao's face, they all assumed he was merely feigning modesty. "Really, I speak the truth. My talent is genuinely F, without a doubt. I refuse to believe that." "Lin Xiao, you cannot escape my grasp," Xiao Anna insisted, clutching him tightly. Once more, the throng of alluring women began to inch forward. Lin Xiao felt overwhelmed, seeking help from Sister Su, only to find her covering her mouth, delighting in the spectacle unfolding before her. Wang Chui, struck dumb, was on the verge of a breakdown. His talent truly is F. It was precisely this that caused me to break up with him. The room fell silent once more at her words. Lin Xiao quickly added, "She is correct. I was indeed her boyfriend. The day after my talent was revealed, she publicly ended our relationship at school. You can ask anyone from our school. My talent is genuinely F." This revelation left the crowd in a state of confusion. The two spoke with such conviction that it hardly seemed fabricated. Yet, how could one with an F talent possibly form a contract with an SSS spirit? Someone incredulously asked, "But how could that be?" "Indeed, that seems impossible." Lin Xiao quickly interjected, "I assure you, if you do not believe me, I can log into the academic verification website to show you." He pulled out his phone, deftly navigating the screen before presenting it to the crowd. "See, I truly have an F talent." This revelation left no room for disbelief. The atmosphere grew cold as the reality sank in. Many people's enthusiasm visibly waned. Zhao Anna, however, appeared even more excited, wishing that everyone would now overlook Lin Xiao, leaving her uncontested. Wang Qi, witnessing the shift in the atmosphere, finally breathed a sigh of relief, reveling in her triumph. Lin Xiao was nothing more than an ordinary waste. Even with an SSS spirit contract, he could never achieve greatness. The crowd's gaze turned toward her, some with disdain. Although Lin Xiao's F talent disappointed many, her gloating demeanor was far from endearing. Claiming to be Lin Xiao's ex-girlfriend and publicly abandoning him only served to further alienate her from those present. Yet, no one had the time to criticize her, as the sheer shock of Lin Xiao's F talent forming a contract with an SSS spirit was too overwhelming to process. One teacher furrowed their brow, stating, "I still find it hard to believe there has never been such a disparity in history to Nanya." Recognizing the need to steer the conversation away from this topic, interjected, "There is nothing impossible about this. You must understand that the spirit choosing Lin Xiao is like us, possessing complete intelligence. Furthermore, I trust you all recognize Gu Shuyan. She chose Lin Xiao for her reasons, perhaps seeing something in him that others do not." The crowd glanced at Wang Qi, their expressions tinged with disdain. Nanya continued, "Moreover, while Lin Xiao's talent may be F, his potential as a drawing master is nothing short of extraordinary. Given such remarkable strengths, it is hardly surprising that an SSS spirit would take an interest in him." Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement. It was well known that spirits select their summoners based on personal preference, and history was replete with examples of significant talent gaps in such choices, though none as extreme as Lin Xiao's case. In that moment, the audience begrudgingly accepted the notion of an F talent binding to an SSS spirit, though they regarded Lin Xiao with a hint of pity. Lin Xiao let out a sigh of relief as the fervent gazes upon him diminished. "Ladies, you see that my talent is so lacking that it scarcely warrants your contention. I shall take my leave now." He attempted to make his escape, but Zhao Anna's grip tightened resolutely, refusing to let go. "Lin Xiao, I have never valued your talent. Even if you had not awakened, I would still wish to marry you. Come to the Zhao family. We are not lacking in summoners or combat prowess. I will devote all resources to cultivating you as a drawing master." Several other beauties, having come to their senses, echoed, "Lin Xiao, our sentiments remain unchanged. We too would marry you." Lin Xiao was taken aback, questioning, "Sisters, what is it that you see in me? Am I not allowed to change?" The revelation of Lin Xiao's talent being rated as an F indeed left many in dismay. However, none present were fools. Upon deeper reflection, they recognized that Lin Xiao was still a coveted gem. An individual with an F rating capable of contracting an SSS spirit must possess some unique qualities, not to mention the exceptionally strong talent as an armor painter. The slow progression associated with an F talent could be mitigated in the early stages through the accumulation of resources, enabling a significant elevation in levels, albeit at an immense cost that only prominent families could bear. Yet considering Lin Xiao's prowess as an armor painter, such an expenditure seemed justifiable. Most notably, several beautiful women held genuine affection for Lin Xiao. During the time spent sketching, they had all been enamored with him. Otherwise, how could Lin Xiao engage in artistic endeavors while these affluent young ladies selflessly dedicated themselves to the arts? The atmosphere ignited once more, as a throng of beauties vied for Lin Xiao's attention. Wang Qi was utterly stunned. She could not fathom why, despite the circumstances, these individuals continued to pursue Lin Xiao. Suddenly, a soft voice reached her ears. "Are you perplexed? Unable to comprehend why they act thus? Why?" Wang Qi instinctively turned her head, only to discover it was Nanya, causing her to take a step back in shock. Nanya smiled sweetly and remarked, "Because you are foolish, short-sighted, and snobbish." This was the first time Wang Qi questioned her own judgment, murmuring, "Could it be that I was truly mistaken?" Yet, she quickly shook her head in denial. "I am not wrong. I merely wish to pursue my own happiness. My talent is an A, while his is an F. What right do I have to be with him?" Nanya scoffed. "You look down on him because of his talent, and I shan't comment on that. But why must you humiliate him in public? If you do not wish to be with him, a peaceful separation would suffice. Why subject him to humiliation before the entire school? You seek happiness. Yet why trample on another's dignity? You believe you've erred, and thus wish to redeem yourself through ridicule. That am I correct? Su Nanya seemed to see straight through Wang Chui. I suspect you wish to climb higher by humiliating Lin Xiao to pledge your loyalty to a new man. Wang Chui's complexion paled. Su Nanya's cold smile deepened. It seems I was right. You truly lack shame. Leave, for you are unwelcome here. Wang Chui departed in a daze, unnoticed by those around her, and a teacher observed Lin Xiao being contested by several women and tentatively inquired of the surrounding faculty. So, are we still competing? Of course, why wouldn't we? Only a few emerge from Dragon Country each year, and they must be pursued, came the consensus point. One teacher cleared his throat and spoke loudly. Ladies, I believe it would be prudent for you to sit down and each present your terms. Your current competition will yield no results and will only distress Lin Xiao. It would be far better to propose conditions for him to choose from. Lin Xiao felt as if he had heard a celestial melody and quickly chimed in. Dear sisters, I believe this teacher speaks wisely. Perhaps you could present your terms, and I shall make a selection. With so many of you, I truly do not know whom to choose. His thoughts were to stall these enchanting ladies, for he intended to select Longyin regardless of their conditions. After some discussion without resolution, the beautiful contestants reflected on the teacher's suggestion and gradually stepped back. However, Zhao Anna was unwilling to relent. Positioning herself beside Lin Xiao with a gaze so affectionate that it left him utterly helpless, Zhao Anna spoke first. I shall go first, as long as Lin Xiao comes to the Zhao family. I will certainly marry him as the only daughter. I will inherit the family power, and Lin Xiao, as my husband, will receive our family's full resources for development. Whatever the Zhao family possesses, he shall have as well. The crowd gasped, for the Zhao family was one of the largest in Tianhai, renowned throughout the nation. This promise elicited envy even from many male teachers present. Numerous recruitment teachers felt apprehensive, wondering how they could compete if Lin Xiao was not inclined to sell himself. After all, once he allied with a prominent family, he would be bound to them for life. After Zhao Anna's declaration, a violet-haired beauty chimed in. My terms are the same. The Zhou family is no less formidable than the Zhao family, and I too will marry him. Although I will not hold power, my brother will, and Lin Xiao will likewise receive our utmost support. In a short while, several beautiful women voiced similar conditions, all revolving around their personal investment and their family's commitment to nurture him. Lacking any truly distinctive offers, given the circumstances, this was the limit of what they could present. No family could propose more. Once the ladies had finished, the recruitment teachers began to speak. First among them was teacher Feng Ming, who stated, Lin Xiao, I can assure you that the resources provided by universities cannot compare to those from prominent families. Universities operate on principles of fairness. However, in your unique situation, we will offer specialized resources for your development. According to school regulations, the level of resources allocated corresponds to the spirit contract and the summoner's talent level. Should you join our Feng institution, the contract resources will undoubtedly be of the highest caliber. This declaration left many teachers astounded. They had not anticipated Feng would directly offer SSS-level resources. That it was well known that many schools intended to provide only A-level resources for someone with Lin Xiao's F talent. Teacher Feng continued, You might be surprised, Lin Xiao, and you need not doubt my sincerity, that I wish to witness how far someone chosen by an SSS spirit can progress under full cultivation. This represents a unique experimental opportunity, as such a significant leap has never occurred in human history. The crowd nodded in understanding. The remaining teachers from Qingxiao, Bailu, and Songfeng appeared contemplative before declaring, In that case, we too are willing to offer dual SSS resources. Once the four major institutions had presented their terms, all eyes turned to Su Nanya, the representative of Longyin. With a smile, Su Nanya declared, Longyin offers the same. And personally, I will devote all my efforts to nurture Lin Xiao. The remaining recruitment teachers exchanged glances, realizing that no one else would speak up. They had come to understand that they had no chance of competing. Initially, they had hoped for A-level offers from the four major institutions, and even an S-level offer would have allowed them to negotiate higher. Yet with the four institutions presenting top-tier resources, how could they possibly compete? Seeing the silence among them, teacher Feng smiled. Lin Xiao, you may now make your selection. However, I wish to remind you that while these ladies expressed genuine intent, should you join a prominent family, you will become part of that family for life. Conversely, if you enter a university, the institution will not impose any restrictions on your future. You will remain free. Lin Xiao nodded appreciatively, thanking the teacher for the reminder. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the gathered beauties. Dear sisters, I am truly grateful for your affection, but I am not yet inclined to marry. I choose to attend Longyin University. This declaration left the women stunned. They had not anticipated that Lin Xiao could resist such a significant temptation, and they grew increasingly anxious. Zhao Anna, in particular, was on the verge of tears as she pleaded. Lin Xiao, please come to our Zhao family. The other beauties surrounded him, clamoring in a cacophony reminiscent of earlier chaos. Lin Xiao wore a wry smile as he sought help from Su Nanya. With a slight smile, she recognized it was time to awaken these superficial admirers. Transforming before their eyes, she unveiled her true form. Lin Xiao is mine. You need not fight over him any longer. With a graceful shimmer, Su Nanya appeared as though she had stepped from a dream. The meeting room fell silent, all eyes instinctively drawn to her, and they were momentarily entranced. The beauty of the enchanting woman had the power to captivate both men and women alike within the room. At the moment she appeared, Lin Xiao's mind went completely blank, his throat parched. He glanced over, and even though it was not their first encounter with Sister Su, he couldn't help but reveal a look of enchantment. Her brows and eyes radiated an infinite springtime allure, and her captivating gaze seemed to ensnare one's very soul. Her delicate, jade-like nose and rosy lips resembled the blossoms of a peach tree. Enveloped in a soft pink glow, she exuded an ethereal aura. The entrance of such a beauty transformed the conference room into a dreamlike realm. Hsu and Nanya approached the women present, and in that moment, the top beauties of Tianhai City faded into insignificance, as if they had all turned monochrome, leaving only Su Nanya in vivid color. As she drew near, the other beauties instinctively parted, creating a path for her. Standing before Lin Xiao, she took his hand amidst the rapid beating of his heart, and then, with the air of a queen, surveyed the gathered women. Are you all competing with me? The women stood speechless, entranced by her unparalleled beauty, utterly subservient to her regal presence. Much like birds encountering a phoenix, their hearts filled only with reverence. Su Nanya smiled with satisfaction, withdrawing her true form and transforming back into her OL persona. As her true visage faded, the enchanting atmosphere dissipated and the dreamlike immersion that had enveloped everyone gradually faded away. After a good 10 seconds, the occupants of the conference room slowly regained their senses. The gazes of the men present turned intensely heated upon looking at Su Nanya, while the women's expressions morphed into awe. Little rascal. Let us go, Su Nanya said, taking Lin Xiao's hand and striding towards the exit of the conference room. No one dared to voice a protest until the two completely vanished. The room erupted into a cacophony of chatter. Heavens, how could there be such a beautiful woman? From her appearance just now, she resembled a nine-tailed fox from the Beast Clan that I've heard rumors of a goddess at Longyin University, famed for her breathtaking beauty. I always thought it was Shi Yuru, but it seems I was mistaken. The discussions were predominantly among the men, while the group of beauties remained silent, each feeling a sense of powerlessness rise within them. Though they were all top-tier beauties, in comparison to Su Nanya, they felt as though they were nothing at all. Even Lu Yuer, the most striking among them with millions of fans, found her confidence shattered in this moment. The others were no better off, their expressions vacant. Yet, no one felt jealousy. Such a vast disparity only bred despair. Gradually, the men regained their composure, glancing at the group of disheartened beauties, wanting to offer words of comfort but unsure of how to begin. Should they say, "You're not bad either," or "That person just now was a fairy"? There is no need to compare yourselves. The former would be mere self-deception, while the latter could be hurtful. Sigh, after this incident, I wonder if they will ever regain their confidence in beauty for the rest of their lives. The men silently pondered. Returning to the plaza, the summoning ceremony continued, with pillars of light occasionally descending from the sacred radiance gates. Lin Xiao, the recipient of the SSS contract spirit, returned to the plaza, once again drawing countless gazes that Hsu Nanya led him towards the enrollment seats. her smile radiant. Little rascal, you're quite the spectacle today. Are you happy? I am, Lin Xiao replied with a smile, but being with Sister Su makes me even happier, Su Nanya giggled. Flattery will get you everywhere. Yet the joy on her face was unmistakable. Amidst the multitude of gazes, the two returned to the enrollment seats of Longyin. Shiryu Ru watched them approach, her gaze briefly lingering on their entwined hands before casting a meaningful glance at her own disciple. Su Nanya noticed this and felt her cheeks flush slightly, yet she did not release Lin Xiao's hand. Upon reaching the seats, Shiryu Ru smiled and said, "Welcome to Longyin University." Lin Xiao. Without needing to ask, she could deduce that Lin Xiao would not be joining any other university or family. Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. Su Nanya pulled 2 chairs closer, urging Lin Xiao to sit beside her. Little rascal, quickly tell me what skills you've obtained. Shiryu Ru also expressed curiosity. Lin Xiao's expression instantly beamed with pride. You might want to brace yourselves for this. Su Nanya's eyes sparkled with interest. Lin Xiao, with great vigor, declared, "The contract spirit has granted me 4 skills." He then observed the expressions of the 2 women. Su Nanya was momentarily stunned, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Shiryu Ru was equally taken aback, her composed demeanor faltering as her lips parted involuntarily. Point 4. Su Nanya exclaimed, "Little rascal, you're not pulling my leg, are you?" How could it possibly be 4? Her initial reaction was to think Lin Xiao was jesting. Hee, I knew you would believe me, but it really is 4. I was hoping to ask you, Sister and Master, how this could happen. Lin Xiao's tone suggested a mix of enthusiasm and curiosity, prompting Su Nanya and Shiryu Ru to exchange astonished glances, both recognizing the shock and incredulity reflected in each other's eyes. Master, isn't it typical for a contract spirit to only grant a summoner 1 skill? I've heard of cases where 2 are granted, but how could it be 4? Su Nanya queried urgently. Shiryu Ru regained her composure and focused intently on Lin Xiao. What 4 skills did it grant you? Lin Xiao answered truthfully. Sword Mastery, Unmatched Sword Spirit, Heart of the Zither, and Broken String. He elaborated on the effects of these 4 skills. 2 related to swordsmanship, and 2 to Zither Mastery. 2 sword skills, and 2 Zither skills. Shiryu Ru murmured, her eyes lighting up, that I think I might have an idea about this. But it's simply outrageous, Su Nanya, feeling anxious, pressed. Master, please tell me what is going on. Shiryu Ru suppressed her astonishment and explained. As is well known, some contract spirits grant summoners 2 skills. A rare occurrence that typically requires the spirit to possess dual talents. Gu Shui Yin, with her dual mastery of the Zither and sword, is an example of this, which is why she granted Lin Xiao 2 types of gifted skills. Unable to restrain herself, Su Nanya asked, "But why 4? Shiryu Ru continued. "Based on my conjecture, it likely relates to her rank. Gu Shui Yin is Cesar." Su Nanya exclaimed in shock. "But there is no such rank among the holy spirits." Shiryu Ru shook her head. The absence of this rank doesn't mean that a contract spirit can achieve such a rating. Even among SSS ranks, there are distinctions in strength. Her gaze fixed intently on Lin Xiao. She pondered, is Gu Shui Yin on the holy spirit ranking? Speaking of this, Lin Xiao immediately chimed in. Right. I was just about to ask Master and Sister, what exactly is the holy spirit ranking? Over here, it shows that Gu Shui Yin is ranked 7th on the list. What? 7th? Shiryu Ru nearly gasped, abruptly rising from her seat. Her astonishment surpassed even her reaction to hearing that Lin Xiao had acquired 4 skills. What is the holy spirit ranking? Is 7th place impressive? Su Nanya, seeing her teacher so flabbergasted, felt puzzled. As a non-summoner, Su Nanya was not familiar with some of the more obscure information regarding summoners, having never heard of the holy spirit ranking, as the Beast Clan had its own racial abilities. Shiryu Ru looked at Lin Xiao as if he were marvel, murmuring, I'd already suspected that Gu Shui Yin would rank highly on the holy spirit ranking, but I never imagined it would be this high. Actually making it into the top 10. Lin Xiao and Su Nanya exchanged glances, unable to contain their curiosity. Master, what exactly is the holy spirit ranking, and why have I never heard of it before? Shiryu Ru's tone was tinged with excitement. It's quite normal that you haven't heard of the Holy Spirit ranking. It's a list established by the Holy Spirit Star for SSS ranked spirits. The specific names on the list are unknown, and the summoning community only knows of its existence through some information about contract spirits. IT is estimated that the list contains around 100,000 SSS rank spirits. 100,000? Lin Xiao exclaimed in surprise. How are there so many SSS spirits? Shiryu Ru shook her head. The Holy Spirit Star compiles souls from countless worlds across the universe. In the vastness of the myriad realms, countless souls exist. 100,000 ISNT, particularly many. Lin Xiao paused, realizing that this logic made sense. Throughout the history of every civilization, countless strong figures had arisen. And indeed, 100,000 SSS ranks were not excessive, Shiryu Ru continued. In the history of our blue star, a total of 1238 SSS rank spirits have been contracted by summoners, AS for how many can make it onto the Holy Spirit ranking. It is hard to say, as many individuals keep it hidden. However, I doubt it exceeds 100, and as far as I know, the highest ranked is at number 5629 on the Holy Spirit ranking. Is it really that low? Lin Xiao was taken aback. Looking back at Gu Xian, he felt a shiver run down his spine. IT was not merely surprise, but a hint of trepidation. He patted his chest and pondered a question. With so many SS spirits on the spirit rankings, why have we humans only contracted a handful? Shiryu Ru couldn't help but gaze up at the sky and sighed. Do you truly believe that only our planet is under the protection of the spirit star in the myriad universes? Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned by her words. That Nanya interjected. Does the teacher mean that there are other civilizations in the myriad universes that also possess summoners? Many spirits have been contracted by other civilizations? Shiryu Ru nodded. I believe so. After all, your beast clan hails from another dimension, does it not? Therefore, it is not surprising that there are planets in the myriad universes akin to ours. Suddenly, Lin Xiao thought of Earth. He was indeed a traveler from another realm in that instant. He felt that his identity as a traveler was perhaps not as significant as he once thought. On a different note, to be honest, I never anticipated Gu Xian's ranking to be so high. Shiryu Ru contemplated for a moment before stating, Lin Xiao, in the future, if anyone inquires about Gu Xian's ranking, you should uniformly respond that she is ranked 3007. Lin Xiao nodded, understanding the principle that a commoner bears no guilt while possessing a treasure. Although spirits cannot be seized, it does not mean that jealousy does not exist. Shiryu Ru sighed. Given such a high ranking, it is understandable that she can provide you with 4 skills. Historically, any spirit that has entered the spirit rankings has brought considerable benefits to their summoner. Speaking of SSR, I personally believe that any spirit that ranks within the top 3,000 can be regarded as SSR. You may not yet perceive Gu Xian's strength, but when you summon her for battle, you will discover that she holds a significant advantage over other SSS spirits. Lin Xiao instinctively asked, how great is that advantage? Shiryu Ru's expression grew complex. You will only know by trying. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao could not help but feel a strong desire to summon Gu Xian. The joy on Su Nanya's face was unmistakable, genuinely happy for Lin Xiao. She even felt a stroke of luck, marveling at how fortunate she was to encounter such a little rascal. Lin Xiao, how many skills does Gu Xian possess? Shiryu Ru inquired again. A peculiar expression crossed Lin Xiao's face. Observing his reaction, Shiryu Ru and Su Nanya exchanged glances, their mouths agape. Shiryu Ru stammered, it can't possibly be 4 again, can it? Lin Xiao nodded. Shiryu Ru was utterly stunned, taking a while to regain her composure as she remarked. Indeed, it is no wonder she ranks 7th on the spirit rankings. Most spirits possess only 1 or 2 skills, yet she is 4th. Su Nanya chimed in. Little rascal, are you cheating? Lin Xiao, inwardly contemplating, maintained an outward demeanor of feigned ignorance. The astonishment of Su Nanya and Shiryu Ru lingered for quite some time, before gradually calming. Su Nanya tugged at Lin Xiao's arm, feeling an attachment, as if she had stumbled upon a treasure. No, it was more accurate to say that she had been discovered by a treasure. Little rascal, let's stay here and recruit new members. As 2 stunning beauties, we will attract the boys, and you, as our handsome little brother, can draw in some girls, Su Nanya said with a beaming smile. Lin Xiao felt a touch of helplessness. Su Nanya shot him a playful glance. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? No, he replied hastily. If I know what you're thinking. Little rascal, Are you eager to meet Gu Xuyan? Caught off guard, Lin Xiao nodded sheepishly as Nanya playfully pinched his nose and said, "It's typical for someone who's just become a summoner. Go on. I won't keep you." Lin Xiao chuckled as Nanya shot him a knowing look. "I'll send you a website and an invitation code for the Longyin School Forum. Register when you get home and take some time to browse through the content. If you have any questions, I'll come by tonight to explain, and we can discuss the subsequent arrangements then." Lin Xiao nodded eagerly and prepared to leave as Nanya stopped him. "Wait, if you go out like this, you might get mobbed. Here, let me give you something useful. Right? I'm a public figure now. Those noble ladies might be waiting for me outside." Lin Xiao thought, suddenly feeling a sense of urgency. Nanya produced a deep purple bead, about the size of a fingertip, woven into a slender black cord. "This is a deceiver's pearl. It allows for disguise," she explained, gently slipping the cord onto Lin Xiao's wrist. Lin Xiao looked down, noticing that the purple bead seemed to contain multiple faces. Nanya elaborated, "The pearl has already recorded many faces. The method is straightforward. Concentrate your mind to select one, and your appearance will automatically be replaced. That if you wish to add new faces, simply point the pearl at the target's face, and it will replicate it. However, the deceiver's pearl can only mask appearances and cannot alter one's physique. This is quite a remarkable item," Lin Xiao mused. "Sister Su, this must be very valuable," Nanya smiled. "It's nothing much. Consider it a gift." Lin Xiao hesitated, "But I can't accept a gift without offering something in return. How much does it cost?" "I'll buy it." Nanya shot him an annoyed glance. "What kind of talk is that? My life is yours. You think I would charge you for a small gift?" Lin Xiao quickly clarified, "Sister Su, that's not what I meant. It just feels wrong to take something for nothing." Nanya interrupted. "If you keep this up, I won't speak to you anymore." Lin Xiao panicked and quickly said, "Sister, please don't be angry. I'll accept it." Nanya smiled brightly again. "That's more like it. I have plenty of money. A little gift doesn't matter. Little rascal, just wait. I have more good things for you later." Lin Xiao realized he could not refuse and felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, teasingly remarking, "I never expected Sister Su to be a little wealthy." Nanya placed her hands on her hips. "Of course. Do you want to eat Sister soft rice? I can support you." Lin Xiao chuckled. "Sister, I'm hungry." Nanya was thoroughly amused. With the deceiver's pearl in hand, Lin Xiao moved to a corner at the edge of the plaza, altering his appearance to that of an ordinary young man before exiting through the back exit of the plaza. Upon stepping outside, he was startled to find the street teeming with people. A quick glance revealed that Zhao Anna and other beauties from Tianhai City were indeed present, evidently waiting for him. As he emerged, all eyes turned towards him. Upon realizing he was not the person they had anticipated, disappointment flickered in Zhao Anna's gaze. Nevertheless, some individuals approached him to inquire about his awakening. To avoid entanglement, Lin Xiao directly replied that he had not awakened, which spared him from further questioning. Once he extricated himself from the crowd, Lin Xiao hailed a bicycle and pedaled swiftly toward home. He bypassed his usual residence, opting instead for the secret property. After entering the house and plopping down on the sofa, Lin Xiao prepared to summon Gu Xuyan, but paused, recalling something. Gu Xuyan was not an ordinary spirit. Her esteemed identity in her past life warranted that he should visit the spirit palace to meet her. The relationship between a spirit and a summoner was not one of master and servant. It was more akin to that of life and death partners. Both parties needed to respect each other, and a summoner could not compel a spirit to do anything against its will. This was easily understandable, as most spirits had held esteemed positions in their previous lives. Even as spirits, they deserved the respect they had earned. Of course, this primarily applied to spirits with intelligence. For the vast majority of summoners, it was unlikely they would ever contract a spirit with independent consciousness, and thus the question of respect became moot. Lin Xiao exhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to see Gu Xuyan immediately, and instead reopened the spirit record. His gaze fell upon the suggestions for enhancing intimacy with Gu Xuyan. Gu Xuyan, possessing a quiet and graceful demeanor, is serene and unassuming, favoring a natural approach. She has a need for affection, and expressing endearments may yield unexpected results. Hobbies: music, chess, calligraphy, painting, gardening, and cute pets, especially fond of white foxes. Dislikes: sweet foods and complexity. Lin Xiao regarded the suggestions with a peculiar expression. She enjoys being pampered. What an extraordinary quality for a big sister. And her fondness for white foxes, what would Sister Sue think of that? But why is she so enamored with white foxes? Lin Xiao pondered for a few moments, then took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and communicated with the spirit contract palace. His primordial spirit manifested in an expansive realm where the horizon stretched endlessly, and beneath his feet lay an infinite, tranquil lake. As Lin Xiao arrived, ripples spread across the water surface, resembling a mirror adorned with a layer of lake water. This truly the spirit contract palace. It was his first time witnessing it in person, having only studied it in textbooks before. The spirit contract palace is a unique domain that automatically opens upon awakening as a summoner, serving as a residence for spirits. It exists between the void and reality, anchored within the summoner's mental landscape. Lin Xiao observed his own being. He was currently in a primordial spirit state. Yet within this space, he felt as though he were a corporeal being. He could feel the gentle breeze wafting across the lake and a refreshing aura that brought a sense of tranquility. After savoring the sensations for a moment, he suddenly felt astonished. Textbooks described the spirit contract palace as an illusion, not a reality. Yet his current experience felt like standing in a tangible world. There was no sense of it being a mere dream. He suddenly recalled a hint given during the upgrading of his compendium, suggesting the possibility to modify the spirit contract palace. Could that be the reason? Compendium, has my spirit contract palace indeed been transformed? Lin Xiao inquired immediately. Indeed, the host's spirit contract palace has been transformed, and for both the spirits and the host's primordial spirit, this will serve as a real world. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes brightened, and he asked again, apart from that, are there any other abilities? The modified spirit contract palace can store external objects, regardless of their size, provided the total weight does not exceed what the host can lift. Lin Xiao contemplated this, estimating that he could currently lift at least 500 pounds, a figure that would increase with his future upgrades. Can living beings be stored? Yes. However, only non-sentient life forms may be accommodated. Lin Xiao understood. This meant he could house flowers, plants, and small animals in fact, upon becoming a summoner, the Holy Spirit Star also bestows upon the summoner a special space for storing items. But this space is quite limited, only permitting the inclusion of items from the Spirit Ruins realm, excluding anything from reality. The Spirit Ruins realm refers to a trial set forth by the Holy Spirit Star, commonly known as a dungeon. Not wishing to dwell further on this, Lin Xiao gazed ahead, spotting a grand stone archway resembling a gateway constructed of azure stone. The ancient door bore a weathered surface with hints of moss, and the plaque above was inscribed with characters from another world. Yet Lin Xiao found himself able to comprehend them effortlessly. Xintian Sword Sect. Once a spirit takes residence in the Spirit Contract Palace, it will evolve a dwelling of its own, often related to its past life. Lin Xiao stepped through the azure stone door, and as the mist dissipated, he beheld a celestial mountain shrouded in clouds. The verdant peaks towered majestically, enveloped in ethereal energy. Waterfalls cascaded down the cliffs, and ancient pines stood tall upon the sheer cliffs. Celestial birds danced among the clouds, while exotic beasts roared in the forest. Standing before the stone steps leading up the mountain, Lin Xiao was flanked by lush pines and bamboos, greeted by a refreshing atmosphere. The bond between summoner and spirit was profound. Although Gu Xian resided within the celestial mountain, Lin Xiao was acutely aware of her location. With a slight shift in his thoughts, Lin Xiao found himself on a cliffside terrace on the cliff's edge. An ancient pine tree extended over the precipice, accompanied by a stone pavilion. Within the pavilion stood a figure clad in white, gazing serenely at the distant mountains. She resembled a solitary crane, a celestial being exiled from the heavens. Merely the sight of her silhouette ignited boundless imagination. Perhaps sensing his approach, Gu Shuiyin slowly turned around. The gentle breeze tousled her cascading hair, brushing against her snow-white chin, and the hem of her gown fluttered like a white magnolia in the wind. Lin Xiao's eyes widened slightly, rendered speechless. Ji Yuxian, like Su Nanya, was a super goddess. While Su Nanya exuded an intoxicating allure, Gu Xian emanated an aura of distant beauty that beckoned admiration yet commanded reverence. She seemed like a true fairy, pure and immaculate. evoking admiration and awe. How could he dare broach the subject of mutual cultivation? Snapping back to reality, Lin Xiao felt a flutter of trepidation. He quickly recalled Gu Xuyan's preferences. Regaining his composure. After all, she enjoyed being pampered, which he could manage. Lin Xiao approached, a shy smile gracing his face, sweetly calling out, "Sister Gu." Gu Xuyan paused momentarily, her cold demeanor softening ever so slightly. "Xuyan has met the spirit master," she said with a gentle bow. Lin Xiao hurriedly gestured dismissively. "Sister Gu, there's no need for such formalities. You need not refer to me as spirit master. If you don't mind, you may call me Lin Xiao." Your younger brother, Jiu Xian, felt a sense of ease at his warmth. Intimacy increasing by one. A prompt from the compendium echoed in his mind. Indeed, sincerity proved effective, Lin Xiao thought with delight. Jiu Xian's gaze fell upon the youthful, slightly naive visage of the boy before her, noting the clarity in his eyes as he regarded her with a hint of bashfulness. Unconsciously, she was reminded of her days as the senior sister at Xintian's sect. Guiding her junior disciples, she smiled softly. "Very well." In that instant, Lin Xiao felt as though her beauty, akin to ice and snow beginning to melt, illuminated the world around him. Jiu Xian stepped aside to welcome Lin Xiao into the stone pavilion, where a stone table was adorned with porcelain cups, and wisps of green smoke wafted from teapot. As they settled onto the stone benches, Gu Xian poured tea, her delicate hands resembling pure snow. Lin Xiao lifted the teacup and took a gentle sip, the liquid refreshing yet slightly bitter. Stealing glances at the serene fairy with her head bowed, an air of solitude surrounding her, the fragrance of her presence enveloped him, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. After pouring the tea, Gu Xian spoke in her icy tone. "Did you come to speak with me about something, Brother Lin Xiao?" Holding the teacup, Lin Xiao's expression turned apologetic. "Sister Gu, I have come to express my sincerest apologies. I regret forcing a contract upon you without your consent. The pact between the Holy Spirit and the summoner requires the Spirit's agreement." And Lin Xiao felt a twinge of unease about the compendium's coercive contract with Gu Xuyan. If it were an ordinary spirit, it might be acceptable, but Gu Xuyan was extraordinary, and he hoped to cultivate alongside her in the future. Thus, he could not afford to overlook this matter. Of course, Lin Xiao could sense that his relationship with Gu Xuyan was fundamentally one of master and servant. The compendium's coercive contract had placed Gu Xuyan in a subordinate position against Lin Xiao's will. This contradicted the rule established by the Holy Spirit Star that defined a relationship between summoners and spirits as one of partnership. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao found himself quite fond of Gu Xuyan upon first sight and did not wish to bind her through coercion. Gu Xuyan appreciated his sincerity, intimacy increasing by one. Another prompt from the compendium echoed in his mind. Lin Xiao felt a sense of relief. It seemed that sincerity was indeed effective. Jiu Xuyan scrutinized Lin Xiao, curiosity flickering in her cold eyes. "You possess a remarkable power that forcibly contracted me outside the rules of the Holy Spirit Star. Such strength is awe-inspiring. May I inquire about its origin?" Since Gu Xian was already his contracted spirit, Lin Xiao felt no need to conceal the truth. "It is a compendium that can forcibly record holy spirits. To be honest, I am uncertain of its nature. It was bestowed upon me in my previous life, leading me to this world." The Compendium of the Goddesses of all realms had come to Lin Xiao during his university days, as an art student. He had once ordered an 8K sketchbook online, only to receive the compendium instead. Upon touching it, he found himself transported to this world. That Jiu Xuyan's expression shifted to one of surprise. "When I contracted with you, I sensed that your soul was extraordinary, but I did not expect that, like us holy spirits, you too hail from another realm." Lin Xiao was reluctant to delve deeper into this topic and asked, "Sister Gu, are you angry about my forced contract? I am also curious. For a spirit of your stature, historically esteemed, do you feel wronged following the rules of the Holy Spirit Star and being bound to a summoner?" Gu Xian sensed the respect in his words, intimacy increasing by one. She shook her head, replying, "To address your first question, I do not feel anger. I have slumbered on the Holy Spirit Star for countless years, and in my heart, I hold a natural acceptance of following a summoner. Now that you have forcibly contracted me, it seems the time has come for me to descend to the mortal realm. Lin Xiao felt a heavy sigh of relief. The compendium had indicated that Gu Shuyan preferred tranquility and a natural existence, and it appeared to be true to Gu Shuyan continued. As for your second question, when a Holy Spirit chooses to slumber on the Holy Spirit star, it has already consented to being summoned. Thus, there is no sense of grievance. Lin Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of relief. As long as Gu Shuyan was not averse, that was sufficient. In truth, the question of whether the Holy Spirit feels aggrieved by its summoner has long been settled. History is replete with many wise spirit contracts that have responded to similar inquiries from summoners. There is no notion of grievance. However, due to Gu Shuyan's remarkably elevated status in her background, Lin Xiao could not help but probe further. Lin Xiao spoke earnestly. Sister Gu, from this moment forth, we shall be partners through life and death. I humbly seek your guidance. That Gu Shuyan nodded gently. Very well. After a brief silence, Lin Xiao gazed towards the Qingfeng Valley and inquired, Sister Gu, where exactly is this place? Gu Shuyan's eyes glimmered with reminiscence. This was my former sect, which sadly has long been reduced to naught amidst the tide of calamity, its essence transformed into this locale, a mere solace. Lin Xiao sighed internally, unable to restrain his curiosity. What exactly is this calamity? Regarding this question, the inhabitants of this realm have yet to comprehend its nature. They only know it as a malevolent force capable of polluting all living beings. The calamity star in the sky embodies the will of that force. S for the Holy Spirit star. Its true nature remains a mystery, known only as another will that can counteract the calamity star. Gu Shuyan's world perished in the calamity, and having once battled it, she may possess some insights. Yet Gu Shuyan shook her head, a deep-seated worry flickering in her eyes. That is a power from beyond our domain. I once pierced the heavens in search of its source, but found nothing, only an endless void of darkness. Our world resembles a flickering firefly, poised to extinguish at any moment, instilling despair. Lin Xiao was taken aback, a chill running down his spine that he realized he should not have broached that subject. After another pause, Lin Xiao hastily changed the subject. Sister Gu, there is something else I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Gu Shuyan asked. Lin Xiao steeled himself. Sister Gu, have you ever heard of dual cultivation? Gu Shuyan's eyelashes fluttered imperceptibly, her fingers gripping the porcelain cup tightening slightly. She had heard of it in her past life. A method of harmonious cultivation between partners, beneficial for one's practice. Why do you bring this up? With that, she fixed her cool gaze upon Lin Xiao. Strangely enough, Lin Xiao felt a wave of hesitation wash over him. He experienced the same trepidation he had felt when initially proposing to Sister Su about drawing human figures, that it was not that he lacked courage, but rather that the beauty of Su Nanya and Gu Shuyan was so extraordinary that anyone gazing upon them would inevitably feel a sense of inadequacy. Lin Xiao found the words stuck in his throat, terrified of tarnishing the image of the ethereal beauty before him. Perhaps it would be better to wait until they became more familiar before broaching such topics. With a bitter smile, Lin Xiao decided against it. No, it's nothing. By the way, Sister Gu, could you allow me to see your skills? Gu Shuyan relaxed her grip on the porcelain cup, remaining silent for a few seconds. Very well. With that, she rose gracefully, her white garments billowing as she walked to the cliff's edge. My first skill is the sword is one with a person. Gu Shuyan's delicate hands unfurled gently, and from her snow-white wrists emerged 3 streams of white sword light, transforming into 3 long swords that danced around her, akin to 3 fish gliding through water. After forming a contract with their spirit, summoners inherently understand the skills possessed by their spirits, their effects and purposes becoming clear. Nonetheless, Lin Xiao yearned to witness it firsthand. The effect of the sword is one with a person is to summon 3 flying swords to deflect 3 attacks, applicable to allies. The defensive power is invincible at the same tier, but it will not trigger from weaker attacks. It only activates when the protected target faces an attack they cannot defend against. Gu Shuyan continued. The second skill is Startling Swan. As she spoke, her form floated elegantly into the air, her hands forming a sword gesture, a white light shimmering before her as a flying sword coalesced, its tip directed forward, vibrating with power. The sword intent surrounding Gu Shuyin surged. Winds swirling around her, her white dress fluttering like a celestial being. The flying sword before her resonated incessantly, visibly expanding in size. After 3 to 4 seconds, it transformed into a massive sword go, accompanied by Gu Shuyin's melodic command. The colossal sword pierced toward the stone wall opposite the cliff. The torrent of sword light erupted, and with a thunderous roar, the massive stone wall shattered into countless fragments. Lin Xiao watched, entranced, recalling the skill's details. Startling Swan is a single-target attack skill with a locking capability, delivering immense power that scales with its level. This skill can be unleashed instantly or charged. Its instantaneous release is formidable, making it difficult for opponents of the same tier to resist. When charged, it can be held for up to 5 seconds, and upon release, even adversaries of several tiers higher find it hard to defend. Yu Shuyin's voice echoed once more. This skill is one of the 10 sword techniques of my Xintian sword sect. I once used it to pierce the heavens. Lin Xiao expressed his heartfelt admiration. Sister Gu, you are truly extraordinary. Yu Shuyin smiled softly, her wide sleeves brushing against each other as an ancient zither appeared before her. Her snow-white fingertips danced swiftly across the strings, producing a cascade of enchanting melodies that lingered in the Our third skill is breaking the formation. Gu Shuyin's hands glided rapidly over the zither strings, unleashing a barrage of concentrated air blades that surged toward the collapsing stone wall like a sweeping tide. The music continued for several seconds before abruptly ceasing. Though Lin Xiao was already aware of this skill's effects, his eyes widened in astonishment. In the stillness that followed the collapse, the massive stones suddenly shattered into a fine powder. Lin Xiao recalled the skill's description, which stated that this skill envelopes sword intent within the music, penetrating all barriers, using gentleness to conquer hardness. The more resilient the material, the more it fears this skill. Furthermore, once the sword intent enters a target, it can be concealed and detonated after a certain duration, catching enemies off guard. This skill was akin to an ultrasonic attack, leaving Lin Xiao in a Gu Shuyin's alabaster hands rested lightly upon the zither strings, halting the final note. This skill is my own creation. Merging sword intent with zither music, ideal for overcoming numerical disadvantages on the battlefield. Lin Xiao was utterly captivated by Gu Xuan, unable to restrain his exclamation. Sister Gu, you are truly remarkable. Gu Shuyin smiled faintly. Her gaze slightly lowered as she plucked the zither strings, releasing a flurry of urgent notes. Upon hearing it, Lin Xiao felt as though he were enveloped in the atmosphere of a grand battlefield. Surrounded by countless warriors, a profound sense of despair creeping into his heart, extinguishing all fighting spirit. The zither piece, ambushed from 10 sides, can instill terror in enemies, diminishing their combat effectiveness and various attributes. As the music abruptly ceased, a chill of cold sweat ran down Lin Xiao's back, and he couldn't help but applaud. Sister Gu, you truly embody the essence of a celestial being who wields both zither and sword. With beauty and unparalleled skill, I shall follow you in the future, seeking your protection. Lin Xiao's eyes brimmed with admiration. After finishing, he awaited the prompt indicating an increase in the affinity rating, yet there was no response after a lengthy pause. Was his approach to seeking favor incorrect? Lin Xiao pondered. Gu Shuyin spoke. If these 4 skills can be used in conjunction with weapons, their power can increase several-fold, depending on the quality of the weapon. Lin Xiao nodded, suddenly recalling his own sword control technique, and asked, Sister Gu, does sword control require multiple flying swords? Indeed, Gu Shuyin affirmed. Then where can I find so many flying swords? Lin Xiao mused. I will endeavor to gather the necessary equipment for you. Sister Gus, he pondered inwardly. Lin Xiao realized he must strive to earn money to support his wife in the future. Having little to occupy him, he was still unfamiliar with Gu Shuyin and felt considerable pressure in the presence of this stunning, celestial beauty, prompting him to take his leave. Once he departed from the Spirit Contract Palace, the cliffside fell into tranquility. A gentle breeze caressed the air, and the pine branches along the cliff rustled softly, evoking a sense of solitude. Gu Shuyin, surprisingly, let out a barely perceptible sigh of relief. As she gazed into the distance, a fleeting glimmer of melancholy passed through her eyes, and she murmured softly, dual cultivation. These words, recently uttered by Lin Xiao, did not escape her discerning ear to be candid. Gu Shuyan was caught off guard. She had initially held a favorable impression of Lin Xiao upon their first meeting, yet now she felt somewhat disillusioned. The very first encounter had veered into discussions of intimate matters, leaving her feeling somewhat affronted. In truth, Gu Shuyan did not harbor any aversion to becoming a companion to the spirit master, as she had just articulated, having chosen to slumber within the Holy Spirit star. She was willing to follow a spirit master. In her heart, she regarded the spirit master as a partner in life and death, akin to a companion on the path of cultivation, deserving of mutual service. In her previous life, she practiced the ruthless sword path of the Supreme and had severed emotional ties at the age of 16 to shield her cultivation from worldly distractions. After a millennium of cultivation, she had never taken a companion, nor had she developed feelings for anyone, let alone experienced romantic entanglements, in this lifetime. She was open to traversing a different path. Both the path of detachment and the path of affection were valid avenues of cultivation, with myriad methods available for practice. Thus, for countless millennia, she had been subconsciously selecting spirit masters, hoping to find someone who resonated with her. However, as the years passed, she had yet to encounter a kindred spirit. Initially resistant to the forced contract, she soon came to terms with it, reflecting that it was merely fate. If it was indeed destiny, she would allow it to unfold naturally. Upon reflection, fate had not been unkind to her. The spirit master bestowed upon her possessed an exceptionally handsome appearance, which greatly pleased her, and his sincere demeanor was quite endearing. His address of Sister Gu resonated deeply within her heart. Moreover, he bore immense fortune. Being a person of destiny to follow such a spirit master would not tarnish her former prestige. Overall, she found herself pleasantly surprised. Yet, to her astonishment, after a moment of joy, she soon encountered the disconcerting aspect of his character. His immediate desire to engage in intimate matters was not only abrupt and unreasonable, but also conveyed an impatience that suggested a lack of resolve, leaving her with the impression that he might not achieve greatness. What further exasperated Gu Shuyan was her acute awareness that the contract binding her to Lin Xiao was not one of partnership, but rather one of master and servant. Should Lin Xiao choose to exert his will, she would find herself unable to resist. With a sigh, Gu Shuyan found solace in the fact that he had not voiced his desires explicitly. It was a reprieve of sorts. Nevertheless, she resolved to have a candid conversation with him later. Gu Shuyan was no ordinary woman. After a brief contemplation, she decided to be forthright with Lin Xiao when the time came that if he truly respected and admired her, she would be willing to acquiesce. With no path of retreat remaining, she could only forge ahead. Upon exiting the Spirit Contract Palace, Lin Xiao contemplated briefly in the living room before deciding to test his skills. He began with the sword control technique. This skill could be executed without a flying sword, as it allowed for the conjuration of a sword using extraordinary power, albeit with slightly diminished potency. With a hum, he released the skill, and a slender, azure flying sword materialized. Hovering in the he directed it with his consciousness. The sword danced gracefully in the air, responding to his every command. It felt as though the sword had become an extension of his own arm, perfectly attuned to his will. Targeting a nearby chair, he commanded the flying sword to strike. A resounding crash echoed as the 2-inch thick wooden plank was effortlessly pierced. Quite impressive, Lin Xiao exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as he sought a kitchen knife to further test his abilities. The sword's strike against the blade failed to penetrate, but left a deep indentation. Although it paled in comparison to the force of a bullet, Lin Xiao was nonetheless satisfied. Considering he was merely a first-level summoner, he anticipated that, as his level increased, the flying sword's attack power would surpass that of a bullet and eventually even exceed that of cannonball. Next, he attempted to activate the dual sword spirit, a passive ability. Lin Xiao drew the kitchen knife across the back of his hand, only to find it did not break through his defenses. With more force, he managed to leave a faint white mark. However, he was uncertain whether this was due to the innate defense of a summoner or the influence of the dual sword spirit. Nonetheless, he could sense that his overall physical prowess now exceeded that of other summoners. Testing the Qin Yuan was challenging, so he decided to save that for another time. The broken string was also difficult to assess, as this mental attack targeted the living and was ineffective against inanimate objects. After a brief series of experiments, Lin Xiao gained a general understanding of his capabilities. After a short rest, he opened the website sent by Sister Sue and registered for an account on the Longyin official forum. After completing the information form, he whimsically chose the moniker Master of Body Sketching for himself. As he browsed the forum, he quickly navigated to the essential reading for New Summoner section. Upon entering, he discovered that the pinned posts contained various foundational knowledge about summoners. Clicking on the first post, he found an introduction to summoner levels. There were a total of 100 levels, with each 10 levels forming a distinct tier, accompanied by unique titles: 1 to 9, Black Iron, 10-19, Bronze, 20-29, Silver, 30-39, Gold, 40-49, Platinum, 50-59, Diamond, 60-69, Master, 70-79, Grandmaster, 80-89, Epic, 90-100, Legendary. Upon advancing to a new tier, a summoner could establish a spirit contract palace to form contracts with new spirits. The means of acquiring new spirits involved undertaking specific trials in the spirit ruins. Lin Xiao exited the post and clicked on the next one, which introduced the spirit ruins. The spirit ruins were trials bestowed by the Holy Spirit Star, typically set against worlds that had been ravaged by calamities. Summoners would gain access to these trials only upon reaching level 10. The primary mode was a cooperative adventure, where summoners entered the ruins to complete various tasks to progress. The spirit ruins offered 4 levels of difficulty: easy, normal, hard, and nightmare. The difficulty could not be chosen by the summoner. Instead, it was automatically matched based on the summoner's level and combat power. Higher difficulties yielded greater rewards. Failure to complete a trial resulted in either a demotion in level or death, with specific penalties depending on the prompts given upon entering the spirit ruins. Lin Xiao clicked on the third post, which discussed summoner combat. In the early stages, a summoner could only summon one spirit to fight, while the remaining spirits served merely as cheerleaders in the spirit contract palace. Spirits could be killed, but as long as the summoner remained alive, the spirits could resurrect within the spirit contract palace after several days. However, if the summoner perished, the spirits would dissipate alongside him. Additionally, the first spirit summoned was referred to as the primary spirit, or the fated spirit. If this spirit were killed, the summoner would suffer significant backlash. The connection between the spirits and the summoner was profound, allowing for the transmission of commands without the need for verbal communication. Thoughts alone sufficed. Having finished reading this post, Lin Xiao noticed another thread introducing the role of the armor painter and, intrigued, clicked on it. The armor painter had 5 levels, ranked from lowest to highest: beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, and grandmaster. The armor itself was categorized into 10 levels, labeled simply by numbers. A beginner armor painter could craft level 1 to 2 armors, while an intermediate could create level 3 to 4 armors. That a grandmaster armor painter was capable of producing level 9 to 10 armors. Furthermore, summoners faced level restrictions when utilizing armors. The equipped armor could not exceed their own tier level due to the differing energy contained within armors of various levels, requiring summoners to reach a certain level before they could wield them. For instance, a level 30 to 39 gold summoner could equip a maximum of level 4 armor. Additionally, armors of the same level could possess 5 different qualities: ordinary, excellent, superior, epic, and legendary. Higher quality armors conferred stronger additional abilities. After browsing posts for nearly an hour, Lin Xiao felt his eyes growing weary and decided to exit. After resting on the sofa for a few minutes, he suddenly recalled a crucial matter: cultivation. The cultivation method of summoner is rather straightforward. One must open the energy channels throughout their body, absorb the divine radiance of the Holy Spirit Star, and condense a sacred core within their primordial spirit. Upon absorbing a sufficient quantity of divine radiance to induce a qualitative transformation in the sacred core, one can then attain a higher level. Lin Xiao promptly settled into a meditative position on the sofa, closing his eyes to attune his consciousness to the surroundings. The summoner's cultivation technique had been taught during high school, and it was quite simple. As Lin Xiao's awareness expanded outward, he soon sensed countless golden specks floating in the air. This was the divine radiance of the Holy Spirit star. However, the air was not solely filled with divine radiance. In his perception, Lin Xiao also detected numerous black specks mingling in the atmosphere. These were the malevolent radiances, the ominous glimmers of the Calamity Star, which had tainted this world. When summoners absorb divine radiance, they inevitably inhale malevolent radiance as well. If the intake surpasses a certain threshold, the body becomes unable to endure it. Should one persist in their cultivation without pause, their body would undergo mutation. Thus, summoners are bound by daily cultivation time limits. Once the malevolent radiance accumulates to a critical point, they must cease their practice until their bodies expel the malevolent energy before resuming. Here, the innate talent of a summoner must be mentioned. The summoner's talent is categorized based on each individual's tolerance to malevolent radiance. The higher the tolerance, the greater the talent, allowing for longer cultivation periods and naturally faster progress. Those with F-class talent can cultivate for about an hour each day, after which a 24-hour interval is required before they can practice again. In contrast, those with A-class talent or higher can cultivate for at least half an hour longer each day, with a cultivation speed exceeding that of F-class by more than 1.5 times. Lin Xiao mused, increasingly eager to cultivate in tandem with Gu Shuyin. He opened all his energy channels, feeling as though his body had become a pump, drawing in both divine and malevolent radiance, which surged like a tide into his being. A divine and a sinister aura intertwined, causing his body to oscillate between warmth and chill, evoking a sensation akin to being caught between fire and ice. As Lin Xiao absorbed the divine radiance, he focused his gaze on the spirit contract palace. Within the palace, his primordial spirit sat cross-legged above a placid lake, strands of golden light converging from all directions and merging into the chest of the primordial spirit. Residing at the heart was a golden orb the size of a ping-pong ball, radiating brightness akin to a miniature sun. This was the sacred core. After approximately an hour of absorption, Lin Xiao gradually opened his eyes and paused his cultivation, sensing that the malevolent radiance he had taken in had reached the threshold, leaving him engulfed in a chilling sensation, stretching his limbs slightly. Lin Xiao accessed his personal information panel to review the results of his hour of practice. Name: Lin Xiao, human, F, main contract spirit, Gu Shuyin subcontract spirits, none level, 1, divine radiance value, 5, gazing at the panel's information. Lin Xiao couldn't help but sigh. The divine radiance value, akin to experience points, had only accumulated to 5 after an hour of diligent effort. To level up, he needed to reach 100. Considering the need to allocate points to his contract spirits, if he were to divide it evenly, it would take 40 days to ascend to level 2. This was exceedingly slow. Moreover, as levels increased, the required divine radiance for subsequent upgrades would become increasingly monumental. Furthermore, once new contract spirits were added, he would have to distribute divine radiance among them, making it commonplace to take months to level up by a single tier. Indeed, F-class talent held little promise. The arduousness of leveling up was daunting. Lin Xiao envisioned the scene of several contract spirit sisters surrounding him, clamoring for divine radiance, which only intensified his sense of urgency. He further pondered their expressions of unmet desire, sending shivers down his spine. It was clear he must hasten to strengthen his bond with Sister Gu. He hoped that cultivating in duality would significantly enhance the speed of divine radiance absorption. In the evening, Su Nanya arrived at the community. The fox-like sister, clad in an OL outfit, immediately inquired upon entering, "Little rascal, have you seen Fairy Gu?" As Lin Xiao welcomed her into the living room. He nodded in acknowledgement as Su Nanya's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "So, how is Fairy Gu? Is she easy to talk to?" It seemed she held a keen interest in Gu Shuyin. Lin Xiao smiled and replied, "Sister Gu is very kind and quite gentle." "Oh dear, you've taken another sister," Su Nanya teased. Lin Xiao's face flushed slightly. After a moment's hesitation, Su Nanya asked, "May I meet Fairy Gu?" Having gleaned much information about Gu Shuyin from her teacher, Shiryu Ru, in the afternoon, she was deeply enamored by the stunning and prodigious sword fairy. "Let me ask Sister Gu." Lin Xiao contemplated before responding. Gu Shuyin possessed a complete personality, and it was prudent to seek her opinion on receiving guests. Communicating with the Spirit Contract Palace, Lin Xiao relayed moments later. Sister Gu said it's fine. Su Nanya's eyes lit up instantly. Lin Xiao smiled gently, thinking that Sister Gu would likely take a liking to Sister Su. He promptly opened the summoning portal, revealing a deep crimson rift in space-time within the living room. Jiyu Xian stepped through. The quality of a contract spirit determines the color of the summoning portal, which is identical to the hue of the descending light column. Gu Xian entered the living room. Her unparalleled elegance seemed to illuminate the entire space. Wow! Upon seeing her, Su Nanya immediately covered her mouth in astonishment, her beautiful eyes widening involuntarily. Ji Yuxian, in turn, scrutinized Su Nanya, suddenly struck by daze as she noticed the ethereal figure before her gradually transform into an enchanting woman with fox ears. Su Nanya evidently harbored a competitive spirit, revealing her true appearance. The nine-tailed beauty, with her snow-white fox tail swaying gracefully, stood in the living room, her beauty captivating and her aura irresistibly alluring. In that moment, an endlessly mesmerizing woman stood in contrast to an infinitely ethereal one, their distinctly different essences colliding, rendering them nearly indistinguishable in beauty. Lin Xiao, an observer, found himself utterly entranced, incapable of discerning who was more beautiful. Although the appraisal indicated that Gu Shuyan's physique was slightly inferior to Su Nanya's, standing together rendered any distinction impossible. Lin Xiao felt as though Gu Shuyan embodied the pure essence of moonlight. While Su Nanya represented the allure of vermilion. One was a lily, the other a rose. Both left him spellbound. Ji Xian's gaze grew somewhat unfocused, her eyes lingering on Su Nanya, and after a few seconds, tears glimmered faintly within her eyes. Ling Long, is that you? She murmured softly, sensing the resemblance between the woman before her and a figure that haunted her dreams. This unexpected turn momentarily stunned Su Nanya, who had intended to compete with her. Ji Xian stepped forward, her delicate hand trembling as she reached out to touch Su Nanya's cheek. Instinctively, Su Nanya recoiled, but upon witnessing the endless longing in Gu Shuyan's eyes, she found herself unable to move. Ling Long, I miss you so much, Gu Shuyan whispered, her jade-like hand gently caressing Su Nanya's cheek. Her expression one of profound emotion, as Su Nanya became utterly entranced, feeling the depth of Gu Shuyan's longing, a yearning that transcended countless years of separation. In that instant, she felt as though she were gazing upon a long-lost mother. After a long pause, she suddenly regained her senses, casting an inquiring glance toward Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, equally bewildered, understood only that the appraisal indicated Sister Gu favored white foxes. Yet he had not anticipated such an intensity of affection, especially as Gu Shuyan approached to caress Sister Su's face. Did Sister Gu harbor some untold story regarding her fondness for white foxes? Ahem, Fairy Gu, could it be that you've mistaken someone? Su Nanya could no longer contain herself, feeling embarrassed as the unexpected caress evoked maternal sentiments within her. She took a step back. Ji Shuyan's hand fell empty, and with Su Nanya's words, her body shuddered slightly, gradually coming back to herself. My apologies, dear lady. You bear an uncanny resemblance to an old acquaintance of mine that I was rather abrupt, and I hope you can forgive me. Gu Shuyan's face was filled with regret, her words tinged with an unmistakable melancholy. No, it's quite all right. Su Nanya hesitated slightly before asking, if I may be so bold, Fairy Gu, who is Ling Long to you? You seem to miss her dearly. Jiyu Shuyan's eyes were filled with nostalgia as she replied softly, Ling Long was a white fox I raised. As Su Nanya froze, feeling rather awkward, realizing she had been likened to a household pet. She then heard Gu Shuyan continue, Ling Long called me sister. She was my kin, accompanying me through 300 years of life. Upon hearing these words, Su Nanya felt a sense of relief. You have been apart for quite some time. Haven to you, Gu Shuyan sighed. Indeed, it has been several millennia. Then is she still alive? Although fully aware of the improbability, Su Nanya could not help but inquire. She has long since passed away, having sacrificed herself in battle to save me. A shadow of sorrow crossed Gu Shuyan's eyes. Lin Xiao thought to himself, now it makes sense. No wonder she has a particular fondness for the white fox. As Su Nanya fell silent. The Fox clan women possess a heart that is exquisitely attuned to the feelings of others. At that moment, she could deeply sense the melancholy residing within Gu Xuan. Unavoidably, thoughts of her long-lost mother resurfaced, and after a few seconds of contemplation, she could not restrain herself from saying, "Fairy Gu, if you do not mind, we could become friends." Ji Xuan was taken aback, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Really?" Su Nanya stepped closer, her gaze soft as she regarded her. "I am Su Nanya, if you do not find it bothersome. You may call me sister." Su Nanya held a deep admiration for Gu Xuan, having learned of her from her teacher, and was filled with awe and respect. Truth be told, Su Nanya felt she could only compare with Gu Xuan in appearance. While falling short in all other aspects, Ji Xuan was a paragon of civilization's might, and, as a fellow woman, Su Nanya found it impossible to suppress her admiration. Thus, calling her sister was a heartfelt acknowledgement. "Sister," Gu Xuan murmured, a smile gradually spreading across her face as she nodded earnestly. Su Nanya was elated, immediately grasping her hand and exclaiming, "Now I have a sister. Sister, you are so beautiful and formidable. From now on, you shall be my idol." Gu Xuan smiled gently, her gaze towards Su Nanya filled with warmth. She thought to herself, "Ling Long used to look at me like that." Lin Xiao, observing from the side, was taken aback, thinking, "You two have become close far too quickly." Unable to contain himself, he leaned in with a grin. "Sisters, don't forget you have a brother as well." Su Nanya burst into laughter, playfully chiding, "You may forget anyone, but how could I ever forget my mischievous brother?" Upon hearing this, Gu Xuan's eyes widened in surprise. It seemed that this newly acknowledged sister of hers held a rather special connection with Lin Xiao. "Sister, what is your relationship with Lin Xiao?" Gu Xuan could not help but ask. Su Nanya turned to Lin Xiao, a playful smile on her lips. "Little rascal, what am I to you?" "You are my beloved sister," Lin Xiao responded with a smile, though his heart quietly echoed, "You are my heart's desire." Su Nanya giggled, then turned back to Gu Xuan, stating, "Sister Gu, this little rascal saved my life a few days ago." "He is my savior." Ji Xuan was taken aback, and then Su Nanya continued, "Sister Gu, this little rascal is quite a decent fellow, an excellent young man. Please do not think poorly of him." Su Nanya truly admired Gu Xuan and worried that she might overlook Lin Xiao. She had an inkling that Gu Xuan's companionship with Lin Xiao was perhaps not entirely voluntary. Her words were intended to help Lin Xiao win Gu Xuan's favor, and by acknowledging Gu Xuan as a sister, she aimed to assist Lin Xiao as well. "Quite excellent, you say?" Gu Xuan regarded Lin Xiao with a complex gaze, her mind involuntarily drifting to thoughts of dual cultivation, which she neither confirmed nor denied. However, she did not express her thoughts aloud, instead nodding. "Very well, regardless. I will support him wholeheartedly." Su Nanya breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, then took Gu Xuan's hand, and the two settled onto the sofa, chattering animatedly. The conversation primarily consisted of Su Nanya's questions and Gu Xuan's responses, all concerning Gu Xuan's past life. Lin Xiao quietly listened from the side, admiring the two stunning women, feeling as though no scene in the world could rival such beauty. As his gaze became increasingly dazed, he eventually came to his senses, a sudden inspiration striking him. He quietly rose and went to retrieve paper and a pen from his room. Upon returning to the living room, he discreetly sketched the two women together. The two soon noticed, and Su Nanya curiously asked, "Little rascal, what are you drawing?" Lin Xiao worked swiftly, having completed the sketch, and offered the drawing to them. "Oh, it's nothing much. I just thought the two sisters looked wonderfully warm together, so I sketched it." Su Nanya, surprised, took a look, her eyes sparkling with delight as she playfully rolled her eyes at Lin Xiao in the drawing. She was depicted as an adorable little fox nestled beside Gu Xuan, exuding a somewhat spoiled demeanor, while Gu Xuan's face radiated with a look of affection. Gu Xuan gazed at the artwork. She became momentarily entranced, reaching out to gently caress the paper, her eyes reflecting a profound nostalgia. "Wasn't Ling Long always like this in my presence?" Su Nanya sensed her emotions and leaned in softly. "Sister, I will be your Ling Long from now on. Do not dwell in sorrow any longer." Ji Xuan returned her gaze with tenderness, nodding gently, before turning to Lin Xiao and asking, "May I keep this drawing?" Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodding. Of course, this drawing is meant for you, Sister Gu. Upon hearing this, Gu Shuyan looked at him intently. Then, Lin Xiao heard a notification in his mind. Gu Shuyan feels a long-lost sense of kinship. Intimacy increased by 10. Current intimacy level is 13. Lin Xiao was utterly astonished. Such a significant increase in intimacy was unexpected. It seemed that an unintentional act had yielded unexpected results. He had not intended to enhance intimacy while drawing. He simply found the scene of Su Nanya and Gu Shuyan together to be exceptionally harmonious and beautiful. It appears I should facilitate more meetings between Sister Su and Sister Gu in the future. Lin Xiao mused. Su Nanya pulled Lin Xiao down to sit beside her, stating, "Little rascal, you must have many questions. Now is the time to ask, and I shall provide answers." Lin Xiao had indeed been waiting for this moment. Promptly asking, "Sister Su, when shall we go to school? What arrangements will be made for our training?" Su Nanya replied, "We will head to school the day after tomorrow. Once there, new students will undergo 6 months of training. The training will encompass physical fitness, combat, disaster scenarios, and theoretical courses. Each aspect will have assessments, and only upon passing and reaching level 10 will students be permitted to enter the Spirit Ruins realm." Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and inquired, "Why are there training requirements for physical fitness and combat?" Su Nanya explained, "As a summoner in battle, one cannot rely solely on skills, since holy light is finite. Close combat is inevitable. Thus, combat training is essential as for physical fitness. While a summoner's primary attributes do increase with each level, that only reflects basic values, which are the same for everyone. Summoners can further enhance their physical attributes through training, consuming various rare materials, and using equipment like battle armor in combat. If one relies solely on physical capabilities and combat skills, it may force the opponent to use their skills first, summoning their contracted spirit, thus gaining an advantage in strategy. For instance, if the opponent summons their spirit first, one can then summon a spirit that counters the opponent's attributes." Lin Xiao finally understood. As Su Nanya continued, "In summary, there is much for new summoners to learn. Simply follow the school's arrangements. Do you have any further questions?" Lin Xiao promptly replied, "I currently lack equipment. Both Sister Gu and my skills require compatible equipment to unleash their full potential. Should I purchase battle armor?" Su Nanya shook her head. "Of course not. Have you forgotten about me, sister? I will take care of you." Her words brought a smile to Gu Shuyan's face. Lin Xiao felt touched, but shook his head. "Sister Su, I appreciate your kindness, but I cannot rely on you for all my equipment. Although I saved your life, it would not be right to expect you to provide everything in return." Su Nanya's expression immediately turned serious. "Well, even a level 1 exquisite quality battle armor costs 40 to 50,000. More advanced ones can easily reach millions or tens of millions. You have no support. Show me your finances." Lin Xiao scratched his head. "Sister Su, I could actually manage tens of thousands. This house could sell for over 10 million. The original owner's parents had left behind a considerable fortune. And while Lin Xiao was not particularly wealthy, he still had assets totaling around 20 to 30 million when including the house. As Su Nanya became anxious, "Are you treating me like a stranger?" "How could that be?" "Not at all. Sister Su has been so kind to me. I regard you as my own sister." Lin Xiao immediately replied. As Su Nanya stared at him with wide eyes, "Then why do you refuse to let me buy for you?" Lin Xiao sighed, "But I cannot always rely on you. Once I level up, I can earn money myself, right?" Su Nanya pressed her lips together, her elegant brows furrowing for quite some time, and then declared unequivocally, "In that case, I shall provide all the equipment initially. You saved my life, and I must at least repay you in some measure." Lin Xiao, feeling helpless, realized that if he continued to decline, he might truly anger her. So he could only nod in agreement. As Su Nanya continued, "Furthermore, I will gift you a set of drawable armor that can grow with you, but you will need to reach a higher level to bear it, as this type of armor must be directly etched onto the body." Lin Xiao was somewhat astonished to learn of such armor, but he refrained from asking further, deciding to discuss it later. With a resigned nod, he acquiesced. Only then did Su Nanya beam with delight and inquire, "What equipment do you currently require? Once we return to school, I will arrange it for you that I do not have any level 1 drawable armor on me." Otherwise, I would give it to you right now. Lin Xiao had already organized his thoughts and replied directly. Sister Gu needs a flying sword, an ancient zither, and a set of armor. I also need a set of armor. And I require several flying swords, as Yunanya nodded, acknowledging Lin Xiao's earlier mention of the swordsmanship technique, which necessitated multiple flying swords. Very well. Consider it a small favor. I will have it arranged for you swiftly. Lin Xiao nodded again and asked, Sister Su, when can I learn to use the drawable armor? Su Nanya smiled and responded, There is no rush. Focus on your training at school for now. Training is crucial, and you must not allow yourself to be easily distracted. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao gently nodded in understanding. After that, there were no further questions that Yunanya departed at 10 o'clock in the evening. After escorting Gu Xian back to the Spirit Contract Palace, Lin Xiao settled onto the soft sofa, alone, to gather his thoughts. He would pack his belongings tomorrow, and the day after would see him off to Longyin University. As for enhancing his personal strength, he would follow the school's arrangements from then on. His main task ahead was to strengthen his relationship with Sister Gu, hoping for an early opportunity for dual cultivation. The matter of equipment was already in Sister Su's hands, so he need not concern himself further with it. He almost forgot to inquire about the SSS resources provided by the school. Well, he would ask Sister Su when he saw her next. After organizing his thoughts, Lin Xiao felt exhilarated and found himself wide awake. He simply took out his phone and opened the Longyin forum to browse. Upon entering the homepage, he was immediately captivated by a trending post. Shock! The most beautiful spirit, Gu Shuyan, has descended to the mortal realm, and her chosen summoner is merely F rank. Lin Xiao felt a surge of astonishment and could not help but click on the post. The content of the post was unexpectedly lengthy, beginning with a description of the awakening ceremony, followed by an introduction to Gu Shuyan's character information. Lin Xiao had searched for information about Gu Shuyan on the forum earlier that day and found several posts, but he lacked the necessary permissions to view them. This particular post, however, proved to be quite useful to him. That IT stated that Gu Xian was the final trial taker of the 52nd Spirit Ruins realm, seen only by summoners above level 80. Furthermore, Gu Xian was also a reward for spirit contracts, with many high-ranking summoners attempting to gain her acknowledgement, yet all had failed without exception. Her choice to descend today left the poster utterly astonished. The post also mentioned Gu Xian's combat prowess, asserting that her single target damage capability was exceptionally high, and she was considered by the poster to be the strongest spirit in terms of single target attacks. Finally, the post revealed Lin Xiao's identity, stating that his summoner talent was only F rank, marking the largest gap in history for a contract. The post concluded with several images, including one of Gu Xian's descent and another of Lin Xiao himself. At the bottom of the post, the comments had already reached tens of thousands. This was quite astonishing, given that this was merely the internal forum of Longyin.1, could only imagine the fervor it would incite across various social media platforms outside. Several hot comments topped the list. Different read, I shall call Gu Xian the most beautiful spirit. From now on, she is my one and only goddess. However, the subsequent comments were rather intriguing, revealing two opposing factions of agreement and rebuttal. Little Demon Fairy. I wouldn't call her the most beautiful. She can only be considered one of the most beautiful. The Mechanical Era's Mechanical Princess can be compared to Gu Xian. Little Blood in the Chrysanthemum. I agree with the above. The Demon Queen from the Abyss Nest is equally no less than Gu Xian. Little Filth sees great filth. Indeed, there's also the Elven Queen and the Holy Maiden of Light. In terms of appearance, they are not inferior to Gu Xian. Different read. I acknowledge that the individuals you mentioned are indeed beautiful, but I still believe Gu Xian reigns supreme. Is there any woman more ethereal than her? Infinite Green. I concur with Different Red. Moreover, in terms of combat power, Gu Xian is unquestionably the strongest. Lin Xiao was astonished to find that so many spirits could be compared to Gu Xian in terms of beauty. Upon reflection, it was not surprising. With so many realms, it was only natural to find some super goddesses that he glanced at the second hot comment. Communication barrier with boys. Are you sure the poster is not mistaken? How could an F rank possibly contract an SSS spirit? I suspect you are spreading rumors. The following comments were lively, filled with astonishment and skepticism, clearly indicating that the majority did not believe it. Pure taste wild. It should be true. I heard from a recruitment teacher who personally witnessed that summoner showcasing his talent test results on the academic verification website. Yet, the comments below remained unconvinced, questioning who that teacher was and insisting on asking them directly. Pure Taste Wild then posted a picture that it was a scene of Lin Xiao besieged by a group of beautiful women in a conference room. Pure Taste Wild. I cannot disclose who that teacher is, but this picture serves as evidence. It was taken by that teacher at the scene. Immediately, a long string of comments followed. What the heck? How are there so many super beauties? Is this a nation of daughters? Are they fighting over him? Pure Taste Wild. Yes, according to that teacher, the scene was quite chaotic. These beauties were using themselves as bargaining chips, offering their bodies to win him over. The comments erupted with numerous question marks, expressing utter shock. However, the question remained, since his talent was merely F, why were these beauties so enthusiastic? Pure Taste Wild. I was puzzled at first, but that teacher mentioned that these beauties had previously known that summoner, as he had drawn their nude sketches. What? Nude sketches? You cannot mean that summoner actually drew those beauties, right? Pure Taste Wild. At least half of them did. How could this be? These beauties are all stunning. How could he have seen their bodies? I refuse to believe it. Pure Taste Wild. It is indeed hard to believe, but it is said that this newly appointed summoner possesses an extraordinary talent for drawable armor. And drawing these beauties was to practice intention. Is this for real? It sounds like nonsense. Pure Taste Wild. It is not nonsense. Professor Zhou from Jiangnan University is indeed a drawable armor master. I just checked his profile, and he praised this method in a post, advocating for drawable armor courses to include nude sketch classes. Are you speaking of ancient texts? Wait, I'll go take a look. Moments later, the comments flooded in. What the heck? There really is one. Professor Zhou actually posted, is the drawable armor field about to undergo a revolution? Is it still possible for us to study drawable armor masters? I want to see those ladies' bodies. You filthy men, your thoughts are truly depraved. Lin Xiao was left dumbfounded, pondering whether the drawable armor field would genuinely establish a dedicated nude sketch course in the future. He looked towards the third hot comment. Fairy, don't you think this summoner is incredibly handsome? He and Gu Shuyan make a perfect pair. The subsequent comments again reflected a stark division. The female commenters were collectively swooning, while the male commenters expressed their disdain. Girl who loves to bite straws. This little brother is so handsome, and his future is limitless. I want to bear his children. King Kong. Just average. I feel I am more handsome. Jasmine. King Kong. Are you Zhao Jihan from the junior year? I've seen you. You're just a big gorilla. How dare you compare yourself to this little brother? Lin Xiao almost burst into laughter, realizing this brother had encountered an acquaintance. He then turned to the fourth hot comment, that it's certain that a bald man will shine. Reliable news. This newly appointed summoner has been confirmed to join us at Longyin. Immediately, the comments erupted with excitement. Is this for real? Can our Longyin attract an SSS now? It's certain that a bald man will shine. You may not know, but this time, 2 super goddess teachers from our school are working together. It will be a piece of cake. Goose, goose, goose. Are you referring to the Dean and Professor Su? If it's them, then it's true. No man could possibly reject the Dean and Professor Su. Only love on the river. The above is exaggerated. I have seen both teachers. The Dean has excellent temperament, but her looks are rather ordinary. Professor Su, on the other hand, is a stunning beauty, but compared to Gu Xuan, she falls short. How could this newly appointed summoner, having won Gu Xuan, possibly be interested in any other beauty? Pure Taste Wild. You clearly have a narrow view. Have you not heard the rumors circulating in the academy? Both the Dean and Professor Su are not their true forms. Their true selves are super goddesses, likely comparable to Gu Xuan. Only love on the river. This cannot be, if they could rival Gu Xuyan. Such beauty, why disguise themselves? Consider, if you will, the plight of a beauty such as Gu Xuan. Of her caliber, should she forego the art of disguise? Could she navigate life unscathed, avoiding the gaze of those who would seek to draw near? I find myself inclined to believe the rumors hold a kernel of truth, though Professor Su may be reticent to comment. Yet, the countenance of the Dean and the elegance of her figure seem to exist in discord, leaving the possibility of artifice on the table. Lin Xiao felt compelled to share a remark in the comment section, declaring both Master and Sister Su to be paragons of beauty, just as he was about to hit send. He hesitated and deleted it, fearing that such a comment might invite a torrent of inquiries. Resolving not to dwell on that post any longer, he exited, only to be drawn to a trending topic that claimed the second spot on the forum. Celebration of the successful conclusion of the 3077 Summoner Awakening Ceremony. This event saw the emergence of 4 SSS-tier spirit contracts in the Dragon Kingdom. Upon entering the thread, Lin Xiao discovered a summary of the Year S Awakening Ceremony, detailing the number of top-tier spirit contracts that had manifested. 4 SSS-tier spirits had appeared, alongside 17 SS-tier spirits and 97 S-tier spirits. This data exclusively reflected the Dragon Kingdom. The global context would likely be revealed in due time. At first glance, the figure suggested a plethora of top-tier spirits. Yet upon deeper reflection, they seemed rather scant, considering they represented the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom. When distributed among the nation's cities, it amounted to scarcely 1 S-tier spirit per city. The comments beneath the post were fervent and lively. As Lin Xiao skimmed through them, he noted that apart from himself, the other 3 SSS-tier spirit recipients had secured placements at the esteemed institutions of Qingxiao, Bailu, and Fengming. Songfeng had not managed to attract any. This was to be expected, as Songfeng was a newly minted member of the 4 prestigious academies and lacked the recognition of the other 3. It was quite normal for them to outmaneuver in the competition for talent. Furthermore, the personal details of the 3 SSS-tier spirit recipients had been disclosed as Lin Xiao anticipated. Each of them possessed an SSS summoner talent. Historically, to form a contract with an SSS-tier spirit, a summoner-S talent must be at least SS. Lin Xiao reflected on his own situation, realizing he had made history and would likely be featured in textbooks as a case study. He no longer worried about inquiries regarding why Gu Shuiyan had chosen him. He had concocted a simple explanation. She felt a sense of affinity with him. Such reasoning would suffice, as no one could interrogate Gu Shuiyan, and even if they did, she would provide a similar answer. With a sigh, Lin Xiao shut off his phone, yet slumber eluded him. It is a common occurrence for one to remain restless when overly exhilarated. Contemplating, he manifested in the spirit palace, honing in on Gu Shuiyan's location. His consciousness shifted to a serene lakeside nestled among the mountains. The spirit palace, like the world outside, was cloaked in night. A luminous moon hung high in the heavens, casting shimmering reflections upon the rippling waters. While willow branches swayed gracefully along the shore, a row of ancient, elegant structures bordered the lake, their stone paths leading to the water's edge, with long corridors extending into the lake, culminating in a pavilion. A gentle melody from a zither wafted through the air, ethereal and somewhat melancholic. Though Lin Xiao was no connoisseur of the zither, he could discern the faint longing woven into its notes. He materialized on the corridor, standing just outside the pavilion. There he beheld Gu Shuiyan seated upon a mat of bamboo, with a zither before her and a fragrant incense burner emitting wisps of smoke to her side. Sensing his presence, the music ceased abruptly as she turned her gaze, her profile reflecting a solitude akin to freshly fallen snow. Jia, are you thinking of Ling Long? Lin Xiao inquired, noting the subtle wistfulness in her demeanor and the preceding melody. Gu Shuiyan nodded slightly, yet chose not to delve deeper into the matter. Instead, she asked, "It is late. Did you summon me for a specific purpose?" As she spoke, her gaze lingered on Lin Xiao, her fingers pressing gently against the zither, inadvertently recalling thoughts of dual cultivation in the stillness of night. With just the two of them, her tranquil heart could not help but feel a twinge of apprehension regarding his intentions. Unaware of her unease, Lin Xiao settled onto the bamboo. I absorbed some sacred radiance during my cultivation today, and wish to share half with you. Gu Shuiyan blinked in surprise, not having anticipated this visit was for such a purpose. I see. Lin Xiao scratched his head. Gu Jia, may I trouble you to extend your hand? Certainly. Gu Shuiyan complied, presenting a delicate hand before him. Her hand was exceptionally beautiful, flawless and pale, long and elegant. It resembled the petals of a snow lotus in bloom. Under the moonlight, her celestial beauty was accentuated, rendering her hand irresistible. Lin Xiao suppressed the quickening of his heartbeat and extended his own hand, palm facing down, gently pressing against hers. the moment their hands met. Both felt a soft tremor within, particularly for Gu Shuyan, who had never known a partner in the past, nor had she ever engaged in physical contact with any man. This was her first experience of such intimacy. Despite having lived for tens of thousands of years, her heart fluttered like that of a young girl. Lin Xiao, too, was no stranger to beauty, yet none could compare to the ethereal grace of Gu Jia. Her hand was warm, yet slightly cool to the touch, a sensation so exquisite that it sent his thoughts wandering. Yet he quickly admonished himself to maintain focus, fearful of transgressing her sanctity, stealing his thoughts. He connected with the sacred pill residing within his spirit, channeling the sacred radiance into her being through their hands. Ji Yushuyan felt a warm sensation envelop her, a delightful comfort that calmed her racing heart. Not one to be easily swayed, she observed the young man opposite her, noticing his focused demeanor, his eyes intent and unwavering. His handsome visage, illuminated by the moonlight, was undeniably captivating. The notion of becoming his partner was not altogether unappealing to her. Just as this thought crossed her mind, the warm stream of energy abruptly ceased as Lin Xiao withdrew his hand. Ji Yushuyan felt a pang of longing, subconsciously voicing, "Is that all?" It had scarcely been 10 seconds. Lin Xiao, keenly perceptive, noticed her astonishment and felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment. It appeared that, as he had feared, the pace of their cultivation was insufficient to satiate even Gu Jia's needs. "Gu Jia, I must apologize. My talent is rather modest, and my cultivation speed is slow. Thus, I could not absorb much of the sacred radiance that I hope you can forgive me." Ji Yushuyan was merely momentarily taken aback. Soon regaining her composure, "It's no trouble. This is not your fault. Just take your time." Although comforted by her words, Lin Xiao felt a pang of inadequacy as a man who could not adequately satisfy his companion. He had no desire to linger any longer, rising to say, "Gu Jia, you should rest early. I will return to sleep as well." With that, he prepared to withdraw from the spirit palace. Shuan hesitated slightly before speaking. "Lin Xiao, could you wait a moment? I have something to discuss with you." She resolved to seize this opportunity to broach the subject of dual cultivation. She wished to alleviate the tension that loomed over her. Constantly fearing Lin Xiao might harbor ulterior motives. Though she did not dislike him, she certainly did not wish to confront anything so humiliating. Lin Xiao returned to his seat, puzzled. "Gu Jia, what would you like to discuss?" With earnest eyes, Gu Shuyan fixed her gaze upon him. "Lin Xiao, when you mentioned dual cultivation earlier, did you have intentions towards me?" Lin Xiao's mouth fell open in disbelief, utterly unprepared for her sudden inquiry. After a brief moment of shock, his thoughts raced. He had intended to wait until they grew closer before addressing this matter. Yet since Gu Jia had raised it, perhaps it was best to be forthright. Resolute, Lin Xiao replied, "Gu Jia, I apologize for broaching the topic of dual cultivation so abruptly that in hindsight, I realize it may have caused you discomfort, and for that, I am truly sorry." Ji Yushuyan was momentarily taken aback, touched by the sincerity of his apology, which kindled a sense of fondness within her. Lin Xiao continued, "However, I too have my reasons for bringing this up without due consideration." "Reasons?" Gu Xian asked, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Indeed," Lin Xiao affirmed. "Ji Jia, my cultivation talent is rather poor. Under normal circumstances, my prospects appear bleak. However, the compendium offers a method of dual cultivation that could enhance my cultivation speed, which is why I dare to approach you regarding this matter." Gu Shuyan was taken aback, having initially perceived Lin Xiao as merely a man driven by base desires. Now, she found herself misjudging him. A wave of relief washed over her. Yet, she was soon astonished to learn that his talent was indeed so lacking as to necessitate dual cultivation for improvement. Gu Shuyan was unaware of Lin Xiao's talent. Upon hearing him claim it to be lacking, she merely assumed he was being modest. After all, being chosen by the spirit guide suggested that he could not possibly be an ordinary individual. Under normal circumstances, the Holy Spirit would automatically discern a summoner's capabilities when selecting them. However, since she had been bound by a force contract, she was oblivious to this fact. "Your talent is quite poor? According to your classification, what is your talent level?" Gu Shuyan inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. F. Lin Xiao replied. Ji Yushuyan was taken aback. This revelation exceeded her expectations, causing her brows to knit even deeper. She understood well the significance of a summoner's talent, as it was the primary criterion considered by the Holy Spirit during their selection. After all, once a spirit was contracted, its growth relied entirely on its master. A summoner with poor talent meant that the spirit would be unable to flourish. I understand now. Gu Xuan sighed. But may I have some time to think this over? I am not yet mentally prepared. She had already come to terms with the inevitability of mutual cultivation, yet the prospect of immediately engaging in it with Lin Xiao was difficult for her to accept. She was not a woman of loose morals. On the contrary, she was quite conservative in such matters, to the point of being entirely naive. Lin Xiao was surprised. He had not anticipated her not refusing, but rather asking for time to consider. He had mentally prepared himself for a rejection and would never force her into something against her will. He was not a brute. Incapable of coercive actions, he had resolved to treat this as a romantic pursuit. Intending to slowly win over Gu Xuan, if all else failed, he could wait until the second spirit was contracted and select someone willing to engage in mutual cultivation. Suppressing his excitement, Lin Xiao said, Gu Xuan, take your time to contemplate. There is no rush regarding this matter. After a moment's thought, he added sincerely, I assure you, I will not compel you. You are free to choose not to engage in mutual cultivation. My admiration for you only deepens, and I would never force you to do anything against your will. I would much prefer that you accept me wholeheartedly and willingly engage in mutual cultivation with me. So I am willing to wait. Gu Xuan was momentarily stunned, gazing silently at Lin Xiao, sensing the sincerity reflected in his eyes. His genuine demeanor touched her deeply, and her fondness for him increased by 10 points. Current affection level, 23. Lin Xiao paid no heed to the spirit guide's notifications. His expression was not one of pretense, but rather a genuine reflection of his inner thoughts. Very well, Gu Xuan smiled radiantly, her expression brightening considerably. For the first time since being bound by the force contract, she felt a sense of relaxation within her heart. Fate seemed to be treating her favorably. This spirit master truly was remarkable. On August 10th, the day of departure for Longyin University, dawn broke with the rising SUI in the Summoner's Square. A pair of young individuals drew particular attention. Wang Qi was dressed in a lovely pink and white dress, exuding a sweet charm. Her beauty was already striking, and having become a summoner just a day or two prior, she was further enhanced by extraordinary powers, making her even more alluring. This drew the gaze of many nearby young men, though most watched discreetly as she stood beside a smug-looking young man named Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was one of the 3 S-rank summoner candidates in Tianhai City this year, having contracted an S-level spirit during the summoning awakening ceremony just 2 days prior. Coming from the Liang family, one of the prominent families in Tianhai City, his background was already impressive. With the addition of an S-rank spirit, he was indeed basking in glory. It made sense for Wang Qi to choose him. As a summoner, his future was boundless, and with a strong family backing, her path ahead seemed bright by association. However, Wang Qi had been feeling quite discontent these past few days. The thought of Lin Xiao obtaining an SSS-rank spirit, surrounded by a throng of stunning beauties and coveted by numerous prestigious institutions, filled her with discomfort. Despite this, she remained convinced that her choice had not been mistaken. Lin Xiao, while perhaps less attractive than Lin Xiao, excelled in every other regard. Wang Qi still believed that Lin Xiao's F-rank talent could not lead him far. What good was an SSS-rank spirit if his level could not rise? Yet she could not fathom why those women from affluent families and the enrollment officers failed to see such obvious truths. She harbored resentment towards a teacher named Su Nanya, not merely for having slapped her, but for making her feel petty and insincere. She felt she had done nothing wrong, yet the presence of this woman cast her in a negative light. Lin Xiao observed Wang Qi's glum demeanor with concern. Xiaoyi, please do not be upset. I promise that once Lin Xiao arrives, I will make him pay, he said, glancing around anxiously, eager to spot Lin Xiao's arrival. Truth be told, Lin Xiao harbored intense animosity towards Lin Xiao for stealing his beloved Xiaoyi. He had been infatuated with Wang Qi since middle school, experiencing a love at first sight that had persisted through the years. Despite his efforts to win her over, she had initially chosen Lin Xiao over him. Although Wang Chui had returned to him now, the reality that she had once shared a bed with another man was something he could never reconcile. Wang Chui had become quite skilled in her interactions with him. Since they had gotten together, she seemed to have deliberately sought to please him, showcasing her many talents with great proficiency, while Liang Hao feigned enjoyment. Internally, he was tormented. Where had Wang Chui acquired these skills? Was it even necessary for him to guess? Over the past 6 months, he had attempted to confront Lin Xiao several times, only to find his efforts thwarted each time. That rascal seemed to possess an uncanny ability to evade him. However, today Lin Xiao would undoubtedly attend the gathering. He could not escape this time. Liang Hao was determined to teach Lin Xiao a lesson. Until he had thoroughly beaten Lin Xiao, he would never be able to overcome the hurdle in his heart. Brother Hao, perhaps it would be best to let this go, that I know you care for me. But you cannot defeat Lin Xiao, Wang Chui said playfully, though her gaze avoided Liang Hao. She certainly did not harbor feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not have chosen Lin Xiao during their initial pursuits. Her current relationship with Liang Hao was purely transactional, as he provided her with numerous advantages. Nonetheless, Wang Chui was an astute woman. Although she did not genuinely like Liang Hao, she maintained the facade of affection, speaking in a sweet tone to offer him the warmth he craved. Liang Hao, oblivious to her true feelings, found himself lost in the sweetness of her words. Rest assured, he is but an F-ranked waste. I will certainly avenge you, Liang Hao declared confidently. Wang Chui blinked, realizing he had taken the bait. Her previous words had been a form of provocation. She fervently hoped for Liang Hao to confront Lin Xiao, as his victory would validate her choice. However, she continued to gently dissuade him, but the disadvantages of an F-ranked talent may not manifest at level 1. The primary competition lies with the contracted spirits. Perhaps it would be best to avoid this. I worry that Brother Hao may get hurt. Liang Hao's heart burned with determination. As a man, he could not back down at this moment. Xiaoyi, do not worry. Lin Xiao cannot harm me. Remember, I am currently equipped with an epic grade armor and a legendary grade armor, and my spirit is also outfitted with 2 pieces of epic grade armor. What does an SSS-ranked spirit matter? My spirit is S-ranked, and with 2 pieces of armor, it is certainly not inferior to Lin Xiao's spirit. As long as my spirit can hold Lin Xiao's spirit back, I will be able to take him down. Wang Chui's eyes brightened, yet her concern remained. But what if Lin Xiao also possesses armor? Liang Hao scoffed. That waste is merely an orphan. While he may have some money, he could never afford high-grade armor. Liang Hao was convinced that Lin Xiao most likely lacked armor, and even if he did possess some, its quality would not be high. Why? Because level 1 armor was typically transitional gear, and few would invest heavily in it. Summoners typically level up quickly in the early stages, spending only a brief time at the black iron level. Most individuals either forego armor altogether or only acquire 1 or 2 pieces of ordinary or excellent quality armor for transitional use. Only the offspring of wealthy families, who are not constrained by finances, would splurge on high-quality level 1 armor without a second thought. Liang Hao believed he could easily outmatch Lin Xiao in terms of equipment. He was aware of Gu Xueyin's formidable potential as a spirit, yet he did not expect his spirit to triumph over it. However, if he could stall for even 10 seconds, it would be enough for him to knock Lin Xiao out. Wang Chui calculated in her mind, convinced that Liang Hao's victory was nearly assured, and a smile gradually appeared on her face that I knew Brother Hao cares for me the most. Thank you for avenging me. Brother. She leaned in and planted a kiss on Liang Hao's cheek, her face flushed with shyness. Liang Hao was instantly entranced, yet his resentment towards Lin Xiao only deepened. Why should his beloved car be driven by Lin Xiao? Liang Hao fixed his gaze on the entrance of the square, eagerly awaiting Lin Xiao's arrival. At long last, he spotted a tall young man stepping through the doorway and into the plaza. Liang Hao immediately rushed towards him, shouting with exuberance, Lin Xiao. The newly arrived Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, confronted by Liang Hao's exuberant approach, his expression mirroring that of a long-lost son reuniting with his father. Filled with urgency, Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of wariness creeping in. Over the past 6 months, Liang Hao had been a persistent source of trouble, had it not been for the panoramic perspective feature of his guide. He would have been cornered by Lin Xiao and his entourage on several occasions in a one-on-one confrontation. Lin Xiao had no fear of Lin Xiao. However, the latter had hired a gang of thugs, and sheer numbers were a formidable challenge. Most importantly, Lin Xiao was reluctant to allow anything to disrupt his drawing practice. The prospect of a fight leading to jail time or hospitalization, thereby wasting precious time, was simply not worth it. Thus, he had chosen to evade and endure as much as possible over the past 6 months. As Lin Xiao skidded to a halt before him, he taunted, "Lin Xiao, are you brave enough to fight?" Realizing that Lin Xiao was once again seeking trouble, Lin Xiao frowned slightly, noticing the gazes of the surrounding crowd fixated upon them. The square had already gathered a multitude of students, as various universities had brought their new recruits to school that day. With Lin Xiao's shout, whispers erupted around them, and fingers pointed in their direction. "Why should I fight you?" Lin Xiao was disinclined to engage in a brawl at that moment. He was a sensible individual, averse to trouble, especially on such a significant day. Moreover, having lived 2 lives, he possessed a mature mindset and was not easily provoked. Lin Xiao sneered, "You made Chu-yi unhappy. As her boyfriend, I must stand up for her. A dilapidated vehicle you seem to be so fond of." Lin Xiao retorted with a cold laugh. Lin Xiao's eyes reddened instantly. The words struck a chord deep within him. Lin Xiao glanced at Wang Chuyi, who, clad in a white dress, appeared sweetly beautiful, making it hard to imagine that she harbored a venomous heart. "Wang Chuyi, are you trying to stir up trouble again? Haven't you had enough? Using your boyfriend as a pawn is rather unseemly." Upon having her intentions unveiled, Wang Chuyi's expression shifted slightly. Then she mockingly replied, "If you were a man, you would fight Lin Xiao." Lin Xiao scoffed, "You should know very well whether I am a man or not." "Lin Xiao." Lin Xiao bellowed in fury, the remark causing him immense discomfort. "If you have any guts, come and fight me." "I certainly have guts. Just ask Wang Chuyi. She has fought for me before." Lin Xiao replied with a nonchalant smile. Lin Xiao was on the verge of exploding, and Wang Chuyi's face contorted in rage. "Lin Xiao, you are nothing but a waste. Even with an SSS contract spirit, it doesn't change the fact that you are an F-grade loser." Wang Chuyi's words were abruptly cut off as she felt an overwhelming killing intent locking onto her, prompting her to instinctively glance towards its source. Su Nanya had appeared at some point, her gaze filled with murderous intent directed at her. Wang Chuyi felt a primal fear emanating from Su Nanya, and her fiery anger was extinguished in an instant. Her teeth clenched tightly, her complexion pale. Noticing Su Jia's arrival, Lin Xiao quickly ran over, cheerfully greeting, "Good morning, Su Jia." Su Nanya smiled as she approached, adjusting his slightly disheveled collar, and replied, "Good morning, you little rascal." "Where's our teacher?" Lin Xiao inquired. Glancing behind her, he returned to the school last night. She answered, seeing the two converse while ignoring him entirely. Lin Xiao felt utterly frustrated, shouting from behind, "Lin Xiao, how long are you going to be a coward? You are just a waste. Do you lack the courage to fight?" Lin Xiao sighed. "Su Jia, this guy is really annoying. Should I fight him? Will it cause you any trouble?" As a teacher, Su Nanya was a significant reason Lin Xiao was hesitant to engage Lin Xiao. With a gentle smile, Su Nanya reassured him, "There won't be any trouble. Just fight. Remember, once you become a summoner, you can't be as restrained as you were in school. Summoners respect the strong. If someone provokes you, you must retaliate." Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully, then turned to Lin Xiao, stating calmly, "All right, summon your spirit, and we shall battle." Upon hearing his agreement, the onlooking freshmen revealed excited expressions, whispering amongst themselves, "Who do you think will win?" "It's hard to say. Lin Xiao's spirit is formidable. There have been numerous reports online claiming that Gu Shuiyin is the strongest spirit ever to appear in Blue Star. That is indeed noteworthy, but I still favor Lin Xiao that he possesses 4 high-quality painting armors, which can almost overpower others of the same level. His spirit quality is also commendable. Even if he cannot defeat Gu Shuiyin, he will surely buy enough time to knock Lin Xiao out with his 2 pieces of painting armor. That makes sense. It seems Lin Xiao is in for a rough time to have an SSS spirit, yet still be humiliated. It seems expertise cannot overcome sheer investment. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Liang Hao took a few steps back, positioning his hands to perform the summoning gesture, and a faint red summoning gate materialized in the square. The air split apart, resembling a gaping rift in space. A colossal creature, resembling a black crab, emerged from within. Its bulging red eyes resembled glass beads, and its massive claws, shrouded in ominous energy, were thicker than an adult's body. One could only imagine the devastation if one were to be caught in its grasp. Likely severing a person in two. Lin Xiao instantly discerned Liang Hao's spirit's grade from the color of the summoning gate. It was an S-grade spirit. He also recognized the species of the gigantic crab, the beast spirit. Xian Shuige Jiao crab, renowned for its strength, capable of lifting 1,000 pounds with its two formidable claws. Additionally, its defensive capabilities were noteworthy. Its hard shell could even withstand bullets from handguns. If Lin Xiao recalled correctly, the Xian Shui Gue Jiao crab likely possessed a skill known as the Xian Shui shield at its first level. It's worth noting that every spirit is unique. But that does not imply the absence of similar species, particularly with lower-grade spirits. Instances of identical species are quite common, with abilities often being quite similar. Conversely, heroic spirits tend to be distinctive, possessing abilities that rarely overlap with other spirits. For example, Gu Shuiyan's skills in music and swordsmanship are unlikely to be duplicated in any other spirit. A.S. Liang Hao summoned the Gue Jiao crab. Lin Xiao also summoned Gu Shuiyan, the ethereal figure of Gu Shuiyan. Clad in robes whiter than snow, stepped forth from the crimson summoning gate, exuding an extraordinary grace that captivated all. The atmosphere around her fell into an immediate hush, all onlookers rendered momentarily spellbound. Even Liang Hao found himself in a daze, his gaze clearly entranced. Lin Xiao marveled at how Gu Jia's beauty could rival a charm skill during battle, and without hesitation, he unleashed the broken string attack at Liang Hao. To be distracted in the heat of battle was an opportunity not to be squandered. The broken string attack was a mental assault. Should the enemy concentrate, they could mitigate some of its impact. However, Liang Hao was currently lost in thought, entirely unprepared for the oncoming strike. A shriek erupted as Liang Hao instinctively clutched his head, collapsing to the ground in agony. The Jiu Jia! Strike him! With the enemy's defenses breached. Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. When he decided to engage Liang Hao, he had communicated his tactics with Gu Jia. Lacking practical experience, Lin Xiao resolved to give it his all. Liang Hao, fully aware of the might of an SSS spirit, still dared to provoke him, indicating he was likely equipped with powerful painting armor. Uncertain of the strength of Liang Hao's armor, Lin Xiao chose to unleash his strongest attack. That Jiu Shuiyan concurred with this approach. Having just arrived in this world, she too sought to ascertain her own combat prowess. With a graceful lift of her left hand, Gu Shuiyan's fingers blossomed like a lotus, and 3 swords of condensed spirit energy shot forth from her hand. Swirling around Lin Xiao like playful fish, with the sword in motion, Lin Xiao stepped forward, activating his sword technique as a long sword of holy radiance floated into the air, poised for action. Gu Shuiyan's eyes gently lowered, her body rising 1/2 meter into the air, her white garments billowing like cascading silk. She formed a sword seal with her hands. A massive flying sword coalesced before her, its pale blade shimmering as the surrounding air rippled with energy. Jing Hong. The arrangement of this battle was straightforward. Lin Xiao commenced by using the broken string to disrupt Liang Hao, seizing the initiative. Subsequently, under the protection of the sword in hand, he stood ready to thwart any enemies, allowing Gu Shuiyan the time to accumulate the energy for her stunning strike, the Stunning Swan. While the Stunning Swan could be unleashed in an instant, to ensure maximum potency, it was imperative to gather energy for at least 5 seconds. What was happening? Even before the fight had commenced, how had Liang Hao already collapsed? The square erupted into a cacophony of astonishment, with the onlooking newcomers exchanging bewildered glances. The team must have been some skill unleashed by Lin Xiao. Did any of you witness what kind of attack it was? I didn't see anything. I merely felt he cast a piercing gaze at Liang Hao, and that was the result. Goodness, could it be that his mere glance can kill? What nonsense! I surmised 2 possibilities. The first is a mental attack, and the second could be the intent of the sword. ITS said online, that Gu Shuiyin possesses dual mastery of the qin and the sword. She must have conveyed either a sword intent or a mental attack skill to Lin Xiao. Ah, I see. However, this turn of events has taken everyone by surprise. Lin Xiao has gained the upper hand from the very outset. Look, it seems Gu Shuiyin is about to unleash her ultimate move. Why isn't the ghost crab moving to interrupt? The newcomers whispered among themselves, astonished at the unfolding battle. Lin Xiao remained impervious to the surrounding chatter, his gaze fixed intently on the ghost crab, preventing it from interfering with his energy accumulation. Before acquiring a second contract spirit, a summoner's combat strength is exceedingly weak. Without the protective armor, it is impossible to withstand the assault of a contract spirit. Yet he was fortified by the sword in hand, an invincible defensive skill of the same rank, which could adequately fend off the ghost crab for a time, allowing Sister Gu to complete her energy buildup. Nevertheless, Lin Xiao still felt a twinge of anxiety. After all, this was his inaugural battle, and his clenched hands trembled slightly. Yet he soon realized that his apprehension was entirely unwarranted, for the ghost crab had no intention of advancing. It executed a classic crab walk, its 8 legs scuttling swiftly to block Liang Hao's path. Its 2 crimson, glassy eyes radiated intelligence, indicating that it was indeed a sentient contract spirit, much like Gu Shuiyin's thoughts. The primary duty of a contract spirit is to protect its master. After all, if the master perishes, so too does the spirit. The ghost crab swung its 2 massive pincers, conjuring a colossal bubble that enveloped itself and Liang Hao. The mystic water shield. Having completed this, the ghost crab fixated its gaze upon the ever-enlarging giant sword, its eyes reflecting a grave concern. The ghost crab sensed the unparalleled might contained within the giant sword. It feared the mystic water shield would be inadequate. Yet it had no choice but to endure. Its master had faltered right from the start, leaving it in a state of utter helplessness. 5 seconds is a fleeting moment, and in the blink of an eye, it had passed. All eyes in the square were riveted on Gu Shuiyin. Suddenly, a giant flying sword, measuring 5 to 6 meters in length, flashed through the air, piercing the atmosphere with a speed too swift for the naked eye to discern. In an instant, it reached the ghost crab. The creature's eyes widened in terror as the mystic water shield seemed to disintegrate like paper. Instantly pierced through, the giant sword's power was far greater than it had anticipated. It had thought it could at least withstand the attack for a few seconds. Reflexively, its pincers grasped the giant sword. An incomparable force surged through its pincers, shattering its shell in an instant. The ghost crab was engulfed in sheer terror. It sensed the imminent danger of death, true death. While a contract spirit could be resurrected in the Hall of Spirits, it could palpably feel that this strike would not only pierce it, but would also spell doom for its master behind it. It simply could not withstand the blow that a sense of desolation welled up within. After waiting for thousands of years to choose a master, was it truly to perish so soon after its descent? The ghost crab was engulfed in despair, feeling its defensive armor activate first. A massive turtle silhouette emerging, yet it was cleaved apart in less than a second. Next came its highly resilient shell, which similarly crumbled as if made of paper, splitting in twain in an instant. The ghost crab's consciousness felt as though it too had been severed in half, collapsing in an instant amidst unwillingness, its spirit erupting into a shower of luminous fragments. How could it be so weak? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Gu Shuiyin's eyes as the sword intent registered in her perception. The moment it sliced through the ghost crab's shell, she discerned the opponent's level. "Sister Gu, show mercy." Su Nanya cried urgently, having also realized that Liang Hao could not possibly withstand that strike. Should he be hit, he would undoubtedly perish. The power of this strike far exceeded her expectations. If Liang Hao were killed, it would spell considerable trouble. In truth, there was no need for Su Nanya to voice it, for Gu Shuiyin had already restrained the flying sword. This was not a life-and-death struggle, and thus she would not deliver a fatal blow. With a gentle wave of her hand, the giant sword dissipated, transforming into a halo of divine light. Radiance shimmered. Lin Xiao stood in stunned silence, turning to meet Gu Shuiyin's gaze, both their eyes reflecting profound astonishment. The enemy was far weaker than anticipated. The first thought that crossed Lin Xiao's mind was, as contract spirits are not so formidable after all. The second thought was, Sister Gu is truly extraordinary. The square fell into a hushed silence, a palpable stillness enveloping the crowd, all rendered speechless. I asked at it. How did the ghost crab fall in an instant? After a long pause, someone murmured in disbelief. Before the battle, they had believed Liang Hao had the upper hand, yet upon engagement, Liang Hao had barely managed to collapse, and the contract spirit had been utterly vanquished. This was utterly unexpected. What they had anticipated to be a fierce struggle had turned into a one-sided rout. No way, the ghost crab is this weak. Are you certain it's an S-level contract spirit? Don't speak nonsense. Is the ghost crab weak? Clearly, Gu Shuyan is just too powerful. The crowd erupted into animated discussion. Wang Chu-yi stood dazed, her gaze lingering on the spot where the ghost crab's spirit had disintegrated. She had never anticipated such a result. Her face turned as pale as a sheet, as though her very soul had been drained. Meanwhile, on the square's floor, Liang Hao sat dazed, his consciousness foggy. First, he had been struck by the broken string, suffering a severe mental blow, and then the contract spirit had been slain. The backlash hitting him, causing his head to throb to the point of near fainting, he struggled to catch a breath as he looked toward Lin Xiao, bewilderment mingled with a hint of terror in his eyes. In that moment, he had even believed he was on the brink of death. Yet how exactly had he lost this battle? Liang Hao had no clarity, only the sensation of Lin Xiao's glare causing his head to throb intensely. After a considerable effort to regain his composure, he once again beheld a giant sword, imbued with unrivaled might, racing forth to obliterate the ghost crab, leaving him no time to mount any form of resistance. How could he be this strong? Liang Hao murmured to himself, utterly perplexed. Lin Xiao gazed at Gu Shuyan, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Sister Gu, you are truly formidable. Gu Shuyan smiled, pondering for a moment before asking. What rating is the opponent's contract spirit? It's an S. Lin Xiao recalled the color of the summoning portal from moments prior. Gu Shuyan considered briefly, nodding gently, coming to a clearer understanding of her own strength. It seemed that in this new world, she still rightly deserved the title of the Qin and Sword Immortal. Lin Xiao's gaze fell upon the place where the ghost crab had been vanquished. Two orbs of purple light materializing in the air, causing his eyes to brighten instantly. He hurried over, discovering that the two purple orbs encased two objects, one resembling a turtle shell and the other a yellow necklace. Could this possibly be the armor? Lin Xiao mused, instinctively reaching out to grasp it. Yet his hand passed through the purple light orb without hindrance, as if it were completely empty. The armor exists solely as an image and has no physical manifestation, making it impossible to touch. Su's sister's voice came from behind him. Oh, I see. Lin Xiao quickly inquired, then how can I collect it? Su Nanya smiled, replying, it's simple. A specially crafted scroll will suffice. Yes, she spoke. She produced a scroll the length of her forearm from thin air and gently unfurled it. The surface of the scroll was blank, pure white. Su Nanya brought the scroll closer to the orb containing the turtle shell image. Scooping from bottom to top with a delicate motion, an extraordinary scene unfolded, as if dyeing fabric. The imagery within the purple orb was transferred onto the pristine scroll that a pale azure turtle shell materialized on the scroll, appearing almost lifelike, with a visible crack in its center. Lin Xiao's expression reflected curiosity. Su Nanya produced another scroll, capturing the remaining purple orb onto the paper, then handed it to him. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment. This for me? Su Nanya smiled gently. Your spoils of war. Of course it's for you. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he unreservedly accepted the items. Liang Hao watched helplessly as his two treasured artifacts were taken away, his heart bleeding, yet his tormented soul rendered him speechless. With a heavy sigh, he closed his eyes and fainted from the anger. Wang Qi finally reacted, hurrying forward to protest. These belong to Liang Hao. You cannot take them. Lin Xiao cast her a sidelong glance and retorted, you propose to fight. If you lose, you must face the consequences. Would you have me engage in a duel for nothing? Wang Qi gritted her teeth in frustration. Professor Su, this is outright robbery. I will report you to the school. Su Nanya replied with a faint smile. This is merely the rule of engagement between summoners. Feel free to report it. If you possess the ability, you may challenge Lin Xiao and reclaim your belongings. Wang Qi was momentarily stunned, glancing at Gu Xuan, her eyes betraying a flicker of fear. Noticing her silence, Lin Xiao glanced at the unconscious Liang Hao and uncertainly asked, "Sister Su, is he going to be all right?" Su Nanya replied nonchalantly, "His destined spirit has perished, resulting in backlash. He'll likely be incapacitated for a few days." After surveying the crowd, she called out, "Students of Longyin, board the vehicle to the airport." A dozen students emerged from the throng, following Su Nanya's lead. Wang Qi urgently shouted, "Liang Hao and I are also students of Longyin. What about him?" Lin Xiao instinctively turned back, astonished to discover that they had also applied to Longyin. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Qi and Liang Hao had chosen Longyin with the intent of stepping on him in the future. Liang Hao was filled with resentment, eager to prove himself superior. Only by completely overpowering Lin Xiao could he alleviate his feelings of love and hate. Wang Qi, too, sought to validate her choice, feeling that only witnessing Liang Hao crush Lin Xiao would bring her satisfaction. Otherwise, the burden would remain in her heart. Yet, their expectations faced a crushing defeat before they even reached the school. Without turning back, Su Nanya coldly stated, "Aren't you Liang Hao's girlfriend? You can carry him." Wang Qi froze, gazing at her boyfriend sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog, disgust flashing in her eyes. She had never liked Liang Hao, and seeing him so utterly defeated only intensified her disdain. However, needing to cling to him for benefits, she stifled her aversion, hoisted Liang Hao on her back, and limped to catch up with the group. The other students from the school pointed and murmured among themselves. Wang Qi felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Why was her luck so abysmal? It was all Lin Xiao's fault, and her resentment towards him grew stronger. But on the airplane, Lin Xiao and Su Nanya sat in plush chairs. This was a private jet, not particularly large, as Longyin had only recruited a bit over 20 students in Tianhai this time. The seats were nearly filled. Lin Xiao examined the two artifact scrolls with great curiosity. "Sister Su, what functions do these artifacts serve?" Su Nanya replied. "The one with the turtle shell design is a defensive artifact, while the necklace enhances speed." "Can I use them?" Lin Xiao eagerly inquired, running his fingers over the scrolls, finding their texture akin to ordinary paintings. "Yes, however, the turtle shell has been damaged by Gu Jia and requires repair before it can be utilized." As Su Nanya glanced at the cracks on the turtle shell and added, "But I believe you could sell both of these directly." "Why?" Lin Xiao asked, puzzled. "Because I can provide you with something better," Su Nanya remarked disdainfully. "Besides, that yellow necklace is quite unattractive, and the turtle shell is equally so. They don't suit you or Gu Jia." Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle, yet he decided to heed her advice. Equipping Gu Jia with those artifacts would indeed be inappropriate. "How much could I sell them for?" he queried. The necklace could fetch around 2 million, while the damaged turtle shell, if sold as is, would be approximately 155,000. Not bad. So, I made 350,000 from the fight. Lin Xiao expressed satisfaction and promptly requested, "Then please assist me in selling them." Sister Su Nanya nodded in agreement. After about 2 hours of flight, Su Nanya gently reminded, "Little rascal, we are almost at the school." Hearing this, Lin Xiao peered out the airplane's window, observing the rugged mountains below. The landscape was marred, with landslides and fallen peaks creating a tapestry of ruins and forests. It appeared to be the remnants of a devastating earthquake from years past. In the distance, he spotted a cluster of buildings nestled within a broad valley. Su Nanya explained, "This is the Outer Academy, where you new students will spend the next year training and living." Outer Academy. Does that mean there's an Inner Academy as well? Indeed, the school is divided into Inner and Outer Academies. The Outer Academy consists solely of new students, while the Inner Academy is reserved for upperclassmen. The Inner Academy is located several hundred kilometers deeper into the mountains. Why is it divided this way, and why so far? Su Nanya elaborated. As you know, students at Summoners University are akin to reservists. Their primary tasks, aside from training and studying, involve collaborating with the military to eliminate disasters. Our university is situated in the Qianchuan mountain range in the southwest, which is the most disaster-prone area on Blue Star. The deeper you venture into the Qianchuan mountains, the more formidable the disaster creatures become. New students possess relatively low strength and can only be stationed on the outskirts, while upperclassmen, with greater strength, are assigned deeper into the mountains. Lin Xiao understood, having gleaned some insights into this matter. Since the emergence of the disaster star, all living things have been tainted and mutated, severely constraining human living space. The wilderness, particularly the forests, has gradually transformed into a breeding ground for disaster creatures. Once renowned mountains and rivers have become forbidden zones for humanity, overrun with monsters. Humans are now confined to major cities, with dangers lurking in the wild. However, food supplies and various survival resources cannot be entirely produced within urban areas. Thus, humans inevitably engage in warfare against disaster creatures to reclaim more living space. In this struggle, humanity holds a certain advantage, primarily because lower-tier disasters still fear bullets and artillery. This has allowed humans to maintain control over urban plains and similar regions. Nonetheless, the complex terrains of rivers and mountains have largely fallen to the enemy. Areas like the Qianchuan mountain range, which are inhospitable to human habitation, have become breeding ground for disasters. Over eons, they have entirely transformed into no-go zones for humanity, with high-level disasters unperturbed by bullets and artillery. Beasts akin to Godzilla that can withstand nuclear strikes are commonplace. In the case of Longhua, the military can only station troops in perilous areas to prevent disasters from spilling over, with countless heroes sacrificing their lives each year to protect the nation. Minutes later, the airplane landed. A group of faculty and students boarded a bus, navigating through the mountains until they reached the campus. Lin Xiao disembarked, finding himself before a plaza dominated by a newly constructed school. The buildings were pristine, their exteriors gleaming, and the greenery still youthful. They stood on a cement plaza bustling with new students. While on the bus, Lin Xiao had received notifications from his guidebook, discovering two new beauties. One was an A named Shun Juanru, and the other an A named Song Qianxia. Lin Xiao paid them little mind. Having encountered numerous stunning women recently, he felt little interest in A. There was scant motivation to continue collecting for the guidebook at present. He would consider it later. "Professor Su, we've been eagerly awaiting your return." Suddenly, a warm voice called from afar. Lin Xiao turned to see a large group approaching. Appearing to be teachers from the school, both men and women, numbering around 30, the speaker, a man clad in camouflage, was short with a buzz cut, yet radiated a robust and vigorous aura. The plaza, now filled with new students, drew their attention toward the unexpectedly arrived group. "Instructor Wang, esteemed teachers, greetings. What brings you here?" Su Nanya recognized the individuals and smiled, a hint of surprise in her expression. "We heard that Professor Su has recruited an SSS contract spirit student. So we came to take a look," Instructor Wang replied, with a hearty laugh. Su Nanya was taken aback. S. Wang spoke. He had already turned his gaze towards Su Nanya and soon fixed his eyes on Lin Xiao, his expression brightening. "You must be the student who has contracted with Gu Xuyin." Gu Xuyin, as Lin Xiao's voice fell. The new students lingering in the square couldn't help but widen their eyes. Countless gazes were directed towards Lin Xiao. Within a mere few seconds, everyone recognized this young man who had recently become a sensation across various social media platforms. Among the 4 SSS contract spirit holders this year, Lin Xiao boasted the highest popularity, his striking looks paired with Gu Xuyin evoking a sense of a golden boy and jade girl. Their combination could be described as explosive. Wow, so his name is Lin Xiao. He looks even more handsome in person than in photos. To think we are attending the same school as an SSS contract spirit holder. How fortunate we are. Quick, let's take a picture and share it on social media. The square was instantly abuzz with chatter as the new students unconsciously moved closer, raising their phones to capture the moment. Lin Xiao felt a surge of unease, helplessly greeting Instructor Wang and the group of teachers. "Hello." "Teachers," the teachers nodded, their curious eyes appraising him as if he were a rare specimen. "Not bad. Although there's nothing particularly extraordinary yet, he certainly possesses an impressive demeanor." "Lin Xiao, come, let us take a picture together." The teachers whispered among themselves, with one female teacher approaching with her phone, snapping a picture without hesitation. Lin Xiao found himself in a rather amusing predicament. Su Nanya, equally bemused, remarked. "Instructor Wang, Are you all really here just to see Lin Xiao? Instructor Wang chuckled. Indeed, it has been years since the school has admitted an SSS contract spirit student. The excitement has been palpable these past few days. This morning, everyone gathered here, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Lin Xiao. TSK, an F-grade contract spirit with the renowned Gu Xuyan. What a living textbook. The principal has even mentioned he will come to see for himself in a few days, having reportedly risked his life attempting to contract Gu Xuyan after numerous attempts in the 52nd Spirit Ruins, nearly perishing in the process. Lin Xiao's lips twitched, mentally communicating with the contract spirit palace. Sister Gu, is it true? Has someone attempted dozens of times to contract you? I am uncertain. Gu Xuyan replied from the contract spirit palace. What exists in the spirit ruins is merely a mirrored projection of me. Not my true self. I only receive sensations through trials. Lin Xiao found himself intrigued and asked, over the years, how many have succeeded in your trials? 13. Lin Xiao was astonished. She had been in slumber on the Holy Spirit Star for tens of thousands of years. The challengers must have numbered in the thousands, yet only 13 succeeded. How arduous must those trials be? Suddenly, Lin Xiao realized a crucial issue. Even if a summoner passed a trial, it did not guarantee a contract with the spirit. That seemed quite precarious. Sister Gu, those 13 individuals must be quite exceptional. Why did you not choose to follow any of them? He felt a vague sense of regret. Gu Xuyan responded nonchalantly. Lin Xiao thought to himself that perhaps his standards were too high. After hearing Instructor Wang's words, Su Nanya also found the situation quite amusing. Instructor Wang, teachers, let us disperse. The new students are still waiting to complete their enrollment procedures, since everyone is already here at school. There will be plenty of opportunities to meet in the future. Indeed, Instructor Wang glanced at the throng of new students gathering in the square, realizing that further conversation would be inconvenient. He kindly patted Lin Xiao on the shoulder and said, Lin Xiao, perform well. If you encounter any difficulties in school, feel free to approach me. I am your chief instructor for new students. Lin Xiao nodded. All right, disperse. With that, Instructor Wang led the group of teachers away. Their arrival was swift, and their departure was equally brisk. As the crowd dissipated, Su Nanya hurriedly guided the new students to the registration area to complete their enrollment. After half an hour of bustling activity, everything was finally in order. She briefly instructed everyone before signaling for them to settle into their dormitories. Her responsibilities as an enrollment officer concluded here. Once the crowd had left, Su Nanya pulled Lin Xiao aside. Little rascal. Come, I'll take you to your dormitory. Lin Xiao hesitated slightly. Sister Su, if you have other matters to attend to, I can manage on my own. You needn't trouble yourself. Nonsense, I'll escort you. Su Nanya replied, taking his hand and walking directly into the school. Lin Xiao had no choice but to relent. Before long, they arrived at a dormitory building. Lin Xiao glanced at the room card he received during registration to confirm his dormitory location. The room number was 302. They ascended the stairs and reached the dormitory door. The room was secure with a password lock. Lin Xiao entered the password and pushed the door open, revealing a double room. The layout of the dormitory was rather unique. Upon entering, there was a space resembling a living room with simple shared amenities like tables and chairs that on each side of the entrance were two separate bedrooms. Lin Xiao peered inside and saw a bed, already made up with neatly arranged bedding. Besides that, there was a wardrobe, study desk, stool, and even a toothbrush and toothpaste set. However, there were no air conditioning units or fans. Overall, it appeared quite simple, perhaps even sparse, yet it still offered a pleasant ambience. Sister Su, do all students have their own rooms? Su Nanya examined the room and nodded. Summoners require a tranquil space for cultivation, which differs from ordinary university students. Therefore, even in a double room, each person has their own private bedroom, though the bathroom and restroom are shared. Lin Xiao understood, as he had been concerned about one matter upon arrival. If it had been a bunk bed situation in a shared dormitory, it would have posed a challenge for double cultivation with Sister Ji that it wouldn't do to drag the esteemed fairy sister into a small grove. Especially in this remote area, without even an inn. He recalled that even his high school had hotels nearby, like the Finglin Inn and the couple's Fate Hotel. As Nanya pulled out a chair and settled down, stretching her long legs clad in black stockings. Little rascal, I'm not very familiar with this outer courtyard, so I won't elaborate too much. You'll have to explore it yourself later. Understood? Lin Xiao nodded. She continued, today and tomorrow are the enrollment days for new students, and the opening ceremony will be held the day after tomorrow. From then on, everything will follow the school-s arrangements. Then she mentioned the SSS cultivation resources promised to him, which she needed to explain briefly. Lin Xiao's interest piqued, his anticipation evident. Nanya smiled slightly. The cultivation resources provided by the school are quite complex, encompassing many aspects, primarily permissions and resources that I won't delve into the permissions just yet, as that mainly concerns entering the inner courtyard, but the resource distribution will begin during your time in the outer courtyard. However, it won't be given all at once. It will be distributed gradually, with the total value of the SSS resources amounting to 1 billion. Lin Xiao was taken aback. So much? Su Nanya chuckled. Not really. Various cultivation resources for summoners can easily cost hundreds of thousands each. 1 billion can be spent quite rapidly. Lin Xiao was genuinely surprised. What does it include? Su Nanya began counting on her fingers. There are many types, such as holy radiant stones that accelerate cultivation speed, various herbs that enhance physical strength, spirit cleansing crystals that reduce pollution, and materials for various calamity creatures. There's quite a lot. I won't list them all now, but I will send you a list later. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled. He could tell these were valuable resources, as Su Nanya added seriously. Little rascal, during your time in the outer courtyard, make sure to cultivate diligently and don't skimp on resources. With an F-grade talent, you can catch up with your peers before reaching level 20 by accumulating resources. The SSS resource package should last you until level 10. After reaching level 10, you needn't worry. I'll find a way for you. Lin Xiao longed to share his double cultivation plans with her, but ultimately chose to hold back. Su Nanya continued. Additionally, during your cultivation in the outer courtyard, the school will conduct various assessments, and based on the results, rewards of cultivation resources will be given. You should also strive to earn those. Lin Xiao nodded earnestly. Su Nanya stretched, her graceful figure catching Lin Xiao's attention. And after a moment's thought, she said, there's not much left to convey, except for one matter. Learning to draw armor. I've already discussed this with the teachers. It will commence after you reach level 10 and complete your first Spirit Ruins trial. Lin Xiao nodded. I will follow your and the master's arrangements. Su Nanya stood up. All right, little rascal. I need to return to the inner courtyard to prepare your armor drawings. I'll come and find you in a few days. If you miss me, just give me a call. Lin Xiao reluctantly saw her off. Alone, he returned to the dormitory, picked a room, and began to organize his belongings. Afternoon, in the Qiling Palace atop the cliff platform, a vast training ground unfolded. Clad in flowing white garments, Gu Xian danced gracefully, wielding a long sword as she practiced a series of sword techniques. Her movements were remarkably agile, each stroke of the sword flowing seamlessly, neither rushed nor slow, exuding an indescribable beauty. Her posture was exquisite, twisting and turning like a butterfly flitting among flowers. Light and ethereal, at the edge of the cliff platform, Lin Xiao sat upon a stone bench, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. Having found himself idly bored in the dormitory, he sought out Sister Gu for conversation, only to be captivated by her sword play upon entering. Wow, Sister Gu, your sword dance is breathtaking. Even more beautiful than a celestial being descending to earth. Gu Xian paused, grounding the sword in her stance, and Lin Xiao's eyes shone with admiration as he showered her with unabashed praise. Embodying the role of a smitten admirer, delighted by the compliment, Gu Xian's spirits lifted, increasing their intimacy by 2 points, bringing the total to 25. With a serene smile, she approached Lin Xiao, her gaze warm and inviting. Her hair slightly tousled, hinting at a delicate sheen of perspiration. Observing the youth before her, she noted the unabashed admiration in his eyes and the genuine smile gracing his handsome face, further uplifting her mood. Lin Xiao, my dear brother, what brings you here? She inquired. Oh, it's nothing much. I was just feeling bored and wanted to chat with you to pass the time. I'm not particularly skilled at conversation. You speak. And I shall listen, Gu Shuiyan replied, seating herself beside him. Not skilled at conversation? I'm curious, Sister Gu, did you rarely speak to others during your time at the Xintian sect? Lin Xiao asked. Indeed, She gently nodded. Ever since Ling Long passed away, I have lived in solitude, occasionally entering seclusion for months, even years at a time, and I have grown accustomed to silence. Lin Xiao could not help but exclaim, "That sounds rather solitary. Do you not feel lonely?" Loneliness, Gu Xian tilted her head slightly, the word foreign to her. She shook her head. Since I severed my emotional ties at 16 and devoted myself to the emotionless sword path, I have forgotten what it means to feel lonely. Lin Xiao propped his chin on his hand, gazing at her, his eyes lingering on her alabaster jawline, her skin as radiant as freshly fallen snow. So you have never experienced love, Sister Gu? Gu Shuyan felt a twinge of discomfort under his gaze, shifting slightly. Truly, she was as pure as jade, Lin Xiao mused before standing up. Sister Gu, would you teach me how to wield a sword? An idea sparked in his mind. Perhaps through practicing sword techniques, their bond could deepen rapidly. After all, swordplay inevitably involved physical contact, which was the most straightforward means of bridging the gap between men and women. There is a saying, between the sexes, heartfelt efforts may not always yield a response, but forceful endeavors will surely do so. Moreover, while observing her sword dance moments ago, Lin Xiao suddenly recalled that the school would soon offer combat classes. Regardless of the instructor's skill level, none could rival Sister Gu in the art of swordsmanship. She was a ready-made teacher. Very well, Gu Shuyan asked, what sword technique would you like to learn? Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before inquiring. Can the sword techniques from your world be utilized in this one? Gu Shuyan replied, most cannot. In my original world, we employed spiritual energy, while this world relies on sacred brilliance, which is vastly different. I've been contemplating this today and just attempted a few techniques, discovering that many sword forms lose their true essence when performed with sacred brilliance, retaining only their outward appearance. Lin Xiao was not surprised. He had heard that most martial arts from other realms could not be practiced on Blue Star, but he considered his response carefully. Sister Gu, I wish to learn foundational sword techniques that are effective for combat. I believe such techniques should be universally applicable between our worlds. Gu Xian thought for a moment and replied, there's indeed a set of sword techniques suitable for you, known as the 18 forms of sword resolution from the Xintian sword sect. This technique emphasizes form rather than relying on spiritual energy, serving as a foundation for various sword arts. Lin Zhao's eyes brightened. Then that's the one. I would be grateful if you could teach me. Sister Gu, nodding, Gu Xian returned to the training ground, turning to face him. The 18 forms of sword resolution consist of 18 different techniques that I will demonstrate each one in succession. See if you can memorize them. With that, she began to wield her sword. Compared to her previous dance, this demonstration exuded an intense and fierce aura, each movement crisp and decisive, infused with a palpable sense of lethal intent. Lin Xiao watched intently. Committing each technique to memory, he found himself unusually attuned to the trajectory of Sister Gu's sword. Every arc it carved through the air etched vividly in his mind. The sensation was extraordinary, as if he were watching in slow motion. Could it be due to the Wushuang sword spirit? Lin Xiao pondered. Previously, he had learned some basic combat techniques at school, but he often struggled to recall the movements during demonstrations by the instructors. He had to practice many times to master them. Yet now, just by observing Sister Gu, he felt confident that he would easily replicate her techniques when it was his turn. After demonstrating 5 techniques, Gu Xian paused, concerned that presenting too many at once might overwhelm Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, my brother, how much did you manage to remember? Do you need me to demonstrate again? Not wanting to overstate his capabilities, Lin Xiao replied, Sister Gu, I will give it a try. Just watch for any mistakes. He conjured a long sword, gripping it firmly in his hand. In this realm of the Qiling Palace, he and the contract spirit wielded dominion, able to conjure any object at will. Stepping into the center of the training ground, Lin Xiao recalled the movement from Sister Gu's recent demonstration. With narrowed eyes, he thrust the sword forward, then flicked it upward, swiftly transitioning into a horizontal slash. The entire sequence was executed with remarkable precision. In that instant, Lin Xiao lost himself in emotions, following his memories to perform the techniques fluidly, experiencing a sensation akin to flowing water. Gu Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as she murmured softly, he actually remembered it all in one go, and executed it so smoothly. In less than a minute, Lin Xiao successfully performed the 5 techniques. And from Gu Xuan's perspective, despite some minor flaws, he could already be considered a prodigy. Having presided over the Xiantian sword sect for a millennium, she had encountered few with such innate talent in swordsmanship. Lin Xiao, your aptitude for the sword is remarkable. You can truly be called a genius. Lin Xiao felt a flush of embarrassment at her words. If anyone else had called him a genius, he might have accepted the title, but before Gu Xuan, he dared not pretend. Sister Gu, I have actually inherited your talent, known as the Wushuang sword spirit. If anyone is a genius, it is you. Gu Xuan was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a soft laugh. Having momentarily forgotten this fact, in that case, I shall impart the remaining techniques to you. With diligent practice, given that you have inherited my swordsmanship, I believe that within 3 months, you could become invincible in this world with pure sword combat. Confident in her unparalleled swordsmanship, Gu Xuan believed that her talent ranked among the top 3 in history in her original world. If someone were to inherit her abilities, mastering these basic techniques on the first attempt would be entirely expected. In her early days of the Xiantian sword sect, her master had never needed to teach her techniques more than once. Gu Xuan promptly demonstrated the remaining techniques in the training ground. Lin Xiao memorized each one, then before her, executed them one by one. Upon reaching the 15th technique, a sudden thought struck him that if he learned so quickly, it would contradict his initial aim, that he had intended to use sword practice as a means to grow closer to Sister Gu. With a flash of inspiration, he intentionally misapplied the 15th technique. Gu Xuan noticed the significant flaw and instinctively moved to correct him, unaware of Lin Xiao's subtle intentions. This technique is incorrect. You are applying too much force, causing the form to distort. Lin Xiao immediately feigned a pleading expression. Sister Gu, could you demonstrate it once more? Gu Xuan, not overthinking it, assumed that Lin Xiao's inheritance of her swordsmanship was not complete, and she readily repeated the technique. However, when it came time for Lin Xiao to try again, he still faltered. Sister Gu, this technique is quite difficult. I can't seem to master it. Gu Xuan was puzzled, wondering why such a simple upward slash would pose a challenge. Did Lin Xiao only inherit a small fraction of her talent? She mused, entirely oblivious to his ruse. Sister Gu, I feel as though I can't quite grasp the inner workings. Could you perhaps guide me step by step? Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with mischief, his intentions laid bare. Very well, Gu Xuan, with her innocent heart, had never encountered the cunning of boys and instinctively nodded. She stepped forward, positioning herself behind Lin Xiao, extending a delicate jade hand to gently rest on his back. While her other hand grasped his wrist, in a soft voice, she instructed, relax your body. Allow me to exert the effort while you focus on feeling my method of energy transfer. Lin Xiao couldn't believe how easily he had deceived Sister Gu. Feeling a surge of delight within as he nodded earnestly, he then relaxed his body, allowing her gentle touch to guide his arm through the air. The fragrant breath of Gu Xuan wafted from behind him, leaving him feeling as if he were floating on air. How was that? Did you learn it? After completing the move, Gu Xuan released her grip, took a step back, and inquired. Lin Xiao, still lost in the ethereal experience of Sister Gu's tender instruction, took a moment to regain his senses, scratching his head and replying, I think I understood a bit, but not completely. Could you teach me again? Her clearly playful tone evoked an inexplicable softness in Gu Xuan's gaze. And with great patience, she took hold of his wrist once more, repeating the sword technique. After 3 more attempts, Lin Xiao still struggled to make progress and found himself pleading for her to continue guiding him hand in hand. Even Gu Xuan, not the most astute, began to harbor suspicions. Observing Lin Xiao's profile, she swiftly detected the cunning glimmer in his eyes. That you're deceiving me. You must have learned this already, haven't you? Gu Xuan suddenly exclaimed. Caught off guard, Lin Xiao's body stiffened, yet he stubbornly denied it. Sister, I truly do not know how to perform this move. It's quite difficult. Please teach me again. Gu Xuan was momentarily taken aback, as if a sudden realization had dawned upon her. She instantaneously comprehended Lin Xiao's intentions. He wished to draw closer to her. Feeling somewhat flustered, Gu Xuan, having spent countless years in cultivation, found herself at a loss in this unfamiliar situation. Memories of a distant past surfaced in her mind. The Xintian sword sect had stood proudly on the continent for millennia, with its disciples practicing a wide array of martial arts, not limited to swordplay. The two instruments peak primarily focused on the path of love, where disciples were encouraged to seek partners for joint cultivation. She recalled a visit to the two instruments peak, where she had witnessed numerous male and female disciples practicing swordsmanship hand in hand. Watching them had caused her cheeks to flush. The sect humorously referred to their style as the swordplay of glances and the swordplay of soft affection, a sentiment she wholeheartedly agreed with. Returning to the present, Gu Xian gazed at the youth before her, who looked at her with the innocent adoration of a puppy, and inexplicably found this sensation rather pleasant. Perhaps I should explore how to become a suitable partner. Gu Xian mused silently. Since their candid conversation the previous night, she had internally acknowledged Lin Xiao as her destined companion. Despite the unavoidable circumstances, she felt a genuine fondness for him. Yet having never experienced romantic interactions, she was uncertain how to engage with Lin Xiao, which caused her considerable distress. Reflecting on the scenes from years past, she contemplated that perhaps she could learn from the female disciples of the two instruments peak. "Very well. I shall teach you for as long as you desire," she declared plainly, devoid of any girlish shyness. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Sister Gu is truly wonderful. As dawn broke, the brilliant sunlight streamed into the dormitory. Lin Xiao was roused from his slumber by the sounds of voices drifting up from below. After lingering in bed for a moment longer, he finally rose. Hopping out of bed, he approached the window to peer outside. Below the dormitory, clusters of students were hauling their luggage in and out of the various buildings. The campus buzzed with even more activity than the previous day, as the influx of new students continued to grow. Lin Xiao grabbed a cup of water, clenching his toothbrush between his teeth as he proceeded to wash up. His mind drifted back to the previous day's events. He had spent the entire evening learning sword techniques with Sister Gu, who had patiently guided him every step of the way. Although she had clearly recognized his ruse, she had continued to cooperate with unwavering patience, evidently striving to accept the evolving nature of their relationship. Lin Xiao felt a sense of bright prospects beckoning him, filling him with joy. Furthermore, during their sword practice, he had employed a few clever tactics and had sweetly indulged Sister Gu, significantly increasing their intimacy level to 35. It seemed that the day of dual cultivation was drawing near. In high spirits after completing his morning routine, Lin Xiao made his way downstairs to the dining hall for breakfast. As he reached the entrance of the dormitory, he collided with a figure approaching from the opposite direction. The person was exceptionally tall and robust, with an imposing physique. Lin Xiao barely had time to assess the individual's appearance before instinctively preparing for impact. The two collided, and Lin Xiao felt as though he had been struck by a bull, stumbling back a couple of steps, his chest tingling. "Hey buddy, why are you running so fast?" Lin Xiao furrowed his brow, looking up to see a dark-skinned, muscular boy with a buzz cut backing away quickly. Clearly, the collision had not been in his favor, as he retreated even further. In terms of physical prowess, Lin Xiao, enhanced by the unparalleled sword soul, stood out among first-level summoners. "Sorry, really sorry." The buzz-cut boy felt as though he had run into a wall, disoriented and gasping for breath. Once he regained his footing, he looked up but found himself momentarily speechless, staring at Lin Xiao. Although Lin Xiao was not particularly large, standing at 182 centimeters with a lean physique, he was the type whose appearance seemed more toned when clothed. In contrast, the buzz-cut boy stood at 190 centimeters, with a heavily muscled frame weighing around 200 pounds. One could easily liken him to a human tank. Tio the boy, his peers seemed like mere children in comparison. Yet, despite their apparent size difference, he had just been the one to come off worse in their collision, leaving him utterly astonished as he sized Lin Xiao up and down. "Brother, have you trained before?" Lin Xiao replied with mild irritation. "No, buddy, just take it easy when walking. You might end up causing someone serious injury." The buzz-cut boy's rugged face flashed a hint of regret. "My bad. It's true that I was in a rush. But I can't believe you haven't trained. How about demonstrating a couple of moves?" Lin Xiao was somewhat speechless. "In no time. Come on, my teacher says that practicing martial arts requires sparring with strong opponents to improve." Just as the buzz-cut boy finished speaking, a distant female voice called out, "Big Iron Bull, where have you been?" The boy's expression changed dramatically. As if he had heard something terrifying, he swiftly sidestepped Lin Xiao and dashed back inside the building. Calling over his shoulder, "Brother, let us spar some time. Oh, and don't mention you saw me." His voice trailed off as he disappeared around the staircase. Big Iron Bull, quite an apt nickname. Lin Xiao chuckled to himself. Shaking his head as he exited the dormitory, as he stepped outside, he noticed a girl in a vibrant green dress standing by a flower bed, scanning her surroundings. She was exceptionally beautiful, her fitted dress accentuating her graceful figure. And her youthful, radiant face was full of vitality. Her lively eyes darted about, exuding a cheerful aura. Having encountered countless beauties, Lin Xiao's gaze was momentarily captivated by this girl, and he silently praised her as a true beauty. Glancing into his mind's eye, he recalled that she had been reviewed and rated an A by the catalog the day before. Shun Juanru. After observing her for a moment, he averted his gaze. Having no intention of approaching her, and a rating indeed indicated a rare beauty. Yet having been accustomed to the high standards set by Sister Su and Sister Gu, he found little interest in other girls. However, Shun Juanru had also noticed him, her bright eyes shining as she approached him, initiating a conversation. "Excuse me, classmate, may I ask you about someone?" Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao immediately thought of the earlier mention of Big Iron Bull, realizing that she was the reason behind the buzzcut boy's hasty retreat. Just as Lin Xiao was about to respond, Shun Juanru interrupted with a surprised "Oh, classmate, you look so familiar. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." Tilting her head, she examined Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao smiled slightly, offering a suggestion. "Perhaps you saw me on television." "Television?" Shun Juanru's eyes lit up. "That you're that boy who made a contract with Gu Xuyin." Lin Xiao and Gu Xuyin had become quite popular online in recent days, and it was no surprise that Shun Juanru had come across them. Lin Xiao nodded with a smile. Shun Juanru immediately regarded him with curious eyes, exclaiming, "You're so handsome. I thought you looked super attractive on TV, but in person, you're even more stunning. What a pity. A pity." Lin Xiao wore a puzzled expression. Shun Juanru's face reflected a sense of regret as she said, "What a pity, for I already have someone I admire. Otherwise, I would certainly pursue you, handsome." Lin Xiao's countenance darkened, and his enthusiasm waned instantly. Shun Juanru, with a cheerful smile, extended her hand and inquired, "I am Shun Juanru. May I ask your name?" "Handsome." Lin Xiao politely reached out, giving her hand a gentle shake before releasing it. "Lin Xiao," he replied. Shun Juanru's eyes sparkled as she asked, "Lin Xiao, have you seen a hefty fellow with dark skin?" Lin Xiao recalled the buzzcut boy who had just fled and curiously responded, "Are you referring to the big black bull? Is he the one you like?" Shun Juanru's eyes brightened, and she nodded vigorously. "Did you see him enter that building?" Lin Xiao pointed towards the dormitory building they had come from, revealing the whereabouts of the buzzcut boy. "However, it seems he doesn't wish to see you. He ran off quite swiftly just now." Lin Xiao chuckled. Shun Juanru pouted, her expression a mix of grievance and charm. "Sigh, he just knows how to avoid me." Lin Xiao, taken aback, wondered why such a beautiful girl would be evaded by that buzzcut boy, but refrained from asking further. "Well, I shall take my leave now. You might consider waiting for him downstairs." Just as he was about to depart, Shun Juanru pleaded, "Lin Xiao, could you assist me in finding him? I have many items that I cannot carry alone." Lin Xiao glanced at the two enormous suitcases positioned beside the flower bed. "I'm sorry, but I cannot assist a girl who is already taken." Shun Juanru looked astonished, then chuckled. "All right, I suppose I was being presumptuous." Lin Xiao waved goodbye and walked a short distance before hearing a voice from behind. Turning around, he saw Shun Juanru stopping another boy, sweetly asking, "Excuse me, could you help me carry my luggage to that dormitory building?" "Sure, of course." The passing boy, upon seeing Shun Juanru's face, instinctively nodded. However, he then realized, "But that's the boys' dormitory. Are you sure you have the right place?" "Indeed, I am just delivering something for someone." The boy's expression turned wary. "Is he your boyfriend?" Shun Juanru immediately shook her head. No, I don't have a boyfriend. It's for my brother." The boy visibly relaxed, his demeanor becoming enthusiastic as he grabbed the two massive suitcases. "I'll carry both. I'm quite strong, so don't worry about tiring yourself. I couldn't possibly impose." Shun Juanru feigned reluctance, as she pushed both suitcases towards him. Seemingly aware of Lin Xiao's gaze, she glanced back and playfully winked, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Lin Xiao shook his head, bemused by her antics. Observing the boy, who was eagerly lugging the suitcases, likely imagining meeting a big brother, he felt a twinge of sympathy. After finishing breakfast in the cafeteria, Lin Xiao wandered around the school to familiarize himself with the surroundings. He was recognized several times along the way, and reluctantly decided to return to his dormitory, as he did not wish to be the center of attention. Upon entering the dormitory building and ascending the first flight of stairs, he encountered a chubby boy struggling to drag 4 oversized suitcases up the steps. Each suitcase was as large as the boy himself, effectively blocking the entire stairway. Lin Xiao was astonished by the amount of luggage the boy was hauling and couldn't help but tease, "Hey, are you moving house?" The chubby boy turned at the sound of Lin Xiao's voice, his flushed face glistening with sweat, and apologized, "Sorry, brother, I'm blocking your path. Please wait a moment." With great effort, he resumed his ascent, but the 4 suitcases were simply too cumbersome. In his haste, he stumbled on the stairs and fell with a thud. "Ouch!" he yelped, his plump face making intimate contact with the steps, causing one suitcase to roll down the stairs. Lin Xiao, startled, reached out to catch it, and upon contact realized it weighed a good 70 or 80 pounds. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what could possibly be inside. He hurried to help the chubby boy up and asked, "Are you all right, buddy?" "I'm fine, thanks, brother," the chubby boy replied, wincing as he pressed a hand to his bruised face. Lin Xiao hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Do you need help? You seem to be struggling a bit." The chubby boy's face brightened at the offer, and he nodded enthusiastically. "Thank you so much. Brother, you're my savior. I'll treat you to something later." "No need, just a small favor." Lin Xiao shook his head, then curiously asked, "Why are you carrying so much? Is it clothing? It shouldn't be this heavy." The chubby boy's expression turned awkward, and he mumbled, "Oh, it's nothing much, just some small items." "Small items?" Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow, noticing the boy's discomfort, but chose not to pry further. "What floor do you live on? I can help you carry a couple of those up." "Let me check." The chubby boy fished out a room key from his pocket and glanced at .3 RD floor. "Room 302. 302. Lin Xiao paused, his expression turning peculiar. "What's wrong?" the chubby boy asked, puzzled. "What a coincidence. I live in 302 as well. It appears we were destined to be roommates." Lin Xiao chuckled. "Wow, what a stroke of luck," the chubby boy exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. "What fate." The two of them each took 2 suitcases and quickly ascended to the 3rd floor. Upon opening the door to room 302 and stepping inside, the chubby boy collapsed onto the floor as if drained of all energy, sweat pouring down his face like rain. "I'm exhausted. Thank goodness it's only the 3rd floor. Brother, I can't thank you enough. Without you, I surely would have collapsed on the stairs today." Lin Xiao smiled and took a seat on a chair, pointing to the dormitory. "I arrived early and have chosen the left room. You can take the right. It doesn't matter. Either room is fine." The chubby boy waved his hand dismissively. "By the way, I'm Wang Shi. What do I call you, brother?" "Lin Xiao." "Great. I look forward to your guidance in the future, Lin brother." Lin Xiao observed the several suitcases on the floor and curiously asked, "Wang brother, what on earth do you have in these suitcases? They're incredibly heavy." The 2 suitcases he had helped carry earlier each weighed 70 or 80 pounds. It would be a challenge for an average person to lift them. Since they were now roommates, Wang Shi decided to be forthright, grinning as he stood up and unzipped one of the suitcases. Lin Xiao peered inside and was left speechless. The enormous suitcase was neatly packed with an assortment of snacks: large beef jerky, beef tendons, tofu rolls, spicy chips, and more. "Wait, brother, why did you bring so many spicy snacks?" Lin Xiao was astounded, finally understanding why the suitcase was so heavy. "Well, there's no other way," Wang Shi replied helplessly. "Before coming to school, I inquired and learned that our school is situated in the mountains with no convenience store nearby, that if I didn't bring a decent supply of snacks, how would I manage? How could one survive without snacks?" Lin Xiao's lips twitched as he recalled his earlier wanderings around the school, during which he indeed hadn't spotted any place to buy anything. His gaze drifted to the other 3 suitcases, and he thought, "Please don't tell me the rest are filled with snacks as well." Wang Shi, sensing Lin Xiao's curiosity, wore a smug expression. "Aside from 2 sets of clothes, the rest, are all snacks. With that, he eagerly opened another suitcase. Lin Xiao looked in and saw that the remaining 3 suitcases contained one filled with various nuts, another brimming with assorted cookies, and the last split evenly between clothes and snacks. Lin Xiao found himself utterly speechless, finally comprehending how the chubby boy had acquired his plump figure. "Lin, brother, what do you feel like eating?" "Pick a few." Wang Shi grinned, then nervously added, "But you can only choose 3 items. No more." Lin Xiao stifled a laugh. Realizing that this fellow was quite protective of his snacks, that he decided not to be polite and squatted down in front of the box to make his selections. He scanned the spicy strips first but found them unappealing, then glanced at the biscuits, which also failed to pique his interest. Ultimately, his gaze settled on the nuts. Casually, he picked up a bag of hazelnuts and noticed the little chubby guy's eyes flicker momentarily. When their eyes met, the chubby one quickly masked his expression, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Lin Xiao felt a stir of amusement. This guy claimed to let him choose 3 items, but it seemed he was secretly distressed about it. Truly, a thorough glutton, and he appeared to have a particular fondness for nuts. Finding the situation rather humorous, Lin Xiao decided to tease him a bit more and reached for a bag of cashews. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught the chubby guy's face twitch with agitation. Lin Xiao's playful spirit ignited, and he swept his gaze across the box, directly selecting a large bag of almonds and reaching out to grab it. The chubby fellow finally couldn't contain himself, extending his pudgy hand to swiftly snatch a bag of tofu skin and place it in front of Lin Xiao. "Lin, brother, this bag of tofu skin is quite good. You should take it." Lin Xiao glanced at it and replied coolly, "No spicy strips. They're junk food and unhealthy." The chubby guy was momentarily taken aback, his eyes darting, and he quickly picked up a bag of seaweed crackers. "How about this? These crackers taste great." Lin Xiao remained unfazed, stating, "No sweets. They'll make you gain weight." With that, he continued to reach for the almonds. The chubby guy grew anxious, grabbing Lin Xiao's wrist and chuckling. "Lin, brother, nuts are high in fat. Eating them will also add weight. And oh worries, I can just eat a few a day." "Hey, why do you keep blocking me? Surely you don't want me to take anything." Lin Xiao put on a stern face and brushed his hand aside. "Of course I won't stop you. I'm just anxious like Wang Shi." "What do you mean?" Lin Xiao retorted. "You said I could choose 3 items. It's just this bag of almonds." "Exactly," Wang Shi stammered, struggling to find a retort as he watched Lin Xiao tuck the almonds into his embrace. "Huh?" The expression of anguish on the chubby guy's face made Lin Xiao burst into laughter. He tossed the almonds back, saying, "Just kidding." Wang Shi was momentarily stunned, then his face lit up with joy. "Lin, brother, you don't want it?" Lin Xiao replied. "Are you a squirrel? Look at how anxious you are. A gentleman doesn't take away what others cherished. I do quite like nuts." Wang Shi grew bashful. "Lin, brother, you said 3 bags. How about you take this one?" "All right, I'm genuinely not interested in snacks. 2 bags are enough." "Then fine, but it's your choice to refuse." Wang Shi collected his snacks like a treasure, occasionally sneaking glances at Lin Xiao, when suddenly he exclaimed softly, "Lin, brother, you look so familiar. You were the 5th person to say that today." Lin Xiao, seated on a chair, casually tore open the cashew packaging and popped one into his mouth. "Crunch, the 5th?" Wang Shi asked, puzzled. "Did you see me on television?" Lin Xiao hinted. Wang Shi froze momentarily, then pointed at him, stammering, "Lin, brother, you're the summoner of the SSS contract spirit." "Indeed." Wang Shi jumped up in shock, his face filled with disbelief. "Heavens, I'm actually living with the owner of an SSS contract spirit. I must be dreaming." He pinched his own arm. Lin Xiao chuckled. Was it really that exaggerated? Wang Shi nodded vigorously, then suddenly looked anxious. "Lin, brother, you don't think I'm stingy, do you?" Lin Xiao stroked his chin and replied earnestly. "Well, you are somewhat stingy da." Wang Shi was momentarily dumbfounded, his eyes flashing with panic and hesitation. After struggling for a while, he reluctantly handed over the bag of almonds. "Lin, brother, this is for you." Lin Xiao found it quite amusing. "All right, I was just teasing you. I didn't expect you to be so serious." "Really?" Wang Shi asked, half convinced. Lin Xiao nodded. "Indeed, but I advise you to keep your snack wrappers tidy. Don't litter." Wang Shi nodded vigorously. "Lin, brother, rest assured, though I love to eat, I am very tidy." With a foodie in the dormitory, who was actually quite pleasant, Lin Xiao felt quite satisfied that he helped the chubby guy tidy up the room. And before they knew it, a day had flown by. The next day, dawned bright and cleared. It was the day of the opening ceremony for the new school year, 8:09 in the morning. The expansive playground was filled with a throng of new students. Lin Xiao stood at the edge of the playground clad in camouflage attire. Looking across the field, he noticed all the new students were dressed similarly. Beside him, Wang Shi was wearing a camouflage outfit that was quite ill-fitting, his clothes and pants stretched tight, wrapping him up like a zongzi. The chubby guy patted his belly and murmured, "The clothes the school provided are far too small. I just went to exchange them, and they said this is the largest size. Am I supposed to attend classes with my belly exposed?" Lin Xiao shot him a glance. This guy was approximately 175 centimeters tall, but weighed nearly 180 kg. Round as a ball. The two buttons at the collar of his shirt barely held, leaving the bottom wide open, revealing a pale, pudgy belly. Lin Xiao felt speechless. It wasn't that the school-less clothes were small. It was that he was too overweight. Wang Shi scratched his head. "I heard the school has physical training. Maybe I can lose some weight." Lin Xiao chuckled. "Unless you change your snacking habits, you'll never shed those pounds." Wang Shi's face fell in dismay. "That one do. I feel awful if I don't eat for even a moment." Saying this, he pulled out a bag of spicy strips from his pocket and tore it open on the spot. "Lin, brother, want one?" Lin Xiao was utterly speechless. He decided to let him enjoy it himself. Ignoring Wang Shi, he turned his gaze toward the martial arts stage in the distance. At that moment, a military officer clad in camouflage stepped up to the platform with a microphone. It was Wang Hao. Lin Xiao observed him, pondering. The school had broadcast a notice the previous night, mandating new students to wear camouflage today, but he wondered why. Was there training on the very first day? He thought to himself, just as Wang instructor cleared his throat into the microphone and boomed, "Attention all new students, form teams of 20 and line up within 5 minutes." The new students on the playground exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for action. "What are you dawdling for?" "Hurry up," Wang Hao bellowed. The newcomers jumped in surprise, finally moving to form disheveled lines across the playground. "Stop eating. Let us go over there." Lin Xiao beckoned to Wang Shi, casually finding a line to stand in. Since they hadn't been assigned to classes yet, they could only stand wherever. Previously, Sister Su had mentioned that all new students would be divided into classes based on combat courses after the opening ceremony. "Lin, brother, wait for me. I haven't finished eating yet." Wang Shi, with his mouth full of oil, stuffed several spicy strips into his mouth as he hurried to catch up with Lin Xiao. 5 minutes later, the line was barely organized on the platform. Wang Hao squinted at the assembled students, his brow furrowing in discontent, but he didn't bother to waste time with words. He stated bluntly, "Let us introduce ourselves. My name is Wang Hao, and I am your chief instructor for training. I know many of you are wondering why you were required to wear camouflage today. The answer is simple. For today, as opening ceremony, the school has prepared a special welcome event for you, and wearing camouflage is beneficial for movement. You want to know what it is?" The new students exchanged puzzled looks, hesitant to speak up on their first day. The chubby guy, his cheeks stuffed like a hamster with spicy strips, mumbled to Lin Xiao in a muffled voice, "Lin, brother, the school wouldn't be preparing for immediate training, would they?" "I'm not sure," Lin Xiao replied, equally perplexed, awaiting the instructor's explanation. Wang Hao, noticing the silence, continued, "The welcome event we have for you is quite simple. Exterminating calamities." As soon as the words left his lips, the playground erupted into chaos, with newcomers whispering among themselves, "Why are we exterminating calamities on the very first day? I'm not prepared at all. Indeed, calamities are particularly fierce. We haven't even had time to prepare. What is there to fear? We are summoners now. I've been looking for an opportunity to test my strength." Reactions varied among the new students, with some feeling anxious and others eager to try. Lin Xiao was among the latter. Feeling a sense of anticipation. Silence. Wang Hao shouted, "I know that some of you are frightened at the mention of exterminating calamities. However, I must impart a word of caution to those who are fearful. When you assume the role of a summoner, calamity shall be your lifelong adversary, an enemy from which you shall never escape, and you must confront it with unwavering bravery." For those excited students, I must also offer a reminder. Do not presume that becoming a summoner grants you the liberty to be careless. Calamity is a formidable foe, and a moment's negligence may lead to injury or even the loss of life. AS Instructor Wang's words resonated. The atmosphere on the playground shifted to one of tension. Such an opening ceremony was most unexpected. The chubby boy timidly inquired, "Brother Lin, have you ever encountered calamity?" Lin Xiao nodded. In his memories, the original owner had encountered calamity several times. These were mutated creatures of the city, exceedingly fierce and prone to attack at the sight of humans. Upon seeing Lin's nod, the chubby boy seemed to have his own memories ignited, vividly recounting, "I have seen one as well. It was particularly terrifying. About 3 years ago, I witnessed a rat that had just mutated the size of a dog, which brutally killed an elderly lady, her intestines spilling all over the ground." As he spoke, the chubby boy's complexion grew pale. Calamity is indeed ferocious. Is it not somewhat irresponsible for the school to send us out to hunt without any training? Lin Xiao shook his head. The school must have its considerations. Do not rush to conclusions. Let us see what the instructor has to say. He did not believe the school would recklessly disregard the safety of its students. Wang Hao scanned the new students and proclaimed, "I am not one for superfluous chatter. Do you see that mountain over there?" He gestured towards the rear of the playground. Lin Xiao turned his head to look, his gaze crossing the school's walls to behold a mountain range approximately 1,000 meters away. Wang Hao continued, "Within that mountain, the school has released 2,000 low-level calamities. Your task today is to venture into the mountain and hunt them down. Each of you must slay 3 within a mountain. There are 1,000 level 1 calamities, 500 level 2, 450 level 3, 40 level 4, 9 level 5, and 1 level 7. Once the hunting is complete, we will tally the total level of each of your kills. The sum will yield your score. It is certain that some of you may ask, what is the purpose of a score? The new students, upon hearing this, displayed expressions of curiosity. Lin Xiao recalled Sister Sue's words. The school would periodically conduct various assessments and then allocate different amounts of cultivation resources to each student based on their performance. Wang Hao cleared his throat. I must inform you that the score is of utmost importance. It will serve as a reference for the school in providing cultivation resources for you over the next month. The higher your score, the more resources you will receive. You see those boxes on the podium. Lin Xiao looked towards the demonstration stage, having already noticed the 5 small mounds of palm-sized gift boxes stacked behind Instructor Wang. Each mound varied in the number of boxes, but they were similar in appearance, primarily distinguished by their colors: white, green, blue, purple, and gold. Wang Hao pointed to the boxes and explained, these boxes contain cultivation resources. The colors signify different quantities. White contains the least, while gold contains the most. Each person will receive one. However, which specific box you receive will depend on your scores from hunting calamities. The new students suddenly understood. This was an assessment right from the start of the school year, and their scores would dictate the allocation of cultivation resources. A buzz of discussion erupted among the new students, most of whom were taken aback by the school's unexpected approach. Wang Hao elaborated, "Let me briefly introduce the contents of the boxes. They contain 3 types of resources: holy radiant stones, spirit cleansing crystals, and body fortification pills. Holy radiant stones serve to slow the invasion of malevolent energy during cultivation. Spirit cleansing crystals are used post-cultivation to swiftly cleanse one's body of malevolent energy contamination. Body fortification pills are for medicinal baths, enhancing your physical constitution. The combination of these 3 resources will significantly accelerate your training speed before level 10, particularly benefiting those with lower innate talent." Upon hearing this, the new students' eyes widened, all gazing intently at the 5 boxes. Lin Xiao was no exception, even with the school's promise of an SSS resource package. These items would be invaluable. His gaze burned with desire. Wang Hao was pleased with their reactions and declared, "Thus, your singular objective today is to hunt down 3 calamities, with higher levels being preferable. However, I must reiterate, low-level calamities possess limited intelligence. For most of you, level 1 should pose no challenge. Level 2 may present minor difficulties. Level 3 will be considerably challenging. Level 4 could endanger your lives. And level 5 is best avoided. Though exceptional students may attempt ITAS for the final level 7 calamity, I do not believe any of you possess the capability to hunt it. However, should anyone succeed, a special reward awaits. The reward is a golden ant egg. What its effects are, those who obtain it will naturally discover. A special note. The level 7 calamity is confined to the highest point of the mountain. Those wishing to attempt it may proceed. Now, I shall grant you 1 minute to pose any questions. Wang Hao stood straight on the demonstration stage, gazing down at the new students. The new students began to murmur among themselves. And within seconds, a timid female voice asked, "Instructor, may I inquire if there is anyone to protect us?" Wang Hao responded, "No, but you need not worry about life-threatening dangers. Each calamity released by the school has a chip implanted in its brain. Should you find yourselves unable to cope, we will detonate the chip." Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The school would indeed not neglect the lives of its new students, Lin Xiao thought to himself. This hunting exercise was likely intended to familiarize the new students with the ferocity of calamities, providing ample motivation for their forthcoming studies and training. Does anyone else have questions? Wang Hao scanned the playground. Almost immediately, a student raised their hand and asked, "Instructor, when hunting calamities, may we use our painted armor?" Wang Hao quickly replied, "I almost forgot. That is a good question. The answer is no. You must rely solely on your own strength and that of your contracted spirits." Many in the crowd changed expressions, glaring at the student who had asked the question. Any further inquiries? "Instructor, after slaying a calamity, must we bring back its corpse?" "No, the calamities contain a demonic seed located in their hearts. Merely extracting that will suffice." "Instructor, may we form teams? You may pair up, but each calamity must be slain by you individually. Drones will follow to supervise as you enter the mountain." After waiting for several seconds without further questions, Wang Hao prepared to speak when a soft voice interrupted. "Instructor, will the hunting take all day? What about lunch?" Wang Hao turned to the source of the voice, where a chubby boy timidly raised his hand. His round belly exposed. Lin Xiao's body jolted. The one asking was none other than Wang Shi. Surrounding students turned their gazes toward him. Huffed. Laughter erupted as many could not contain their amusement. This boy was quite comical. How could he dress like that? Look at his belly. Wang Shi's face turned crimson that he had not intended to ask, but upon thinking of the lack of lunch, his stomach had protested, prompting him to speak. Little did he expect his words to draw so much attention. Wang Hao's expression darkened. "Chubby boy, what are you wearing? Button your shirt properly. Do you think this is your home?" Wang Shi desperately clutched his belly with his pudgy hands, wishing to sink into the ground. "Instructor, it 1T button. The logistics lady said this is the largest size available." Laughter erupted anew among the new students. Wang Hao's expression grew even darker, and he chose to ignore Wang Shi, addressing the crowd instead. "There will be no lunch. You will all go hungry. This is a trial. Now, everyone, proceed over there to collect your weapons." A chorus of lamentations arose among the new students. Wang Shi's question had indeed echoed the thoughts of many. Upon hearing Wang Hao declare there would be no lunch, their hearts sank, yet none dared to voice their dissent. Lin Xiao sighed and tugged at Wang Shi's shirt. "Let us go." Upon reaching the rear of the playground, they found rows of racks displaying various cold weapons, swords, spears, and halberds of all kinds. An instructor shouted through a megaphone, "Attention, new students, based on your personal preferences. Each of you may select one primary weapon and a short blade, then proceed into the mountain to hunt. Remember, the deadline is 6 o'clock this afternoon. Your tasks must be completed by then, or there will be penalties." Navigating through the throngs of people, Lin Xiao arrived at a display rack lined with swords. Having spent the past few days training in swordsmanship under Sister Gu, coupled with the possession of the unparalleled sword spirit, it was evident that among all cold weapons, the sword was the most fitting for him. The iron swords on the rack were standard long swords, their appearances indistinguishable. Lin Xiao casually drew one, weighing it in his hand. Approximately 7 to 8 pounds, it felt remarkably substantial. With the true sword in hand, he experienced an immediate sense of familiarity, as if he were a seasoned swordsman with years of practice. He had an innate affinity for the sword. Grasping the weapon, he turned to look for Wang Shi, only to find that the fellow had vanished from sight. Perhaps he had been lost in the crowd. Lin Xiao raised his gaze to search around, but was unable to locate him. Shaking his head, he resolved to venture into the mountains alone, for hunting the calamities could not be a collaborative effort. He had to rely on himself. He followed the flow of people toward the distant mountain range. arriving within mere minutes. Lifting his eyes, he observed a circle of high-voltage electric fencing surrounding the base of the mountains. With several openings, the new students formed a long queue, entering one by one under the guidance of the instructors. Lin Xiao stayed close to the line, waiting for over 10 minutes before finally stepping through the high-voltage fence. Greeted by a dense forest, the ground within the woods was bare, with scarce underbrush and numerous signs of human passage, indicating frequent visits. Lin Xiao surveyed the area briefly, tightened his grip on the iron sword, and swiftly ventured deeper into the woods. His goal was to hunt high-level calamities as effectively as possible. As Lin Xiao delved into the forest, new students continued to pour in at various entrances of the high-voltage fence. At one entrance, a tall and robust young man brandished a large blade, charging into the woods like a hunted beast fleeing for its life. Behind him, a girl in camouflage attire, her beauty barely concealed, called out in a delicate voice, "Big Brother Iron Bull, wait for me." She chased after him, albeit at a significantly slower pace. Witnessing this scene, several boys stirred with excitement and stepped forward, saying, "Miss, would you like to team up? My contract spirit is SSS-level and can protect you." With a beaming smile, Shun Juanru summoned her contract spirit, a massive spider enveloped in violet flames. "I'm afraid my contract spirit is SS," she replied. The boys who had sought to team up were left dumbfounded. In another part of the woods, two burly young men scanned their surroundings. Chun-Hu, wielding an iron spear, asked, "Brother, what should we do next? Should we hunt a few level 1 calamities to practice?" Zhang Long, also carrying an iron spear, shook his head as he observed the new students pouring into the forest. "Let us go straight for high-level calamities. This time, we aim for 1 level 5 calamity each. We can't let others snatch them all, especially since there are only 9 in total." His words conveyed a nonchalance towards the dangers posed by the level 5 calamities. Brimming with confidence in their hunting prowess, "Don't worry, brother. Who would dare to snatch from us? Just let them try. With Dragon Sound's recent poor enrollment, there aren't many formidable people around. Just look at these weaklings." Chun-Hu chuckled, baring his teeth in laughter. Nearby, 2 boys passing by overheard the boastful words and couldn't resist interjecting. "Who are you calling weaklings?" Not convinced, Chun-Hu glared, and without further ado, thrust a spear forward, sending a hurtling toward the 2 boys with lightning speed. The boys turned pale, unable to react, and soon witnessed the spear graze past one of them, embedding itself into a nearby tree as thick as a barrel. With a dull thud, the tree trunk was penetrated, the iron spear vibrating incessantly. The 2 boys were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground, their faces drained of color. Chun-Hu approached with a sinister grin, stepping onto one boy's chest. "Do you admit to being weaklings now?" The boy dared not struggle and nodded blankly. Chun-Hu laughed heartily, turning to his brother. "See, I told you they're all weaklings." The 2 boys appeared extremely dismayed, yet did not dare utter another word. The school, in the monitoring room, a group of instructors gathered before a wall adorned with numerous screens displaying flickering images. These visuals were captured by drones and fixed cameras from various locations. Chief Instructor Wang Hao perched on the edge of the table, a list of new students in hand, several names circled in red ink. An instructor leaned in for a closer look, grinning. "Boss, this year's intake appears promising. There are quite a few good candidates. Surprisingly, we have 2 new students with SS summoning talent." Wang Hao sighed. The school invested heavily this year to recruit talents. "So, it's not surprising," another instructor chimed in. "Unfortunately, it still doesn't compare to pre-earthquake times. Back then, we had at least this many SS talents." He gestured with his hand for emphasis. "It can't be compared to the pre-earthquake era," the first instructor lamented, glancing at Wang Hao curiously. "Boss, while this year's intake is decent, is there really a need to unleash a level 7 calamity? Even pre-earthquake, we would only deploy a level 6 at most. And even with a level 6, it's rare for students to succeed in defeating them. Releasing a level 7 seems pointless. Surely, it's not just to intimidate them. Right? You know nothing?" Wang Hao snapped, glaring. "This level 7 calamity is intended for Gu Shuyan. The board of directors want to see just how powerful she truly is. Sure, you relayed that Gu Shuyan ranks 3007 on the spirit ranking, the highest ever recorded for a human contract spirit. Dragon Sound has been in turmoil these past few days, and everyone is eager to ascertain the extent of Gu Shuyan's strength. The instructor shrank back, sheepishly saying, "Boss, the internet claims Gu Shuyan is the strongest contract spirit ever achieved by humanity. Is that true?" Wang Hao stared at one of the screens, his expression uncertain. "I don't know. We'll find out soon enough." The instructor followed Wang Hao's gaze to the screen, where a handsome youth was swiftly traversing the forest, accompanied by a graceful figure in a flowing white dress. Lin Xiao entered the forest, avoiding crowded areas, and summoned Gu Shuyan. Given the imminent dangers, he deemed it prudent to summon his contract spirit in advance, as the summoner's physique was typically frail. Once Gu Shuyan was summoned, the two plunged into the forest, almost moving in a straight line toward the depths of the mountain range. Along the way, they encountered a few level 1 and 2 calamities, yet Lin Xiao refrained from attempting to hunt them. To secure a good ranking, defeating level 3 calamities was the minimum requirement. After approximately half an hour of traversing a pine forest, Lin Xiao surveyed his surroundings. There were no other new students nearby. Most remained on the periphery. The air was occasionally filled with strange sounds of various calamities, encompassing both beast roars and peculiar chirps reminiscent of insects. "Sister Gu, we must be cautious from here on." Lin Xiao turned to the ethereal beauty beside him, who seemed as though she had stepped out of a painting. Walking alongside such a captivating figure, he felt no fatigue, instead experiencing a sense of adventure. Gu Shuyan remained quiet and composed, her demeanor reflecting her tranquil and serene nature. Acknowledging Lin Xiao's words with a gentle nod, her gaze shifted to the nearby woods before suddenly pointing. "There's movement over there. We can hunt a calamity to practice." "Absolutely," Lin Xiao concurred. While his primary aim was to hunt high-level calamities, honing his combat skills was also part of the mission that in future battles, he cannot solely rely on Sister Gu. He needed to grow stronger. Relying entirely on one's contract spirit was feasible, a path chosen by many summoners who prefer to avoid combat, but it ultimately left one at a disadvantage. Lin Xiao had no desire to be a burden. The two lightened their steps, crossing a patch of grass that reached half their height. Lin Xiao parted the grass and peered ahead, spotting a massive white ant engaged in a fierce struggle with a tree as thick as a water bucket. Its enormous mandibles gnawed furiously at the tree, leaving deep gouges behind, and it was on the verge of severing the trunk. It was a calamity. White ant. Lin Xiao instantly recognized the species, attentively sensing its aura, and softly remarked, "Its level should be 3. Perfect." Gu Shuyan turned to him and asked, "Shall I handle it while you provide support?" Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "Let me take the lead. You can assist from the sidelines that I've learned many sword techniques these past few days, and it's time to put them into practice." Gu Shuyan nodded with satisfaction, pleased with Lin Xiao's desire to refine his swordsmanship. "Very well. I will always be ready to support you." Lin Xiao nodded. The presence of his sword imbued him with the courage to confront a level 3 calamity alone. Even if he were to falter, he would not face a mortal threat. He parted the underbrush and leapt forth. The calamity termite, gnawing on a tree trunk, sensed the movement and swiftly turned its massive head. Its flat, basin-sized, glassy black eyes were set on either side of its white cranium, lending it a somewhat endearing appearance. However, the two antennae atop its head resembled whips, barbed at intervals, and its gaping jaws were colossal, lined with serrated teeth, blending an air of cuteness with an unsettling ferocity. Lin Xiao tightened his grip on the iron sword, his footsteps slowing as he cautiously approached, his gaze fixed on the termite's every movement. The calamity termite instinctively locked onto Lin Xiao, perceiving the holy radiance emanating from this human, a presence that it instinctively loathed. Stirring a primal urge within it to rend this human apart, that a hissing sound, akin to grinding teeth, escaped the termite's mouth. Lacking intelligence, it acted purely on instinct, charging directly at Lin Xiao, with 6 long legs. It surged through the underbrush with astonishing speed, closing in on Lin Xiao, its immense mandibles aimed at his waist, ready to deliver a devastating bite. Lin Xiao's nerves were taut. He forced himself to remain calm. Refraining from unleashing his sword technique or employing any spells, he sought to hone his swordsmanship under the intense pressure of the moment. As the sensation of the iron sword coursed through his hand, An inexplicable tranquility washed over him, the passive effect of his unparalleled sword spirit instilling an illusion of invincibility. The termite charged like a rampaging bull, and just as it was about to collide with Lin Xiao, he pivoted on his foot, sidestepping the deadly bite that a sword technique taught by Sister Gu instinctively surfaced in his mind, a diagonal slash aimed at the termite's head. The termite reacted with remarkable speed. Missing its target, it immediately whirled around, its antennae sweeping across the air that a gust of wind surged, producing a sharp crack. Clang! Lin Xiao's iron sword failed to strike the termite's head, instead colliding with one of its antennae. The impact felt akin to metal striking stone, sending a jolt through his grip. The antenna was incredibly resilient, its exterior fortified with a tough chitinous layer, merely chipping the sword's edge. The termite emitted another hissing sound as its jaws opened wide, lunging at Lin Xiao's side. Feeling the pressure of his first encounter, Lin Xiao faltered slightly in the face of the foul breath emanating from the giant maw, but he quickly regained composure. Pushing off the ground to retreat swiftly, narrowly avoiding the bite, he mentally noted how perilous that moment had been. The termite, having missed its attack, propelled itself forward with its 6 legs, its speed astonishing, relentlessly pursuing Lin Xiao with snapping jaws that produced a series of cracking sounds. Lin Xiao dodged incessantly, witnessing the termite's mandibles effortlessly snap through nearby trees, which were as fragile as straw in its grasp. His heart raced at the sight. As the termite closed in once more, Lin Xiao suddenly shouted, launching himself into the air and landing behind the creature. In that instant, he swung his sword, aiming for its vulnerable back as it turned. A dull thud resonated as Lin Xiao's sword struck. It felt akin to hacking into wood, penetrating a few inches before becoming lodged. Before he could make further moves, the termite let out a furious roar and violently shook its back. Lin Xiao was flung away by the tremendous force, tumbling through the underbrush before finally rising, disheveled and covered in dirt. The creature's defense was formidable and its strength astonishing, Lin Xiao thought to himself. In the monitoring room, as Lin Xiao engaged with the termite, the instructors became immediately intrigued. They gathered in a circle, eagerly observing the exploits of this promising new student. Point one instructor chuckled as he watched Lin Xiao get tossed aside, remarking, "This lad seems to be a bit delusional, thinking a level 1 summoner can confront a level 3 calamity head-on without relying on a spirit." Another instructor remarked blandly, "He simply lacks experience. After this encounter, he'll understand the disparity between levels 1 and 3. The surrounding instructors nodded in agreement, their laughter filling the in the forest. Lin Xiao gripped his iron sword, observing the now enraged termite charging at him after having been struck. His eyes narrowed. After only a few encounters, he realized that relying solely on his strength would not suffice to breach its defenses. Yet, with each clash, his inner turmoil began to settle, and he no longer felt panic. The termite, encased in a thick layer of chitin, proved impervious to his assaults, compelling him to devise a different strategy. Lin Xiao contemplated his next move while evading the termite's charges. He opted for agility over brute force. He gracefully sidestepped, attempting to strike at its vital eyes whenever he found an opening. However, the termite was acutely aware of its vulnerabilities, its antennae moving in a protective dance that left no chance for his sword to connect. Each failed attempt resulted in his sword being deflected, nearly slipping from his grasp under the immense force, followed closely by the peril of being caught in the mandible's deadly grip. Yet he remained unfazed, growing more resolute with each encounter, exhibiting a reckless tenacity as he engaged in close combat, employing every sword technique he had learned from Sister Gu. The instructors in the monitoring room grew increasingly restless. Is this lad out of his mind? Dancing on the edge of danger. If that termite lands a single bite, it could be the end for him. One exclaimed, "Should we send a drone to intervene? He's a valuable asset to the school. Any mishap could be troublesome." Wang Hao furrowed his brow, his tension mounting. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiao possessed the life-saving advantage of his sword. He pondered, bewildered, why this newcomer displayed such audacity against a calamity. A level 1 summoner engaging in close combat with a level 3 calamity was perplexing. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Hao shook his head, and no need for intervention. although this lad is flirting with danger. His movements are surprisingly composed. Besides, Gu Xuan is nearby. He will be fine. The termite, having failed to land a single bite after numerous charges, grew increasingly agitated. Its enormous jaws opened wide, resembling a machine gun as it unleashed a barrage of toxic projectiles, firing off 5 or 6 shots in rapid succession. Having trained with Sister Gu for the past few days, Lin Xiao had not only mastered several foundational sword techniques, but also improved his footwork. His form danced across the ground, evading the toxic projectiles while edging closer to the termite. This lad possesses remarkable skill. It appears he has a background in martial arts, though his records do not reflect this. The instructors in the monitoring room remarked in astonishment. Lin Xiao's prolonged engagement with the termite was rare. Facing the onslaught of toxic attacks with such ease was indeed impressive. Typically, an ordinary student would have collapsed under such a barrage without the aid of a spirit. Yet Lin Xiao not only evaded with grace, but also refrained from using any skills throughout the encounter. I take back my earlier words. This lad is far from reckless. He truly possesses some prowess. A level 1 summoner facing a level 3 calamity creature can indeed engage in a back-and-forth exchange. Such students are rare, though not entirely unheard of. Lin Xiao deftly evaded several jets of venom, closing the distance to the termite. This moment, the termite found it inconvenient to unleash another venomous attack and could only let out a furious roar as it charged at Lin Xiao. During the intervals of dodging the venom, Lin Xiao had already devised a strategy to confront it. As the two were about to collide, he employed the same tactic once more, sidestepping elegantly while swinging his iron sword toward the termite's leg. The blade struck precisely at the joint. Chirp! The termite emitted a piercing shriek, a wave of agony coursing through its leg. Off balance, its massive body veered to the side, nearly toppling over. A glimmer of hope sparked in Lin Xiao's eyes. It appeared his plan to target the termite's joints was indeed sound. The termite twisted around in a fit of rage and charged again, but this time its speed was noticeably impaired, one of its legs clearly limping. Lin Xiao had anticipated this renewed charge, having grown accustomed to the creature's attack patterns. He responded with remarkable composure. In the fleeting moment, he seized the opportunity, once again aiming his sword at the injured limb. This time, the leg was severed entirely, causing the calamity termite to topple over. In its pain, the creature became increasingly frenzied, its lack of intelligence rendering it irrational as it charged wildly. Yet, Lin Xiao remained calm, allowing it to rush past him time and again. His iron sword always poised to strike at one of its legs, he chose his targets with cunning precision, only attacking the limbs on one side of the termite. Once he broke all 3 legs on that side, the creature would be at his mercy. True to his strategy, mere minutes later, the termite lay on the ground, struggling yet unable to rise, having lost half of its legs. Even in its weakened state, it remained ferocious, its gaping maw spewing venom in a frenzy. Sister Gu, quickly hide, Lin Xiao urged as he pulled Gu Xuan away to safety, retreating to a considerable distance. Only after the termite had exhausted its venom did he return, plunging his sword into its maw, thus ending its life. In the monitoring room, Wang Hao slammed the table, laughing heartily. What a remarkable lad. Without relying on a contract spirit or unleashing skills, he has felled a level 3 calamity with just a sword. His combat talent is quite impressive. Meanwhile, battles erupted throughout the jungle, with most newcomers struggling against calamities at their level. Many students could barely prevail, only with the assistance of their contract spirits. Lin Xiao had faced a level 3 calamity alone right from the start, and his composed demeanor was truly unexpected. One instructor observed the screen, stating, "The vast majority of students have engaged in combat. Currently, only 4 individuals have triumphed over a level 3 calamity without relying on their contract spirits or using skills. Aside from Lin Xiao, the other 3 are Qin Shan, Zhang Long, and Chun Hu, all of whom hail from martial arts families." Wang Hao chuckled. "I know those 3, having trained in martial arts since childhood. It's no surprise they can independently slay a level 3 calamity. However, Lin Xiao is a delightful surprise," another instructor remarked. "I noticed his swordplay possesses a certain finesse. He hardly resembles a novice. It's quite peculiar, as his records show no prior martial training. Wang Hao stroked his chin in contemplation for a moment. It's possible he inherited his swordsmanship from Gu Xuan. She's a true master of the sword. And Lin Xiao's technique might have been learned from her. The nearby instructor expressed astonishment. But Lin Xiao has only been a summoner for a few days. How could he learn so quickly? Lin Xiao had inherited the unmatched sword spirit, a fact known only to Shiryu Ru and Su Nanya. Skills associated with summoners and contract spirits are considered personal and confidential, not disclosed unless the summoner themselves chooses to reveal it. The school does not possess the authority to demand students report their personal abilities. Naturally, after employing these abilities multiple times, others can grasp their general capabilities. Wang Hao replied, "It's hard to say. Perhaps he has tapped into a latent swordsmanship potential inherited from Gu Xuan. Abilities bestowed upon summoners by spirit-type contract entities often relate to their inherent potential. It is also possible that Lin Xiao himself possesses a formidable combat talent, maintaining his composure in the face of a level 3 calamity. To engage so calmly throughout the encounter is indeed a rare quality for a newcomer." The instructors nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while Lin Xiao's performance exhibited numerous flaws in their eyes, when they recalled their own first encounters with calamities, none had displayed the same level of composure as he did. It seems the school has indeed discovered a promising talent, though regrettably, he possesses only F-level aptitude. One instructor lamented, "In the forest." Lin Xiao crouched down, spending considerable time slicing through the termite's chitinous exoskeleton to retrieve a blood-stained black crystal from within. Holding the crystal up to the sunlight, it radiated an ominous glow, slightly larger than a thumb, in the shape of a diamond. This was the demon seed of a calamity creature, born from the absorption of malevolent energy. Since the emergence of the calamity star, all creatures have been subjected to this corrupting influence. However, not all beings tainted by this malevolence will mutate immediately. As long as the accumulation of corruption remains minimal, it can gradually be eradicated under the illumination of the holy light from the sacred spirit star. Yet, the distribution of malevolent and holy light across the world is far from uniform. In areas rich in malevolent energy, mutation occurs rapidly. Once a demon seed forms within a being, the mutation becomes irreversible, and the holy light can no longer purify it. Furthermore, once a creature harbors a demon seed, it will constantly absorb malevolent energy, transforming it into a terrifying monster. Lin Xiao examined the demon seed. Although it was an evil substance, it held numerous applications, often used as a material in crafting equipment and frequently required in the creation of armors. After storing the demon seed in his pocket, Lin Xiao stood up, wiping the sweat from his forehead. This battle had lasted over 10 minutes, and he had exerted himself to the utmost, observing his composed demeanor. The instructors in the monitoring room were unaware of the tension he had felt throughout, his heart racing the entire time, only gradually relaxing towards the end of the tea that moment. Gu Xian stepped forward, extending her sleeve to gently wipe the sweat from his brow. Lin Xiao was taken aback. "Sister Gu, please, don't dirty your clothes," said Ji Yuxuan. Her gaze slightly lowered and her eyelashes fluttering, spoke softly. "It's all right." Despite her awkwardness, she insisted on using her sleeve to gently wipe away the sweat from his forehead. The motion was clumsy, yet tender. Ji Yuxuan recalled how, back at the two instruments' peak, the female disciples would often wipe their partner's sweat with their sleeves after a sword practice. Though she still did not fully comprehend its significance, she felt it was a duty of a partner, and so she endeavored to imitate that act. Lin Xiao was both flattered and stunned, with the ethereal beauty before him causing his breath to hitch. Regaining his composure, he cast a glance at the drone in the sky, irritation bubbling within him. He was acutely aware that they were being watched. Otherwise, he would have certainly taken the opportunity to act affectionately towards Sister Gu, hoping to deepen their bond. After defeating the calamity termite, Lin Xiao and Gu Xuyan rested for about 10 minutes before continuing their journey. Along the way, Gu Xuyan quietly critiqued Lin Xiao's recent battle, pointing out areas for improvement. Lin Xiao listened attentively, mentally summarizing her insights, which proved to be immensely beneficial. The two ascended a ridge and leapt onto a large rock. Surveying the terrain below, the mountains rolled with lush greenery, and the forest concealed beneath them occasionally stirred with sounds of movement. Lin Xiao turned his head, noticing Gu Shuyan's hair fluttering in the wind, brushing against his neck in an itch-inducing manner. Sister Gu, for the next phase of our hunt against higher-level calamities, I will require your assistance. All right, Gu Shuyan replied, tucking her hair back, given that Lin Xiao found battling level 3 calamities somewhat challenging. She would need to take the lead when they faced level 4 or even 5 calamities, with Lin Xiao supporting her. This was the primary mode of combat for summoners. As the two descended from the ridge, their footsteps crackled over the dry twigs and fallen leaves, creating a series of sharp sounds. Lin Xiao walked while meticulously scanning the forest, searching for traces of calamity creatures. After about 10 minutes, Gu Xuan suddenly halted, gazing intently at a particular spot in the woods. Lin Xiao noticed the disturbance and paused to listen intently. Rustling sounds filled the air as something continuously scraped against the leaves on the ground, producing a delicate noise. Lin Xiao swiftly climbed a tree, his keen eyes scanning the forest like a hawk. Soon, he spotted movement in the distance. The bushes below swayed vigorously, suggesting a massive creature was on the move, trampling the flora in its wake. That it appeared to be serpentine in nature. Lin Xiao spoke in a hushed tone, urging to continue watching. Soon, the conjecture was confirmed as a dark blue python, as thick as a water barrel, slithered out from the thicket, climbing upon a stone platform, stretching its formidable body under the sunlight. It appeared to be basking in the warmth. A shiver ran down Lin Xiao's spine, regardless of their size. Serpents always evoked a sense of dread. He felt an uncomfortable sensation all over. This enormous python exuded an aura of malevolence, its spine adorned with a golden line that invoked fear. It was the calamity known as the Sunin. Sensing its presence, Lin Xiao added, Level 5. Gu Shuyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. She wondered about the caliber of Level 5 calamity creatures in this world and felt a desire to test it. Lin Xiao jumped down from the tree, and the two stealthily approached the Sunin, making not a sound. Just then, the nearby bushes rustled, and the sound of a dry branch snapping echoed. Lin Xiao immediately turned to look, only to see a tall young man emerging from the underbrush, his skin a deep shade of brown. It was him. Lin Xiao was taken aback. This was the same boy he had bumped into the day before at the dormitory. Referred to as Big Iron Bull by Shan Juanru, the Big Iron Bull had yet to notice Lin Xiao and Gu Xuan. He emerged from the bushes, his eyes fixated intensely on the Sunin not far away, clearly having also spotted this Level 5 calamity, with an eager expression on his face. Following closely behind him was a robust man clad in ancient armor, wielding a large blade, presumably his contracted spirit, akin to Gu Xuyan, belonging to the heroic spirit class. The Big Iron Bull instinctively caught Lin Xiao's gaze and glanced over, surprised. He then noticed Gu Xuyan, momentarily stunned. After a few seconds of dazed silence, he regained his composure and waved to Lin Xiao, striding over with purpose. Brother, good to see you again, he exclaimed, his gaze inadvertently drifting back to Gu Xuyan as he mimicked an ancient gesture of respect, saying, I have met the fairy Gu. Clearly, they were acquainted. After all, Gu Xuyan's image had circulated widely across social media these past few days. Anyone who frequented the internet could hardly fail to recognize this stunning fairy. Gu Xuyan nodded slightly. Only then did the young man turn his attention back to Lin Xiao, his eyes wide with astonishment. So you are Lin Xiao. You are indeed extraordinary. He recalled their collision from the previous day and, given his own physique, found it hard to comprehend how he had come off worse. Lin Xiao smiled and nodded, holding a favorable impression of this young man. What shall I call you? Big Iron Bull. The young man appeared flustered at this remark, scratching his head. That nickname was given to me by the toffee. My real name is Qin Shan. Hey, how did you know? Lin Xiao chuckled. Did you forget that Shin called you that yesterday? Qin Shan recalled this detail, his expression turning sheepish. Brother Lin, that's not fair. I specifically asked you not to disclose my whereabouts. Yet you did. Lin Xiao laughed. Isn't she your girlfriend? When others were lugging around 2 large suitcases looking for you. It would have been hard for me to conceal that. No, she is not my girlfriend. Qin Shan waved his hand, looking quite distressed. She is just a piece of toffee I can't shake off. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise. Qin brother, you don't mean to say you don't like women, do you? Qin Shan jumped in protest. Nonsense, of course I like women. Lin Xiao was puzzled. If that were the case, it was strange, but Shun is a beauty beyond compare. How come you seem to dislike her? Dislike? Not exactly. Let's not discuss this. Qin Shan's expression turned slightly gloomy. Then he forced a smile. Brother, are you planning to hunt that Sunin? Shifting to the matter at hand, Lin Xiao glanced into the distance, where the Calamity Sunin lay lazily basking in the sun atop a pile of stones. What? Are you planning to hunt it too? He countered. Qin Shan nodded. Lin Xiao laughed. Not a chance. I spotted this creature first. You cannot steal it from me. Qin Shan chuckled. Brother Lin, I've been tracking it for a while now. I likely discovered it before you did. Lin Xiao gave a skeptical look. You have no proof of that. Mind you, I was here before you emerged from the bushes. Qin Shan's eyes twinkled mischievously. How about a duel? I was just thinking of sparring with you. The victor claims the right to hunt. Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow. How shall we fight? Qin Shan glanced at Gu Shuyan, then at his own contracted spirit, and grinned. Let us have our contracted spirits battle. I know I won't stand a chance against you, so how about we forego skills and engage in a hand-to-hand duel? Clearly, Qin Shan was more self-aware than Liang Hao, fully cognizant of the prowess of an SSS-tier contracted spirit. The past few days had seen rampant online speculation that Gu Shuyan was the most powerful contracted spirit in the history of Blue Star. And Qin Shan had done his homework. He understood that should both sides unleash their full strength, his contracted spirit would likely be no match for Lin Xiao. However, in a hand-to-hand fight, the dynamics would be different. Lin Xiao glanced at his hands, smirking. Brother, with those thick brows and large eyes, I wouldn't have guessed you were so crafty. Those calloused hands speak of years of martial training. Qin Shan, his secret laid bare, chuckled. Brother Lin, after our collision yesterday, I gained an understanding of your physical prowess. You are certainly no ordinary person. Are you going to claim you haven't trained? Come on, let's exchange a few moves. Sparring leads to improvement, doesn't it? This fellow was incredibly thick-skinned, and Lin Xiao felt somewhat exasperated but was nonetheless intrigued that he was currently learning swordsmanship and looked forward to facing a worthy opponent. All right, let us move over there to fight, so we don't startle the Sunin. Lin Xiao gestured toward the distant spot. Qin Shan beamed. Let us go. The two arrived at a clearing, assuming their stances. Meanwhile, drones in the sky transmitted footage of their standoff back to the monitoring room, where a group of instructors gathered with keen interest. Is Lin Xiao going to spar with Qin Shan? One instructor flipped through Qin Shan's file, shaking his head with a chuckle. Qin Shan is a direct disciple of the renowned Huayin Breaking Void Blade. His master, Yang Huaishan, is the foremost expert in blade techniques nationwide, and Qin Shan won the National Youth Blade Competition last year. Another instructor remarked with a smirk. Lin Xiao likely has no idea of Qin Shan's background. The two are not on the same level. However, Lin Xiao did showcase some swordsmanship against the termites. He should be able to hold his own for a few moves against Qin Shan. Lin Xiao was indeed unaware of Qin Shan's background. He only surmised that the latter had trained in martial arts. Across from him, Qin Shan unsheathed a long black iron blade, wielding it with practiced ease. His movements were clearly those of a seasoned practitioner. Brother Lin, be careful. My blade skills are quite decent. Lin Xiao also drew his iron sword, distinctly sensing that once Qin Shan grasped the blade, his entire demeanor transformed, radiating an unexplainable aura of ferocity. Yet the moment Lin Xiao held his sword, he too felt a surge of momentum that made Qin Shan blink slightly. Lin Xiao, stay cautious. This young man's blade techniques should be formidable. Gu Shuyan's thoughts reached Lin Xiao as a warning. Lin Xiao was mildly surprised. For Gu Shuyan to deem someone formidable, he must indeed possess considerable skill. I stand a chance? He inquired. None, Gu Shuyan replied succinctly, although you have inherited my swordsmanship talent. Your training time has been too brief. This young man has clearly been practicing martial arts since childhood. Give yourself a month of training, and you should be able to defeat him. Lin Xiao nodded. Unperturbed, victory or defeat mattered little to him, as he was keen to gauge the gap between himself and a skilled opponent. After you, he gazed solemnly at Qin Shan, pointing his iron sword forward. Qin Shan's expression tightened as he stepped onto the carpet of fallen leaves, propelling himself into action, his blade aimed directly at Lin Xiao's midsection. Lin Xiao's eyes sparked with intensity as he swung his sword to parry. Yet, Qin Shan feigned his attack, deftly altering his strike mid-motion, slashing diagonally toward Lin Xiao's lower body. Lin Xiao, still inexperienced, nearly fell for the ruse, hastily retreating a half-step just in time to evade the blow. Qin Shan's brows furrowed slightly in surprise. A mere test had revealed Lin Xiao's apparent lack of skill, such as the keen intuition of a seasoned fighter, though a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Recalling their previous encounter, he suspected Lin Xiao was deliberately feigning weakness to lure him into a trap. Heightened caution only served to amplify his resolve. With a twist of his blade, he advanced again, aiming a thrust at Lin Xiao's chest. Lin Xiao swept his sword horizontally, colliding with the iron blade. The clash generated a resonant clang, and while he held his ground, Qin Shan swiftly disengaged, bringing his blade down toward Lin Xiao's hand that gripped the sword. The rapidity of Qin Shan's change left Lin Xiao scrambling. As he withdrew his sword, he kicked toward Qin Shan's abdomen. Anticipating this, Qin Shan countered with a knee thrust, twisting his body to absorb the force. His iron blade arcing in a cunning trajectory aimed at Lin Xiao's shoulder. Unbeknownst to Lin Xiao, this strike was concealed behind Qin Shan's body, and by the time the blade was visible, it was nearly too late that a sudden heaviness filled Lin Xiao's heart. Qin Shan was no mere brawler. His technique was sophisticated, constantly evolving. Despite Lin Xiao's possession of the unparalleled sword spirit, his practical combat experience was nearly non-existent. His training with Gu Xian over the past 2 days had focused primarily on fundamental techniques. Faced with a veteran like Qin Shan, he found himself outpaced. Bend your elbow, raise the hilt. The thought of Gu Xian echoed in his mind. The two shared a profound connection, and in an instant, Lin Xiao grasped her intent, instinctively bending his elbow and reversing his grip on the iron sword, thrusting the hilt upward. The blade aimed at him was deflected by the hilt with a resonant hum, sending it off course. Move forward, shoulder charge. Gu Xian's guiding thought resonated once more. Lin Xiao surged forward, crashing his shoulder into Qin Shan's chest the moment he deflected the blade. The impact caught Qin Shan off guard, causing him to stagger back several steps, leaving deep impressions in the earth beneath him. Qin Shan blinked in astonishment, his gaze fixed on Lin Xiao with disbelief. Moments before, he had perceived Lin Xiao as lacking. Yet suddenly he exhibited remarkable prowess. Despite his confusion, a smile crept onto Qin Shan's face. A worthy opponent made for meaningful sparring. Let us go again. Qin Shan twirled his blade, his foot striking the ground as he charged forward like a mountain bull. The iron knife poised for another assault, the Jiu Xin ceased her guidance, leaving Lin Xiao to fend for himself. However, without her direction, Lin Xiao found himself gradually faltering against Qin Shan's relentless onslaught. Yet, whenever danger loomed, Gu Xian's timely insights would steer him clear of peril. As this pattern repeated, Lin Xiao began to find his rhythm, his innate swordsmanship talent shining through as he learned rapidly. On the other hand, Qin Shan grew increasingly frustrated, experiencing an inexplicable sense of discomfort. After a particularly intense exchange, he abruptly leaped back, exclaiming, "Lin Xiao, do you look down on me?" Qin Shan felt a strange contradiction within himself. How could he articulate it? Lin Xiao appeared both weak and strong. His weakness manifested in his timing, always seeming a beat behind, giving the impression of sluggishness. Each time he faced an attack, it felt as though he struggled to keep up. Yet, just when defeat seemed imminent, Lin Xiao would unexpectedly unleash a counter, turning the tide in his favor. Especially with his swordplay, every move was executed with such finesse that it seemed as if he had trained for years, far from the demeanor of a novice. While Qin Shan had considered the possibility that Gu Xian was secretly advising Lin Xiao, he knew guidance would be futile without a solid foundation. Even with the right knowledge, one's reactions could not keep pace. Thus, amidst their exchanges, Qin Shan found it difficult to gauge Lin Xiao's true capabilities. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xiao possessed the innate gift of the unparalleled sword spirit. A thought crossed Qin Shan's mind. Perhaps Lin Xiao was purposefully playing the fool, toying with him. After all, it was easy to feign weakness, but pretending to be strong was an impossibility. "What do you mean, Qin brother? Why would I look down on you?" Lin Xiao replied, perplexed. Qin Shan frowned. Then why do you always hold back? Hold back, Lin Xiao replied, exasperated. Qin brother, you've overwhelmed me to the point where I haven't had a chance to retaliate, and yet you accuse me of holding back. Are you trying to provoke me? Qin Shan fell silent, observing Lin Xiao's earnest demeanor, which only served to deepen his suspicion. This fellow was undoubtedly putting on an SSS champion of swordsmanship. Qin Shan felt a knot of frustration. He could not elicit Lin Xiao's full strength. Lin brother, it seems I must be more serious to earn your respect. Lin Xiao was at a loss for words. Let us go again. Very well. Let's. Qin Shan gripped his iron knife, his aura shifting, resembling a towering mountain, imposing and formidable. Lin Xiao felt a surge of pressure at that moment. A voice echoed from afar. Big Iron Bull brother. Qin Shan's expression shifted dramatically. His amassed aura dissipating as he glanced toward the source of the voice, a figure emerged from the thicket. Shun Junru, her countenance radiant with joy. Big Iron Bull brother, I've finally caught up to you. Qin Shan's face soured as he turned to flee, calling back, Lin brother, we'll resume our duel another time. After sprinting a distance, he added, Lin brother, next time, don't hold back. I wish to see your true abilities. In a flash, Qin Shan disappeared into the woods, vanishing without a trace. Shun Junru hurried over, breathless, and greeted Lin Xiao with a smile. Lin Xiao, it's lovely to see you again. Lin Xiao returned her smile. Glancing between her and the direction Qin Shan had vanished, utterly bewildered. Why is he so afraid of you? Shun Junru tossed her slightly tousled hair and, gazing at Qin Shan's retreating figure, replied playfully. He said that when he sees me, his heart races, which affects his ability to draw his sword. Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle at the thought. Could Qin Shan be a bit of a sword fanatic? Shun Junru's playful nature reminded him of her previous antics, where she had tricked a boy into helping her with her suitcase. However, he cannot escape my grasp. Suddenly, a red summoning portal appeared beside Shun Junru, from which emerged a spider ablaze with fired cess. Lin Xiao exclaimed, surprised to discover her hidden prowess. Shun Junru climbed onto the spider's back and waved to Lin Xiao. Let us go. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Shun Junru commanded the spider beneath her legs, catch up to Big Iron Bull brother. Yes, Spirit Master, the giant spider spoke, its 6 legs moving swiftly as it raced through the rugged terrain toward Qin Shan. Lin Xiao watched in envy, realizing he would never have such a mount if he were to ride. He could only ride. He glanced at the ethereal Gu Xun, quickly dismissing any unworthy thoughts in an instant. The pair vanished from sight. Lin Xiao exhaled deeply, chuckling at the image of Qin Shan's hasty retreat. He then turned to Gu Xun, sighing, the gap between me and the masters is indeed vast. But why did Qin Shan think I was holding back? Gu Xuyen had discerned the intricacies of the situation and softly explained, under my guidance, you've repeatedly turned danger into opportunity. Naturally, he assumes your earlier failures were a deliberate ruse. Lin Xiao's understanding deepened. Stroking his chin, he resolved to accelerate his sword training, aiming to ensure that their next encounter would not leave him feeling so overwhelmed that Jiyu sister, let's spar next. I need more practical experience. Very well, Gu Xun agreed. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, a group of instructors watched in silence, feeling a tinge of regret. Yet, like Qin Shan, they were astonished at Lin Xiao's ability to repeatedly escape perilous situations. After resting for a few minutes, Lin Xiao stood, casting his gaze toward the distance that he wondered if the calamity, the forest python, still lingered nearby. Cautiously approaching with Gu Xun, they peered through the branches to find the forest python still basking in the sun. Unmoving, Lin Xiao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Jiyu sister, it's time for you to take action. The Jiyu Xun nodded gracefully, extending her delicate hand as sacred radiance coalesced, manifesting a long sword that shimmered with golden brilliance. With a gentle touch of her toes upon the branches, she ascended effortlessly, gliding through the forest towards the serpent. Sword mastery. Lin Xiao snapped his fingers, and the flying sword, imbued with sacred light, hovered in the air. He followed closely behind his elder sister, charging towards the serpent. Subsequently, Gu Xuyen provided support, while he awaited the opportune moment to launch a surprise attack using his sword mastery, upon their encounter with the serpent. The instructors in the monitoring room quickly convened once more. Wang Hao spoke softly, a level 5 calamity. This should test a portion of Gu Xuyan's capabilities. The instructor's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Point 1 instructor remarked. Based on previous experiences, an ordinary SSS contract spirit has approximately a 50% chance of victory against a level 5 calamity. The lethargic serpent basking in the sunlight sensed the impending danger. Its massive head abruptly twisting around. Within its vertical pupils reflected the figure of the white-clad fairy. The serpent appeared agitated, its colossal body suddenly propelling forward. However, to everyone's astonishment, the serpent turned tail and fled. Ignoring all obstacles, it barreled through the rocky terrain, sliding rapidly towards the distant, low-lying marsh. What the Lin Xiao was taken aback, as were the other instructors. The serpent's instinctive awareness of danger triggered a primal urge to escape. The seemingly frail human girl exuded an aura that sent shivers down its spine, not from any external power, but from the calm, indifferent gaze of Gu Xuyan. Upon seeing her, the serpent perceived a celestial being descending from the heavens, an entity far beyond its capability to confront. Though the serpent lacked intelligence, its instinctive perception of formidable beings was remarkably acute. Observing the serpent's retreat, Gu Xuyan remained unfazed, as if its flight were entirely expected. She moved gracefully forward, her figure resembling a butterfly, elegantly attired in white. Yet her speed was unrelenting, swiftly closing the distance to the serpent's rear. Driven by instinctual fear, the serpent lashed out its tail. Attempting to sweep her away, Gu Xuyan, as light as a feather, effortlessly evaded the assault. With a deft flick of her long sword, she executed a seemingly casual strike. Yet the serpent recoiled as if struck with tremendous force. Its massive tail quivered and spasmed, shedding scales that danced through the air, accompanied by a spray of blood. Had it truly breached its defenses? The instructors were left dumbfounded. This was a level 5 calamity. The serpent's scales could withstand bullets. Yet here was Gu Xuyan, a mere level 1, who had dispatched it with a gentle wave of her hand. Was this the power of a level 1? The serpent, in agony, emitted a piercing howl, quickening its escape. However, Gu Xuyan remained a shadow, her figure agile, her toes barely grazing the branches and blades of grass, leaping effortlessly for several paces, like a startled swan. She moved with the grace of a flowing dragon. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, the serpent fled in a panic, crashing through obstacles, with boulders yielding effortlessly beneath its weight. Trees, once formidable, splintered with ease. The ground trembled, and the forest quaked. Lin Xiao realized he was utterly outpaced. Unable to intervene as he sprinted frantically behind, the Gu Xuyan remained poised above the colossal serpent, occasionally striking downwards, causing more scales to shatter. Eventually, the serpent sensed its impending doom. Its ferocity ignited. It spun around, attempting to bite Gu Xuyan. Its massive head pursued her through the air, its gaping maw snapping furiously. Yet Gu Xuyan remained unflustered, her gaze tranquil as a still pond, devoid of ripples. Only when the serpent's jaws descended did she delicately evade, delivering a swift strike that carved a deep gash into its head. The entire sequence radiated a serene elegance, as if she were both still as a maiden and swift as a startled hare. Observing from a distance, Lin Xiao pondered thoughtfully. Gu Xuyan wielded her sword with an economy of movement, perfectly balancing stillness and action. She embodied the poise of swordsmanship master, every gesture appearing effortless and natural, exuding an unparalleled beauty amidst her decisiveness. This was the true art of swordplay. Lin Xiao felt enlightened, his eyes gleaming with clarity. In the brief moments of contemplation, the serpent had already suffered multiple blows, its enormous head spilling blood profusely, a pitiful sight. Each attempt to bite seemed akin to offering its head for Gu Xuyan to strike. The serpent, now bereft of reason, roared in madness. Its immense body surged upwards, nearly standing erect. Its maw opened wide, purple light gathering within. In the next instant, violet-black flames erupted from its throat, forming a breath of fire several yards long, surging forward with ferocity. The temperature of the air soared, and wherever the purple flames swept, flora was reduced to ashes. Even stones crackled as they were scorched, their surfaces fracturing under the heat. Jiu Shuyan, Lin Xiao exclaimed, his worry palpable. I'm unharmed. Gu Shuyan replied calmly, facing the oncoming flames with unshakable composure, darting away like a nimble dragonfly, her movements precise and devoid of unnecessary flourishes. The flames could not touch her in the slightest, as the serpent completed its fiery exhalation. It prepared to unleash a second, more desperate attack. That moment, Gu Shuyan transmitted a thought to Lin Xiao. He wasted no time activating his ability, Dunexian, that a flash of golden light illuminated his eyes, and an invisible mental force pierced the air, striking the serpent's head. The purple flames that had been gathering abruptly ceased, the serpent's mind reeling from the impact, momentarily dazed. However, this state of confusion lasted less than half a second. As a level 1, Lin Xiao's ability had minimal effect on the level 5 serpent. Yet in that fleeting moment, Gu Shuyan darted forward, her figure transforming into a streak of light, appearing before the serpent's head in the blink of an eye. With her longsword glinting, she thrust upward, piercing through its jaw, shattering brain tissue, and obliterating the central nervous system with a singular strike. The serpent's massive body stiffened abruptly before crashing to the ground, causing the earth to tremble and vegetation to splinter. Its colossal form convulsed, a reflex of the still-living nerves. The scene fell into silence. Jiu Shuyan descended like a snowflake, her sword dissipating, ethereal light swirling around her as she turned back. Softly stating, "It's done," Lin Xiao glanced at the serpent's lifeless body and then at her, unable to contain his admiration. "Elder sister, you are truly magnificent." Jiu Shuyan's eyes sparkled with amusement at the compliment. In the monitoring room, silence reigned, the instructors' mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. After a prolonged moment, they began to react, their discussions rife with disbelief. Did she really just slay it? That was far too effortless, a level 1 defeating a level 5, without even using skills. How is that possible? One instructor questioned, could Gu Shuyan have already reached level 2? Preposterous. Another countered immediately. Lin Xiao has only been a summoner for 4 days, and he possesses an F talent. Even if he had an SSS talent, dedicating all his training to his contract spirit, it would be impossible to level up to 2 so quickly. Has there ever been a case of such ease in previous years? An instructor reminded this. Everyone fell into contemplation. After a moment, all shook their heads, and one instructor said, I recall a SSS contract spirit from 7 years ago that easily defeated a level 5 calamity. But that was due to the use of powerful skills. In truth, Gu Shuyan had also employed a form of skill. Lin Xiao had clearly utilized some form of mental attack. That is not the same. Wang Hao interrupted the discussion. Whether or not skills were used is inconsequential. What matters is the astonishing potency of Gu Shuyan's attack. The level 5 calamity serpent possesses an exceptionally thick layer of scales. Even bullets struggle to penetrate. Yet Gu Shuyan was able to breach its defenses with a mere ordinary attack, which exceeds the capabilities of a level 1. An instructor immediately concurred. This indeed defies belief. A level 1 could not possibly wield such power. Wang Hao, deep in thought, suddenly declared, replay the footage. Suddenly, an instructor was fiddling with the computer, quickly capturing a segment of footage. Wang Hao and the others immediately gathered around to watch. The video commenced from a moment Gu Shuyan pursued the python in the footage. The python's colossal tail swept across, but Gu Shuyan gracefully evaded it, effortlessly striking with her sword, causing scales to shatter and scatter from the serpent's body. Stop! Wang Hao exclaimed urgently. The instructor pressed the pause button. Wang Hao pointed at the screen and said, Look, isn't the power of this strike a bit excessive? In my opinion, an ordinary level 4 contract spirit could never achieve this. The surrounding instructors widened their eyes, nodding in agreement. Indeed, such an offensive capability was far beyond what a level 1 contract spirit should possess. It was quite extraordinary. Hence, I suspect she might have already reached level 2. However, level 2 is impossible. Could it be that a spirit ranked highly on the Holy Spirit list inherently possesses such formidable power? The crowd exchanged glances, hesitant to draw conclusions. The news brought back by Shi Ru indicated that Gu Shuyan was ranked 3007 on the Holy Spirit list. This was the highest ranking for a contract spirit in human history, and no one knew what a spirit of such caliber should truly be like. It was precisely for this reason that the school's higher-ups planned to test Gu Shuyan's strength against a level 7 disaster. Wang Hao suddenly displayed a look of astonishment and said urgently, "Rewind that segment." The instructor complied. Pause. Zoom in. As the video reached the moment Gu Shuyan swung her sword, Wang Hao immediately ordered. The instructor followed his instructions. Wang Hao's gaze was intense, fixated on the screen, repeating, "Play it again." The instructor complied once more, and they replayed it 4 or 5 times. Suddenly, Wang Hao's eyes lit up, revealing a look of realization. "Boss, what did you discover?" An instructor beside him couldn't help but ask. Wang Hao, astonished, replied, "I understand now. It's not that Gu Shuyan's attack power is strong, but rather she employed a clever technique." Wang Hao snatched the computer. Rewinding to the moment Gu Shuyan wielded her sword, and then zoomed in, saying, "Look, the angle of this strike perfectly aligns with the growth angle of the scales. The blade enters through the gaps." The other instructors were momentarily stunned, not immediately grasping the issue that is their problem. "A bunch of fools," Wang Hao explained to be why slicing through the gaps, it effectively circumvents the majority of the scale's defenses, making it significantly easier. The instructors finally understood. However, someone immediately questioned, "But the scales of the python are small and densely packed. Even if the blade cuts through one gap, it would quickly be obstructed by the adjacent overlapping scales." Wang Hao nodded. Indeed, merely this would mean that a level 1 spirit still cannot breach the defenses of a level 5 creature. Yet, Gu Shuyan is not relying on her own strength, but rather on that of the python. On the pythons, the instructors expressed confusion. Wang Hao prompted, "Don't forget, the effect of force is reciprocal." That a somewhat foolish instructor instinctively asked, "Boss, what does it mean that the effect of force is reciprocal?" Wang Hao shot him a glare and slapped him. "Boss, why did you hit me?" The foolish instructor covered his face, looking utterly aggrieved. Wang Hao asked lightly, "Does her face hurt?" "Yes." "Then that's right. My hand also hurts." Laughter erupted in the monitoring room, as the instructors found the humor in the situation. "This is what we call the reciprocal effect of force." At this point, most of the crowd understood. Someone remarked, "When the python swings its tail, it's effectively crashing into the blade, using its own strength to inflict damage upon itself." Gu Shuyan hardly exerted any force. She merely positioned the sword perfectly. Wang Hao nodded. "Exactly. Every subsequent strike Gu Shuyan makes follows this principle, with each angle perfectly aligned with the python's attempts to counterattack. Maximizing its force," he sighed in admiration, "truly worthy of being a master of the sword. Her application of the blade is exquisite. Although the underlying principle is simple, how many can grasp it with such precision? Especially given such a significant disparity in levels? I find myself increasingly eager to witness her battle against a level 7 disaster." Wang Hao is a skilled fighter and a proficient summoner. As he watched Gu Shuyan's figure on the video, his eyes reflected nothing but admiration. Beside the python's corpse, Gu Shuyan gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and said, "Did you pay close attention when I wielded my sword?" "I did." Lin Xiao nodded vigorously. "Sister Gu, you're truly amazing. Every strike is incredibly precise, and now I understand how to use a sword." The reason Gu Shuyan refrained from employing skills to slay the disaster python was, in fact, to teach Lin Xiao the art of swordsmanship. Since Lin Xiao shared a deep connection with her, she comprehended her intentions clearly, leading her to observe the entire combat process with great detail. Indeed, she learned a great deal. Swordsmanship, after all, is a technique for killing enemies, emphasizing speed, precision, and lethality. Take your time to grasp it. Gu Shuyan succinctly conveyed the essence of swordplay. Lin Xiao fell into contemplation upon hearing this, nodding slightly. After a moment, she grasped the iron sword and approached the corpse of the python. This massive serpent's body still radiated residual heat, its thick torso covered in mottled scales, exuding an aura of terror even in death. Lin Xiao squatted beside the corpse, locating the wound, and with her iron sword, she painstakingly tore through the scales, working diligently to extract the demonic core. It was still a black crystal, but its hue was significantly darker compared to the level 3 termite's demonic core. A level 5 demonic core. This time, her ranking would surely not be low. Lin Xiao felt quite satisfied. After a brief rest with Guxuan, they continued deeper into the forest. Approximately 15 minutes later, a panicked voice suddenly echoed through a pine grove. Guogua, don't eat that. Quick, unleash your electricity. Lin Xiao turned towards the sound, only to see a plump figure bursting out from the distant pine grove. Dragging a large iron hammer, a chubby squirrel perched on a shoulder, he was being pursued by a massive disaster wild boar. The boar sported tusks half a meter long, its body covered in black bristles like steel needles, muscle rippling with explosive power as it ran. The small, pudgy figure in front was somewhat exaggerated, his chubby body jiggling as he moved, resembling a spring in motion. Wang Shi. Lin Xiao was taken aback, then found it somewhat amusing. The way this fellow ran was simply too comical. She had no intention of rushing to assist. Firstly, Wang Shi might be hunting the disaster wild boar, and helping would violate the rules. Secondly, the instructors had mentioned that if there was a genuine life-threatening situation, they would activate the chips within the disaster's body. Moreover, a drone hovered above Wang Shi, indicating that the instructors in the monitoring room were indeed watching. At this moment, Wang Shi had yet to notice Lin Xiao, twisting his body and dashing through the forest, his expression frantic. On his shoulder, the plump squirrel, oblivious to its owner's peril, was preoccupied with stuffing its cheeks with acorns it had scavenged. As Wang Shi urged it on, the fat squirrel finally turned its attention back, startled by the wild boar, leaping high and nearly tumbling off his shoulder. In its panic, it clutched Wang Shi's hair, causing a commotion as acorns scattered everywhere. It hurriedly stretched its paws to retrieve them, creating a scene reminiscent of a chaotic juggling act. For heaven's sake, forget the acorns and unleash your electricity. Wang Shi's face flushed with anxiety. He swiftly grabbed Guogua, ran his hand along its bushy tail, and pinched its base, applying pressure. Unleash your electricity. The plump squirrel seemed to have encountered a reflex arc. Its bushy tail shot up straight, emitting arcs of purple electricity that a low rumble of thunder reverberated, and a bolt of violet lightning struck the oncoming wild boar. Caught off guard, the boar was struck dead on, its body stiffening immediately, propelled forward by inertia before it collapsed to the ground, legs splayed in the air, enveloped in a wisp of black smoke. Lin Xiao glanced again at Wang Shi. A chuckle nearly escaped him. Wang Shi, perhaps due to an incorrect method of discharging electricity, became ensnared in the explosion of the lightning arc. His chubby face was singed black, his hair frizzled into an explosion of curls. Leaving only his eyes, which were dazedly rolling in their sockets, he stared at the fallen disaster boar, plopping down onto the ground, gasping for breath. Yet his spirit companion, oblivious to its master's plight, leaped to collect the fallen acorns. Eating, all it knew was to eat. I nearly met my end, and I'm stuck with such a glutton. Wang Shi's complaints echoed as he reached down to pick up the plump squirrel. Guogua's round, glistening eyes darted toward the flabby flesh on Wang Shi's belly, its expression seemingly conveying, "Do not speak of pots and pans." Wang Shi, momentarily losing his temper, tossed the squirrel aside, landing in a sprawled position on the ground. After a few seconds, his nose twitched as if catching a scent. His gaze shifted gradually, finally settling on the downed boar. Teeth appeared to be the scent of meat, causing Wang Shi to unconsciously swallow. His stomach growled audibly. Wang Shi abruptly sprang up, his eyes fixated on the wild boar. This fellow doesn't really intend to eat the wild boar meat, does he? Lin Xiao, observing from a distance, widened his eyes in disbelief. That it is known that disasters are not meant to be consumed. The flesh of disaster creatures is rife with contamination, leading to mild symptoms like diarrhea or severe mutations upon ingestion. Yet Wang Shi seemed utterly unconcerned, suddenly pulling out a small knife and squatting before the disaster boar. Just then, a buzzing sound of a drone hovered above, causing Wang Shi's hand, poised to slice meat, to freeze, his eager expression turning stiff. Lin Xiao couldn't help but chuckle, but then he noticed Wang Shi's eyes darting as if struck by an idea, and he stumbled. Lin Xiao stood, dumbfounded, as he saw Wang Shi lunge at the boar, his back to the drone, and take a savage bite of the wild boar meat. Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned, rubbing his eyes vigorously. He couldn't have seen that wrong. This This fellow truly just took a raw bite of wild boar meat. Wang Shi, thinking he had outsmarted the drone, covered his mouth with his hand and slowly lifted his head. The next moment he froze, as upon raising his gaze, he saw Lin Xiao standing off in the distance, staring at him with wide, shocked eyes. Wang Shi was petrified. He quickly lowered his head but did not spit out the wild boar meat. Instead, he swiftly swallowed it. Then, raising his head again, he feigned nonchalance, waving at Lin Xiao and mumbling, "Brother Lin, what are you doing here?" Lin Xiao snapped back to reality, his eyes filled with astonishment, and then he gave a thumbs up. Incredible, truly incredible. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Wang Shi's little antics did not escape the instructor's notice. Although the drone had not captured the moment, a fixed camera mounted on a nearby tree transmitted the scene back to the monitoring room. The instructors were left agape, each standing up, rubbing their eyes. Much like Lin Xiao, all believing they had misread the situation. Did I really see that? Did he just bite the wild boar? It seems so. Wang Hao, astonished, recalled that this chubby boy was the one who had brought lunch to the playground earlier. His face darkened with disbelief. Doesn't this chubby boy know that disasters cannot be eaten? The drone's voice crackled to life. An instructor immediately grabbed the intercom, clearing his throat. That chubby student, you cannot eat disaster creatures. Consuming them will lead to contamination. That you'd best spit out that piece of meat you just bit. Wang Shi's corpulent form stiffened once more, his face rigid as he turned to the drone. Stammering, I didn't eat. I just fell. Then he turned back to Lin Xiao, saying, "Brother Lin, I didn't eat, right? Didn't eat, you say? Then what is that black boar hair on your mouth?" Lin Xiao's lips twitched. Ta-da. Wang Shi quickly wiped his mouth. Could it be facial hair? Lin Xiao. Wang Hao facepalmed, bewildered by such a lively character. The instructor with the intercom wore an expression of exasperation. Warning, think carefully. Eating a piece may not pose a significant issue, but when you end up with diarrhea later, don't say I didn't warn you. Wang Shi, with utmost seriousness, replied, "Instructor, I truly didn't eat." The instructors were utterly speechless. After a moment, the drone ceased issuing warnings, and Wang Shi relaxed visibly. Lin Xiao approached, grinning as he asked, "Are you really not going to spit it out?" Wang Shi chuckled. "Once the meat is in my mouth, how can I possibly spit it out?" Lin Xiao's face displayed a clear admiration. Wang Shi squatted beside the wild boar, pulling out his small knife, drooling as he began extracting the magic seed from the disaster boar. Sigh, dealing with a level 2 disaster is so challenging. What would it be like with a level 3 or 4? Brother Lin, what have you harvested? One level 3 and one level 5. Wang Shi's eyes widened in envy. I'm so envious. If only I had a spirit companion as formidable as Gu Xianzi. After saying this, he glanced at the squirrel still rummaging for acorns among the dead leaves, his expression one of utter disillusionment. Lin Xiao couldn't help but tease, "I think it suits you well. Both of you have a penchant for nuts." Wang Shi replied with disdain, "That little rascal can't move when it sees an acorn. It's infuriating." Yes, the two conversed. Rustling sounds suddenly emerged from the nearby bushes. Lin Xiao turned to look, slightly taken aback. The bushes parted, revealing a massive brown bear emerging, its crimson eyes radiating menace, a disaster brown bear. Wang Shi froze for a moment, his face changing. Level 4. Instinctively taking a step back, he recalled Lin Xiao's presence nearby and exhaled in relief. Lin Xiao scrutinized the brown bear, smiling as he asked Wang Shi, "Do you want to hunt it?" "No." Wang Shi immediately shook his head vigorously. "Are you kidding? I struggled to take down a level 2 disaster. How could I dare provoke a level 4? Lin Xiao stroked his chin, contemplating whether to hunt this bear. To be honest, he held little interest in a level 4. His plan was to hunt 2 level 5 disasters and then seek out a level 7 disaster. With Goose Sister around, he certainly aimed for first place. Just as he hesitated, the brown bear suddenly turned tail and fled. Lin Xiao was taken aback, only then noticing that the bear was missing half of its rear, its back drenched in blood, and its right hind leg severely injured, nearly severed, limping as it ran. It seemed to have suffered a grave injury. Wang Shi stared, his eyes lighting up suddenly. Lin Xiao recognized the spark of determination in him and remarked, "Do you want to give it a try?" "I am not particularly interested." Wang Shi hesitated for a moment. Then, with a resolute bite of his teeth, he declared, "Let us do it. If I can obtain a level 4 magic seed, My ranking shouldn't fall to the bottom tier. Thank you, Brother Lin. Lin Xiao waved his hand, indicating no need for formality. Gua, let us go. Wang Shi seized the still-searching fat squirrel from the pile of leaves, brandishing his heavy iron hammer, and dashed after the bear. Shortly thereafter, the forest echoed with the roars of the brown bear and the sounds of Wang Shi's exertions. Lin Xiao chose not to follow, opting to sit down in a nearby spot to rest. Reflecting on the battle between Goose Sister and the forest python, drawing insights from it. Meanwhile, Wang Shi chased the brown bear through the woods, expending considerable effort to bring it down. Sitting beside the fallen bear, he gasped for breath. After a moment's respite, he stood up, beaming as he extracted the magic seed from the brown bear. Holding the level 4 magic seed up to the sunlight, he grinned widely, looking as joyful as a 200-pound chubby boy. Just then, the nearby trees rustled once more. Wang Shi's heart raced. He turned to see 2 boys armed with iron spears emerging from the woods. Not a disaster, but humans. Wang Shi sighed in relief. As Zhang Long and Chun, who emerged from the forest, they spotted a chubby boy holding a magic seed, admiring it in the sunlight. Nearby, the massive corpse of the brown bear lay lifelessly, devoid of vitality. Zhang Long and Chun, whose expressions darkened immediately. You fatso, did you kill this brown bear? Chun, whose expression darkened as he inquired sharply. Wang Shi was taken aback, not anticipating that the first words from his counterpart would be an insult. Fatty, which immediately soured his countenance. Classmate, why do you resort to insults right off the bat? I was the one who killed it. What do you intend to do? Damn it. Chun, who cursed, stepping forward with a grimace. You dare to snatch my prey and then question me. Wang Shi paused, quickly realizing that the injuries inflicted on the brown bear were indeed caused by the 2 of them. Have so severely wounded a level 4 disaster beast indicated that these 2 boys possessed formidable strength, causing Wang Shi's heart to race with trepidation. W, what do you want? What do I want? You fatso. Hand over the demon seed, or I'll make you regret it. Chun, who brandished his spear threateningly, extending his hand. The effort expended by Chun, who to hunt down this brown bear, was significant. Having his nearly captured prey snatched away had driven him to the brink of fury. Wang Shi clenched his fist tightly. Deep down, he felt a tinge of guilt for having benefited so greatly from the situation. If the other party had approached him more courteously, he might have genuinely considered handing over the demon seed. However, being insulted from the get-go, especially with words he found most intolerable, ignited a fire within him. Coldly, he retorted, I admit you injured it first, but I was the one who killed it, according to school regulations. The spoils belong to the killer. Why should I give you the demon seed? Oh, you dare to refuse me. Chun, who sneered, so you want to play the hard way? Do you need me to show you what I mean? You think I'm afraid of you? Wang Shi instinctively tightened his grip on the iron hammer. Stubborn, Chun, who scoffed, delivering a kick that sent the iron spear flying. The spear's shaft hurtled toward Wang Shi. Wang Shi raised his hammer to block, but the tremendous force left his hand numb, forcing him to stagger backward. Die. Chun, who lunged forward, seizing the rebounding spear, its tip aimed directly at Wang Shi's face. Wang Shi instinctively raised a defense, but Chun, who deftly flicked the spear to the right, and then thrust it, striking Wang Shi squarely on the shoulder. Wang Shi let out a muffled groan. His body reeling, oh pathetic, and you dare to be arrogant. Chun, who huffed disdainfully, seeing her spirit master under attack. Hua, who had previously ignored the acorn, rushed over to assist. However, Chun, whose contracted spirit was not idle either. A green-eyed scorpion the size of a bull charged out, blocking Guogua's path. The 2 spirits immediately clashed, but the green-eyed scorpion clearly held a superior rank, overpowering Guogua and leaving her unable to aid Wang Shi. Fatty, your spirit can't save you. Watch my spear. Chun, whose face was filled with mockery as he thrust the spear forward. His martial skills were evident, and in an instant, he had Wang Shi on the defensive. Thunder armor. Unable to withstand the assault any longer, Wang Shi was forced to unleash his spirit's feedback technique, enveloping himself in a layer of gleaming silver armor. Despite Chun, whose relentless thrusts, he could not penetrate Wang Shi's defenses. You've got quite the tough skin. Huh. Let's see how you fare against this move. Scorpion's tail spear. Chun, whose iron spear shimmered with a dark glow as he exerted force, thrusting it forward. accompanied by the spear's gleaming tip. A massive scorpion apparition lunged at Wang Shi. With a resounding impact, Wang Shi was struck, his thunder armor shattering after a mere 2 seconds. His body was sent flying, crashing to the ground as he attempted to rise. Chun was already upon him, kicking him down and pinning him beneath his foot, the spear's tip poised at his throat. Wang Shi found himself paralyzed with fear. Is this all you've got? You fat pig? Dare to challenge me? Hand over the demon's seed. Wang Shi, repeatedly called a fat pig, felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Gritting his teeth, no. Last chance. Will you hand it over or not? Absolutely not. Very well. Chunhu's face twisted into a cruel smile as he bent down and slapped Wang Shi's face twice. Instantly, blood trickled from the corner of Wang Shi's mouth. That I'll fight back. Wang Shi, filled with humiliation, felt his eyes redden as he screamed, trying to struggle free. Yet, Chunhu had him firmly pinned down, leaving him utterly helpless on the other side. Lin Xiao, having faintly heard Wang Shi's cries, furrowed his brow. Has this guy not dealt with the brown bear yet? After a moment's hesitation, he decided to investigate. Fight? What do you have to fight me with? Your flabby body. Chunhu chuckled derisively, thrusting his spear to tear Wang Shi's clothing, exposing his pale skin. Look everyone, what a plump pig we have here. Zhang Long stepped forward, his gaze indifferent as he stepped on Wang Shi's face. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the demon's seed. Wang Shi had lost all reason, shouting defiantly, I won't give it to you. If you have the guts, kill me. Chunhu's eyes narrowed with cold fury. Already a ruthless individual, provoked by those words, he raised his spear, ready to stab. Zhao Long intervened, glancing at the squirrel being thoroughly dominated by the scorpion, coldly stating, only because we're at school can I not kill you. But your spirit? I can certainly deal with it. Zhang Long, spear in hand, advanced toward Goda. As he joined the fray, the already disadvantaged Hua immediately showed signs of defeat. Zhang Long seized the opportunity and thrust his spear into Goda. The hefty squirrel flew back, crashing into a rock, barely clinging to life. Wang Shi froze, his previously irrational mind suddenly clearing. Stop. I'll give you the demon's seed. Just don't kill Guohua. Now you realize the importance of giving in? Chunhu's face twisted into a sneer as he spat on Wang Shi. Too late. Zhang Long, spear in hand, approached Guo without hesitation, ready to deliver the fatal blow. In the monitoring room, a group of instructors frowned deeply. These two boys have gone too far. Boss, should we use the drone to intervene? Wang Hao, holding a list of new students, glanced at names circled in red, softly muttering, Wang Shi's talent, D-spirit. All the instructors were taken aback. The gap in contracts is so vast. And he has been downgraded? Wang Hao scrutinized the screen, slowly articulating, an S talent can only contract a D-level spirit. Why is that? It indicates a significant flaw within Wang Shi himself. Higher-ranked spirits looked down upon him. Wang Shi's flaws were evident. Gluttony and a severe lack of self-discipline. He needed to undergo training. Perhaps a bit of hardship could lead to change. After closing the list, Wang Hao continued. Zhao Long and Chunhu's temperaments are excessively brutal. After the hunt, they need to have a conversation. In the woods, Zhang Long thrust his spear forward. The plump squirrel's face turned to one of terror. Yet it could not move. Wang Shi's face was filled with anxiety as he attempted to summon it back to the spirit realm, only to find that Guohua had been completely locked down by Zhang Long's mental energy and could not be summoned. All summoners possess the ability to mark a spirit with their mental energy, that a marked spirit, if unable to escape, cannot return to the spirit realm. Guohua was on the verge of being struck. A clang echoed, the critical moment. A sword flew in, deflecting Zhang Long's spear. Zhang Long turned abruptly, looking into the distance, where a tall boy emerged from the trees, accompanied by a celestial figure in white. Gu Xuyan, both Zhang Long and Chun, who exclaimed in surprise, quickly recognizing her. There was no way to forget Gu Xuyan. Her exquisite visage was unforgettable to anyone who had seen it even once. Zhang Long and Chun, who momentarily lost focus, only to regain their senses as their gazes fell upon Lin Xiao. Zhang Long furrowed his brow. So you were Lin Xiao? Rumors had circulated in the school that he was also a student at Longyin, and his name had spread throughout the outer academy. Indeed, Lin Xiao regarded Zhang Long coldly, having just arrived and still unfamiliar with the situation. However, he was displeased to see someone attempting to kill Wang Shi's spirit. "Aren't we all classmates? Is it too much to expect you not to kill another spirit?" Lin Xiao then turned his icy gaze upon Chen Hu. "Please remove your foot. Is this how you treat your classmates?" With one foot still on Wang Shi, Chen Hu sneered at the remark. "Do you intend to meddle in my affairs? I said, remove your foot. Is that so hard to understand?" Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes. "Who do you think you are, demanding I move?" Chen Hu, with a fiery temperament, recognized Lin Xiao's identity, but felt no fear. Although Gu Xuyan had indeed garnered significant admiration recently, he and Zhang Long were not weaklings. Besides, they were 2 against 1. There was no reason for them to feel intimidated. Chen Hu was filled with a palpable eagerness. Keen to test the true prowess of Gu Xuyan, he cast a provocative glance at Lin Xiao, his toes twisting forcefully upon Wang Shi's form. The little chubby boy immediately cried out in pain. "Lin, save me!" Lin Xiao's anger surged, his grip tightening around the iron sword. Like a tea that moment, Zhang Long suddenly interjected. "Lin Xiao, my brother, this fatso has stolen our prey and excavated the demonic seed, yet refuses to relinquish it. We are left with no choice but to act. You need not defend him." Wang Shi immediately retorted. "You're talking nonsense. I killed that prey. Even if you injure it first and are entitled to the demonic seed, why start insulting me? It was your insult that prompted my refusal." Lin Xiao began to piece together the situation. His face expressionless as he locked his gaze on Chen Hu, his eyes icy as he pronounced, "Remove your foot. I shall say it one last time." Chen Hu smirked disdainfully. "And what if I don't?" "Chen Hu, remove your foot," Zhang Long suddenly commanded. Chen Hu was taken aback. "Brother, why fear him? Let me keep it." Zhang Long's eyes narrowed dangerously. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Hu reluctantly withdrew his foot, though his glare at Lin Xiao was filled with contempt. Wang Shi, freed from his predicament, swiftly scrambled to Lin Xiao's side. Zhang Long hesitated briefly before saying, "Lin Xiao, my junior brother has a rather brash temperament. Please bear with him. I am Zhang Long. And this is my junior brother, Chen Hu. I possess an SS talent and an SS spirit contract, while Chen Hu has an S talent and an S spirit contract. Shall we not become friends?" Zhang Long was evidently much calmer than Chen Hu, unwilling to provoke a summoner with an SSS spirit contract. Lin Xiao remained silent, his attention drawn to Wang Shi's bare torso, dirted and marked with footprints. The sight of saliva splattered across his chest darkened his expression further as he looked at Zhang Long, his tone devoid of emotion. "Friends, with your kind of conduct, do you believe yourselves worthy of my friendship?" At this, Zhang Long frowned. Chen Hu's expression shifted, and he could not help but curse, but Zhang Long restrained him, stating, "Very well, since Lin believes we are unworthy, let it be. For the sake of Gu Xinzi, we shall not pursue the demonic seed. Chen Hu, let us depart. No, brother, what are you doing? Are we afraid of him?" Chen Hu rooted himself in place. Zhang Long scoffed. "When I say leave, you leave." He forcefully pulled Chen Hu away. Lin Xiao observed their retreating figures, coldly asserting, "Leaving like this will not suffice. Wang Shi is my roommate, and you have insulted him. You owe him an apology." Zhang Long's patience, usually abundant, faltered upon hearing this. Chen Hu, enraged, pivoted to curse. "Are you out of your mind? My brother is being accommodating. Do you truly think we fear you, a mere F-talent wretch? Were it not for Gu Xinzi, I could take you on tenfold." Before Chen Hu could finish, a sword of radiant light surged forth, slicing directly towards his face. Panicking, Chen Hu raised his spear to block. The clang of the iron spear resonated as the force reverberated through his hands, nearly causing him to lose grip and staggering backward. Steadying himself, Chen Hu roared in fury, "You want to fight? Huh? Brother, don't be timid." Zhang Long's expression darkened, and he nodded. The two exchanged glances, charging at Lin Xiao from either side. Meanwhile, their spirit contracts swiftly responded to the command, racing towards Gu Xuyan. Their strategy was simple, to overwhelm Lin Xiao with a ferocious assault. And no matter how formidable Gu Xuyan might be, if the spirit master was vanquished, it would all be in vain. Zhang Long had been courteous not out of superior character, but due to a healthy respect for Gu Xuyan. Had it been anyone else, his demeanor would have been far different. In the monitoring room, all instructors were keenly observing the unfolding battle. One instructor furrowed his brow, commenting, Zhang Long and Chun, who are disciples of the legendary Qilong Mountain Yulong spear. If Gu Shuyan is delayed even for a moment, Lin Xiao will likely face defeat. In the composite strength of a summoner, the spirit contract constituted a significant portion. Once that was compromised, the summoner would be in peril when besieged. The instructor's eyes. Lin Xiao, having never studied martial arts, was at risk against two seasoned fighters. However, in the fray, Lin Xiao remained unfazed by the two's assault. Planting his foot firmly on the iron sword's hilt, he propelled the sword upward, grasping it expertly. Ignoring the oncoming Zhang Long, he fixed his gaze on Chun Hu, his eyes flashing with golden light. The air trembled as if a mournful string of a zither resonated. In the next instant, Chun Hu screamed in agony as if struck by lightning. With a swift step forward, Lin Xiao thrust his sword without hesitation. Chun Hu, overwhelmed by a sudden headache, was caught off guard. The blade pierced his abdomen, and blood gushed forth to the left. Zhang Long's expression shifted, astonished by Lin Xiao's formidable control over the situation. Witnessing his junior brother's injury, his eyes hardened. With Lin Xiao's left side completely vulnerable, Zhang Long, filled with rage, thrust his spear towards Lin Xiao's side. The ferocity of their actions left the instructors in the monitoring room aghast. They had not anticipated such ruthless aggression from the outset. Lin Xiao seemed intent on trading injuries, a reckless notion indeed. One instructor hastily grabbed the intercom, shouting, "You three, cease this instant, stop your attack." Yet, Zhang Long and Lin Xiao remained oblivious. As for Chun Hu, he was still reeling in pain. Zhang Long's spear descended fiercely, his expression filled with malice. That strike would surely leave Lin Xiao gravely wounded or worse. Just then, Lin Xiao was shielded by three flying swords that had encircled him unbeknownst to anyone. The swords were there, and with them, Lin Xiao had communicated with Gu Xian, using them to intercept Zhang Long's spear. The instructors in the monitoring room gasped in surprise, collectively breathing a sigh of relief. If Lin Xiao were to be struck down, none of them would escape unscathed. Lin Xiao, still ignoring Zhang Long, expressionless, withdrew his iron sword and stabbed at Chun Hu once more. With a thrust, the blade sank into Chun Hu's abdomen again. Chun Hu finally awakened from his agony. Driven by primal survival instincts, he kicked at Lin Xiao, his eyes betraying a rare panic. This fellow was merciless, attacking him with two thrusts from the outset. Clearly intent on murder, Lin Xiao, emotionless and prepared, countered Chun Hu's kick with a deft motion, swinging his arm forcefully. Chun Hu was sent crashing into Zhang Long like a human battering ram. The unparalleled sword essence granted Lin Xiao immense strength. Easily lifting a person, Zhang Long, poised to deliver a second strike, had no choice but to retract, grasping Chun Hu to defuse the force. That moment, his pupils dilated in shock as a golden flying sword emerged from behind Chun Hu, piercing directly towards his chest. The sword had cleverly concealed itself behind Chun Hu's body. Zhang Long, caught off guard, his expression shifted dramatically. He could no longer hold back that a surge of purple light enveloped him as he activated his battle armor. Though the Academy forbade the use of battle armor against calamities, this was no longer a hunt but a life-or-death struggle, and he could not afford to care. The flying sword struck against the battle armor with a sharp clang, akin to metal upon metal, failing to breach the defense. Zhang Long retreated, dragging Chun Hu with him. Upon jumping back, his gaze fell upon Chun Hu's abdomen, his eyes twitching in alarm. The camouflage uniform was torn with two large holes, blood gushing forth. Fortunately, they were not vital areas, and given that summoners possess stronger physiques than average, he should survive. Chun Hu, pale-lipped from pain, trembled as he uttered, "Brother, avenge me." Zhang Long set him down, his gaze icy as he fixed his stare upon Lin Xiao. Marveling at his ruthless tactics, Lin Xiao, regarding Chun Hu, replied coolly, 1 against 10. How frightening. Did you think yourself formidable? Hence, I shall exert my full strength, yet the outcome remains the same. Flesh is flesh, and a mere poke creates a hole. Zhang Long, leveling his spear, declared Lin Xiao, I had no desire to oppose you. But since you dared to injure my junior brother, you shall pay the price today. In the monitoring room, the instructors were dumbfounded by Lin Xiao's ferocity and finally snapped to attention. Wang Hao slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Get out there! These three are seeing red. Something bad is about to happen." Instantaneously, instructors rushed out. Zhang Long's spear angled menacingly, radiating a golden glow as he infused it with an immense amount of holy light. Emitting an incredibly sharp aura, with a powerful push of his foot, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball, shattering the air and creating a gust that swept the fallen leaves from the ground. Amidst the flurry of leaves, he thrust his gun forward with lightning speed, reaching Lin Xiao in the blink of an eye. Lin Xiao swiftly turned his head to evade the gun's tip. Zhang Long let out a cold grunt, applying force to his wrist as the gun barrel swept horizontally. Lin Xiao raised his blade, colliding with the gun's tip. The clash resonated with a deafening sound, forcing Lin Xiao to stagger back half a step. "Is that all you've got?" Zhang Long bellowed as he charged forward, denying Lin Xiao even a moment's respite. The gun's tip continued to jab relentlessly. As swift as lightning, Lin Xiao's figure retreated repeatedly, his iron sword dancing as he constantly blocked the onslaught. In the monitoring room, an instructor remarked, "Among this year's freshmen, aside from Qin Shan, Zhang Long possesses the finest martial arts foundation." True to the legacy of the Dragon Spear, he has completely suppressed Lin Xiao with his strikes. At this lower level, summoners have limited means, and in one-on-one situations, combat prowess often dictates the outcome. The instructors had already lost faith in Lin Xiao. Zhang Long also felt confident of victory, acutely aware that Lin Xiao was no match for him in combat. He advanced aggressively, his footwork unsteady. As the gun's tip fell like rain, coming down in a dense torrent, at this moment, Zhang Long's arm appeared almost ethereal as he rapidly unleashed a barrage of over 10 thrusts. Lin Xiao seemed like a flickering candle in the wind, swaying precariously, as if he could be extinguished at any moment. Yet he proved to be more resilient than anyone had anticipated, resembling a steadfast pine tree amidst a storm, embodying the spirit of unwavering determination against the relentless winds. Not only that, while wielding his iron sword, he deftly controlled a flying sword that incessantly harassed Zhang Long's back, causing him considerable trouble and forcing him to intermittently parry with his gun. Zhang Long donned an epic grade armor, boasting formidable defense. Although Lin Xiao could not breach it immediately, persistent assaults would eventually find a weakness. Wang Hao nodded subtly, realizing that Lin Xiao remained composed and calm, demonstrating a cool-headedness in battle. While he lacked Zhang Long's prowess, he could still effectively utilize the flying sword to hinder his opponent, likely able to endure for a while longer. The conflict between Lin Xiao and Zhang Long was far from resolution, and Wang Hao's gaze drifted toward Gu Xuan. However, when they turned their attention to that battlefield, everyone was taken aback. What was happening? How could the battle conclude so swiftly? Wang Hao exclaimed in astonishment. There stood Gu Xin, resplendent in the clearing. Not far from her, on the ground lay a scorpion and a black serpent, both severely injured and cowering, too frightened to move that a group of instructors stared in disbelief. Moments ago, Lin Xiao had distracted everyone by striking Chun Hu twice, leaving no one to notice Gu Shui inside. In barely over 10 seconds, she had silently defeated two equally ranked spirit beings. How was this possible? One must note that one was an S-ranked and the other an SS-ranked spirit being. Quick, rewind the footage and see what transpired. Wang Hao urged, breathless, that Gu Xuyan had delivered a series of surprises that continually reshaped everyone's understanding of her capabilities. The footage was promptly retrieved, captured by another drone. IT revealed that as Lin Xiao engaged, Chun Hu's green-eyed scorpion had been the first to charge at Gu Xuyan. IT moved with the speed of a cheetah, reaching her in an instant, its formidable pincers snapping together menacingly. The massive pincers juxtaposed against Gu Xuyan's delicate form sparked concern for her safety. Simultaneously, the green-eyed scorpion raised its tail high, a sharp glimmer flashing from its stinger as a jet of darkness shot straight toward Gu Xuyan. Wang Hao and the others watched intently as the scorpion's pincers flanked her. Its tail attacked from above, while Zhang Long's spirit, the black serpent, coiled around to attack from behind. The two spirit beings coordinated seamlessly, effectively cutting off all of Gu Shuiyan's escape routes. How would she respond? In the next moment, Gu Shuiyan revealed a long sword forged from radiant light in her hand. With a calm flick of her wrist, she swung the sword with precision, severing one of the scorpion's pincers. An astonishing scene unfolded. The green-eyed scorpion was propelled away, as if struck by an overwhelming force. How is this possible? The instructors were momentarily dumbfounded. How could she possess such incredible strength? It was well known that spirit beings, regardless of their rank, had relatively similar attributes at the first level. The advantages of higher-ranked spirit beings primarily lay in their overall growth potential and the potency of their skills. While higher-ranked spirit beings do exhibit superior attributes, the difference is not substantial. Each spirit being has its own strengths, excelling in power, agility, defense, or mental prowess. The Gu Shuiyan clearly did not appear to be a spirit being renowned for strength. Even ranked higher, such overwhelming dominance seemed implausible. Moreover, the green-eyed scorpion was an S-ranked spirit, not an EF. Most perplexingly, during her encounter with the Calamity Serpent, Gu Shuiyan had not exhibited any extraordinary strength. Yet, how could she send the green-eyed scorpion flying with a single swing? The onlookers were left bewildered, staring at the screen in a daze. As the scorpion was sent flying, the dark energy from its tail veered off course, whether by coincidence or Gu Shuiyan's calculation. It struck the black serpent instead. Taken by surprise, the serpent was hit, its body shimmering with purple light before fading quickly. Clearly, it too was clad in an epic-grade armor, as indicated by the color it emitted. After deflecting the blow, its defensive capabilities had been significantly compromised. Gu Shuiyan paid no heed to the black serpent, instead stepping forward to pursue the airborne green-eyed scorpion. With another decisive swing of her sword, she aimed for the scorpion's tail. The sound of impact resonated as the purple light on the tail flickered, like rippling water, rapidly dimming. Another piece of epic-grade armor was rendered ineffective. Chunhu and Zhang Long were evidently not short on funds. Similarly equipped as Liang Hao, both themselves and their spirit beings fully armed. Though the armor absorbed the blow, the green-eyed scorpion was still propelled away by the force. Gu Shuiyan pressed on, delivering yet another strike. In the terrified gaze of the scorpion, this blow landed in the same spot as before. A simultaneous cracking sound echoed as the epic armor's defense shattered, the sword's edge slicing clean through, severing the scorpion's entire tail. The scorpion emitted a hoarse wail, thrashing in agony as it careened through the clearing. That moment, Lin Xiao had just thrust his sword into Chunhu. The two beleaguered combatants suffered simultaneous injuries, causing Zhang Long to overlook their predicament. In the monitoring room, everyone was on edge. Gu Shuiyan's ability to send the green-eyed scorpion flying was already incomprehensible. Now, she had shattered an epic-grade armor with 2 strikes. An act so ludicrous that it defied belief. If it had been through a skill, it might have been more acceptable, but this was a standard attack, an ordinary strike achieving what other skills could scarcely accomplish. Could she truly be only at the first level? An instructor, throat dry, murmured in disbelief. First level? I would believe you if you said she was at the 5th level. A nearby instructor responded, equally astonished. After delivering a heavy blow to the green-eyed scorpion, Gu Shuiyan turned her gaze toward the black serpent. This spirit being appeared stunned, frozen in place. Gu Shuiyan elegantly approached, and the serpent, reacting instinctively, opened its massive jaws. 2 menacing fangs crackling with electric arcs, unleashing a bolt of lightning. The blinding white light tore through the air, disintegrating the fallen leaves in its path. Gu Shuiyan's figure glided like a leaf, evading the attack effortlessly. In an instant, she was behind the black serpent, delivering a straightforward strike. Another resonant clang echoed as the purple light erupted, the already weakened armor exploding into fragments. The serpent's eyes widened in fear, seemingly recalling the fate of the green-eyed scorpion as it frantically lashed out with its tail. Yet, Gu Shuiyan did not even glance back, sidestepping with perfect timing to evade the sweeping tail. With her sword raised once more, she struck again, another unembellished blow. The sword cleaved through effortlessly. The black serpent let out a pained roar, turning to see its tail severed. In agony, it writhed, gathering lightning in its mouth as it struggled to retaliate against Gu Xuan. "Move again, and you shall perish," Gu Xuan spoke softly, yet her words struck Xian Shui Jiao's ears like a thunderclap. The lightning flickered and extinguished abruptly. The green-eyed scorpion, which had been poised to launch a surprise attack, halted in its tracks, gazing at Gu Xuan in terror, no longer daring to advance. Although a contract spirit could be resurrected upon death, such an event would inflict tremendous backlash upon its master. Leaving both contract spirits hesitant to make any further moves, in the monitoring room, silence reigned. After a lengthy pause, the sound of gasping for breath broke the stillness. "Boss, is it true that the contract spirits on the Holy Spirit ranking are that formidable? If 3007 is already this monstrous, how terrifying must those ranked in the top 1,000, top 100, or even top 10 be?" Wang Hao stared blankly at the screen, seemingly in a daze, offering no response. Noticing his silence, one instructor ventured cautiously. Could it be that Gu Xuyan's basic attacks are actually imbued with some sort of skill? A nearby instructor shook his head. "Impossible." She swung her sword just now. "I did not observe any evident fluctuation of holy radiance. It's purely a basic attack." Yet the question remains, how could a level 1 individual breach the defenses of a level 4 adversary with just 2 strikes? When the defensive strength of a level 1 epic painting armor should be able to withstand a full-on assault from a level 4 opponent? The following is the capability configuration for the painting armor. Not counting towards the main text, IT can be viewed or ignored without affecting the narrative. The painting armor is categorized into levels IX and quality grades of ordinary, excellent, extraordinary, epic, and legendary. When activated, it radiates 5 colors: white, green, blue, purple, and gold. The 5 quality grades correspond to ability levels of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. What does this mean? Taking the defensive painting armor as an example, ordinary quality armor can withstand a full attack from a level 1 opponent. An excellent quality armor can withstand a full assault from a level 2 opponent, and so forth. A legendary level painting armor can withstand a full-on attack from a level 5 adversary. Here, the levels refer to the unit digit of the opponent's level. For instance, a level 32 summoner is a golden level 2, while a level 67 summoner is a master level 7. Continuing, the quality of the painting armor corresponds to its base ability, not its actual combat effectiveness. Unlike physical equipment, whose abilities are fixed, the capabilities of painting armor possess a base value, and the wearer can enhance this ability through the infusion of holy radiance. The maximum enhancement of this ability is a fixed value multiplied by 2, resulting in 2, 4, 6, 8, or 10. For example, the base defensive power of an extraordinary painting armor is equivalent to withstanding a full strike from a level 3 opponent, while its maximum defensive power can withstand an assault from a level 6 opponent. Naturally, in order for the wearer to utilize the painting armor's maximum capabilities, their level must correspond to the requisite tier. If the wearer's level is insufficient, the effectiveness of the abilities will be diminished. Should the wearer's level fall below the minimum capability of the painting armor, they would receive no enhancements whatsoever. For instance, a level 1 wearer can only provide holy radiance enhancements to ordinary painting armor but cannot augment excellent or higher quality armors, as the base ability of excellent armor is level 2, which a level 1 wearer cannot meet. Following this logic, a level 2 wearer can enhance both ordinary and excellent painting armors, while a level 3 wearer can provide enhancements to ordinary, excellent, and extraordinary armors. The intricacies of the configuration may be complex, but for those who understand, it suffices. For those who do not, it does not affect the storyline. In the monitoring room, no one could offer an explanation, leading to a shared sense of perplexity. Suddenly, Wang Hao interjected, "No, something is amiss. Replay that." He fixated on the screen, convinced there was something he had overlooked. As a nearby instructor prepared to replay the footage, another instructor exclaimed, "Lin Xiao's final layer of defense is about to be breached." Instantly, everyone's attention shifted, instinctively focusing on the battle between Lin Xiao and Zhonglong. Wang Hao temporarily abandoned his analysis of Gu Xuyan's 2 strikes. On the screen, Zhonglong's spear descended like rain, enveloping Lin Xiao, whose sword was left with only a final sliver of defense, evidently having been breached once during this brief exchange. Lin Xiao, With this strike, witness how I dismantle your last layer of defense." Zhang Long gripped the spear's tail with one hand and abruptly shook it in the air. The iron spear trembled violently, its tip generating illusory images as if three spearheads emerged. Lin Xiao's eyes indeed appeared so, rendering him incapable of discerning the true spearhead from the illusions. If he could not distinguish the real from the fake, how could he defend against it? Zhang Long slowly extended the spear, stating, "Lin Xiao, this is the abyssal dragon shadow of the wandering dragon spear, delivering 9 strikes in one dot, although I can only execute 4. It is still beyond your capacity to counter. Prepare to be breached." The spectators in the monitoring room were transfixed. The signature move of the wandering dragon spear, the abyssal dragon shadow, was known to many. 9 strikes interwoven with reality and illusion. While the move's raw power was not particularly fearsome, its deceptive nature was profoundly potent, with multiple spear shadows and only one being real. If Lin Xiao could not identify the true spearhead, effectively countering would prove exceedingly difficult. Given Lin Xiao's combat proficiency, he would likely struggle to withstand this strike. Should his final layer of defense crumble, he would be left vulnerable, unable to contend with Zhang Long, leaving only Gu Xuyan to intervene. Amid the collective gaze of onlookers, Lin Xiao suddenly closed his eyes, standing immobile in the face of the impending iron spear. This action left the instructors in the monitoring room momentarily stunned. Was he surrendering? Zhang Long, too, was bewildered by Lin Xiao's behavior. Had he truly been intimidated by a single strike? As his thoughts raced, the spear's tip approached Lin Xiao, and the next heartbeat, Lin Xiao abruptly raised his sword and thrust it forward. His arm resolute, devoid of the slightest hesitation. Clang! The tip of the sword clashed against the spearhead, producing a piercing sound. Zhang Long's expression morphed into one of shocked. He had been thwarted. Lin Xiao had indeed managed to block his confidently delivered strike. How had he accomplished this? Mere illusions could not perturb my heart of the zither, Lin Xiao remarked softly, revealing that his ability to identify the true spearhead and intercept it accurately stemmed from the passive skill. Qinshin, the passive effect of Qinshin, enables one to perceive and unravel the intentions of their adversary. While is neither categorically strong nor weak, Lin Xiao had attempted to employ Qinshin throughout the day's battles, yet had seen little success until now, when he was driven to the brink by Zhang Long's relentless assault, causing his focus to sharpen, while others could not discern which spearhead was real. Zhang Long himself knew the truth. Lin Xiao experienced a peculiar sensation, as if he could hear Zhang Long's inner thoughts, intuitively grasping Zhang Long's intentions. That it was akin to foresight, an instinctive knowing. Was it merely luck? Someone in the monitoring room wondered. Immediately, another countered, "It cannot be mere luck. Such precise targeting of the spearhead indicates prior judgment." Suddenly, someone recalled Lin Xiao's mention of Qinshin, pondering whether it was a specific skill. This realization ignited a wave of comprehension among the instructors, yet they soon wore expressions of incredulity. Lin Xiao had already utilized sword control and a mental attack skill during combat. If he possessed a third skill, the speaker faltered, their face reflecting shock. Even Wang Hao exhibited an expression of disbelief. All eyes fixated on Gu Xuan. Surely, she could not have endowed Lin Xiao with 3 skills? The thought was too terrifying to entertain. After his initial shock, Zhang Long's countenance darkened. The strike he had deemed infallible had been thwarted, and the possibility of Lin Xiao possessing a third skill sent his heart racing. Suppressing his unease, Zhang Long coldly declared, "What is this Qinshin? Mere bluster. Watch the spear." With that, Zhang Long's iron spear lunged forward with increasing velocity. Regardless of Lin Xiao's hidden cards, he must quickly deplete this final layer of defense. Zhang Long was already aware that their contract spirit had been defeated. Gu Xuyan's reluctance to intervene was fortuitous for him. Yet Gu Xuyan refrained from intervening to grant Lin Xiao an opportunity for practical experience. After successfully blocking Zhang Long's strike, Lin Xiao retreated behind the trees, evading direct confrontation and maneuvering strategically. Simultaneously, he unleashed a remote-controlled flying sword attack, though Zhang Long bore the protection of the painting armor. It was not invincible. Sustained assaults could still breach its defenses in the absence of a breach in the painting armor. Engaging Zhonglong head-on was unwise. In an instant, a chase ensued, with Zhonglong quickly realizing Lin Xiao's intent to wear down the armor's defenses. Lin Xiao, do you know nothing but to evade? Lin Xiao turned his head slightly and remarked nonchalantly, otherwise, should I foolishly clash with you head-on? You will certainly lose. As he spoke, Lin Xiao pointed with his finger, and a flying sword shot forth. Zhonglong swept his spear to deflect it, sending the flying sword tumbling away for several zhong before it hummed, and returned once more. He could no longer afford to delay. Zhonglong's mind raced as he realized that if he continued to stall, the painted armor would inevitably be breached. When faced with the flying sword, it would be he who would ultimately be defeated. In an instant, he made his decision and lunged towards Lin Xiao, resolutely disregarding the distracting flying sword, determined to withstand the attack. As the dragon surged forth, Zhonglong decisively invoked his spirit contract feedback technique. Having previously held his own against Lin Xiao with his spear skills, he could not afford to hold back any longer. With a roar, a shadow of a dragon flickered upon his iron spear. The sound of its roar deafening, Zhonglong, along with his spear, surged towards Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao sensed that he was locked onto by the technique, with no possibility of evasion. Yet he felt no fear, for he still had a layer of sword and man protecting him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The essence of the Qin heart vaguely sensed Zhonglong's intent. In a flash of insight, his eyes brightened. This might be an opportunity to determine the victor. Resolute, Lin Xiao lifted his iron sword, remotely controlling the flying sword to strike at Zhonglong's body. Zhonglong charged forward without hesitation, allowing the flying sword to attack him. The painted armor shone with a purple light, its color growing increasingly dim. With a thud, Zhonglong finally thrust his spear into Lin Xiao, only to be met with the obstruction of the sword and man having already devised his subsequent attack. Zhonglong discarded his iron spear, leaping forward at a flash of light emanated from the palm of his left hand, and a long spear radiating purple energy suddenly coalesced into existence. Yet another piece of painted armor, this time. A weapon, a trump card Zhonglong had kept hidden. As Zhonglong grasped the long spear, he was a mere meter away from Lin Xiao, his gaze fierce as he thrust the spear with all his might. "Stop!" a voice called from a distance. Zhonglong caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye. A drill instructor rushed out from the woods, shouting anxiously. A cold smirk crossed Zhonglong's mind. Stop! That was out of the question. Today he would severely injure Lin Xiao, avenging his junior brother. The force behind Zhonglong's thrust only intensified. However, a sudden, excruciating pain shot through Zhonglong's head, as if someone had struck him with a hammer. The skill Lin Xiao had previously used, Buzzing String, had finally completed its cooldown. The long spear in Zhonglong's hand continued forward with inertia, but it had lost its master's control and lacked further strength. Lin Xiao raised his sword and swept it aside. Seizing the moment while Zhonglong was still grappling with his headache, Lin Xiao thrust his sword towards Zhonglong's chest. Simultaneously, the flying sword aimed for the same spot. With a crack, the two forces converged into one, overwhelming the epic painted armor, which could no longer withstand the assault and was pierced through to... Zhonglong let out a wretched scream, jolted awake by the intense pain. Instinctively looking down to see an iron sword and a flying sword embedded in his chest, he stood frozen, his expression one of disbelief. "You have lost." Lin Xiao, expressionless, withdrew his iron sword, and blood gushed forth from a wound. Zhonglong groaned softly, clutching his chest as he collapsed to the ground, staring at Lin Xiao in disbelief. "Damn it, you two idiots, didn't you hear me telling you to stop?" The instructor who had rushed to the rescue finally arrived. Albeit a step too late, his face dark as water, he glanced at Zhonglong's chest, his eyelid twitching. "Lin Xiao, you are too ruthless." Lin Xiao took a deep breath, gradually calming down, realizing that the battle had spiraled out of control. He scratched his head. "Instructor, I got carried away just now, my apologies." His contrite attitude caught the instructor off guard. "Damn it, what do I say to you?" The instructor glared at Lin Xiao, a torrent of scolding words stuck in his throat. Lin Xiao chuckled, quickly reminding him, "Instructor, I think you should hurry and get those two to emergency care. The one on the ground is about to die. You still know that? If they die, you'll be in big trouble." The instructor replied tersely, Not daring to delay any longer, as he grabbed Zhang Long with his left hand and Chun Hu with his right, racing down the mountain as the two were taken away. Lin Xiao looked down, particularly at the spot where Chun Hu lay, a large pool of blood accumulating and soaking into the earth, staining a broad area dark. Anxiety gnawed at his heart. He hoped he wouldn't die. He had indeed acted impulsively. Upon seeing Wang Shi's footprints all over and Chun Hu's arrogant demeanor, he felt an inexplicable surge of anger. When he struck, he only wished to eliminate that person. He had gone too far. That little bastard was truly ruthless. In the monitoring room, Wang Hao cursed under his breath. He had seen Lin Xiao during the new student registration and found him to be a polite young man. He never expected him to be fiercer than a wolf in a fight. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. Nevertheless, it was astonishing that Lin Xiao triumphed against two opponents. Although he had relied on his skills to take down Chun Hu first, it was still unexpected that he defeated Zhang Long, clad in painted armor. By the way, Gu Xuyin. Wang Hao suddenly recalled that he still had not figured out how Gu Xuyin had dispatched 2 spirit contracts in an instant. He quickly gestured for the nearby instructor to replay the video from earlier. The screen flickered back to life, drawing from the previous experience of watching Gu Xuyin slay the forest python. Wang Hao directly requested the footage to be cut to the moment she swung her sword. Right here, at double speed, no, make it 5 times slower, Wang Hao commanded. The operator instructor complied, slowing down the footage. In the video, Gu Xuyin slowly brought her sword down at an agonizingly leisurely pace. Everyone watched intently, not a blink in sight. Doesn't seem off? One instructor scratched his head after the sword had completed its arc. This time, everyone was examining the angles and whether there was a possibility of leveraging force again, but no obvious anomalies were detected. Wait, why does her sword have an afterimage? Wang Hao sensed something amiss. Is it because of the slow motion? Someone suggested uncertainly. Impossible. Our equipment is specialized motion capture cameras, and the screen resolution is as high as 8K. There's no way there could be an afterimage. Another promptly countered. Wang Hao furrowed his brow and said, slow it down further, 10 times slower. The operator instructor executed the command once more. Everyone focused on the screen. Gu Xuyin's action of swinging the sword unfolded at an extremely slow pace. And this time the afterimages became even more pronounced. In the footage, Gu Xuyin's long sword was approximately 3 fingers wide. Yet within double that width, several skeletal afterimages appeared. 1, 2, 3, a total of an instructor instinctively counted. Confusion etched on his face. What on earth is happening? Slow it down again. Wang Hao, equally perplexed, added as slow as possible. The operator instructor took heed and adjusted the footage to 32 times slower. This time, the images on the screen progressed almost frame by frame, 32 times slow motion. Everyone gaped at the screen, finally uncovering the anomaly that Gu Xuyin swung her sword down, then raised it in a remarkably brief moment, only to swing down again, repeating this 10 times. All this transpired within approximately 5 milliseconds, making it appear to the naked eye as though she had only executed a single strike. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief, their eyes wide with incredulity. How is this possible? The monitoring room echoed with murmurs of astonishment. Today, Gu Xuyin had continuously shocked everyone, but this time it was almost terrifying, and oh wonder she could break through the epic painted armor with just 2 strikes. In fact, it was not 2 strikes, but 20. An instructor murmured. What kind of sword technique is this? How is it even accomplished? Wang Hao realized how naive he had been, feeling like a child. Meanwhile, in the woods, Lin Xiao was also inquiring about similar matters from Gu Xuyin. Sister Gu, how did you defeat a spirit contract with just 2 strikes? That's incredible. Gu Xuyin softly explained. It's a sword technique called Snow 1,000 Layers, which allows one to strike 1,000 times in an instant. While it may appear as though only 1 strike was made, in reality, it is many that at my peak. I could strike 1,000 times, but with my current strength, I can only manage 10 strikes at once. Lin Xiao listened wide-eyed, astonished that such a sword technique existed, and then questioned, Sister Gu, didn't you say that most sword techniques from the past cannot be utilized in this world? Gu Xuyin remarked. Shuiqian Tseng is precisely a swordsmanship technique. Although the fundamental powers of the 2 worlds differ, there are similarities in their application, and Shuqianseng is one such technique that can still be utilized. Lin Xiao, suddenly enlightened, gazed at her with fervent intensity. Sister Gu, I wish to learn as well. As she spoke, she stepped forward eagerly, grasping Gu Shiyan's hand, not forgetting to seize the opportunity to act a bit coy. Gently shaking her hand, she implored, Sister, please teach me. This technique is so impressive. I want to master it. Gu Shiyan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Very well. But this technique is quite challenging. It requires both talent and dedication. If you wish to succeed, you must approach it with utmost seriousness. Lin Xiao nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking a grain, exclaiming, As long as you guide me step by step, I shall not fear any difficulties. Gu Shiyan chuckled softly. This technique can only impart the skills. The rest is up to your practice. Lin Xiao's expression turned one of profound regret. Then let us return and begin our training. In the monitoring room, a group of instructors, upon hearing Gu Shiyan's explanation, finally grasped the underlying reasons. Wang Hao expressed his deep admiration. Truly, she is a top-tier contract spirit with profound depth. In fact, the distinction between top-tier contract spirits and ordinary ones lies not only in their growth potential and skill potency, but also in the often accompanying latent abilities. In her previous life as a true immortal swordswoman, even though only a fragment of her soul remains, and constrained by the differing rules of the world, she still retained several extraordinary skills. In the forest, Wang Shi expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Lin Xiao. Thank you, Lin brother, for saving me. Wang Shi, with his bulging belly, sported a comical yet tragic appearance as his shirt buttons had been ruined by Chun Hu. Leaving his upper body exposed, his chest bore a darkened imprint from a footprint, grimy and in dire need of cleansing, and no need for thanks. We are roommates. Are you all right? Have you sustained any injuries? Lin Xiao observed the bloodstains at the corner of Wang Shi's mouth and the swelling on his face. That I'm fine. Wang Shi shook his head, indicating a few abrasions and a bruised gum from being slapped by Chun Hu. It's not serious. He gazed at Lin Xiao, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Lin brother, no, from now on, you shall be my older brother. Lin Xiao patted his shoulder. We are classmates. No need for such formality. If you really wish to thank me, bring me some almonds later. Wang Shi chuckled. If big brother wants them, I shall certainly provide. Without your help today, I cannot imagine how much humiliation I would have endured. Still being addressed as big brother, Lin Xiao felt exasperated. I was joking. I won't snatch your nuts. Come on. I spotted a stream on my way here. You need to wash up. With that, he led the way. Wang Shi hurriedly followed. Upon reaching the stream, after Wang Shi had washed himself, Lin Xiao inquired, Next, will you go hunt the calamity by yourself? Or shall we do it together? Without hesitation, Wang Shi replied, I will stick with you. Big brother. Very well, then let us proceed. That I've already hunted one. How about you? Lin Xiao mentioned that he possessed 2 magical seeds, but the calamity white ant was not to be counted. I have 2 as well. Wang Shi scratched his head, still one short, but Guogua is severely injured and cannot fight for now. That I plan to hunt a level 1 calamity. I should be able to handle alone. The contract spirits, after being injured, require time to recuperate, but they heal significantly faster than ordinary humans. Minor injuries can mend in a few hours, while severe wounds may take a day or 2 to fully recover. All right, let us first seek yours, Lin Xiao decided. His subsequent goal was to hunt 2 level 5 calamities, but he was uncertain if he would find them, considering there were only 9 level 5 calamities in total. If it proved difficult, he would settle for a level 4 DAS for the level 7 calamity. Lin Xiao resolved to attempt that last. Without knowing whether he could defeat them, he needed to secure at least 3 magical seeds as a safety measure. With a plan in place, Lin Xiao, along with Sister Gu and Wang Shi, began searching through the mountains and forests. Before long, half an hour had passed as the trio traversed a grassy expanse. A peculiar sound echoed. What is that noise? Lin Xiao paused, turning to survey their surroundings. Once again, the strange sound resonated. His gaze fell upon Wang Shi's face, which had turned crimson, his discomfort evident. Hungry, Lin Xiao chuckled. Wang Shi shook his head. But suddenly his expression changed, and he clamped his legs together. The sound that followed was not loud, but it was prolonged, reminiscent of a runaway lock. Lin Xiao stood frozen, bewildered. What was that? A fart. Wang Shi's face flushed even deeper. Big brother, please wait for me. I shall return shortly. Saying this, he turned and dashed away. Although his running posture was decidedly odd, legs squeezed together and his plump backside wobbled like a large ball. The crucial detail was that this ball was continuously deflating, producing a series of sounds, beep, boom, pop, accompanied by a quivering resonance. Lin Xiao almost burst into laughter, instantly realizing it was the result of consuming that calamity wild boar meat. Wang Shi dove into the bushes, and within moments a loud pop echoed. Following that, a cacophony ensued, reminiscent of firecrackers during the New Year celebrations. Lin Xiao quickly turned to cover Gu Shuyan's ears. Her long eyelashes fluttered gently. Lin Xiao blinked. Determined to keep her ears untainted, Gu Shuyan found the entire situation amusing, a delightful smile gracing her lips. Lin Xiao hurriedly pulled her further away, muttering, "This little chubby fellow dares to eat calamity meat. Now he will surely face the consequences." After a considerable wait, Wang Shi finally emerged from the bushes. Lin Xiao couldn't help but tease, "TSK brother, are you in the firecracker business at home?" Wang Shi lowered his head, mortified with embarrassment. "Let us see if you dare to eat recklessly again." Lin Xiao chuckled. Wang Shi, with a dejected expression, lamented, "I thought a tiny bite wouldn't matter." As the little incident passed, the trio continued their journey. However, within a few minutes, Wang Shi suddenly exclaimed, "Big brother, please wait for me again." He then dashed back into the woods like a whirlwind. Lin Xiao's lips twitched, quickly reminding him, "Stay a bit further away." 5 or 6 minutes later, Wang Shi emerged from the thicket, swaying as he walked. Lin Xiao remarked, "That piece of meat must have acted like a laxative." Wang Shi sighed, "My legs feel like jelly." Lin Xiao chuckled, "I hope this is the last time." Yet, not 10 minutes later, Wang Shi dashed into the small woods once more. Lin Xiao and Gu Shuyan exchanged bewildered glances. Even Gu Shuyan's typically serene expression displayed a hint of peculiarity. They waited and waited, but Wang Shi did not reappear. Lin Xiao, puzzled, called out, "Wang Shi, are you done yet?" No response came. Lin Xiao's expression shifted as he then heard Wang Shi's woeful voice emerge. "Big brother. I ran out of paper." Lin Xiao facepalmed. "I don't have any either. You'll have to figure out yourself out." "Oh, all right." After a long while, Wang Shi finally emerged from the woods. "Hold on. How did you resolve that?" Lin Xiao called from a distance. Wang Shi scratched his head. "With leaves." "Huh." Lin Xiao burst into laughter, then adopted a wary tone. "Stay away from us, at least 10 meters, understood?" Wang Shi chuckled sheepishly. What followed was a series of 5 trips Wang Shi made into the small thicket. When he finally emerged the last time, his legs trembled uncontrollably. "Big brother, I can't go on. I feel completely drained." "Huh." Lin Xiao laughed until tears nearly streamed down his face. Gu Shuyan turned her head away. Her lips pressed tightly together, though the corners of her eyes betrayed a slight upturn. She was stifling a laugh. Wang Shi finally ceased his frantic dashes, but as he walked behind them, he occasionally emitted a sound of inhaling sharply. "What is wrong with you again?" Lin Xiao inquired, puzzled. "It's strange. The leaves I used earlier were prickly, and now my hands hurt as well as my backside." Wang Shi rubbed his rear while blowing on his hands. "Prickly leaves." Lin Xiao's eyes widened. "Aren't the edges of the leaves serrated and fuzzy?" Wang Shi's eyes widened. "Big brother, how did you know?" Lin Xiao looked at him with admiration. "Brother, you are quite brave." "Those are stinging nettles." Wang Shi was left utterly astounded. He had heard of the stinging nettle, but had never encountered it in person. The sound of hissing grew louder. Wang Shi was truly exhausted, lacking the strength to confront the calamity. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment and suggested that he rest while he and Sister Gu proceeded to accomplish their objective, agreeing to regroup at the location of the level 7 calamity. With no energy left to resist, Wang Shi could only nod in agreement. Lin Xiao then took Gu Shuyan and swiftly departed in search of the calamity. After approximately 2 hours, they successfully completed their mission, vanquishing 1 level 5 and 1 level 4 calamity, all efficiently dispatched by Gu Shuyan. Lin Xiao extracted the demonic seed and checked the time on his phone, discovering it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. "Sister Gu, let us ascend to the mountaintop to confront the level 7 calamity." Gu Shuyan nodded. Thus far, the level 5 calamities posed no challenge for her. The higher-ups at Longyin were eager to ascertain her true capabilities, and she herself was curious to discover her limits. Lin Xiao made his way to an open space, bracing against the mountain wind, and quickly pinpointed the highest point of the range. He and Gu Shuyan hastened towards it. After nearly half an hour, they reached the summit of the mountain. Climbing a small earthen slope, they emerged onto a vast plateau. To their astonishment, they found numerous new students gathered at the edge of the plateau, all gazing intently at the center point. One of them, noticing Lin Xiao's arrival, narrowed his eyes in surprise and nudged those nearby. "Look, Lin Xiao is here." This sparked a chain reaction as eyes turned towards him. The gaze swept over Lin Xiao before nearly all fixated on Gu Shuyan, their expressions filled with a W. As Lin Xiao approached, he peered over the crowd into the center of the plateau. There, a massive ape, standing 4 to 5 meters tall, was bound by a thick chain, roaring furiously at the surrounding students. Its eyes glowed a deep crimson, brimming with ferocity as it paced back and forth, attempting to attack the students while straining against its iron tether. The chain binding, it was likely not ordinary. Each time it was pulled taut, it emanated a dark, ethereal glow, yanking the colossal ape back. Level 7, quite terrifying. Lin Xiao instantly assessed the creature's rank based on its aura. He was taken aback. This calamity ape was significantly more formidable than those they had encountered before. Each time its powerful arms struck the ground, the earth trembled. It was not hard to imagine the dire consequences should it land a blow on a person. "Sister Gu, can we handle this?" Lin Xiao felt a pang of anxiety as he glanced at Gu Xuan, who was scrutinizing the giant ape. Her gaze remained calm, and after a moment's contemplation, she replied, "It is strong. We shall only know its true strength once we engage." Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. That moment, a voice called out from nearby, "Hey, big brother, over here." Wang Shi waved from within the crowd. Lin Xiao and Gu Xuyan walked over, smiling as he inquired, "Is your stomach all right?" Wang Shi's face flushed as he waved his hands dismissively. "I am perfectly fine now." Just then, 2 new students approached from the direction Lin Xiao had come, one of them grumbling, "Damn it, if I find out which bastard made a mess, I'll make him regret it." Wang Shi's expression instantly froze. Lin Xiao was taken aback and quickly turned around, only to see a boy with a face as dark as a frying pan, rubbing one foot against the ground repeatedly. It was unclear how many times he had done so. Lin Xiao nearly burst into laughter. The boy continued, "What the hell? One pile wasn't enough, and he left too. I stepped in it twice." Unable to contain himself any longer, Lin Xiao laughed aloud. The 2 boys noticed and immediately redirected their gazes upon seeing Gu Xuan, silencing themselves as they realized they could not embarrass themselves in front of such a beautiful fairy. Wang Shi quickly tugged at Lin Xiao, his face filled with anxiety. "Big brother, please don't laugh, and don't let them think it was me, or I might get beaten to a pulp." Lin Xiao nodded with a smile, the brief interlude passing as he scanned the surrounding students. "Why has everyone gathered here?" Wang Shi promptly explained, "Everyone has completed their tasks and wanted to see who could defeat the level 7 calamity." "Curious?" Lin Xiao inquired. "Has anyone attempted it yet?" Wang Shi shook his head. "No one dares to approach. That giant ape is too terrifying that I don't think anyone could withstand even one of its attacks." After a brief pause, his gaze fell upon Gu Shuyan as he hesitantly suggested, "Sister, Gu should be able to manage. Big brother, do you want to give it a try?" As Wang Shi spoke, those around them were all ears, their eyes filled with anticipation as they turned towards Lin Xiao and Gu Xuan. Everyone present had faced calamities and had witnessed their immense power. For ordinary students, dealing with level 2 or 3 calamities could be quite challenging in their eyes. A level 7 calamity was beyond the capability of newcomers. Yet Gu Shuyan's reputation had soared in recent days, igniting a glimmer of hope among the crowd. "Do you think Sister Gu can defeat the level 7 calamity? She has been heralded as the most powerful spirit contract in Blue Star. I believe she stands a chance, but the level disparity is too great. I think she might be able to withstand a few blows, but victory seems improbable. Indeed, I've heard that very few students from previous years have managed to overcome a level 6 calamity." Despite Longyin not lacking SSS-ranked students, A.S. Lin Xiao listened to the discussions around him. He was about to respond to Wang Shi when another voice interjected. "Lin Xiao, are you two going to give it a try?" It was Shun Junru's melodious voice. Lin Xiao turned to face her, casually replying, "That is indeed my intention." Just as he finished speaking, he was momentarily taken aback. Puffed. The next second, he couldn't suppress his laughter. The crowd parted, revealing Shun Junru, with Qin Shan by her side. Qin Shan appeared utterly unwilling, his head bowed, unwilling to meet the gazes of those around him, but on his dark forehead was a pink ribbon, tied into a large bow, creating a comically absurd appearance. Lin Xiao instinctively recalled the image of a large yellow cow adorned with red flowers in ancient times. The surrounding crowd erupted into laughter. Qin Shan looked mortified, ready to flee several times, but Shun Junru held tightly to his arm. Lin Xiao regarded him with a curious expression. "Qin, brother, what has happened to you?" Qin Shan shot a glance at Shun Junru, his face a picture of despair. "It's all her doing." "What?" Shun Junru explained with a pained expression. "Big Iron Bull got hurt and had no bandages, so I had to wrap him up like this." Lin Xiao understood now and couldn't help but tease. "Qin, brother, don't take your good fortune for granted. This girl is quite something." Upon hearing this, Shun Junru's eyes sparkled as she tightened her hold on Qin Shan's arm. Qin Shan shivered, anxiously protesting, "Stop saying nonsense. I have nothing to do with her." Lin Xiao shook his head, increasingly intrigued by Qin Shan's aversion to Shun Junru. "It couldn't possibly be as she claimed." Could it? At that moment, a voice rang out at the edge of the area. "Attention everyone, it is now 5 o'clock. Students wishing to attempt a battle with a level 7 calamity may begin. Additionally, combatants are permitted to use their battle gear." Lin Xiao turned to the back, realizing there was an instructor clad in camouflage attire. As the instructor spoke, his gaze fell upon Lin Xiao, clearly waiting for him. Lin Xiao was about to speak when Qin Shan interrupted. "I'll go." Shun Junru immediately grabbed him. "Big Iron Bull, you're injured. You shouldn't go." Qin Shan had longed to free himself from her grasp. "Let go of me. This is an excellent opportunity to challenge the calamity. How could I possibly hide away?" Seizing the moment, while Shun Junru hesitated, he suddenly broke free and charged directly into the arena. Upon witnessing Qin Shan's entrance, all eyes instinctively followed. The black-haired giant ape, upon noticing the presence of an intruder, instantly radiated a bloodthirsty gleam from its eyes. Qin Shan halted at the edge of the arena. Summoning his contract spirit, a crimson summoning portal opened, revealing a swordsman clad in ancient armor materializing onto the field. Says contract spirit Lin Xiao was slightly taken aback. Qin Shan appeared to be quite extraordinary. Qin Shan exchanged a silent glance with his contract spirit, silently strategizing their tactics. After a few seconds, the ancient swordsman extended his hand, a shimmering blue light pulsating from his palm, as a silver 7-ringed blade coalesced in the air. The blade quivered, and the iron rings trembled, producing a crisp sound. The blade gleamed with a flowing blue light, radiating brilliance. It was evidently a weapon of remarkable craftsmanship, though the emitted color indicated its quality was merely exceptional. The ancient swordsman, wielding the blade with one hand, slowly approached the disaster giant as the swordsman advanced. The immense creature slammed its thick arms against its chest, then dropped to all fours, ferociously charging at the swordsman. With only 3 or 4 yards separating them, the giant ape leapt into the air, raising both arms high to deliver a crushing blow. The swordsman nimbly evaded, leaving a deep indentation where he had stood. The ground cracking like a spider's web. Dust swirled, enveloping the surroundings. With a mighty shout, the swordsman stomped the ground, leaping into the air, his 7-ringed blade shining brilliantly, infused with abundant holy light, giving the impression of cleaving the earth itself. The giant ape roared in fury, swinging its heavily armored black fist down upon the ancient swordsman that a dull thud echoed as the swordsman was sent flying like a cannonball for several meters before crashing to the ground. He propped himself up with the 7-ringed blade, his expression grave. Meanwhile, as the giant ape sent the swordsman flying, Qin Shan had already circled around behind it. Seizing the opportunity with the giant ape's back turned, Qin Shan did not hesitate to swing his blade forcefully towards its rear. The blade sliced through a tuft of the giant ape's black fur, cutting into its skin, but only penetrated half a centimeter before becoming lodged. The giant ape howled in pain, emitting a roar that shook the very earth. Qin Shan's expression shifted as he decisively retreated. In the next moment, the giant ape spun around and retaliated with a punch. The force of its fist slicing through the air with a dull sound, the wind from it stinging Qin Shan's cheek like a knife. Fortunately, he had retreated swiftly. Qin Shan shouted, "This beast's defense is too strong. Senior, unleash your ultimate move." Understood. The ancient swordsman responded with a loud declaration. Giant spirit avatar. His body trembled violently, a brilliant golden light radiating from his surface, enveloping him entirely in a layer of golden brilliance. His stature rapidly increased, transforming him into a towering giant over 2 zhang tall. The giant wielded his blade and charged toward the giant ape, each step sending tremors through the ground. The disaster giant ape banged its chest again. Infuriated by this humanoid creature of similar size, with the bulk of its body akin to a tank, it charged forward. The two colossal beings collided, their footfalls shaking the earth, causing stones to leap. Lin Xiao felt the ground undulating beneath his feet, his gaze fixed intently on the arena. Qin Shan's contract spirit appeared formidable after unleashing its ultimate move, radiating a ferocious power. The new students displayed expressions of tension and excitement. What would the outcome of this clash be? In an instant, the giant and the giant ape were merely a zhang apart. The giant swung his long blade downwards, aiming at the giant ape. While the red-haired giant ape retaliated with a punch, its robust arm instantly enveloped in a layer of stony armor, akin to a stone skin technique. The arm thickened considerably. Another dull thud echoed as the blade clashed with stone debris. A visible shock wave erupting, stirring a gust of wind within the arena. The giant, transformed from the swordsman, leaned back, nearly losing his footing, staggering backward like an inebriated man, retreating several steps. In contrast, the giant ape only took a single step back. Yet a visible cut marred its massive fist, the stone skin breached, leaving a shallow wound to everyone's astonishment. That wound twisted and writhed, healing back to its original state in mere seconds. The onlookers gasped in shock. The giant ape's defense was extraordinarily robust, and it possessed remarkable regenerative abilities. The instructors in the monitoring room reacted with expressions of resigned understanding. Wang Hao remarked nonchalantly, "This disaster giant ape was meticulously chosen for its formidable defensive capabilities along with its exceptional regenerative powers." Specifically to test Gu Shuiyan's the giant ape and the swordsman clashed. Qin Shan had already returned, appearing behind the giant ape. Blade technique. Blood fury slash. He roared, stepping forward with his right foot. Knees slightly bent, left hand positioned at his waist, and right hand poised to draw his blade. He gathered his strength. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The air crackled, as if being cleaved apart. Lin Xiao observed as crimson blade shadows materialized before Qin Shan, dense as a tidal wave, unleashing a flurry of strikes within mere seconds. Vast beams of blade light erupted, extending 3 to 4 meters long, slicing toward the giant ape's back. In an instant, the blade energy struck the giant ape's rear, causing its black fur to explode. The previously impenetrable skin suddenly fractured, blood gushing forth. The giant ape howled in agony, its back skin hardening instantaneously, attempting to block the blade's onslaught. Stone debris flew in all directions. The blade energy persisted for 3 seconds before dissipating, provoking the giant ape's fury as it twisted around, arms outstretched, preparing to smash down upon Qin Shan. Qin Shan swiftly evaded, but as the giant ape's arms crashed into the ground, the earth shook violently. Just as Qin Shan exhaled in relief, the ground suddenly rose beneath him like a tidal wave. A seismic shockwave. It was the giant ape's skill. Caught off guard, he was propelled into the air. The giant ape leaped, arms raised like a crescent moon, gathering force to smash down. Shan Junru gasped, her face paling. Qin Shan's expression darkened. If struck, he would undoubtedly be gravely injured. Yet suspended in mid-air, there was nowhere to leverage for evasion. Qin Shan thought to himself, this might leave him incapacitated for a while. Instinctively, he raised his blade to block the giant ape's punch. That moment, the giant ape's body quivered violently, as if struck by an electric current. crashing down to the ground. Lin Xiao was taken aback, instinctively glancing toward the instructors at the edge of the arena. They were holding a remote control, pressing a button. Qin Shan, challenge failed, the instructor declared flatly. Qin Shan landed, momentarily stunned, letting out a resigned sigh. Accepting the reality of his defeat, he knew that without the instructor's intervention, he would undoubtedly sustain serious injuries, with no chance of victory remaining. The disparity in levels was simply too significant. Upon hearing the instructor's voice, the new students gathered at the arena's edge erupted in astonishment. Was it over so soon? Had Qin Shan lasted barely 20 seconds, the SS contract spirit had been completely suppressed in direct confrontation. It seemed the instructor was indeed correct. Level 7 disasters were beyond their capability to challenge. Qin Shan's failure was anticipated by all the newcomers, yet the fact that he couldn't endure even for 20 seconds still left them astonished. Most importantly, Qin Shan and his contract spirit had failed to breach the giant ape's defenses. It wasn't that they hadn't managed to inflict damage, but the extent of the injury was negligible. In the face of the giant ape's terrifying regenerative abilities, it was as if no injury had been sustained at all. Dejected, Qin Shan exited the arena, approaching Lin Xiao. Lin, this giant ape's defense is too formidable. I couldn't break through. The outcome now rests with you. With these words, the gazes of the surrounding newcomers turned toward Lin Xiao. The instructor also looked over, smiling as he asked, Lin Xiao, would you like to give a try? Lin Xiao nodded, turning to Gu Xuan. Sister Gu, let's do this. Ji Yuxin lightly nodded, and the two stepped into the arena together. The giant ape, having recovered from the electroparalysis, sensed another presence entering. Unleashing an enraged roar, the IT had been thoroughly provoked by Qin Shan and was eager to tear apart the incoming newcomers. Shaking its head to clear the lingering effects of the electric shock, it began to charge. However, after only a couple of steps, its robust legs abruptly halted, its gaze fixated on Gu Xuyan, a glimmer of wariness flickering in its crimson eyes. Why did it stop? It seemed somewhat fearful. The giant ape's behavior left the onlooking newcomers utterly baffled. It appeared to be afraid of Gu Xuyan. The reason behind the discovery left the crowd utterly astounded. In the surveillance room, Wang Hao sighed. Truly, she is the former strongest, for even as a contract spirit, the aura of a formidable being emanating from her soul instills fear in the disaster that far surpasses her in rank. Wang Hao's words rang true. Both the giant ape and the forest python sensed the presence of a superior being from Gu Xuan. Though its intelligence was not particularly high, the creature, with its leathery countenance, displayed a look of confusion, unable to comprehend why this woman, despite her lower rank, invoked such a sense of danger, prompting an instinctive wariness within it. As Lin Xiao entered the arena, he communicated with Gu Xuan telepathically. Quickly determining their strategy, Ji Yuxian extended her hand, condensing the Holy Radiance longsword, her form gracefully gliding across the ground to confront the giant ape. Although the creature instinctively feared her, the vast disparity in their ranks prevented it from fleeing. It let out a roar and swung its robust arm towards Gu Xuan. She deftly sidestepped the sweeping attack, her white garments billowing in the gust, as she raised her sword to strike at the giant ape's arm. The giant ape, not daring to be careless, had already cast the stone skin technique. The Holy Radiance longsword struck the surface of its gray skin, producing a dull thud, with stone shards scattering as the giant ape staggered from the impact. Meanwhile, Gu Xuan was sent drifting back, creating some distance. The onlookers quickly turned their gaze to the giant ape's arm, where a deep gash appeared on its gray stone-like skin, revealing glimpses of flesh beneath. The flesh writhed, rapidly healing itself. The new students erupted in astonished murmurs. Good heavens, a single strike from Fairy Gu has managed to breach the giant ape's defenses. The effect was nearly comparable to the devastating attacks of Qin Shan's contract spirit. What kind of power is this? It's simply outrageous. The students were left in disbelief. Qin Shan, too, was left speechless, his face a mask of incredulity. He understood all too well the strength of the giant ape's defenses. Just moments ago, his contract spirit's most powerful attack had barely managed to breach them. Yet this Fairy Gu, with a seemingly effortless strike, had accomplished the same. It's utterly absurd. Qin Shan had already elevated Gu Shuyan to a high status in his mind, only to realize he had underestimated her capabilities. Beside Qin Shan, the ancient swordsman contract spirit gazed intently at Gu Shuyan, a flicker of reverence crossing his eyes. In his past life, he had been a formidable figure, yet he felt a sense of awe when witnessing Gu Shuyan's prowess. How powerful must she have been in her lifetime? The instructors in the monitoring room had anticipated this, recognizing that Gu Shuyan had employed the snow-layering sword technique upon her arrival. Otherwise, such an effect would be unfathomable. The giant ape's eyes flashed with fear. The fact that this human woman could breach its defenses with a mere ordinary strike sent alarm bells ringing in its mind. Primates are naturally endowed with higher intelligence. After Gu Shuyan floated away, she lightly pushed off the ground and soared back toward the giant ape, her long sword once again brandished at the same time. Lin Xiao was not idle. He guided his flying sword to assist and harass the giant ape in an instant. The two swords left a flurry of scars upon the giant ape's body. The power of Lin Xiao's swordsmanship, when combined with Gu Shuyan's snow-layering sword technique, was roughly equivalent, barely managing to breach the stone skin and leaving shallow cuts upon its flesh. Realizing that their efforts were yielding minimal results, Lin Xiao targeted the giant ape's eyes, striking at its most vulnerable spots. This strategy posed significant trouble for the giant ape, forcing it to shield its eyes with one hand. Gu Shuyan seized the opportunity to create a safer space for her attack. She unleashed her full strength, leaving a series of sword marks crisscrossing the giant ape's body, each time reaching its flesh. However, the giant ape's remarkable healing ability was astonishing. The wounds healed completely within mere seconds. For half a minute, the duo relentlessly assaulted the giant ape like a tempest, yet the results were unsatisfactory. Gu Shuyan conveyed to Lin Xiao through their mental connection. Its healing ability is exceedingly strong. A war of attrition won't work, and ordinary strikes cannot inflict fatal damage. We must utilize skills. Initially, their tactic was to wear down the giant ape and gauge its recovery capability, but they now realized that its regenerative prowess exceeded their expectations. Lin Xiao promptly replied, "All right, Sister Gu, you charge your Jinghong technique, and I'll hold it off." Gu Shuyan gracefully retreated, releasing the sword as people technique towards Lin Xiao. During her withdrawal, 3 impenetrable defensive barriers formed around him as Lin Xiao positioned himself before the giant ape. The new students, perplexed and uncertain, exchanged glances, bewildered by this strategy. Why is Fairy Gu retreating while Lin Xiao steps forward? Is this not a death wish for the fragile summoner? They wondered in confusion. Then, they witnessed Gu Shuyan levitating, radiant sword light cascading around her as a colossal flying sword slowly materialized. The crowd suddenly understood. It appeared Gu Shuyan was preparing to unleash a devastating move. But it seemed she required time to gather her strength. Uncertain of how long it would take, the new students questioned whether Lin Xiao could truly hold off the giant ape. Is this a joke? Qin Shan barely dared to confront the giant ape head-on. Some of the more astute students cast their eyes upon the 3 flying swords beside Lin Xiao, contemplating their significance. The giant ape, initially unaware of the duo's intentions, saw Gu Shuyan retreat and, feeling a release of pressure, did not pursue her, but instead turned its fury upon Lin Xiao, who had just harassed it. Without hesitation, it swung a fist toward him. Lin Xiao, of course, would not recklessly absorb the blow, instead leaping back to evade the attack. Simultaneously, he used his sword control to once again harass the giant ape's eyes. The giant ape swiped its arm, swatting away the flying sword as it let out an enraged roar and charged directly at Lin Xiao. Just then, the giant ape's body jolted, sensing an astonishing aura rising from afar. It abruptly turned its head and beheld Gu Shuyan floating in midair, her hair flowing and white garments billowing. The colossal celestial sword thrummed ominously, exuding an overwhelming intent to kill. The surrounding air rippled with an intense, killing aura, sending a wave of terror through the giant ape as it recognized the imminent threat to its life. Instantly, the giant ape understood that this human woman was gathering strength and that it must interrupt her. Without hesitation, it abandoned its assault on Lin Xiao and lunged toward Gu Shuyan. Lin Xiao would not allow it to advance unimpeded. He charged forward, leaping into the air with sword drawn, aiming for the giant ape's face. The giant ape instinctively swatted at him with a massive hand. Observing this, the onlooking students felt a tightening in their chests. With a 6-rank difference between them, if Lin Xiao were struck, he would surely be reduced to a mere pancake. Some of the more timid students even turned their heads slightly, unable to bear the sight. However, those who had noted the 3 flying swords beside Lin Xiao gazed on with keen interest. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Xiao, sword in hand, collided with the giant ape's palm, producing a resounding thud at the point of contact. One of the flying swords beside Lin Xiao suddenly brightened significantly. The giant ape stumbled backward, as if it had collided with an immovable wall, taking 3 staggering steps back. It felt as though it had struck an iron plate, the recoil sending waves of pain through its entire arm. What kind of defense is this? The new students erupted in astonishment, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. They witnessed the 3 flying swords encircling Lin Xiao shimmering brightly, one of them shattering into ethereal light and vanishing. Many began to connect the dots, realizing, could it be that he possesses 3 layers of invulnerable defense? This was utterly monstrous, able to withstand a blow from a 7th-rank disaster. The diminutive human before them had not been sent flying by a single slap. Instead, it was the giant ape's hand that throbbed painfully, leaving it momentarily dazed. However, in the next instant, it was jolted back to reality by the increasingly potent aura of the flying sword from afar. Resuming its attempt to disrupt Gu Shuiyan, Lin Xiao once again positioned himself in front of it. The giant ape instinctively raised its hand to strike, but, realizing the futility of that approach, opted to circumvent him instead. Naturally, Lin Xiao would not allow it to pass freely. He sidestepped and slashed at the giant ape's knee. With a clang, the iron sword struck the stone skin, yielding minimal effect. The giant ape roared in frustration, caught in a dilemma: attack or refrain from attacking. Soon, it devised a plan, ignoring Lin Xiao completely and leaping directly towards Gu Shuiyan. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting as he realized the creature was surprisingly intelligent. What should he do? The crowd gasped in astonishment. How cunning the giant ape is! Can Lin Xiao not stop it? Lin Xiao tilted his head slightly, watching as the colossal beast leaped over him, his eyes suddenly glimmering with determination. You think you can surpass me? Not a chance. The sword technique unleashed a brilliant flash, darting after the giant ape. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, the giant ape in midair abruptly froze, its legs tensed, and its rear clamped tightly. It has foolishly exposed its vulnerability. There is nothing left to discuss. I shall strike directly. No matter how formidable your defense, the rear is infinitely fragile. The giant ape crashed back to the ground, one hand clutching its behind, a grotesque expression of human-like distress manifesting on its face. The spectators gawked, quickly comprehending the situation, their expressions transforming into sheer delight. That was a brilliant strike. Look at the giant ape, its knees clasped, resembling a bashful bride on her wedding night. How hilarious. What the hell? A wedding bride? Is that what your bride looks like? Amidst the uproarious laughter, the giant ape barreled toward Gu Shuiyan's position, where the threat loomed increasingly dire. Observing this, Lin Xiao activated his sword technique once more. Shouting, "Strike the rear!" The giant ape's body trembled as if it understood the command, its steps faltering, legs clenching, one hand shielding its backside. Panic etched across its face as it turned back. This action elicited another round of laughter from the crowd. Ultimately, Lin Xiao's sword technique did not manage to land another blow on the giant ape, but it had delayed long enough. The astonishing sword, Jing Hong, had coalesced into form. The giant ape felt an instinctual dread. Abruptly turning around, a life-threatening menace surged within its heart, prompting it to instinctively activate its defensive skills. In midair, Gu Shuiyan appeared indifferent, her lips parting slightly as she softly uttered a single word: "Go." The fully charged, massive, flying sword flashed forth. Jing Hong streaked through the air. The giant ape felt a chill run down its spine, desperately urging its defenses that a colossal earthen wall erupted from the ground in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, it maximized its stone skin technique, its enormous form nearly encased in a spherical gray stone shell. Jinghong surged forth. The immense celestial sword tore through the air, creating a deafening howl. The pale sword tip reached the earthen wall in an instant. To the astonished eyes of the onlookers, the wall shattered in an instant. With a cacophony, earth and stone flew, dust clouds billowing. The earthen wall was almost instantaneously obliterated, collapsing with a resounding crash. Jinghong surged forward unimpeded. The giant ape roared in fury, its arms converging forward, palms clamping around the sword tip. Upon impact, a shock wave erupted, akin to thunder. The blast swept through, enveloping the new students. The crowd shielded their faces, yet squinted, unwilling to miss a single detail. The giant ape appeared nearly engulfed by the sword's brilliance. The raging sword energy, slicing through its form like a knife. The stone skin immediately cracked before flaking off. Subsequently pulverized by the sword energy, the giant ape's hands clamping around Jinghong began to crumble inch by inch, flesh and blood mangled, its skeletal fingers exposed, under the relentless assault of the sword energy. Fissures spread across its form. The giant ape bellowed in agony, its palms experiencing excruciating pain, its body ravaged by the sword energy, akin to enduring a slow dismemberment. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The giant ape held out for 3 seconds before its palms could no longer bear the strain. The bones in its fingers snapped in that instant. Jinghong surged into its chest, a shock wave erupted once more, sending the giant ape hurtling backward like a massive ball, rolling across the ground. The earth trembled violently as the colossal ape lay motionless. The arena fell silent, all eyes wide in disbelief. As Jinghong dissipated, the dust settled. Had they won? The new students were profoundly shaken. What a terrifying sword! The crowd was spellbound, and after 5 or 6 seconds, they finally regained their senses, erupting into thunderous discussions. Incredible! That strike was simply overwhelming. A level 1, one sword strike to annihilate a level 7. What kind of power is this? Is this the prowess of a sword immortal? What an astonishing strike. Gu Shuyan truly deserves the title of the strongest contract spirit. Goodness, Gu Shuyan is undeniably my goddess. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room of the school, a group of instructors stood in stunned silence. They had been eagerly anticipating Gu Shuyan to unleash her skills. However, no one had expected that when she finally acted, it would be with such formidable force, a strike that shattered all preconceived notions. At merely level 1, she had effortlessly dispatched a level 7 calamity. Wang Hao had heard countless reports over the past few days, all praising Gu Shuyan's strength. Having witnessed her in action today, he indeed felt her overwhelming might. Wang Hao had already come to regard Gu Shuyan as unfathomably powerful. Yet at this moment, he realized he had still underestimated her. His understanding had been reshaped once again. Was 3007 truly this formidable? Or could it be that she was far beyond 3007? Doubt began to creep into Wang Hao's mind for the first time that in the arena, Gu Shuyan descended gracefully. Approaching Lin Xiao, they exchanged a glance before focusing on the giant ape. Unlike the astonished crowd outside, their attention remained fixated on the giant ape. Seems it's not dead. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. Gu Shuyan also sensed a lingering vitality within the giant ape. Just then, the seemingly lifeless giant ape suddenly trembled. Following this, a bright earthen yellow light enveloped it appeared as though a rich life force surged from the earth, converging toward the giant ape from all directions. What is this? Lin Xiao inquired, perplexed. Gu Shuyan's fair visage also displayed surprise. Uncertain of the situation, they dared not approach recklessly. The commotion around the giant ape instantly captivated the new student's attention. It's not dead. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. After sustaining such a strike, it still lives? Moments passed, and the giant ape, its arms quivering slightly, abruptly sat upright, startling everyone. Their gazes fell upon the giant ape's chest. Their pupils constricting, that a massive, gaping wound festered in its chest, ribs shattered, exposing jagged bone. The internal organs were faintly visible, blood gushing forth. Yet an earthen yellow light permeated the wound, rapidly staunching the flow of blood. The flesh writhed and squirmed, healing at an extraordinary pace. Meanwhile, the giant ape rose to its feet, a fresh layer of gray stone skin reappearing on its body. The gray rock spread across its chest, gradually covering the immense wound. Good heavens, what kind of regenerative ability is this? It's still alive? The new students were utterly astounded. Even the instructors in the surveillance room were left speechless. Wang Hao stood in shock, then realized, how could he forget that this calamity giant ape possessed a skill known as Heart of the Earth? As long as its heart remains intact and its head is still attached, grounded to the earth, it continuously absorbs life force. Wang Hao's expression suddenly turned exuberant. What would Gu Shuyan do now? Lin Xiao and Gu Shuyan exchanged glances, both revealing astonishment in their eyes. Its healing speed is astonishing. It seems virtually immortal. Lin Xiao marveled. Gu Shuyan scrutinized the giant ape's chest, instantly discerning the underlying truth. It must be struck at the heart to be fatal. The previous strike landed on the right side of its chest. Lin Xiao understood, then frowned. What now? You won't be able to unleash Jinghong again in the short term. Jinghong also has a cool-down period, and its consumption is immense. Gu Shuyan's brow furrowed slightly. Feeling somewhat vexed. Her level was still too low. Currently, the most potent attack she could deploy was Jinghong. Lin Xiao stroked his chin in thought, then suggested, Sister Gu, you still have a skill called Breaking Array, which is particularly adept at countering such heavily fortified foes. Why not give it a try? Gu Shuyan shook her head. Breaking Array cannot deliver a fatal strike instantaneously, given this giant ape's recovery ability. It would quickly heal if not dispatched immediately. While Breaking Array can indeed overcome brute force with finesse, the prerequisite is that the enemy lacks means of recovery, with the regenerative capabilities demonstrated by this giant ape. As long as the injuries are not fatal, it can recuperate. Moreover, the damage inflicted by Breaking Array is inherently far less than that of Jinghong. Lin Xiao replied, Breaking Array can carry sword intent, remaining concealed until it erupts all at once at the heart. Gu Shuyan shook her head. It's still insufficient. The disparity in levels is too great. The sword intent will be significantly weakened after penetrating the defenses, and the accumulation of sword intent will certainly alert the giant ape. Is that so? Then what should we do? Lin Xiao's brow furrowed as he quickly contemplated a strategy. The two of them exchanged thoughts. Those outside began to murmur among themselves. This giant ape is incredibly strong. Even such a fierce attack couldn't kill it. I wonder if Lin Xiao and Miss Gu have any other plans. I find it rather precarious. That last strike was likely Miss Gu's strongest attack. There can't possibly be anything more powerful, can there? Otherwise, it would be utterly absurd. That I wonder what the school was thinking. Unleashing such a formidable calamity, it's one thing for it to have strong defenses, but its recovery ability is simply outrageous. If it weren't for Miss Gu, no one else would stand a chance. Is the school just playing a joke? I was puzzled about why the school would release a level 7 calamity. I only just realized this is a test of Miss Gu's abilities. That makes sense. I wonder if Miss Gu has any more tricks up her sleeve? I can't wait to see. Amidst the chattering of the new students, Lin Xiao suddenly had a flash of inspiration, his eyes brightening. Sister Gu, before Lin Xiao could finish, he found himself speaking in unison with Gu Shuyan. Their minds were in perfect sync. Gu Shuyan smiled. We think alike. Lin Xiao chuckled. I have a telepathic connection with my sister. The two of them simultaneously conceived a plan to deal with the giant ape. Gu Shuyan stated. Then let's give it a try. Indeed, with a sudden flourish of her wide sleeves, Gu Shuyan swept through the air, conjuring a 6-string guqin before her. Guqin. What does Miss Gu intend to do? The onlooker's eyes widened in astonishment. Gu Shuyan's movements instantly put the giant ape on high alert. In truth, the time spent discussing between Lin Xiao and Gu Shuyan, as well as the surrounding murmurs, was quite brief. Only a matter of 5 or 6 seconds. The giant ape's crimson eyes fixated on Gu Shuyan, a flicker of fear crossing its gaze that it truly wished to flee. Were it not for the iron chains binding it, it would have bolted from that dreadful place. That human girl was simply too terrifying. As Gu Shuyan stood poised at the guqin, the giant ape's anxiety reached its zenith. After a moment's hesitation, it charged forward with determination. With a swift motion, Gu Xuyan's long, fair fingers glided across the strings. A note erupted, resonating like the clash of metal. The clear sound filled the air. A visible blade of air erupted from the strings, shaped like a crescent moon and nearly a meter wide, slicing through the space. The giant ape instinctively raised its arm. The sound was akin to a whip striking a stone surface. And a cloud of dust erupted. The giant ape felt a sharp pain in its arm and looked down to find a deep mark etched into its forearm, piercing flesh and leaving a wound. Such an attack barely managed to breach its defenses. Is this even human language? Is it comparable to the startling swiftness of a swan? Indeed, Miss Gu's previous strike was too powerful, leaving a lingering force that it had yet to adjust to. The giant ape stared at the wound on its arm, momentarily stunned. This attack was hardly significant. T let out an enraged roar and charged at Gu Xuyan. Lin Xiao flicked his fingers, activating his sword technique, and the flying sword darted forth. Poised for action, Gu Xuyan plucked the strings once more. Another note rang out. The blade of air howled forth, followed by second and third. One after another, the blades of air erupted from the strings, relentlessly slashing towards the giant ape. The notes began to thin and organize, but after 2 or 3 seconds, they escalated in intensity. Gu Xuyan's delicate hands moved swiftly over the strings, her snowy fingers blossoming like lotus flowers, a sight to behold. The resounding music resembled the clash of weapons, akin to thousands of war horses charging forth, igniting a fervor within all who heard it. The onlookers held their breath, captivated by the enchanting presence of Gu Xuyan. In their gaze, the white-clad fairy stood tall, ethereal and otherworldly, her flowing hair billowing in the wind. Clad in snow-white attire, she played the guqin with grace, a celestial being incarnate. Heavens, how can there be such a beautiful and formidable spirit? My goodness, not only is she stunning, but also a goddess of the guqin and sword. Why am I not Lin Xiao? Some marveled, while others were consumed by jealousy. Gu Xuyan's fingertips danced across the strings. The air blades surged forth like a tempest. The giant ape felt as if it were a ship amidst turbulent waves, instantly engulfed by the overwhelming intent to kill. All the blades converge upon the giant ape's head, forcing it to shield its skull with both arms, struggling to advance against the onslaught of blades. Within mere seconds, its arms were battered and bloodied. It frantically urged its stone armor to regenerate, but in an instant, the shards of stone flew about, stirred by the sword intent, creating a swirling cloud of dust. The giant ape resembled a traveler battling against a sandstorm. In that moment, its immense form seemed diminutive. Yet, amidst the barrage, the giant ape was somewhat dazed, unaware that occasional blades of air targeted its chest. These overlooked blades bore minimal power, but under Gu Xuyan's precise control, they merely left inconspicuous white marks upon its stone skin. Yet, these seemingly insignificant blades harbored formidable sword intent, gradually infiltrating its stone exterior. After over 10 seconds of continuous assault, the guqin's notes crescendoed, the air blades intensifying. The giant ape roared in fury, the winds and sands howling. In that instant, the air was filled with the sounds of its anguished cries. Gu Xuyan's hands moved so quickly over the strings that they appeared as mere phantoms. The air blades cascaded like a torrential downpour, pouring down upon the giant ape's head. The immense pressure compelled the giant ape to channel all its defenses toward its arms and head. At that moment, Gu Xuyan turned her gaze to Lin Xiao. Without needing words, Lin Xiao understood. The moment had arrived. Suddenly, Gu Xuyan ceased her playing. The music halted abruptly, plunging the arena into silence. The giant ape felt a sudden lightness atop its head and instinctively lowered its arms, gazing blankly at Gu Xuyan. Just then, a sound reminiscent of a guqin note reverberated in the air. A nearly invisible golden light flashed across the space. The giant ape felt as if a steel needle had been embedded in its brain, an unbearable pain overwhelming it. Its consciousness wavered in an instant. Simultaneously, Gu Xuyan flicked her finger, and a resonant note rang out, harmonizing with the previous sound. This note acted like a detonator, its vibrations causing the sword intent that had infiltrated the giant ape's body to resonate violently. A cacophony of explosive sounds erupted. The giant ape's body felt as if it had been struck by countless bullets, erupting in a series of violent explosions, particularly at its chest, where the accumulated sword intent detonated, creating a large hole and shattering its stone skin to reveal the flesh beneath. In its agony, the giant ape was oblivious to the fact that it had failed to muster its defenses to protect its heart. Now, Lin Xiao's eyes gleamed as he pointed forward, activating his sword technique. A brilliant beam of sword light sliced through the air, swift as lightning. The sound of the blade piercing flesh rang out. The sword, imbued with sacred radiance, instantly pierced the giant ape's chest, penetrating its beating heart. The giant ape's massive form quivered violently as it clutched its chest, struggling fiercely. It sensed the breath of death and frantically summoned the heart of the earth to absorb vitality. Yet, within its body, the sacred light erupted, inherently suppressing the calamity creature. But a fleeting moment, the searing energy of the sacred light exploded, delivering a devastating blow to its heart. After struggling for several seconds, the giant ape fell, unwilling to accept its fate. Surely this time, it's finished. Lin Xiao squinted, slowly approaching to observe. He saw that the giant ape's heart had been pierced, its interior charred and blackened. The heart, scorched by the sacred light, had lost more than half its mass and ceased to beat. Lin Xiao sighed in relief. And no matter how potent the giant ape's recovery abilities, it could not resurrect now. Lin Xiao turned to the instructor at the sidelines, smiling. "Instructor, it seems I have emerged victorious." The instructor, momentarily dazed, gradually regained his composure and exclaimed loudly, "Lin Xiao, you have successfully challenged the level 7 calamity and emerged victorious." With his declaration, the surrounding new students snapped back to reality, erupting in astonished cries. They won. Lin Xiao and Miss Gu have triumphed. Wow, defeating a level 7 with a level 1 is simply unbelievable. The battle was truly exhilarating. Surely, it must have created a new record for our Dragon Roar. A group of freshmen, brimming with excitement, soon began to discuss Gu Shuiyan's remarkable skills. The way Gu Xianzi played the piano was simply enchanting. I wish I could listen to her every day. What was that final move she executed? It was astonishing how it could penetrate the giant ape's defenses in an instant. Did you all notice that Gu Xianzi utilized 3 skills? She possesses an impressive 3 skills. Yes, Lin Xiao has 2 skills as well. Just now, I saw a glimmer in his eyes, which seemed to indicate a mental attack. Goodness, this is utterly absurd. My spirit partner and I only have 1 skill each. Amidst the animated discussion among the crowd, Lin Xiao led Gu Shuiyan out of the arena. The freshmen gazed with fervor, all crowding around. "Brother, you're incredible, truly worthy of being my brother." Wang Shi was the first to rush forward, his face alight with excitement. "Lin Xiao, you're amazing. Congratulations, Lin Xiao." Many classmates approached, eager to befriend him, and Lin Xiao responded with a smile and a nod. Qin Shan stepped forward, giving a thumbs up. "Lin, you and Gu Xianzi are formidable. That giant ape felt invincible, yet you dispatched it with such ease." Lin Xiao chuckled and waved his hand. "It wasn't easy we exerted ourselves to the fullest. The main credit goes to Sister Gu. I was merely a bystander." Lin Xiao, no need for modesty. Your timing with that final sword strike was impeccable, truly impressive. Shun Juanru, clutching Qin Shan's arm, said with a smile. Qin Shan's expression suddenly turned serious. "Lin, in terms of overall strength, I am far inferior to you. But in combat, we have yet to determine a victor, with combat being a major component of our upcoming training. I will not lose to you. I look forward to our next duel." Lin Xiao was thrilled. "Excellent. I too eagerly anticipate our rematch." Qin in the monitoring room, silence reigned. Did we truly defeat a level 7 calamity? Wang Hao murmured, his voice piercing the quiet of the room. He had thought that last sword strike was Gu Shuiyan's limit, yet she had astonishingly revealed another powerful skill on the piano. Although it seemed less potent than her previous strike, from Wang Hao's perspective, the subsequent piano technique was by no means inferior, but a blade of air struck the giant ape, barely managing to breach its rocky hide, appearing rather weak. However, that was due to the giant ape's formidable level 7 status. Against a level 3 or 4 calamity, such an air blade would have annihilated it instantly. Furthermore, Gu Shuyan could unleash hundreds of such potent air blades. Moreover, Wang Hao discerned that the air blades concealed a sword intent, hidden yet potent. This skill was in essence extraordinarily formidable. He was at a loss for how to express his feelings. The shock brought on by Gu Shuyan today had left him numb. Just then, his phone vibrated. Wang Hao pulled it out to discover an incoming call. "Old kid," he promptly answered, only to hear a voice that was both youthful, yet carried an air of maturity. "It's already 6 o'clock. What is the outcome? A new female character is about to make her entrance." Wang Hao instinctively glanced at the wall clock, which read 5:58. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The principal was indeed quite anxious, likely having spent the day awaiting Gu Shuyan's results. Feeling mischievous, Wang Hao sighed dramatically. "Principal, that giant ape's defenses were overwhelming, and its recovery ability was quite extraordinary on the other end." The principal's breathing suddenly became rapid, and the voice rose in pitch. "What do you mean? Gu Shuyan didn't manage to defeat it? That shouldn't be the case," Wang Hao quickly retorted, however, elongating the word. "However what?" The principal, being quite astute, instantly caught on. "Xiao Hao, are you feeling cheeky? Dare to jest with me, and I will come over and give you a thrashing." Wang Hao was taken aback. "Principal, no. I was just joking. Gu Shuyan has already triumphed over the giant ape." There was a moment of silence on the line, followed by a sigh. "I knew it. How could a mere giant ape stop her?" Then, Wang Hao heard a piercing roar from the other end. "Ayo! Ayo! Ayo! Why wasn't I the one to be contracted with Gu Shuyan? Why not me?" Wang Hao instinctively held the phone farther away, a look of helplessness on his face. Although the principal was no longer young, his demeanor resembled that of a child. Nonetheless, Wang Hao understood just how much the principal adored Gu Shuyan. Even as a small child, he had plastered the walls with homemade posters of her. A true fan. After becoming a summoner, his greatest wish was to contract with Gu Shuyan. To have his lifelong dream snatched away by a junior was undoubtedly a source of great anguish. The principal's roaring continued for a while before finally subsiding. Wang Hao leaned in again, cautiously inquiring, "Principal, will you still come to see Gu Shuyan?" The principal's voice emerged, forlorn. "Forget it. I won't go. Seeing her will only make me feel worse. Please send my regards to Gu Shuyan." "Certainly," Wang Hao replied, elated. The principal's absence meant he wouldn't have to face punishment. There was a brief pause on the line before the principal's voice resumed. "What about that young man?" Referring, of course, to Lin Xiao. Wang Hao hastily responded. "Based on today's performance, he isn't particularly outstanding, but he is commendable that he cannot compare to your prowess in your youth." Wang Hao took the opportunity to flatter. The principal's voice erupted again. Why didn't Gu Shuyan choose me?" Half an hour later, the sun in the western sky hung low and crimson, casting its glow upon the grand arena. All the freshmen who had ventured into the mountains to hunt calamities had returned and were now assembled on the playground. Lin Xiao stood in the ranks, surveying his surroundings. The freshmen appeared weary, many bearing injuries. Today's calamity hunt had evidently proven quite challenging for them. Furthermore, after a day of fasting, each face was pallid. The sound of stomachs growling filled the air as the freshmen awaited their evening meal. The chorus of croaking frogs providing a backdrop on the martial arts stage. A group of instructors, clad in camouflage uniforms, stood upright. Wang Hao stood at the forefront, his gaze sweeping over the freshmen, a playful smile gracing his lips. The opening ceremony has concluded splendidly. I wonder how satisfied everyone is with the school's welcoming festivities? The freshmen below erupted in outrage. "Satisfaction? Satisfaction, my foot! Can we please eat first?" Amidst the clamor, some rebellious freshmen hurled invectives. Wang Hao's smile widened as he held up a form. "Next, those whose names I call will run 10 laps around the playground. Zhang Lunyan, Wang Shi, Chun Kursin. These individuals had failed to collect 3 magic seeds and were summoned to step forward." As all freshmen passed through the high-voltage electric fence on their way down the mountain, their magic seed acquisition was recorded at this moment. Those whose names were called trudged out, heads hung low. Wang Shi, on the verge of tears, muttered, "I've had enough energy drained. 10 laps? I'd rather just die." Lin Xiao shot back, "Hurry up. Who told you to eat recklessly?" Approximately 20 freshmen stepped forward as they began their laps. Wang Hao addressed the remaining group. Next, those whose names I call will come up to receive this month's training resources, in order from lowest to highest score. Song Qingqing, Gaoku, Xiongfei. Wang Hao quickly recited the names one by one. Freshmen from the lineup stepped forward, swiftly ascending the martial arts stage. The instructors then presented white gift boxes containing the training resources to the students on stage. Upon returning to their places, the newly rewarded freshmen eagerly opened their boxes. Lin Xiao observed a freshman nearby, who cradled a box of approximately 10 cubic centimeters. Upon opening it, he found a plastic bag containing a handful of golden beads and another bag housing transparent crystals. Each bag contained a dozen or so, the exact number unclear. Wow, is this Saint Radiant Stone and Spirit Cleansing Crystal? The glistening contents looked quite splendid. Surrounding individuals leaned in, their curiosity piqued on the stage. Wang Hao's voice resonated steadily. Soon, the first tier of white gift boxes was claimed, followed by the second tier of green boxes. When a new student unwrapped their gift, Lin Xiao keenly observed that the Saint Radiant Stones and Spirit Cleansing Crystals inside were notably more abundant. The weight alone was indicative. The third, fourth, and fifth tiers swiftly followed, with students receiving their resources that as over 20 minutes elapsed. The atmosphere on the playground grew increasingly lively. Students eagerly opened their boxes, comparing quantities. Where comparison exists, envy often flourishes. Those who received lower-tier resources exhibited glances of envy, while those fortunate enough to obtain higher-tier resources wore expressions of restrained pride. Wang Hao, while calling out names, attentively noted the reactions of the new students, clearly satisfied with the outcome. This was precisely the effect he desired. The stark contrast spurred many who received lesser resources to silently vow to attain higher-tier rewards in future assessments. Approximately half an hour later, Wang Hao announced the final name on his list. Next up, the student with the highest score, Lin Xiao. Please step forward to collect your resources. After waiting for a while, Lin Xiao promptly stepped out. Instantly, all eyes turned toward him, filled with fervent interest. Only a select few had witnessed Lin Xiao's triumph over the Level 7 catastrophe, but his exploits had already spread like wildfire since their descent from the mountain. No one was particularly surprised by his first-place achievement. As the sole SSS contract spirit student of this cohort, his victory was well-deserved. Ascending the stage, Lin Xiao was greeted by Wang Hao, who cheerfully handed him a golden gift box. Well done today, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao accepted it with both hands. Thank you for your praise, Instructor Wang, that you're dismissed. Wang Hao replied succinctly. Lin Xiao blinked, remaining still. Instructor Wang, what about my reward and my SSS resource package? Wang Hao chuckled at the inquiry. If it could be missing, I'll find you later in the cafeteria to deliver it personally. I need to explain the usage of the golden ant egg to you in detail. Only then did Lin Xiao depart, satisfied. Wang Hao then addressed the students, his voice ringing out, "Quiet down, everyone. Now please pay attention to your gifts as I explain the usage of the two types of cultivation resources. The Saint Radiant Stone, the pale golden bead in your hands, should be held in your palm during cultivation to slow the encroachment of evil radiance. Each stone can sustain effects for about 15 minutes and can be used continuously throughout your practice. The Spirit Cleansing Crystal should be dissolved in 100 milliliters of water after your training, with 1 crystal per use, to expedite the purification of evil radiance within your body. There's also a body-tempering potion that has not been distributed to you. This will be provided during your extreme training later on, and I will elaborate then." After a brief pause for the students to absorb the information, he continued, "Dear students, through today as catastrophe hunt, I trust you now understand how to acquire cultivation resources within the school. The school will regularly conduct various assessments, and the scores you earn will determine the resources allocated for the following month. Starting tomorrow, you will officially commence your studies and training at the school, which will encompass 4 areas: physical fitness, combat, theory, and practical combat against catastrophes. That I can already inform you that the resource distribution for next month will depend on your performance in physical fitness and combat over the next month. The tier of resources you can obtain next month will entirely hinge on your own efforts. Do you understand?" The new students, ignited by the resources in their hands, responded enthusiastically, "We understand." Wang Hao nodded, pleased, and stated, "We will gather here at 6 in the morning tomorrow. Punctuality is mandatory. Any tardiness will result in punishment, akin to those individuals running laps. That he cast a glance at Wang Shi and others, who had been running for half an hour already. Those with good physical fitness were nearing completion, while Wang Shi lagged behind, his plump frame struggling to advance. Wang Hao continued calmly, "Tomorrow, we will officially divide into classes. The specific allocation rules will be discussed then. Now, off you go to the cafeteria." Dismissed. With that, Wang Hao's words sent the new students rushing like wild horses toward the cafeteria, a chaotic throng reminiscent of soldiers responding to a charge. Lin Xiao glanced at Wang Shi, shaking his head, unwilling to wait for him any longer. He too was quite famished and followed the crowd swiftly to the cafeteria. After queuing to receive his meal, Lin Xiao found an empty seat and began to eat. Noticing him dining alone, several girls passing by cast furtive glances, evidently wishing to strike up a conversation. With his striking looks and formidable strength, Lin Xiao was undoubtedly the ideal Prince Charming in the eyes of many. However, these girls lacked the courage to approach him, especially with a goddess like Gu Xuyin around. Even the most self-assured girls hesitated. It was not until Lin Xiao was halfway through his meal that Wang Shi burst into the cafeteria. This fellow had looked utterly exhausted while running laps, yet now he rushed in with remarkable speed for food, creating quite a stir. "Wang Shi, over here," Lin Xiao called out. Upon hearing his name, the chubby boy hurried over, a tray laden with rice and various meats piled high. "Big brother," Wang Shi exclaimed as he placed the steaming tray on the table. The quantity seemingly enough to satisfy 4 or 5 of Lin Xiao's appetites. "Goodness, can you finish all that?" Lin Xiao's throat felt dry at the sight. "Not a problem. Today has been exhausting. I've exerted more energy than I have in my entire life, so I must replenish myself," Wang Shi declared, grabbing a large spoon and digging in ravenously. Lin Xiao observed, and to his surprise, his own appetite surged while watching Wang Shi devour his meal with such gusto. After a while, Lin Xiao finished eating. Just then, Wang Hao approached. "Finished? If so, follow me." Lin Xiao promptly stood, returned his tray to the disposal area, and followed Wang Hao outside the cafeteria. Wang Hao awaited him at the entrance, glancing back with a smile. "Come with me." Under Wang Hao's guidance, the two made their way to the faculty office area. Entering a particular office, Wang Hao sat down behind the desk, gesturing for Lin Xiao to take a seat. Lin Xiao pulled a chair closer and watched as Wang Hao opened the desk drawer. Retrieving a palm-sized brocade box, he placed it on the table, sliding it toward Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao accepted it and casually opened the box, revealing a jelly-like entity resembling a pale golden egg. "Encased in plastic. Is this the golden ant egg?" "Indeed," Wang Hao affirmed. Lin Xiao's gaze turned curious. The item bore a striking resemblance to packaged marinated eggs sold in supermarkets. Wang Hao tapped the desk lightly, explaining the golden ant egg is produced from the nest of a level 20 catastrophe. The white ant, each nest only yields 1 egg, from which the queen emerges. Lin Xiao was intrigued. "What is its purpose?" Wang Hao replied, "Upon consumption, it can enhance physical strength significantly, though the degree of improvement varies by individual." Lin Xiao recalled the passive benefits of his Wushuang sword soul, which provided additional gains during physical enhancements. Consuming this ant egg could potentially yield remarkable results. Suddenly, Lin Xiao remembered a question. "Wait, the bodies of catastrophic creatures contain substantial evil radiance. Does this ant egg have any side effects?" Wang Hao shook his head. "This egg is quite unique. It contains no traces of evil radiance, so its consumption poses no risks. That if one were to mention a side effect, it would be the intense pain experienced during the process of physical enhancement." Lin Xiao, unfazed, contemplated. "Can I eat it now?" Wang Hao promptly interjected. "No. To achieve the maximum effect, it must be consumed after sufficient physical exertion. Moreover, it will alleviate the pain, and I recommend you eat it tomorrow evening." "Why tomorrow evening?" Lin Xiao asked, puzzled. Wang Hao smiled knowingly. "Because tomorrow afternoon, the school will conduct your first extreme training session, and I assure you, the training will thoroughly exhaust you. That will be the optimal time to consume it." Listening to the phrase "squeeze dry" and observing Wang Hao's meaningful gaze, Lin Xiao felt a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Wang Hao then opened another drawer, retrieving 2 items. "And here are your SSS resource subsidies." He handed over 2 plastic bags, which contained precisely Shenghui stones and Ling washing crystals. The quantity was roughly equivalent to the rewards for the fourth tier, with these 2 portions of Shenghui stones and Ling washing crystals. In addition to the rewards you previously acquired, you would have ample resources for full-speed cultivation this month. Given your talent level of F, full-speed cultivation should allow you to catch up with B-level students if you put in the effort. Lin Xiao joyfully accepted the bags, having silently calculated the resources he had just received on the playground. Even the highest tier of resources would not suffice for a single student to sustain full-speed cultivation for an entire month. The 5th tier resources included 50 Shenghui stones and 15 Ling washing crystals. The Ling washing crystals could only last for half a month, and the Shenghui stones would also last around the same duration. Now, with these 2 subsidies, he could sustain full-speed cultivation for a month. Lin Xiao couldn't help but ponder a question. If he were to dual cultivate with Sister Gu, he wondered if the effects of these cultivation resources could stack. The Shenghui stones were uncertain, but the Ling washing crystals were definitely a necessity. Wang Hao continued. Aside from these 2 items, the remaining subsidy consists of body refining medicine, which will not be distributed now. After your extreme training, a separate medicinal bath will be prepared for you. The herbs used in your bath will be more precious, yielding better results. Lin Xiao, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, Instructor Wang, how much are these resources worth in monetary terms? Money. Wang Hao scoffed. These resources cannot be purchased with money. The herbs for the medicinal bath are a different story. They can be gathered in the wild or obtained by hunting disasters. However, Shenghui stones and Ling washing crystals are nearly impossible to buy from outside. These 2 are classified as national strategic resources and are prohibited from market circulation. They might be available on the black market. As far as I know, 1 Shenghui stone is worth 8,000 on the black market, while 1 Ling washing crystal is valued at 15,000. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. So, does that mean a student would need to spend several 100,000 for a month of cultivation? Naturally, Wang Hao confirmed. Including the medicinal bath, the total value of 1st-tier resources is approximately 400,000. While 5th-tier resources are around 700,000, this is something an ordinary family cannot sustain, which is why Ling washing crystals and Shenghui stones are distributed uniformly by the state, preventing circulation. Most newly promoted summoners will enter higher education institutions, and the state allocates these resources to ensure that all new summoners receive equitable training that if these resources were allowed to circulate in the market, ordinary individuals would be unable to afford them, likely falling into the hands of wealthy families and various factions. Lin Xiao silently nodded, feeling grateful for the state's relatively equitable distribution system. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult for ordinary people to acquire cultivation resources. He was aware that many regions abroad had descended into anarchy following the arrival of the disaster stars. Cities were controlled by powerful families, organizations, and corporations. For those with good talent, they might slowly elevate their levels. But for those lacking talent, acquiring cultivation resources often meant selling themselves to various families and organizations. After all, cultivation resources are not limited to Shenghui stones and Ling washing crystals. They encompass a variety of other items as well. Lin Xiao carefully stored the items and stood up, saying, Instructor Wang, if there is nothing else, I won't disturb you any longer. Wang Hao nodded. Go on, make sure to cultivate diligently. The school values you highly. Stepping outside, Lin Xiao noticed that it was still light out. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. He pulled out to see it was a video call from Sister Sue, and he promptly answered that on the screen appeared Sister Sue's stunningly beautiful face. A sight that was nothing short of delightful. Sister Sue, Lin Xiao exclaimed sweetly. Little rascal, how did the opening ceremony go today? It went very smoothly. I ranked first. You're amazing, little rascal. I reward you with a kiss. Muah! Su Nanya pressed her red lips to the screen, making Lin Xiao's mood soar with joy. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Su Nanya remarked, Little rascal, your painting armor is almost ready. The only thing left is the sword control technique, which I'm still figuring out. Sister Sue, there's no rush. Lin Xiao quickly waved his hands and then asked, Why is the sword control technique difficult to resolve? Su Nanya explained, as the level increases. The sword control technique requires multiple flying swords, and it's impossible to equip you with multiple sword types of painting armor at once. Your body wouldn't be able to bear it. After thinking it over, I believe the only viable option is a sword-nurturing gourd type of painting armor. However, such armor is quite rare, and most blueprints are incomplete. Currently, I managed to procure a sword-nurturing gourd blueprint. But it's only for levels 1-2. Lin Xiao suddenly understood, realizing that his lack of knowledge about painting armor had prevented him from grasping the intricacies involved. Sister Su, you've worked hard. Having a level 1-2 blueprint is still good. It's sufficient for the black iron and bronze stages, and we can think of a way for the higher levels later. It's not hard at all. Don't be so polite with me. Sister Su Nanya playfully poked the screen with her finger. After chatting for a while, they concluded the call. Once Su Nanya hung up, a sudden spark of inspiration struck her, and her beautiful eyes brightened. She opened her contacts, scrolled down, and found a name. Wei Ying. She immediately dialed the number. The phone rang for a few seconds before being picked up. Hello, Sister Su. A magnetic voice resonated from the other end, instantly conjuring the image of a valiant female general. A smile spread across Su Nanya's face. Ying, it's been a while since we last talked. What have you been busy with lately? Wei Ying's voice was endearing. Indeed, I've missed you, Sister Su. I just returned from the northern frontier a few days ago, and I'm resting now. I'll kind of hang out with you. I miss you too. Ying. By the way, I want to ask you about something. Have you found a suitable candidate for that mission? You mean the one in the Lingxiu realm? Sigh. I've given up. The conditions are too stringent, and there's only half a year left. Where am I supposed to find a swordsmanship expert of my age? Su Nanya suggested. If there's no ready candidate. Have you considered nurturing one yourself? Wei Ying replied with a bitter laugh. Nurture? Sister Su, don't joke with me that in half a year, nurturing a swordsmanship expert like me is pure fantasy. Su Nanya reassured her. That may not be the case. I have a recommendation. The other end fell silent, and Wei Ying's voice suddenly rose in pitch. Sister Su, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Is it a disciple from an ancient martial arts family? Su Nanya clarified. No, it's a newly promoted summoner with no prior martial arts foundation. Wei Ying's voice came through with a hint of complaint. Sister Su, are you calling just to tease me? I am serious. This isn't funny to... Su Nanya chuckled. Just let me finish my thought. You should have heard of this new summoner. Heard of? Who? Wei Ying inquired. Su Nanya revealed. He has one of today's 4 SSS spirit contract recipients. Lin Xiao, the one chosen by Guxuan. There was a brief silence on the line before Wei Ying exclaimed in surprise. I remember now. I've seen him in videos these past few days. He seems to be quite a handsome guy. Wait, let me think. The one chosen by Guxuan, Su Nanya interjected. No need to think. Lin Xiao has inherited Guxuan's swordsmanship talent. The specifics of the inheritance remain unclear, but I believe even if he inherits half, he should meet your requirements. Wei Ying's voice brimmed with excitement. Wow, how did I not think of that? Guxuan is a swordsmanship genius. Thank you for the reminder, Sister Su. I'll go ask my grandfather to retrieve Lin Xiao's information right away. Su Nanya laughed. No need to make it that complicated. Lin Xiao is currently under my guidance as a new student at Longyin University. Your student? Wei Ying echoed, astonished. Yes, Su Nanya confirmed. Are you interested in coming to Longyin as an instructor to personally assess and nurture him? Wei Ying didn't hesitate. Absolutely. Sister Su, please help me secure an instructor qualification. That's simple. I'll just give a heads up, Su Nanya replied, before adding. However, there are conditions for Lin Xiao to assist you. Wei Ying asked, puzzled. What conditions? Su Nanya elaborated. I remember your Wei family possesses the complete blueprints for the Huazong 100 Beauty Sword Manual. Right? Wei Ying confirmed. Yes. Does Sister Su need them? Su Nanya clarified. It's not for me. It's for Lin Xiao. He has a skill, the sword control technique, which requires a specific type of painting armor. The one your family possesses would be a perfect fit. Wei Ying hesitated slightly. I cannot make this decision. I must consult my grandfather. However, it should be fine, as long as Lin Xiao can assist me in completing the task. My grandfather should agree. All right. Su Nanya immediately nodded in affirmation. Wei Ying then inquired, by the way, Su Jia, what is your relationship with Lin Xiao? You seem quite concerned about him. With a smile, Su Nanya replied. He is my betrothed. Wei Ying appeared as though she had just heard astonishing news, stammering in disbelief. No way. Su Jia. You must be joking. How could you possibly like a man? Su Nanya, with an expression of incredulity, retorted, "What do you mean by that? Am I not allowed to like men?" Wei Ying, still in shock, exclaimed, "I think Su Jie is the most beautiful woman in the world. A celestial being like you surely wouldn't be interested in men. I suspect you're teasing me." Su Nanya chuckled. "Aren't you quite beautiful yourself? Yet you are the renowned white dragon sword maiden with countless admirers. Do you not like men?" Wei Ying's face flushed with embarrassment. "Please don't mock me. Su Jie. It's those wretched men who gave me that nickname. Sigh, white dragon sword maiden. Compared to you, I feel like just a common flower." After a brief chat, the two ended the call. Upon returning to his dormitory, Lin Xiao found that night had already fallen. He paused in the living room to listen. But there was no sound from Wang Shi's room. Unsure if he was meditating, Lin Xiao opted not to disturb him. Once in his own room, Lin Xiao eagerly took out the golden ant egg and his cultivation resources. He stored the golden ant egg within the spirit contract palace and examined a holy radiant stone. The rounded orb, resembling a marble, shimmered with a soft golden hue and emitted a gentle warmth when held. Lin Xiao clasped the orb in his palm, seated himself on the bed, allowed his consciousness to settle, and began his cultivation. The holy radiance in the air immediately converged, with countless specks penetrating his skin and gathering within the spirit contract palace. At the same time, the malevolent energy began to invade his body, accompanied by a chilling sensation that in that moment, the holy radiant stone activated. It seemed to sense the encroaching malevolent energy, radiating golden light throughout. The malevolent energy appeared to be repelled by an unseen force, its invasion slowing significantly. Indeed, Lin Xiao could feel the difference. Compared to his recent cultivation sessions, he discerned that while holding the holy radiant stone, the speed of the malevolent energy's invasion was at least halved. If this continued, he could cultivate for at least an hour and a half this time, nearly matching the cultivation speed typical of an A-class summoner. 15 minutes later, the holy radiant stone in his palm began to dim, transforming from a golden orb into transparency. Lin Xiao immediately sensed the acceleration of the malevolent energy's invasion and promptly grasped another holy radiant stone in his hand. This cycle continued, and time flew by. While Lin Xiao was engrossed in his cultivation, Gu Xian emerged from the spirit contract palace and arrived above the tranquil lake. She stood quietly before Lin Xiao's primordial spirit. As golden currents formed by holy radiance delicately entered the sacred pill within his essence. Still rather slow, Gu Xian mused to herself. She had enjoyed her time spent with Lin Xiao over the past few days. He was an endearing young man. Images of Lin Xiao playfully teasing her flooded her mind, particularly the moment in the woods when he covered her ears. The genuine admiration and affection he had shown her warmed her heart. Perhaps I should wait a bit longer, just a day or two more, to think it over. Gu Xian sighed internally, realizing that this final step was indeed challenging to take, feeling Gu Xian observing his cultivation. Lin Xiao was aware of her presence. 4 days had passed since their candid conversation, yet Gu Xian had not yet provided an answer regarding whether she was willing to cultivate together. However, Lin Xiao felt no urgency. It was evident that Gu Xian had been attempting to accept him, her efforts not going unnoticed. She likely needed a catalyst. Lin Xiao pondered how he could provide such an opportunity for her. He cultivated for a full hour and a half before feeling his body reach its limit in withstanding the malevolent energy. Thus, he ceased his practice that he promptly opened the summoner panel to check his attributes. Name: Lin Xiao, human. Main spirit contract. Gu Xian subcontract. None level. 1. Holy radiance value. 17. 5. Soul jade. None equipment. None spirit contract integration. Not comprehended spirit contract feedback skills. Sword control technique. Unmatched sword soul. Qin Xin. Broken strings. Upon seeing the 17.5, Lin Xiao's eyes brightened. Before his cultivation, his holy radiance value was 10. Over the past 4 days, he had been able to cultivate 5 points of holy radiance daily, splitting half with Gu Xian each time. Accumulating this over 4 days resulted in an additional 10 points. This cultivation session yielded 2.5 points more than his previous sessions, clearly thanks to the holy radiant stones. Lin Xiao then took out another cultivation resource, the spirit purifying crystal. This transparent, diamond-shaped crystal was slightly larger than a fingertip. He stood up, retrieved a glass from the table, placed the spirit-purifying crystal inside, and filled it with half a cup of hot water from the water dispenser in the living room. Gently shaking the cup, the spirit-purifying crystal dissolved rapidly in the water. Lin Xiao took a sip. It had no discernible flavor, merely faint. He quickly gulped it down. Moments later, a warm sensation enveloped his lower abdomen. Heat coursing through his body, radiating to his limbs. The chilling feeling brought by the malevolent energy gradually dissipated, leaving him feeling pleasantly warm. The spirit-purifying crystal effectively helped the body swiftly cleanse the malevolent energy's contamination. One crystal could reduce the purification time by half, allowing him to cultivate again by tomorrow morning. Lin Xiao felt quite satisfied, with the 5-tier rewards from hunting disasters and an SSS resource package subsidy. He possessed 30 spirit-purifying crystals, enabling continuous use for the next month. As dawn broke, Lin Xiao was abruptly awakened by a sound. Blinking awake, he found his surroundings cloaked in darkness, the light filtering through the window dim. He groped for his phone on the bedside table, mumbling, "It's only 5 o'clock, still early." Instinctively, Lin Xiao tucked himself back under the covers, intending to resume his slumber. After about 5 or 6 seconds of silence in the room, Lin Xiao suddenly sat up as if jolted awake. Illustration: he finally recalled the source of the earlier noise, his consciousness diving into his mind, muttering, "Early in the morning, disturbing my dreams. I must see what it is." Lin Xiao's complaints abruptly halted, his sleep-fogged expression frozen in surprise. Before him, the illustration opened, revealing golden text on the page. An SS-level girl has appeared within 1,000 meters. Name: Wei Ying, human, appearance. SS build. SSR, aura. SS, overall score. SSS since the overall appearance score has reached S. The contract conditions are satisfied. The target is in a state of survival and cannot be contracted. Human sketches can be collected to increase collection value. Estimated to add 17 points. Current collection value: 1,100. What this SR? Where did she come from? Dear Guardians, please leave a 5-star review. I'm begging you. Lin Xiao was stunned for quite some time, his sleepiness dissipating significantly. He stared at the SSR rating for her figure, astonished by the idea that this beauty must possess an extraordinary physique, surpassing both her aura and appearance by 2 tiers. After contemplating, he opened the illustration map and discovered a red, marking Wei Ying's name, quickly moving toward the school at the 1,000-meter edge. Such speed! Lin Xiao exclaimed in astonishment as he faintly heard the sound of a helicopter from the sky outside the window. He immediately guessed that Wei Ying was likely on a helicopter. Who could be coming to the school at this hour? Lin Xiao wondered, curiosity piqued. Unfortunately, it was still early. Otherwise, he would have genuinely liked to take a look. Shaking his head, Lin Xiao decided not to dwell on it further. He lay back down, preparing to catch a bit more sleep. However, after lying there for a minute or two, sleep eluded him. Fine, I might as well get up. After all, we're gathering at 6. Lin Xiao swiftly got out of bed, donned her clothes, and picked up her toothpaste and toothbrush, carrying them to the wash basin before stepping out to freshen up. That on the western side of the outer courtyard, a military helicopter descended slowly, its rapidly spinning blades stirring up a fierce gust of wind nearby. Wang Hao, accompanied by several instructors clad in camouflage, stood at the perimeter of the helipad, their clothing flapping loudly in the tempestuous breeze. As the helicopter steadied and its door swung open, a young female officer, resplendent in military attire and wearing knee-high black leather boots, leaned out, with her short hair framing her face and piercing eyes scanning the welcoming party. She gracefully leaped from the cabin, landing firmly on the ground. Wang Hao and the other instructors were momentarily taken aback, the sight of her commanding presence leaving them momentarily speechless. The military uniform could hardly conceal the vitality of her figure. Wang Hao discreetly swallowed, hastening forward. "Major General Wei Ying, we are honored by your presence." Wei Ying nodded slightly, her demeanor polite. "Hello, Instructor Wang Hao." Wang Hao beamed broadly. "It is indeed a privilege for us that you have come to serve as an instructor at Longying. Upon hearing the news of your arrival last night, we were elated throughout the night." At just under 24 years of age, Wei Ying had already attained the rank of Major General, her reputation exceedingly illustrious, of which Wang Hao had long been aware. Her lineage was equally remarkable, being the granddaughter of the commander of the 3rd Military District of the Dragon Kingdom. Please, no need for such formalities. Instructor Wang, Wei Ying replied, her voice cool and her expression composed, devoid of the girlish demeanor she exhibited when conversing with Su Nanya. Wei Ying got straight to the point. As I am new here and tasked with the role of instructor, it is imperative that I understand the responsibilities that come with this position. I kindly ask for your guidance. Instructor Wang. Wang Hao hesitated slightly. Major General Wei, since you have just arrived, we have yet to prepare a welcome for you. Perhaps it would be best for you to rest before we discuss work? Wei Ying shook her head. Today marks the first day of your school term, correct? Please take me directly to meet the students. I would prefer to forego the welcome. I am not one for pleasantries. Wang Hao felt a sense of relief at her words. Her straightforwardness resonated well with the instructors. His greatest concern had been that she might possess a temperamental disposition typical of a young lady. However, it was now apparent that Wei Ying embodied a commendable military demeanor. Very well. Wang Hao promptly explained the responsibilities of the instructors and the forthcoming training regimen for the new students. As they concluded, they arrived at the office. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Wang Hao ventured, Major General Wei, may I inquire as to the reason for your sudden arrival at our Longyin as an instructor? Last night, he had received notification from the higher-ups about Wei Ying's impending visit, but had not been informed of the underlying motive. Wei Ying did not shy away from the question, stating plainly, I have come for a student named Lin Xiao. The specifics, however, I am unable to disclose. Wang Hao was taken aback, not having anticipated such a reason. The notion of her not being able to divulge further details spurred his imagination. Could it be that the military sought to recruit Lin Xiao? No, that would be more plausible upon graduation. It was far too early for such a move. Could it be? Wang Hao's eyes widened suddenly as a thought struck him. Wei Ying, at such a youthful age, had never been rumored to be engaged. He had heard whispers that she enjoyed seeking out promising young talents to test her martial skills, exclusively targeting younger males, and had once boldly proclaimed that she would marry anyone who could best her in combat. Wang Hao had always dismissed such tales as mere gossip. Why would someone of her beauty, capability, and pedigree resort to such methods to find a partner? Yet now, hearing her assert that her visit was for Lin Xiao, he found himself believing the rumors a little more. What extraordinary charm did Lin Xiao possess? Wang Hao was also aware of how Lin Xiao had been pursued by a throng of admirers in Tianhai City. Surely, Wei Ying could not be akin to those women. It was inconceivable, absolutely inconceivable. At 6 o'clock, the sun cast its golden rays over the bustling playground. Many new students, still groggy from their summer slumber, struggled to adjust to the abrupt wake-up call. In the distance, 100 or so newcomers were running laps on the track. The reason? They had failed to arrive at the playground by 6 o'clock sharp. On the martial arts platform, Wang Hao addressed the remaining students. As is commonly known, summoners are exceedingly vulnerable once they leave their contracted spirits. Therefore, the ability to protect oneself during battle has become the foremost concern for all summoners. But how can one enhance their self-defense capabilities? Aside from utilizing equipment such as battle armor, improving physical fitness and combat skills is among the few effective methods available. Wang Hao's gaze swept across the new students, his voice resonant. Thus, on the very first day of school, we shall commence with physical training. Glancing at his watch, he noted the time was now 6:05. All participants circled the playground, running until 7 o'clock, with no breakfast until then. After breakfast, classes would be officially divided. As Wang Hao's words echoed, a chorus of discontent arose from the playground. Are you kidding me? An hour of running. Are we meant to live? Is this military training? The first day, and already this intensity. Shouldn't there be a gradual progression in training? Amidst the complaints, Wang Shi looked at Lin Xiao. His expression one of despair. Bro, we ran 10 laps yesterday, and now my legs are sore. Is the school trying to kill me? Lin Xiao chuckled, surprised by the intensity of the first day. Although summoners generally possess superior physiques, running for an hour continuously was no small feat. Wang Hao observed the students grumbling and remaining stationary, his eyes widening. What are you dawdling for? Start running. If you don't move, you'll have to add an extra half hour. The new students jolted into action, reluctantly picking up the pace. Lin Xiao and Wang Shi merged into the crowd, maintaining a leisurely jog. If they were to run for an hour, Conserving energy was imperative. Thus, a long line of runners gradually wound its way around the track. Wang Hao and the other instructors watched the students run for a while before departing the playground. This action immediately drew the attention of the new students. "Hey, look! The instructors are leaving!" "Wow, it seems they're heading toward the cafeteria." "Seriously? They're leaving us to run while they go eat?" In the blink of an eye, Wang Hao and the other instructors vanished from the edge of the playground. The new students were left in astonishment, their eyes scanning the surroundings to find that not a single instructor remained. They really left. Do they trust our self-discipline that much? Almost instantly, some students began to stir. An hour of running. Who can withstand that? Since the instructors are gone, why don't we take a break? Maybe we shouldn't. I've heard that instructors can be quite cunning. They might be watching us from somewhere. Yeah, I suspect they're setting a trap for those who slack off, just waiting to catch us. For a moment, the new students hesitated, unsure whether to stop, but their pace unconsciously slowed, and some had already begun to walk lazily. Wang Shi leaned closer to Lin Xiao. "Bro, do you think the instructors really left?" Lin Xiao glanced at him. "What if they did?" Wang Shi scratched his head. "If they have, we could take a short break, right?" "An hour is too long." Lin Xiao chose not to engage further. Continuing to run, he too found it puzzling why the instructors had departed so suddenly. He wondered if they were indeed observing from a hidden vantage point, as one of the new students had suggested, waiting to catch anyone slacking off. However, this was inconsequential. Lin Xiao intended to run until 7 o'clock. Wang Hao was correct. Summoners needed to enhance their self-defense capabilities through rigorous physical training, especially in the early stages. When their levels were low, their physical attributes were lacking, making them susceptible to being targeted in fierce confrontations. That yesterday's catastrophic hunt had left a deep impression on Lin Xiao, if one were to disregard contracted spirits and skills. He was no match for individuals like Zhang Long or Qin Shan. This realization served as a wake-up call. Minutes passed, 5 or 6 to be precise, yet there was no sign of the instructors returning. The pace of the new students continued to languish. Those who had begun to walk were now outright resting at the side of the track. A few individuals had even started smoking, exhaling clouds of smoke into the morning air. Wang Shi leaned in once more, testing the waters. "Bro, should we really not take a break?" Lin Xiao, initially disinclined to meddle, felt compelled to intervene. "Wang Shi, I think the instructors leaving may be a test of our self-discipline. It is difficult to say whether observing from the shadows is beneficial. Yet the path of self-cultivation is one where assistance from others is futile. It depends solely on oneself. If one wishes to grow stronger, they must not be swayed by others, nor should they succumb to the laziness of those around them. Should you find yourself utterly exhausted, it is permissible to take a moment of respite." Wang Shi tilted his head in contemplation, scratching it thoughtfully. "Very well. I shall heed my elder brother's advice." With that, he continued his jog, his plump figure bobbing along. As time progressed, it approached 6:30. The ranks of new students on the track had become quite disarrayed, no longer resembling a long line, but rather fragmented into several sections. Leading the way were those with robust physical abilities and steadfast determination. The trailing groups comprised either those lacking in fitness who could not keep pace with the front runners, or those indulging in lethargy. Meanwhile, scattered across the grass in the center of the track were numerous students lounging about, their demeanor reminiscent of a leisurely camping trip. In the distance, atop a building, Wang Hao and several instructors observed the situation on the field through binoculars. Their observations aligned closely with what had been speculated. They were indeed surveying from the shadows. One instructor grinned broadly. "It is always like this. Few exhibit self-discipline, and the rest are merely lazy donkeys." Another instructor, with a mischievous smile, added, "The comfort of idleness now will surely lead to tears later." They had evidently prepared punitive measures, though their nature remained unknown as they conversed. The group unconsciously glanced toward the young woman standing alone at the edge of the rooftop. Wei Ying, as a newly appointed instructor, possessed a striking figure, captivating beauty, and an alluring aura that deterred her fellow instructor from drawing too close. However, the fervent glances exchanged among them betrayed their intrigue, as it is only natural for men to steal glances at an exceptionally beautiful woman. At that moment, Wei Ying had changed in her athletic attire, donning camouflage pants and a snug military green tank top. She epitomized the archetype of a fitness enthusiast, as the loose-fitting pants could not conceal her remarkably toned physique. Her upper body, accentuated by the fitted tank, boasted a proud bust. The term Nalong derives from this, while long pertains to its connection with spirit beasts. Currently, Wei Ying was fixated on a solitary figure on the expansive track through her binoculars. Not bad, she mused to herself, noting that the person had not paused since the run began. Their self-discipline seemed commendable, and she hoped they could endure until the end. With a gentle smile, she resumed her observation. As time approached 6:40, the instructors had been absent for over half an hour with no signs of return. The majority of students had completely let loose, frolicking and resting upon the grass. While only a scant few persisted in their running, Wang Shi, drenched in sweat, had managed to persevere thus far, spurred on by Lin Xiao's encouragement, though he now felt close to his limits. "Brother, I truly cannot go on any longer. It feels as if my lungs are about to burst." Lin Xiao glanced at Wang Shi's pallid complexion and, recognizing his struggle, did not press him further. "If you wish to rest, do so, but do not stop abruptly. Walk a short distance before halting. It is crucial not to cease intense physical activity suddenly, lest one risk imbalances in bodily functions." Wang Shi nodded, breathlessly in agreement. He began to jog lightly, preparing to stop when a voice called out from behind him. "Wow. Plump classmate, you're amazing. I've been watching you for a long time, and you haven't stopped once." Wang Shi instinctively turned around, his heart racing. Behind him stood a sweet-faced girl with fair skin. Her cheeks flushed from exertion, glistening with perspiration, exuding an enchanting charm. Wang Shi's face flushed crimson. The adorable girl gazed at him, her breath coming in soft gasps as she spoke. "Plump classmate, my name is Song Qianqian." "What's yours?" Wang Shi snapped back to reality, his heart pounding. I am Wang Shi." Song Qianqian wiped the sweat from her brow and said, "Wang Shi, you are truly impressive, despite being so plump. You still persist. I had wanted to give up long ago, but seeing you continue inspired me to carry on." Wang Shi, feeling bashful, scratched his head. It was indeed his elder brother's encouragement that had brought him this far. Song Qianqian continued, "I can hardly keep going now. Could you wait for me? Let us run together." Originally intending to stop, Wang Shi inexplicably found renewed strength and nodded instinctively. Song Qianqian's face lit up with delight. "That's wonderful. Let us give it our all together." The plump classmate couldn't help but feel as though he had fallen in love at the sight of her charming smile. On the track, the number of individuals who continued running had dwindled to around 50. These 50 or so were divided into several groups, making their arduous way forward. Lin Xiao occupied a position in the leading group, flanked by Qin Shan, Shun Juanru, and others. The first group comprised individuals with exceptional physical attributes. Lin Xiao had observed them closely and noted that most had background in martial arts. Those trained in martial arts exhibited distinct physical traits from years of rigorous exercise. Take Qin Shan, for instance, with his sun-kissed skin and well-developed muscles, radiating an energy characteristic of someone who is accustomed to physical exertion. Yet even for those accustomed to regular training, maintaining a pace for over 40 minutes of continuous running left everyone panting and drenched in sweat. In contrast, Lin Xiao appeared to be the most at ease among the group, that he maintained a steady pace, his breathing calm, showing no signs of fatigue, save for a few beads of perspiration on his forehead. The others in the first group had already taken note, astonished by his composure. Many martial artists began to feel a sense of rivalry, hoping to outpace Lin Xiao in this running session. Thus, they subtly increased their efforts. The first group had been secretly pushing themselves for over 10 minutes, but Lin Xiao continued to trail along, seemingly unaffected, maintaining his position at the front. Meanwhile, the rest of the group was left gasping for breath, on the verge of collapse. Eventually, Qin Shan could no longer contain himself and, panting heavily, exclaimed, "Brother Lin, you are simply monstrous. You're not even out of breath. How can you run so well?" Lin Xiao, fully aware of their competitive spirit, chuckled and replied, "Perhaps I am just naturally endowed with endurance." This statement was, of course, a fabrication. His ability to outpace them stemmed entirely from the passive ability of the unmatched sword spirit. The enhancement provided by this ability was all-encompassing, manifesting not only in strength and speed, but also in endurance. With such a passive ability, Lin Xiao was unperturbed by their attempts to compete with him. Consequently, after this round of running, while the others felt utterly spent, he remained composed. Qin Shan was left in complete admiration, exclaiming, "Brother Lin, after our encounter the other day, I sensed your resilience. Only today do I realize that not only are you resilient, but you also possess remarkable stamina." Lin Xiao chuckled, retorting, "If you were even a little bit of a girl, I might think you were complimenting me." The group erupted in laughter as the clock ticked towards 6:55. With merely 5 minutes remaining until 7, those who had been slacking began to rejoin their ranks. Each one exerted themselves, rushing to the front, feigning a serious demeanor as they ran. Ironically, they left those who had truly persevered in their wake. In the distance, atop the building, the instructors, binoculars in hand, chuckled at the spectacle. These lazy donkeys certainly possess a knack for opportunism. They aim to impress us at the last moment. Wang Hao smiled, saying, "All right, it's about time. Let us move." He glanced at Wei Ying and respectfully added, "Major Wei, please." Wei Ying regarded him coolly, her tone unaffected. "Instructor Wang, from now on in school, simply address me as Instructor Wei. I am your subordinate now." Wang Hao hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. The group proceeded to the track, arriving just as the clock struck 7. Wang Hao ascended the podium, his gaze fixed on the assembly below, an enigmatic smile playing on his lips as he remained silent for an extended period. The weight of the silence caused those students who had been slacking to feel a pang of anxiety. The expansive track was enveloped in an eerie quiet. Meanwhile, those who had consistently run began to harbor anticipation in their hearts, hoping the instructor would call out their names and expose the slackers. This sentiment was not malicious. It was merely human nature. Instructor Wang's silence surely indicates he's caught wind of some laziness. Those individuals are likely in for it. What do you think the punishment will be? Will he make them run for another hour? Without any class divisions yet established, those who had endured the run formed a small collective, lining up together. Moments later, after a brief glance at his watch, Wang Hao announced with a hint of nonchalance, "It is now 7 o'clock. All students are to proceed to the cafeteria for dinner." As soon as the words were uttered, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Whether they were steadfast runners or those who had slacked off, all believed they had misheard. What? No punishment. What is the instructor doing? This is a clear case of ambiguous rewards and penalties. Those who had persevered to finish the run felt a surge of indignation, resentment bubbling within them. Meanwhile, the idlers exhaled in relief, their expressions shifting to one of smug satisfaction as they looked at their diligent peers, unable to suppress a smirk that seemed to say, "You are the foolish ones." In that moment, the contrasting mentalities of the two groups became strikingly apparent. Wang Hao observed this scene with keen clarity, a smile subtly curving his lips. If those who had finished felt it was unjust, they might become complacent. Conversely, if the idlers believed they had struck a fortunate deal, then this cohort required a proper lesson. Wang Shi approached Lin Xiao, equally discontent. Surely, the instructors did not fail to notice this? It's a travesty. Our efforts were in vain. Wang Shi's voice was notably loud, immediately drawing the attention of the new students who had completed the run. Instinctively, they glanced towards Lin Xiao, curious to discern his stance on the matter. Lin Xiao had no intention of interjecting, but upon seeing the collective gaze upon him, he hesitated briefly before speaking. "Did you run for the instructors? Did you endure to the end merely to earn their praise?" His two rhetorical questions left the surrounding students momentarily stunned, contemplating for a few seconds, until most appeared to grasp a newfound understanding. Their expressions shifting to relief, one person remarked, "Lin Xiao is right. We run for ourselves, to strengthen our own bodies, not to compete with others." Another chimed in, "Lin Xiao's words hold merit. Let us not indulge in baseless thoughts, nor be swayed by others." Qin Shan, a paragon of composure, held no thoughts regarding the instructor's lack of punishment. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, he had always upheld a principle of self-discipline. After all, how else could one become a champion in swordsmanship if not through personal dedication rather than coercion? As these two role models spoke, the crowd nodded in agreement, their heads bobbing in unison. The influence of exemplary figures was palpable. Though Lin Xiao and Qin Shan's words were modest, the instructors like Wang Hao, with their keen hearing, caught wind of the exchange and could not help but admire their composure and leadership qualities, deeming them worthy of cultivation. This saves me a lecture, Wang Hao mused inwardly before turning to the group of new students, admonishing them. What are you all dawdling for? Go eat. Haven't you heard? Prompted by this reminder, the students snapped back to reality and dashed towards the cafeteria. This time, those who had slacked off, now full of energy, surged to the front, while those who had completed the run were left lagging behind. Thoroughly exhausted. Among the determined runners, some still grumbled in dissatisfaction. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Lin Xiao and his companions paused, momentarily taken aback. Instead of a warm and inviting atmosphere, they were greeted by an air of desolation. The enticing aroma of food was absent, and the serving windows were dimmed. The students who had rushed in first stood empty-handed, exchanging bewildered glances as if a silent question hung in the air. Had there been no breakfast prepared for them? What? No breakfast? What does this mean? Wang Shi exclaimed, his eyes wide with incredulity. Just then, a shrill whistle pierced the air, and Wang Hao strode to the center of the cafeteria, declaring loudly, "Silence! Everyone, find a seat and sit down." The new students exchanged puzzled looks, uncertain of Wang Hao's intentions. After a brief moment of hesitation, they took their seats, albeit with lingering confusion. Lin Xiao, Wang Shi, Qin Shan, and Shun Junru gathered at one table. Once everyone was seated, a group of chefs donned in white hats emerged from the kitchen, about a dozen or so, some carrying iron bowls, others large metal basins. Wow, are we being treated like royalty? They're serving food at the table. Wang Shi whispered, his eyes lighting up. So many eggs. As the chefs approached, the large basin contained something pale and round. From a distance, it resembled eggs. But wait, that cannot be right, Shun Junru remarked, squinting. Why would they send eggs already shelled? Wang Shi, ever the optimist, countered, perhaps they're serving us breakfast, and the eggs are indeed shelled. Amidst the students' skeptical gazes, the chefs arrived at their table, distributing bowls filled with the mysterious substance. The chefs began to ladle the content from the basin into the bowls. The students' expressions morphed into astonishment, craning their necks to catch a glimpse, as if they were witnessing something extraordinary. What on earth is this? Wang Shi scratched his head in confusion. Soon, the answer was revealed as the chef approached their table, pouring the contents into Lin Xiao's bowl. Lin Xiao widened his eyes in disbelief, his expression frozen. Inside the iron bowl lay several jelly-like orbs, roughly the size of eggs, quivering as they jiggled, resembling eggs yet distinctly different. "Excuse me, what exactly is this?" Wang Shi inquired. The chef merely moved on to the next table without a word. Lin Xiao suddenly had a revelation upon observing the jelly-like substance. It bore a striking resemblance to the golden ant eggs that Wang Hao had given him the previous day. The exterior was nearly identical, save for the color, the golden ant eggs being a pale gold, while the contents of the bowl were a milky white. Could these also be termite eggs? Lin Xiao pondered, but refrained from voicing his uncertainty. Before long, the chefs completed their task and swiftly exited the cafeteria. The new students stared at the contents of their bowls, exchanging glances, none daring to lift their chopsticks, all looking towards Wang Hao for guidance. "Instructor, what is this? Is this truly our breakfast?" Wang Hao smirked slightly. "Indeed, this is your breakfast, disaster white termite eggs, commonly known as ant eggs." Lin Xiao raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Instructor, are you certain this could be eaten?" "You must be joking." The new students' faces were etched with skepticism. "What do you think?" Wang Hao retorted coldly, "I have no time for jesting. Hurry and eat." The students remained rooted in place, casting glances at one another. "Brother, you go first." "No, I insist you try it first." "Sister, you have the most courage." "Why not? Give it a go." "No way. I'm an A-cup." The student suddenly became overly courteous. Wang Shi, stroking his chin, remarked, "I've heard that ant eggs are edible and quite nutritious." "Is that true? Let me check." Qin Shan, skeptical, pulled out his phone to search the web, but a few seconds later, he exclaimed, "Wow, it's true. Apparently, they're quite nutritious." Shun Junru snatched the phone from him, reading aloud from the screen. "And eggs are rich in protein and amino acids, containing around 70 protein, 19 types of enzymes and coenzymes, along with various essential trace elements like selenium, manganese, zinc, phosphorus, and calcium. Shun Junru's voice was not soft, drawing the attention of those around them, the cafeteria falling into silence as everyone listened intently. Once she finished, the students' gazes slowly returned to the bowls, their expressions a mix of astonishment and intrigue. So, this is indeed edible. Wang Hao interjected, what Shun Junru stated is correct. You are looking at disaster white termite eggs. Free from any malevolent contamination and packed with nutrients, they contain immense energy that, when consumed, not only replenishes your strength, but also fortifies your body. Each of you is to eat 4. Hurry up. You have 10 minutes, and then gather on the playground. With that, he strode away. The cafeteria erupted into a flurry of chatter, opinions flying as the majority remained skeptical, hesitant to take the first bite, eagerly awaiting someone to lead the way. Ahem. Wang Shi cleared his throat, glancing at Lin Xiao. Brother, shall I be the first to try? Lin Xiao's encouraging gaze urged him on. Under the apprehensive eyes of Shun Junru, Wang Shi picked up one of the white termite eggs, hesitated for a moment, then brought it to his mouth and took a gentle bite. With a pop, white juice squirted out. Ugh! Shun Junru's face turned pale as she turned away to gag. Is it really that bad? Wang Shi smacked his lips, tilting his head in contemplation. What does it taste like? Lin Xiao inquired eagerly. Well, Wang Shi mused, the flavor is quite mild, but there is a sharp tang to it. The texture is akin to snot, sticky and not particularly pleasant. Upon hearing the texture likened to mucus, Shun Junru felt a surge of nausea intensify. Wang, she took a bite. Several new students in the cafeteria began to partake as well. There were indeed many like Shun Junru, and as they witnessed the white liquid bursting at their classmates' lips, a chorus of dry heaves erupted throughout the cafeteria. Lin Xiao's lips twitched slightly before he shook his head, picking up a termite egg and slowly placing it into his mouth as he bit down. The texture was impeccable, releasing a burst of juice. Soon, a sticky substance exploded in his mouth, accompanied by a peculiar taste that assaulted his taste buds. Nearly provoking a gag reflex, Qin Shan followed suit, placing one in his mouth, only to contort his face into a grimace the next moment. Shun Junru's complexion paled as she trembled, hesitantly picking one up. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she steeled herself, closed her eyes, and shoved it into her mouth. She dared not savor it. Her tongue remained still, her teeth mechanically clacking together as the white juice trickled down her crimson lips. The new students in the cafeteria donned expressions of agony, gritting their teeth as they consumed the termite eggs. 10 minutes later, the whistle sounded as anticipated. Whether willing or reluctant, most of the new students had finished the termite eggs. Upon hearing the whistle, they gradually made their way to the playground to assemble on the martial arts platform. Wang Hao proclaimed loudly, everyone, form a line, maintaining a 2-meter distance between each other, and rest in place. Those who have eliminated the evil aura may cultivate during this time, for 1 hour. Since it was merely a time for resting or cultivating, the new students showed no resistance, each finding a spot on the lawn to sit down. Lin Xiao settled into a cross-legged position, attuning himself to his inner state. It had been nearly 12 hours since his last cultivation session. The cleansing spirit crystal could aid in purifying the body from the evil aura, effectively having the time needed, and he was now ready to cultivate once more. Immediately, he assumed a meditative posture, feeling the surrounding holy radiance, and began to absorb it slowly. Not long after he sat down, he suddenly felt a warmth radiating from his lower abdomen. The heat arrived swiftly, gradually permeating his entire being, filling him with a comforting sensation. Lin Xiao was puzzled, unsure of its origin, that moment. He heard the voices of his fellow students nearby. Wow, my body is so hot. It feels like I'm burning up. Me too. How did I suddenly develop a fever? Hey there, miss, are you genuinely feverish or just hot? Go away. Initially, the new students were curious, even teasing one another. However, after a few moments, someone exclaimed, I'm getting hotter and hotter. It feels unbearable. I feel it too. Damn it, why is it so uncomfortable, like being roasted by fire? Suddenly, someone let out a pained groan. This is unbearable. I can't take it anymore. It hurts. It feels like I'm being sliced by knives. What on earth is happening? Instructors, please check on us. Are we suffering from food poisoning? Wang Hao and the others wore mocking smiles, showing no inclination to investigate. This left everyone stunned. Within half a minute, the playground erupted into chaos, hundreds of new students writhing in agony on the ground. Lin Xiao furrowed his brow. Watching the scene unfold, he too felt somewhat uncomfortable, his body burning, but it was within tolerable limits, unlike the others who were rolling on the ground in distress. Dude, I feel terrible too. What is going on? Wang Shi wriggled his chubby body, buttons straining against his girth. Lin Xiao pondered briefly before responding. It must be due to the termite eggs. We all consumed them. Qin Shan chimed in. I think so too. Didn't Instructor Wang mention that termite eggs can enhance the body? The heat could be a sign of that enhancement. The surrounding students nodded in agreement, convinced this was the truth. Shun Junru suddenly interjected, but feeling uncomfortable is one thing. Rolling on the ground is excessive. Those guys are being overly dramatic. Her words reminded everyone. This section of students fell silent, contrasting sharply with the wails echoing from elsewhere. As about 20 new students sat together. Though discomfort was evident on their faces, they remained composed. Hey, Lin Xiao paused. Have you noticed that everyone here was part of the running group? It really does seem that way. Nearby students exchanged glances, arriving at the same conclusion. The runners had unconsciously formed a small collective, gathering together during assembly. Why is that? Confusion washed over their faces. Wang Shi scratched his head and murmured. Could this be a punishment? Did the instructors drug the slackers? It's clever of you to think of that, but the instructors can't be that vindictive. Then how do we explain why only those of us who kept running seem fine? The group exchanged puzzled looks. Lin Xiao suddenly recalled something. Last night, when Wang Hao provided the golden termite eggs, he had mentioned a key point. It was advisable to consume them after extreme exertion to lessen the discomfort. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiao articulated his thoughts. I think I understand the reason now. The calamity termite eggs contain immense energy, which can enhance the body upon consumption. However, there is a crucial factor. If the body has been sufficiently exercised, or even overexerted, it acts like a parched sponge, capable of absorbing this energy fully. The reason we aren't feeling overwhelming discomfort is that the energy is being adequately absorbed, while those who lack physical conditioning are like bodies that don't require as much energy. Consequently, the surplus energy wreaks havoc within them, resulting in their suffering. That makes sense. It should be like that. Lin Xiao's explanation garnered immediate agreement from the group. This could explain why the instructors hadn't overseen our running. They intended for the slackers to face some consequences. Wang Shi burst into laughter. So that's it. I was wondering why the instructors didn't punish the lazy ones. They were just saving this trick for later. Seriously, those instructors are quite devious. They didn't bother to give us a heads up during our UN. In an instant, the earlier frustration of the students who had persisted in their running dissipated. Wang Hao, accompanied by a group of instructors, stood at a distance. Each instructor wore a smirk of schadenfreude. Look at your expressions. It seems you've all grasped the situation, he taunted. Indeed, calamity termite eggs should be consumed after sufficient physical exertion to mitigate discomfort. This is your second lesson since arriving at school that if yesterday's calamity hunt taught you that obtaining resources requires your own effort, then today's lesson imparts the wisdom that cultivation and exercise are your own responsibilities. Slacking off will only harm you, he continued. In the future, the school will provide various supplements similar to calamity termite eggs, each containing potent energy. If your physical strength is insufficient, consuming those supplements could even pose a life-threatening risk. In other words, if you do not strive to strengthen yourselves, even when good things are laid before you, you will be unable to partake in them. I hope that those who slacked off during the morning run will remember the sensation they just experienced, while those who persevered should not revel in their triumph, but continue to maintain their resolve. Wang Hao's words rendered the idlers speechless. Casting a glance over the crowd below, he refrained from excessive lecturing and simply stated, "Everyone, please stand up," and gathered. We will begin class assignments. Although most had just endured considerable hardship after Wang Hao's remarks, no one dared to remain sprawled on the ground. One by one, they swiftly rose to their feet. In truth, despite the recent torment, all the newcomers felt quite invigorated. The calamity of the termite eggs had provided them with a substantial boost of energy, lifting everyone's spirits. Wang Hao announced, Before we proceed with the class assignments, I would like to introduce a special instructor, Major General Wei Ying. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, instantly recalling the name he had seen in the morning's illustrated guide after the previous exertions. He had nearly forgotten about this individual. The fact that this striking young woman was an instructor, and a major general at that, was rather unexpected, piquing Lin Xiao's interest, his gaze fixated intently on the platform. As Wang Hao's voice faded, a young woman ascended the stage from the side steps. The moment she stood before them, the entire playground fell silent, and all eyes turned fervently upon her. A singular thought surged through the minds of the newcomers. This woman is undeniably captivating. Wei Ying stood approximately 175 centimeters tall, clad in camouflage attire, exuding a vigorous presence, with an extraordinarily striking figure that seemed to sway with every step. She was the quintessential goddess of both light and equestrian realms. Most strikingly, she bore a cool demeanor, her elongated eyes radiating an air of disdain, as if she were a queen perched high above. The desire to conquer stirred within them. Lin Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. His artistic heart, having lain dormant for days, now pulsing vigorously. This was a subject that must be captured. There was no option to forego it. The newcomers, after a brief moment of daze, began to flush with enthusiasm. "Wow, what an impressive military lady. Your Majesty, step on me. Is she really our instructor? Wow, oh my, instructor, please be merciless." The boys were practically drooling. Even several girls flushed with color. Instructor Wei Ying's short hair complemented her spirited demeanor, embodying a unique and striking beauty that was remarkably androgynous. Wang Hao, overhearing the murmurs from below, turned pale with anger. This group of rascals, so brazenly daring to jest about the lady instructor, were they courting disaster? He was about to reprimand them when Wei Ying, with a smirk that danced on the edge of amusement, interjected, "Oh, it seems you are quite interested in me. How about this? I will give you an opportunity. Step up and challenge me. If anyone can withstand a single strike, I shall grant them any one request." The boys below inhaled sharply in excitement. One audacious young man boldly called out, "Instructor Wei, is it truly any request? Can it be anything I desire?" Wei Ying's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold light flashing within them as a cruel smile graced her lips. "You possess quite the audacity. Step forward." The boy, upon seeing that smile, felt an involuntary shiver, and a wave of trepidation washed over him. Yet, under the collective gaze of his peers, he could not show weakness. Gritting his teeth, he stepped out from the crowd and ascended the stage. Lin Xiao noted that this fellow was among those who had persisted through the run, possessing some martial arts background. His movement suggested he was no novice. It was no wonder he had the audacity to challenge. Once on stage, the boy stood before Wei Ying, scratching his head nervously. "Hey, Instructor Wei, you keep your word, right?" Wei Ying replied with an unperturbed tone. "A promise is a promise." The boy's excitement surged anew. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, he believed his skills to be commendable. While he did not dare claim he could overpower the instructor, he thought he might manage to withstand a single strike. "How do we compete?" he asked breathlessly. Wei Ying's expression remained neutral as she replied, "Free combat. No restrictions. That I will control my strength and speed to the level of a first-tier summoner. Let the match begin." The boy's spirits soared at this announcement, and he stepped back, adopting a fighting stance. Wei Ying glanced at him dismissively. "Eight Extremes fist. The stance is decent, but your foundation is unsteady. You are far too weak." Before the match even commenced, he was deemed inadequate, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. With a roar, he charged forward, throwing a direct punch aimed at Wei Ying's chest. Midway through, he transformed his fist into a claw. Attempting to gain an advantage, Wei Ying stood resolutely, even placing one hand behind her back, her expression as calm as ever. Just as the boy's claw was about to reach her, she suddenly raised one hand, striking with lightning speed to grasp his wrist, yanking him forcefully. Following that, a knee strike landed squarely in his abdomen before he could react. A pain scream escaped the boy as his body flew across the stage like a discarded sack. Curling up in agony and failing to rise for a good while, the entire arena fell into stunned silence. "How swift," Qin Shan muttered gravely, a hint of urgency in his voice. Lin Xiao's expression mirrored his seriousness. Wei Ying's earlier movement had been astonishingly quick, imbued with an almost thunderous energy. He could hardly discern how she had executed it. "Qin, do you think you could withstand a strike from her?" Lin Xiao inquired. Qin Shan's face shifted through various emotions before settling into a rather grimace. "That boy is named Wu Yun. He is indeed a skilled fighter. I have witnessed his prowess firsthand. And though I could likely defeat him, I would still need to exert significant effort. Yet, to be taken out in a single blow like that, I doubt I would fare any better." Lin Xiao sighed softly at this revelation. His current abilities were vastly inferior to Qin Shan's, making it even less likely for him to endure a blow from Wei Ying. Just moments ago, he had contemplated stepping forward to test his luck, thinking perhaps he could withstand a strike and subsequently sketch the human form. Now, he realized that stepping up would only result in punishment. After a few pitiful groans, the boy crawled to his feet, his face a mask of fear as he regarded Wei Ying. The once fiery spirit within him had extinguished in an instant. This woman was not one that an ordinary man could hope to subdue. Wei Ying surveyed the crowd below with a dispassionate gaze. "Is there anyone else willing to try?" A heavy silence enveloped the audience. Most newcomers were unable to grasp the depth of the exchange between Wei Ying and Wu Yun. However, the sheer ferocity of her knee strike had instilled fear in the majority. Those who had earlier clamored for the queen to punish them now remained utterly subdued. Noticing the absence of volunteers, Wei Ying exhibited a look of disdain, her eyes sweeping through the throng until they landed on Lin Xiao. "Is she looking at me?" Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, sensing an air of scrutiny in her gaze that intrigued him. Yet, before he could ponder further, her attention shifted away. With no one stepping forward, she took a step back. Observing this, Wang Hao cleared his throat and cast a disapproving glance over the assembly. "You lot, completely unaware of your own limitations, think you can challenge Major General Wei Ying? Let me be frank. She's under 24 and has already vanquished all contenders in the military. Consider how many experts are in the ranks. Moreover, Major General Wei Ying is one of only 3 individuals in our Dragon Kingdom's virtual combat network to achieve a perfect score of 10,000, and she is the youngest in history to do so, having attained it in the shortest amount of time. You may not know what the virtual combat network is, but I shall clarify. You will soon find it relevant to your combat training. The Virtual Combat Network is a martial arts virtual exchange platform that simulates real combat with an accuracy of 9.8. It gathers martial arts experts from all walks of life within the Dragon Kingdom. A veritable sea of talent. Participants can accumulate points through battles, and only 3 individuals have managed to reach a score of 10,000. Consider for yourself the caliber of Major General Wei Ying. The newcomers, upon reflecting on this information, were left in awe, their expressions shifting from trepidation to profound respect. It was clear that this woman was not someone an ordinary man could pursue. Few could hope to match her in combat. Lin Xiao, too, felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. This woman was astonishingly formidable in martial arts. That the thought struck him, and he reached out mentally to communicate with Gu Jie, asking, "Gu Jie, just how strong is she? In pure combat, how long could she withstand your prowess?" Gu Xian chuckled softly. "She has only made one move. How could I possibly gauge her? Yet, judging by her presence, she certainly embodies the demeanor of a master." Lin Xiao rubbed his nose, acknowledging that his inquiry had indeed been a tall order. Wang Hao continued, "Now, without further ado, we shall commence with class assignments. There are a total of 20 instructors on stage. While this year's cohort consists of 503 new students, which will be evenly distributed among the instructors, each instructor overseeing approximately 25 students. The rules for class assignments are straightforward. Each of the 20 instructors possesses unique expertise, specializing in various forms of cold weaponry. The division of classes will be based on the weapons you each favor, including swords, spears, halberds, axes, and more. You may select your preferred weapon from the same location as yesterday. Once you have collected your weapons, proceed to follow your instructor and then disperse." However, as Wang Hao's words echoed, the majority of the crowd remained motionless, while a few who had begun to move halted in confusion upon noticing the inaction of others. Wang Hao paused, perplexed. "What is the matter? Did I not express myself clearly?" There was a brief silence before someone mustered the courage to inquire. "Instructor Wang, may I ask what weapon Instructor Wei specializes in?" Realization dawned on Wang Hao. These youngsters were still holding on to hope. Turning his gaze toward Wei Ying, he acknowledged that he was indeed unaware of her weaponry expertise. However, as a master of combat, she would likely be proficient in various weapons, making it feasible for her to instruct a group of newcomers. Thus, he had not deemed it necessary to inquire earlier. Wei Ying, noticing Wang Hao's gaze, replied nonchalantly, "I teach swordsmanship." Upon hearing this, the new students immediately began to voice their choices. "Then I choose the sword. I too choose the sword. I want to practice swordsmanship with Instructor Wei."